3 seconds ago, 2 seconds, one. Wedgwood guides it aside. Manson has it. And the Avalanche come to Buffalo and win for the second straight season. Nathan MacKinnon has 2, Cale Makar pots 1, and the Avalanche outduel the Sabres and beat them 3-1 on Columbus Day.
Yeah, 10:30 in the morning yesterday. Avs get the win in Columbus. Good God, Buffalo. It was Columbus Day. Wait a minute. I'm listening to this, Nelly. Is this the original? Or is this Anchorman's version? Did they do like a studio quality version?
Of course, yeah.
I was going to say
the version from Anchorman.
That sounds a lot like Ron Burgundy.
Actually, so you know how if you ever listen to Avs or Nuggets games that are matinees, Berto always does this. He'll go, "Skyrockets in flight."
Yeah.
It's an afternoon delight today. So every time he would do that on the Nuggets broadcast, this is his one trivia question. The voice of the Nuggets, Jason Kosmiski, he'd go, "Hey Nelly, bro, you know who does this song? Who does this one, bro?" And he would try to, and he asked me who does the original.
The original. Okay,
the
gotcha.
original. Not. Do you know who does the original?
Yes, I do. It is something like Starlight or hang on. Give me a hint.
You're getting warmer. The Star was right. The rest wasn't.
Star. Oh, I can't think of it right now. Hit me. It's too early.
It's the Starland Vocal Band.
Starland Vocal Band. Yes. But see, I had the Star L.
Yes. But everybody has that one trivia question. Like I bet you when you're sitting around watching a Lions game with your friends, you get the same factoid you always fall on or something. And
did you know that Matthew Stafford and Clayton Kershaw used to be high school baseball teammates?
Bingo, there you go. And so Kaz's is that Afternoon Delight is originally by the Starland Vocal Band.
Yes, of course.
Tonight.
Well, the Avs do get the win yesterday. And I'll say this. We have, first of all, an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. So your first keyword's coming your way in 17 minutes for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game coming up here this week. Here's the other thing. You have things that go down in the moment. And it's hard to stomach. Like, I think we can all kind of agree, at least a little bit of you. In the moment that Mikko was traded, it was odd. You had a team that was making trades to push themselves into being a contender. Trading away one of the league's highest point scorers in an attempt to get there is an odd dichotomy. Mikko Rantanen traded, probably biggest trade, one of the biggest trades in franchise history. Mikko Rantanen off the roster, try and figure something out on the fly with somebody new. And Natchez had, I think, moments where he looked really good and moments where, especially in the postseason, looked like disappeared a little bit. This connection that he has with Nathan MacKinnon, I would argue, at least the way it's looked early in this season, is better. And the reason why is because Mikko was doing a lot of kind of like sitting in one spot, waiting for the one-timer that he's elite at and he can bury with consistency, especially when Nathan MacKinnon's commanding attention. But the ability of Natchez to move, his ability to skate, to keep his feet moving, to continue to apply pressure, to always make the defense aware of where he's at, it helps twofold. First of all, it gives MacKinnon a target that he could throw to, that he can do something with the puck on his stick. Secondly, him commanding that attention by moving now takes an eyeball or two off of what McKinnon's doing. Like, McKinnon easily could have had the hat trick yesterday without forgetting the fact that he just gave up, didn't shoot with the empty net. I mean, he rang one off the iron after his first goal. And by the way, that first one, just unbelievable skill, right? You enter the zone, puck kind of gets away from you, you tap it to yourself, and you rip it backhand, almost a no-looker, short side. I mean, we know the talent in the skill that he requires. I know everybody was kind of talking about, his interview that he did with Crosby, where he's like, yeah, my game's just really choppy. It's like, that doesn't look choppy. That looks incredibly smooth. But he has this thing going with Natchez right now where it's just, I think their games fit better. And this is no disrespect to Mikko. Look, I know there's a lot of people around here, Moser, that don't have nice things to say about Mikko. I do.
What the holy
And part of me still to this day, not part of me, entirely, I think what happened with Mikko is he overestimated his value to the Avs, and he found out real quick that he was not in the McKinnon or McCarr territory where you can kind of command whatever dollar you want, and they won't do anything about it. I think it was an unfortunate thing where he got bad advice from an agent and thought he was held in higher regard within the organization than he actually was. If he had to do it all over again, I think he would take the number that the Avs offered and stay in Colorado, but he can't. And so now you got Marty Natchez. And I just think it fits better. His style of play fits better. On that top line now, you have 3 different guys that can just kind of roam, find space. And it looks really good. And it gives, whenever you have that sort of thing going, you push everybody down into slots that make them look better. It's still taking a minute, I think, for this Nelson, Nichushkin, and Landy line to get together. By the way, that cut on Nelson's hand doesn't look great. Byram's skate goes up in the air and slices him right across. I mean, it looked like almost by the wrist, which is always freaky. So hopefully he's going to end up being all right from that. Secondly, there's just a different sort of flow with how the team operates. And, on the McCarr goal, it's just Val Nichushkin doing what Val Nichushkin, maybe only him, can do on this team. Which we've talked about this with Val before. I don't know if he's elite at anything, but he's really good at everything. Like, I don't know if there's a category of his game that you would say he does this as good or better than anybody else. But he does everything better than most people. And his will to just stick with a play and never give up on something, like he back checks like crazy. It's all set up because Val Nichushkin was not going to give up on that play. So he jumps in, middle of the offensive zone without the puck, kind of right on the blue line, picks the pass off, weaves in between traffic, knows that Kale is firing down the opposite side, rips one across the net, and it's Kale with one of the easiest goals he's going to score. As long as he fended off the guy that was kind of on top of him. But once he got it on his stick, there's no doubt that puck's going in. Like, there's so many good things to take away from the game, and I know, look, I've been one of them that's doing it, saying, hey, power play, what's going on? Another 0 for 4 game for him last night. I almost see this as you're having, a little bit of a struggle early in the year to get the power play really rolling. Imagine what happens when it does. You know who leads the NHL in points right now? There's 2 guys that are tied for first. Can you guess them? It's Nathan McKinnon and Marty Nachos. 8 points apiece. Leads the NHL. There's something about that combo that is really, really impressive. And I think it's because their style of game just seems to work. But yes, power play needs to get it. Again, I think it's gotten better. They just haven't gotten results, and I think those are going to come, and this is all going to even out in the wash. Right now, the Avs sit at 19th in the league. Power play percentage are 15.8. I think they're going to be just fine. Yes, you want to see the number higher. Probably about at least 10 points higher. But again, it's early in the year, and I'm pretty sure they'll get that figured out. So 303-504-0925. Texture goes, wait till the playoffs when Nate just disappears. I mean, you can think that way if you want to. I'll choose that he won't. Like you, if you're already, I mean, he got traded to the team mid-season last year. Had one playoff run where, let's be honest, most of the team didn't look impressive in the postseason. So you can pin it on a guy or two if you want to. I think that'd be foolish. I am going to absolutely believe that what I'm seeing out of these two is real, especially with an offseason to get even more chemistry together.
Settle down just a little bit.
So there you go. Avs Ticket Tuesday that we do all year on this station. We got our first keyword coming up in 8 minutes, so it's every hour on the 20s. We're going to be giving away a keyword for you to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game coming up. Which game is it today, Nelly?
I believe we're giving away tickets to the Bruins
game. The Bruins game,
and
yes.
that's the only time that Boston is coming to Denver this season.
So it's the Bruins. We'll have our first keyword in just a few minutes, and it's every hour on the 20s. Each show is giving away a pair of tickets, and it happens every single Tuesday on this station. So stay tuned for that. In the meantime, watch the football games last night. We'll get to this a little bit later. There was something about what I watched in the doubleheader that I think is really interesting. First of all, Buffalo loses again, this time to Atlanta. Atlanta being a porpoise. They have a good game and a bad game, and a good game and a bad game. It does kind of feel like Atlanta's figuring things out. They've had 3 wins in 4 games. I mean, they're 3-2 on the year, but they suffered a 3-point loss week 1 against the Bucks. They beat the snot out of the Vikings 22-6. They had that weird loss 30-0 to Carolina, which is sort of the outlier on the season for them. Then beat the Commanders by a touchdown and the Bills by 10. I think the Falcons might be a problem in the NFC.
I'm a little mad at the Falcons, though, not going to lie. Or maybe mad at the Bills because the last bet on the lay it down slate from Friday was Bills minus 4.5.
And
the Bills laid an egg. They didn't lay it down. They did the wrong thing, man. Come on.
That is true. But the Bills losing again, I think, proves one thing. There is no elite team in the NFL this season, at least as of right now, which is rare. Number 2, the second game that took place against Washington in Chicago featured the number 1 and number 2 overall draft picks last year in the same draft that Bo Nix was in. I'm always kind of interested to see how these quarterbacks are acting. And Jaden Daniels is reminding me a lot of Bo Nix. So we'll get to that a little bit later. 303-504-0925. That first Avs keyword coming your way in 5 minutes. College football stock up, stock down as well. Stick around. Every Tuesday on the 20s, we have keywords for you to win a pair of Avs tickets, and each show gives away a pair of tickets. Every hour on the 20, you have a second chance drawing on altitudesportsradio.com/Avs ticks that we do as well. Don't forget that $5 fan-friendly concessions at Ball Arena now in Section 112, Colorado Social, the Grab and Go, and Section 319. So it's hot dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, fries, pretzels, fountain sodas, all $5 and $10 domestic draft beers at select locations as well. So all of that is brand new at Ball Arena, but your first keyword of the day on this Avs Ticket Tuesday is face-off. Text face-off in your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Boston on Saturday. Don't miss all of those great fan-friendly options I just laid out for you. All of those $5. Again, your 620 keyword is face-off, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. We announce the winner at the end of the day at 9:55, so good luck. And with that, let's do it. Every Tuesday, we take a look at the college football weekend with a little college football stock up, stock down, and it was a wild, wild weekend in college football. We always start with the quarterbacks, please. Stock up. Fernando Mendoza. The numbers weren't insane. It's not like he put up 5 touchdowns and he threw for 600 yards and all these different things. He didn't. But he did the most important thing and the thing that is shocking people most about Indiana, which is winning. Mendoza was 20 of 31 for 215 yards, a touchdown, and a pick. But to go to Eugene against Dan Lanning and that Oregon team and beat them in their own house by 10 points is wildly impressive and very not Indiana. It's the only way I can put it. If you had Indiana at number 3 in the country going into week 8 of the college football season, good for you. You're probably
simple. I win.
You're probably
Google
the
me.
only one. And you know what? To that guy's credit, everybody was calling him a clown last year for saying that. Oh yeah, you're just Indiana. Indiana's legit. Kurt Cignetti, maybe with his boastful ego, might be onto something. He wins. Google him. They're 6-0 this season. By the way, that's already their second top 10 win on their schedule because they played Illinois earlier this year and beat them, what was the final score, like 63-10? It was a 50-point win. And you might say, well, Brett, it's Illinois. Who cares? Well, Illinois just played against Ohio State, and Ohio State beat them by 18. Different than 50. Just accept it, guys. Indiana's legit. It's a lot easier to do that than trying to explain why they aren't. And Mendoza's a huge reason for it. 17 touchdowns, 2 picks on the year. And here's the other thing about Indiana. The best team left on their schedule might be Penn State, and they just fired their coach. Because they have Michigan State, UCLA, Maryland, Penn State, Wisconsin, Purdue. Not a murderer's row left. Could very well finish undefeated. You might see Indiana, the number 1 team in the country, by the time championship weekend rolls around. So Mendoza gets a stock up. Quarterback stock down. Don't want to grade this guy too harshly. He just came off an injury for a while. He missed a month of the season, and he did it with a hand injury. But John Mateer, in his first game back, threw 3 picks against Texas, and they lost 23-6. That team, that rival, and 3 picks is not great, and not being able to put a touchdown on the board, not great either. I want to give him some grace because, again, he's just coming back from an injury, but at the same time, you can't have a game like that against that team. And let's be honest, Texas, who started the year number 1 in the country, and Arch Manning and all the hype, doesn't look that way as the season's progressed. It's not like Texas is good. They're fine. But they got the snot beat out of them by Texas over the weekend, and Mateer making those kind of mistakes is a big deal. Felt like he might have, with the way that Oklahoma's season was rolling, had a shot at the Heisman before being injured. But I'll say this. The weird thing about that game is the panic was that can Oklahoma keep it together when he's out? And they did. You know, he misses the game. They're lucky enough to have a bye week sort of in between. But they held it together. And then they had this one, and now you're looking at the rest of the schedule. It's like at South Carolina, Ole Miss, Tennessee, Alabama, Missouri, and LSU. South Carolina's the only unranked team, and all of those other ranked teams are at least 16th or better in the country. So it's not going to get any easier, and I think that stock for him might continue to kind of take some hits unless he can bounce back from this. So John Mateer gets the stock down. Let's go Big 12 team stock up. It's Utah. Style points matter. You beat a team like Arizona State, and Arizona State is not as good as they were last year, but they're still a solid enough football team, especially in the Big 12. Where it's kind of hard to decipher who's good and who's not. Texas Tech is good in the Big 12. After that, it's kind of like you got to strain yourself to make an argument for anybody else that's near that. But Utah, 42-10 over Arizona State is a massive win. Here's the thing about them, and this is sort of a Utah special, is that they don't do anything special. They aren't like an amazing team throwing the football. They aren't amazing running the football. They play really good defense. But look at the numbers from that game. It doesn't feel like the numbers would bear out a 32-point win. They did run the ball really effectively. But what they did better than anything else, they allowed 3.3 yards per play to Arizona State. Through the air and on the ground, it was virtually the same thing. I think through the air it was 3.4, and on the ground it was 3.2, something like that. Just played a really salty defensive game that led to them getting a big win. So they get the stock up. Let's go Big 12 team stock down.
It's the Big 12!
So this is going to Iowa State, and this is not to discredit what CU has done, but CU has struggled this year. Especially struggled to close out games, but Iowa State, it's the second week in a row that they've lost to an unranked opponent as a ranked team, to which they are no longer ranked anymore. That quarterback, Becht, I had some hope for him early in the year. He was intriguing, big-bodied guy, can run the ball a little bit, seems to throw the ball all right. But they do a lot of the little things poorly. They make dumb mistakes, take penalties. They've been turning the ball over. They had this nice start to the year. Now, 2 straight weeks, it's felt like, and this is the worst part, they've lost and people aren't surprised. I mean, Cincinnati, the week before last weekend, played an undefeated Iowa State team as an unranked team, and they were favored going in the game. CU, which has struggled this year, I think the spread was, 6.5, I think is what it went down to. Or maybe it was like 5 by the time kickoff happened. This isn't a surprise that Iowa State is beaten, and that's where their stock has really fallen, is that they built up this undefeated record, and they got a good track record with Matt Campbell. But no one is like, really? You just kind of like, yeah, they probably shouldn't have been ranked to start with. So they get the stock down. Let's go national team stock up. Yeah, I'm going to go back to Indiana on this one. I think that's huge. It's for them a statement win. They had a whole bunch of wins last year, but when they played against ranked teams, that's where they started running into trouble. And it's why people didn't believe in Indiana this year when they were ranked as high as they were. Like, they were kind of rolling through the unranks last year. They go and they play Ohio State last year, and they lost 38-15. You go, all right, that's their first loss of the year. That makes them 10-1. They then beat Purdue the final game of the year, 66-0. That made them 11-1. Then they played Notre Dame in the playoff game. They lost by 10, but it didn't look all that close. And you go, see, this is why Indiana can't get the credit that they deserve. And this year, what do? They beat number 9 Iowa 63-10 in week 4. And I'm sorry, Illinois. Jeez. Number 9 Illinois 63-10. And you go, yeah, but it's Illinois. Who really cares? Illinois, I didn't believe in either. And everybody was kind of like, just wait. When they play against Oregon in Oregon, they're going to get the doors blown off, and I'm going to say I told you so. Well, you can't. Because they played a really solid and salty game in a way that Oregon usually doesn't get bullied around like that. Oregon is putting up points no matter who they're playing against. And they struggled. They made Dante Moore, it was between him and Mendoza, really, for the best quarterback in the Big Ten right now. You know, Julian Sayin out of Iowa State's going to have something to say about that a little bit later. But Dante Moore is somebody who's just really effective. He runs the football well. He doesn't turn the ball over. He's really smart. And in that game, he could not get anything going on the ground. Finished with negative 27 rushing yards. I know a lot of those are sacks, but still, he didn't get in open space. And he threw 2 picks. And you force a guy like that to throw 2 picks and take 6 sacks. Just for the record, Nelly, you know how many sacks that Dante Moore had going into that weekend in the 5 previous games? He had 1. Indiana got to him 6 times.
Wow, bro.
They're impressive. Again, I said this when we were talking about Fernando Mendoza. Accept it. They're good.
It's pretty simple. I win. Google me.
National team stock down. Remember after week 1, Alabama loses to Florida State. And we're like, man, Florida State just went from undefeated season to 2-10 record, and now week 1 they beat Alabama. What the hell is going on here? They win their next 2 games convincingly. And you say, all right, Florida State's back. That's awesome. And now for the 3rd straight week, they've lost. They're all close losses, but they just can't finish the game. All of their goodwill that they built up in the first couple of weeks is now gone. And I'll say this about Florida State. It's something I mentioned earlier in the year. I think you're going to have a really difficult time when it comes down to you got to throw your way into a game trusting Tommy Castellanos. He's a really good runner of the football. And I could tell early in the year they're winning these games, but he's had 14 passing attempts, and then he had 11, and then he had 13. I wonder what this looks like when they need to dial up the pass game more because they need to keep up with another team. Well, that happened against Virginia where he had 32 passing attempts, and it resulted in 2 picks. They lost. It happened against Miami where he had 45 passing attempts. It resulted in 2 picks. They lost. And this weekend, no interceptions, played actually a decent game, but 23 passing attempts, and they lose to Pitt. I don't think he's the kind of guy that if you need a heavy passing volume from Castellanos, that he's able to keep your team in it without making mistakes. And for the 3rd straight week, they've had to dial up that number a little bit more, and it's resulted in L for Florida State. They take the stock down. Heisman stock up. Yeah, it's Julian Sayin. He's completing almost 79% of his passes at Ohio State this year. He had 326 yards last week and 3 touchdowns against Minnesota. 15 touchdowns, 3 picks on the year. If Ohio State keeps winning, he's going to be near the top of this. And it just feels like Ohio State's a factory. I mean, we went over yesterday all of the wide receivers that were in Ohio State at the same time just a couple of years ago. And you had, let's see if I can do this off the top of my head. I think it was Olave, Marvin Harrison, Garrett Wilson. Think, Brett, think. Oh, Igbuka and Jackson Smith and Jigba. That's right. All of those guys on the field at the same time. And by the way, they still have that. Ohio State is still doing that.
Imika Egbegbo.
Egbegbo. Jeremiah Smith is a star. Okay, this is just their wide receiver now. There's no other way around it. They will always have somebody that is going to be on the outside hauling in passes that's going to be a first-round pick every single year. By the way, their running back's name is Bo Jackson. It ain't
Oh,
Bo
my
Jackson.
God.
But his name is Bo Jackson, so he gets credit for that. Ohio State is once again a wagon, and their quarterback, where sometimes that stuff is harder to replace. You lose a guy, like I wasn't overly impressed with Will Howard last year, despite him being a national champion. Julian Sayin is more talented than Will Howard. Very clearly a more talented passer of the football. Can he have the same results? We'll see, but his Heisman stock is up. Heisman stock down. Yeah, it's what we kind of talked about with Oregon and Dante Moore earlier. It's a huge game against Indiana. That's one of those, like, you build up your Heisman resume and put something on tape that's going to be played when they call your name. And a loss at home really hurts. It does. And I think there was a narrative and a perspective surrounding Indiana going into that game in which Dante Moore having a 2-pick, 6-sack performance really puts a damper on some of that Heisman fuel that he had really charging towards the middle of the season. You just watched Indiana kind of manhandle Oregon and really make Dante Moore uncomfortable. Again, the stat I just threw out a second ago. He took 1 sack in the previous 5 games. He had 6 alone against Indiana. He looked uncomfortable, and in games like that, it just hurts. So he gets a stock down. Upset of the week.
College football!
Okay, there's a number of upsets. The one that surprised me most wasn't even an upset. I was most surprised that the dog-butt Washington State Cougars went on the road to Ole Miss and damn near pulled the game out. Ole Miss, the number 4 team in the country, and they were right there neck and neck with them the entire game. With 7 minutes left in the fourth quarter, it was 17-14. Had a shot to win, just couldn't close it out. I'm honestly, if we're talking just straight shock, that's the most shock that I had of any game that happened over the weekend. Now, of the actual upsets that took place, I think you could throw CU's name in the hat. The spread started to dwindle, though, when it got around time for a kickoff. I suppose Texas over Oklahoma, just because Oklahoma felt like they had things rolling with John Mateer back in the lineup and Texas was struggling. But even all the ones that we consider upsets, it's like, is CU over Iowa State a huge upset? Kinda, not really. Is it USC over Michigan? Kinda, not really. Michigan felt a little bit fraudulent. I will say the way that Utah won over Arizona State was pretty shocking. But again, the game I'm most surprised by is how close Washington State kept it against Ole Miss. So there you go. That's college football stock up, stock down. We do it every week following the college football weekend. A reminder to you guys that the key word for this hour is face-off. Because it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and we do this every hour on the 20s. A different keyword for your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's game against the Bruins. So text face-off and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's face-off. And 303-504-0925. Back after this. All right, so we have our first coach firing yesterday, and that is Brian Callahan.
He gone!
Out of Tennessee. I don't know why teams do the things they do. I got an idea. We got a coach that we don't feel great about. We are going to put and invest our number 1 overall draft pick in a quarterback. In a month and a half into the season, we're going to fire his head coach. Do you know how often that's happened, by the way? Do you want to hear what stupid football teams do? Nelly, let's see if you can get it. Number 1 overall draft pick this year was?
It was Cam Ward.
Correct. His coach was fired midseason. The number 1 overall draft pick last year was?
Oh, putting me on the spot here.
Caleb Williams.
That's right, of course. Mr. Painted Nails himself.
Matt Eberflus was fired midway through his first season.
That's because his cell phone was as bad as his offense. That's right.
The first overall pick the year before that was?
Another quarterback.
Bryce Young. Frank Reich was fired midway through the season. What are we doing? Like, here's what I think is funny. I am a pusher backer on the idea that if you play a quarterback too early, that you're going to ruin his confidence and he's going to be bad. I don't think that exists for quarterbacks who are going to be good. I think they have to have a confidence that they know, maybe I'll struggle my rookie year, but I'm going to figure this out. And if they don't have that level of confidence, I don't think they're going to be good anyway. I don't think you need to coddle somebody into playing good football, because what's the difference between doing that early or doing that in year 3 when they struggle? Struggling is struggling. You either have what it takes or you don't. That's why I was a big fan of playing Bo Nix at the beginning of last year. It's like, just rip the Band-Aid off and do this.
Bo Nix is especial.
Have him prove that he's a good quarterback, or don't. Like, there is no amount of struggle early in his career that if it ruins him, he's not mentally strong to start with, and certainly not mentally strong enough to lead an entire football organization, to be the face of your franchise. You know who struggled a lot his rookie year? Peyton Manning threw like 30 picks. He was fine, because you have to be. So I don't buy into that stuff. Here's what I do buy into. When you draft somebody at quarterback and you change your head coach 6 weeks into the season, and next year he's going to be starting over with a brand new offense, and you do that to quarterbacks repeatedly, I do think that ruins them. Never being able to get into a rhythm, never fully knowing an offense, consistently changing things, yeah, that's a problem. They never get to like have any footing within an offense they're comfortable in because they're always learning something new. That's stupid. That's dumb. And I don't understand why you'd even, it's, for the record, I know things are going better, but Brian Daboll and the Giants are the same thing. All it's going to take is the Broncos to beat the, I'm not saying this is going to happen, just hypothetically. All it's going to take is the Broncos to beat the Giants by 30 points and force 3 interceptions and sack Jackson Dart 8 times like they did to Justin Fields. And then him to follow that up with 2 more losses before Brian Daboll's probably gone too. And they're facing the same situation. Like, I don't know how teams can be this dumb. By the way, you know who else thinks teams are stupid? Can you give me the Mike Tomlin clip? I sent this to you this morning, Nelly. Mike Tomlin thinks, and called him out by name, a GM in his own division is stupid. And he said it at the press conference yesterday because they have a really commanding lead on the AFC North right now, which I don't even think they expected, considering how bad Baltimore and Cincinnati have turned into. That they lost both of their quarterbacks. Well, Baltimore was struggling even before that. But now both of their quarterbacks are out of the lineup. They're losing football games. Both of those teams look like they're lost. And the Pittsburgh Steelers have a stranglehold on the AFC North now. And then Mike Tomlin sees Cincinnati acquired Joe Flacco from a division rival in Cleveland and had this to say.
To be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
Called out another GM by name. Wow, he must be a lot smarter than me. Which is always, isn't that one great? Yeah, that guy must be a lot smarter than me to do. You're always like, what a moron. Now, he's pissed because the one team that he's probably still concerned about is Cincinnati, that if they keep things on the rails, Joe Burrow has a good chance of coming back late in the year, and then they'll be a brand new football team. If they could stay in the playoff hunt, then all of a sudden they're a threat again. So he's pissed about that. I don't think Cleveland has any obligation to worry about what happens in Pittsburgh. You know what Cleveland's worried about? Losing every game and getting the number one pick now. Because it looks like that's where they're headed. But regardless, I'm watching the Monday night games last night, and you had one game that featured the number one and number two overall draft picks last year in Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, the same draft that Bo Nix was selected in. And I like to watch games like that just to get a read on, like, okay, what do their year two quarterbacks look like? And honestly, not great. Jaden Daniels finished with 3 touchdowns through the air, but if you watch the game, he was okay. Made a couple plays, had a terrible interception. Awful. And then, biggest play of the game, they're trying to burn the clock so that Chicago has no time, or at least drive down the field, get another score, make it more difficult. And did you see the fumble at the end of the game? Jaden Daniels basically on a handoff loses control and throws it into the chest of Krosky Merritt. Chicago recovers. They go 36 yards. They only needed like 15, but they go 36, kick the game winner, and ball game's over.
By the way, do you know who was kicking for the Bears?
Was it Moody?
It was 49ers cast-off Jake Moody,
Yeah.
who couldn't hit the broadside of a barn for 2 years in San Francisco, and the Bears elevated him off the practice squad, and he hit,
He had 4
kicks,
but he had 1 blocked.
which was blocked by Javon Kinlaw, former 49er. So that was
that
some
too.
Niner-on-Niner violence. But, yeah, man, that was a crazy game. And that was one of those plays, the Jaden Daniels handoff, where on the one hand you want to go, man, you got to make those plays. What an idiot. But on the other hand, it was raining cats and dogs, dude. That ball was soaked. He just hot potatoed that right past his running back. Poor guy.
I'll say this about these two QBs. Does Caleb Williams look better this year? Yeah, he's better. I still don't think he's super impressive. Now, they've won 3 straight. Their offense seems to have found their footing now. But he's got 3 games that he has 1 touchdown or less. In another game, he had 2 touchdowns, but that's when they lost 52-21 to Detroit. And then he had 1 really good game against Dallas where he had 4. He's better. And I figured he would be under Ben Johnson. But let me make the comparison between Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix for a second. Everybody acts as if Jaden Daniels is very easily on the doorstep to being a top 5 quarterback in the league. And I think Jaden Daniels is impressive. He can do a little bit of both through the air, on the ground. But I want to remind people of something. The battle in the race last year between Jaden Daniels and Bo Nix for who was having the better rookie season was pretty damn close. It all separated when the playoffs started and Jaden Daniels went to the NFC Championship game. He won Rookie of the Year, but it wasn't by a crazy, like, it's not as if he was doubling up the stats on Bo Nix. Their stats were close. The separation was made by his performance in the postseason and his ability to win in the postseason, which, yes, that matters. But I don't see a ton different between those two guys, honestly. He missed a couple of games already this year. But between him and Nix, I think they have games in which their stats at times look better than what they played, and at times it looks worse. So just going back to last year, one guy had 3,775 yards, 29 touchdowns, 12 picks, and 66% completion. The other guy had 3,500 yards, 69% completion, 25 touchdowns, and 9 picks.
Nice.
You tell me, is there a massive difference between those numbers? You could argue that Bo Nix's were better because he was the first one I read off. And now this year, Jaden Daniels in 4 games has 875 passing yards, 7 touchdowns, and 1 pick. 62% completion. Bo Nix has 1,300 yards, 65% completion, 9 touchdowns, 4 picks. They aren't that far apart is all I'm trying to get at. The one thing he does a lot better than Bo is he runs the football a lot better. And I just think it's more of a willingness issue for Bo to do that than Jaden Daniels just being better. But even in the rushing numbers, Bo Nix has 33 carries for 124 yards. Jaden Daniels has 36 for 176. That's not even that far apart. I'm telling you, these guys are a lot more similar than people are willing to believe. And by the way, in these games with Jaden Daniels, he's 2-2 so far this year. Losses to Green Bay and Chicago. Did get a win over the Chargers last week, but that was a pretty decimated Chargers team, and had a close win against the Giants earlier in the year. I'm just saying. People like to pretend that Jaden Daniels is head and shoulders the best quarterback in that draft class, and nobody else can say any word about it. I think that you can make an argument for a couple of different people, including Drake May, by the way. So 303-504-0925. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour. Can always watch a show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast. That is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. You can also watch on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel today. Another key word coming your way in 20 minutes. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's game against the Bruins. Stay tuned every hour on the 20s. Moser, Lombardi, and Kane next.
Here comes McCarver, the drop pass to McKinnon. Sabres stacking up in the neutral zone. Aegis in. Drops it off for McKinnon. A lot of ice out there now. McKinnon shoots and scores! Nathan McKinnon walks in through the top of the circle and rips it past Lyon for his second of the game. And the Avs have a 3-1 lead. McKinnon is on fire.
I hope you're enjoying the show, folks, because this is outstanding. Watch Marty Necas enter the zone. Just dangle-licious, sweet little drop pass right there to Nathan McKinnon.
Gotta give me some, yeah.
Good morning and good win for the Avs yesterday. As an Avs Ticket Tuesday, we'll have a keyword for you in 20 minutes. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's game against the Bruins. Mark Moser, good win for the Avs yesterday. I want to say one thing, is that in the moment, you maybe can't see the forest through the trees. When Mikko was traded last year, it was shocking for a couple of reasons. It's like if you are a team that is making all these trades to be a contender and then you trade one of the leading point getters in the NHL, like how much does that make sense for what your current plans are? But I got to say, long season, we all know that, blah, blah, blah. There's something about the style that Necas plays next to McKinnon that makes it look better. Like his ability to move, to find open space, that's just a little bit more dynamic than maybe what they had before. Because it feels like Moj, instead of Mikko kind of sitting in a spot and waiting for the one-timer, there's always eyeballs that need to be taken off McKinnon to keep eyes on Marty Necas, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And the thing about, again, not that Mikko couldn't do this, but he really didn't do this. Marty Necas can lug the puck up the ice.
Yeah.
Marty Necas can, again, Rantanen would do that at times, but Necas is a true breakout guy like McKinnon is. And when you have two of those on the same line, it's pretty crazy, right? You think of Nathan McKinnon as the one to lug it up the ice, get it into the zone, and start to make things happen. Well, 88 can do the same dang thing. And so when you watch him do it, and then 29 can come in and find a soft spot in the ice, it's pretty cool, man. Pretty cool. And by the way, both of those guys right now, as we sit here on this Tuesday morning, they're tied for the lead in points in the National Hockey League in the first, week plus of the season. So
get used to
it.
Just dangle-licious.
Dangle-licious.
That's a great.
Dangle-licious death. Dangle-licious death. Sorry, it's a Fergie. It's a Fergie thing.
Great to chime in there, Vic. That's great.
Well, I'm sorry.
Get used to it. Friar.
Dynamite drop in, Monty.
Sorry if I'm a bit mute this morning. I want to blame our boy Nelly for this. He sent us something at 5:41 a.m. and I just spent the last 90 minutes of my life.
I did too.
With
I was
my
watching
brain
it too.
exploding, watching Pablo Torre confront Mark Cuban on his podcast, and it was mind-numbing. Like I had to rewatch it. I was like, what? So Nelly, you are to blame for wasting 90 minutes of my lifespan, and I don't have much left.
Was it interesting or no?
I couldn't understand it. I mean, they're so deep into the minutia of that deal.
Like a lot of legalese stuff?
Brett, there was so much, honest to God, I had to rewatch it 3 or 4 times and go, what? What are you talking about? I mean, it is so deep down that road. It's all about the aspiration, Kawhi Leonard, Clippers thing.
Yeah.
Mark Cuban appeared on Pablo Torre's podcast. They released a 1 hour and 36-minute video with the two of them together. And I watched the whole thing, and I was like, geez, Mike, what? I swear to God, I felt like
my life is running out of lifespan.
I felt like a 4th grader in college organic chemistry class. No idea what they were talking about.
Well, we'll let you give us an update on that for whatever you understood. Okay, that's it. Anyway, Moj, the Avs get another win, and you know what else I love? And now you might call this a bad play from Buffalo more than a good play from Val. But on the Makar goal, you can say it's a bad play, and I would understand. Like, you're trying to clear the zone, you do it in the middle with a guy right there. Probably shouldn't. But Val is always the guy who seems to get that because Val never gives up on a play. And I think that's a credit to him. For him to take that, fight off a defender, knowing that he's got McCarr coming down on the other side, and then feeding him for the easiest goal that I think McCarr's going to score.
How did he know, though? I watched that goal a couple times. How did he know McCarr was there? Because McCarr was behind him the entire time.
Vic, I don't know. See, that's one of those. You got to see. Here's where your ear is, right? Okay, right here. Just touch your ear. Mm-hmm. Touch your ear. Now try to imagine an eyeball. Try to imagine an eyeball behind your ear and up a little bit, like right
like
there
fish.
in your head.
Like a fish.
Yeah, like
basically.
there's a. Well, this is beyond fish. This is alien crap. So, like, here's your ear, and then there's an eyeball here looking
Hammer
that
shark.
way.
Hammer shark.
Hammerhead?
Yeah. Hammer shark.
It's a hammerhead.
Yeah, whatever. Hammer, shark, it's all the same. Yeah, you knew the reference, correct? Did you know the reference?
Ow.
It's a golden dog. Moser, it's a golden dog.
Golden retriever,
Yeah,
correct?
It's a golden dog.
Go ahead, keep going. I can give you the
It's a lab dog.
Yeah.
It's one of those lab
Labrador,
dogs. The
correct?
lab.
Yeah.
The lab dog thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
See how easy this is?
Yeah. Anyway, Vic, I guess the long way of answering, I don't know, man. I don't know how these guys do what they do. Listen, Val, I was talking about it on the game yesterday that he's an excellent forechecker. You know, he just has instincts. He makes himself incredibly wide. Now, credit Darlene. I'm going to give Darlene credit for throwing a big old fat pizza right at the middle of his own zone.
Yeah.
But Val picks it off. And I don't know if he didn't see Val or whatever. I have no idea. But Val picks it off just because he's hunting and sniffing, and he's looking, and he's right there. And then the patience to go down the slot like that and not shoot, to wait for 8 to come in on the backside. But again, Vic, the eyeball right here. Where's it at? Right there.
Uh-huh.
Back of your head. I don't know.
He's like a classic example. I know we said this a lot about him. I don't know if Val's elite at anything, but he's good at everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he does
he
everything well. I don't know if he does anything to like a super oh my god level, but he's capable of doing everything you need him to do on the ice.
I know it's extremely early in the season, and I know only 4 games have been played for the Avalanche, but man, it's cool to see them atop the standings, most points in the NHL, right where they belong.
Yeah.
Hopefully they can stay
played
there.
And they've played 4 games. You know, I mean, so they played more than other teams. But it is cool, man. I mean, they're 3-0-1, and you look at the one, I mean, that Dallas game where they shoulda, woulda, coulda won the whole dang thing. I mean, they outchanced them and outshot them and out everything them 2-1 in that game. So, you know, it's a good start. I'm sure it feels good for Coach Bednar. We'll talk to him tomorrow morning.
Been meaning to ask you. The NHL has relaxed the wardrobe requirements for players when they hit the road or even go to games. Usually you guys have to wear suits to get on that team plane. What's it like now?
Everybody's wearing a Speedo. It's
No,
pretty
seriously,
cool.
answer the question like a normal human.
Yeah.
What's everybody wearing now that they've relaxed the rules? You are?
Most guys are still wearing suits. I mean,
I figured as
all
much.
of us, like I say us.
Yeah.
Us, quote, me, Riker, Connor, Lee,
Mm-hmm.
we all still wear our suits.
Well, of course, you have to
Coaches,
abide.
Yeah,
You have to abide.
that
You
is-
would never.
that is-
You wouldn't dare break protocol.
that is correct.
I mean, there's
But
no way you would. Send me on a trip. Watch what I wear. Hell, send Powder on a trip. See what he shows up in.
Yeah. I ain't suiting it up, Bo. I'm not doing it.
Okay, the point is that the players work that in to the CBA, and it jumped. So it's the CBA starts next year, 2026.
Yeah.
That leapt forward to this season,
Yeah.
so guys can be more
It's gonna take
relaxed.
a while.
They don't always have to suit up and all that thing. But I don't know. I like what I wear, so I'm cool.
Moshe, here's the other thing. The Avs have played well to start the year. Just gonna play this again real quick.
I thought it was really good tonight. Really good tonight. A lot of great chances. I know we were getting booed. I guess they don't really know what a good power play looks like. We had a ton of chances, and just nothing was going in, and we finally got one. So I guess they got to boo us more.
That was McKinnon after the Dallas game, but it was an 0-for-4 power play last night. Thoughts?
I think it's got to be better. I mean, I don't know what to say. I think I think it looks pretty good. I mean, it looks pretty good to me, and they're trying different things. In fact, what they've done, typically when they would throw it to the bump in the middle, like Lucky would turn and fire or try to one-time it from the bump or whatever. But I see him now, if he's got the option, he's trying to actually push it across to the guy in the far circle, which is Nelson waiting or Natchez or whoever's over there. And it's just, right now, it's just sort of, it'll come around. There's too much talent to not come around, but they're trying different things. In fact, they've got Nate working on the other side and coming out of his normal hole on the near side, his normal comfort zone. So they're trying different things. They get set up. I mean, they work the puck. They snap it around. They keep it in the zone a long time. It's just not going in.
By the way, it's always freaky when you catch a skate somewhere near your wrist, and that was pretty close to what Brock had. Now, he finished the game, so I'm assuming he's going to be all right, but that was very scary.
Yeah, I did not see him after the game at all. I didn't see him on the plane. I mean, he's clearly with the team, but I didn't talk to him. So it's incredibly scary when you see Byram flip over like that. And, again, these guys have razors on their feet, okay? Keep that in mind, man. I'm surprised the guys don't get cut more.
Me too.
They've got razors on their feet, and he goes over Tea Kettle down the boards, and I didn't see blood on the ice, so that was good. I'm like, okay, well, it's not like super bad, super deep, super whatever. But Brett, I mean, look at the wrist here. Look, there's a ton of things.
Yeah.
There's a ton of Vic, touch your wrist, please. Yeah. Okay, there's a ton of stuff.
Weird. Ooh,
there's a ton of stuff in there, and there's a ton of stuff. Yeah, and I'm like, if any of that's cut, that's.
I have a bony wrist. I just noticed that. Look at that bone. Big old bone just hanging out there.
That's a pretty big bone hanging out there. Yep.
Yeah. Mine's covered.
My wrist has a
We're
boner.
All right.
I mean, you could have went with bunion.
You're right. My whole body's full of bunions.
You
My
just got a
thumbs,
bunion
my
on
wrist,
your
my
wrist.
feet. I mean, that's weird. I just noticed. Look at that.
Wait, are you a big knuckle? Look at my knuckles. I
Look
got
at
huge
look
knuckles.
at my wrists. Is that normal? Is that normal?
Oh, that is kind of gross.
Look at both of my wrists.
Dude, no,
that's jacked up,
no wonder
dude.
you and your brothers are just breaking down everywhere, like every part of your body. Your brother had he had a hip replacement at 15 years old or something,
Pretty
right?
much, yeah.
Jeez.
Look, man,
we are the products of incest.
I was gonna say I love your family, dude, but I've been to the village, man.
I know.
None of this.
I know.
None of
You
this
don't have to tell
surprises
me
at all. None of this is surprising to me.
Who was it? Keenan Allen that had a
Whatsoever.
big bump on his shoulder?
Yeah, both of them.
That's on my wrist.
Yeah, but his was from being hit a million times in his life and dislocating shoulders and stuff. You were just born.
Yours is your gene pool is very shallow. And no offense, because I love your
no
family.
offense taken. You just mocked my entire family and lineage.
Well,
but
you
none
did,
taken.
You just did that.
I'm allowed to.
You opened the door.
But I'm allowed to open doors. You can't walk in.
Listen, if I've done the time, then I can do the crime, and I've done the time there, so I know. Brett, okay, overall, and I know we got tickets to give away today, correct?
Yep.
This is a big deal. It's great to be 3-0-1, and you talked about it. The health to start the season is important. Not trying to play catch up on these teams throughout the course of October, November is important, and then you got to catch up the entire dang season. It's a good start, man. Good start.
You know what
take
I'm
care
tired
of business. Take care of business on Thursday and come home 4-0-1.
You know what I'm tired of? It is October 14th. It's Tuesday, 2025. I have to say I'm already tired of this. I am so tired of people saying, got to pay Marty Natchez, got to pay. They'll pay him when they pay him. They'll get a deal done when they get. I'm so tired of hearing this. It's already the biggest. Stop. Every time he touches the puck, got to pay him. Every time he's seen, got to pay him. Got to pay him.
Hey, you know what I'm pumped for? Is that Marty Natchez is playing like a guy who wants to be paid, which means you're going to get a really good player this year. That's what I like.
Hey, folks, do you think they know that this is the clock is ticking here? Oh, are they not aware? I didn't know that. So, hey, let's give him a call right now. I'm not sure they're aware that he needs to be paid. That his contract. Moshe, have you talked to Chris McFarland? Because I'm not sure he knows what's going on here.
I mentioned it to him the other day, and he went, "What? What are you talking about? What?
Yeah, what are you?
Huh? Yeah, what? What?"
Every single time this man is mentioned, his contract comes up. It's the bane of sports.
Well, I mean, in people's defense, you just had this situation crop up last year.
Great. But what are you going to do about it?
Well, nothing. But I can understand why people would be concerned that the guy you traded for is also very good, is now facing the same situation you were in a year prior.
But what people are missing is this, and it's such a flawed argument. Here's the flaw. Well, you could end up having to pay Marty Necas more than what you would have had to pay Mikko Rantanen. Okay, let's say that happens. Oh, see? Well, salary cap went up, number one. Number two, by freeing yourself of Mikko Rantanen's contract last year, it allowed you to add some pieces to the team that you otherwise could not add.
That is true. We'll get back to this in a little bit. Got another keyword to give away in just a couple of minutes. Your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Bruins on Saturday coming up next. Theft, 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 theft. Yes. Yeah.
Look at Nelly.
Nelly, you understood the assignment. You knew what I was getting at.
Dude,
So delicious.
Nelly is a clinician when it comes to this stuff. Dude, that works. Did you spin that on the fly?
Yes, sir.
I
You
did.
gotta put that on the
Nelly,
internet right now.
Nelly.
You know, like some of those DJs just start spinning random drops.
Riker
Nelly-
actually surprisingly good timing. It lines up pretty well.
We're going to pause that. I'm going to have you replay it after I give the keyword.
I got to hear that again. That
So,
made me want to jump.
It's in Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. So listen for those keywords on the 20s. And your keyword for this hour is Deke. Text Deke in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Your entry for
I can't wait to see all the spellings for Deke.
This is
All right,
okay.
So what do you think the proper spelling for Deke is? I'm just curious from a Nebraska standpoint.
Oh, I know what it is.
Sorry.
It's Deke.
Okay, I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
Because you know you're going to get a little bit of everything now.
Well, probably, but that's not my responsibility. We gave you the spelling once. Now it's up to you. But Deke in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
Well, we already got one spelled deer, so that ain't going to work.
Oh, wait, are you saying it's going to be spelled like something else, and I just said it in a French accent? Is that
That is correct.
Is that what you're saying?
That too.
First and last name to 303-504-0925. Get you entered for a chance to win a pair of tickets against Boston this Saturday. And don't forget those fan-friendly options at the concession stand, those $5 options that you have, popcorn, hot dogs, sodas, all that different stuff that they got going around Ball Arena as
Yes,
well.
Deke, like my tiny cousins described Mark Moser.
Don't call me that.
I swear to God, man, I don't have time for this today. I really
Nelly,
don't.
kick that music back on. Let me hear this again. Turn it up. Yeah, Fergie. Yeah.
That's good. That's good, bro.
Hey, Stacy.
That's good.
I got to tell you, I know that, look, I'm not a fan of like the Black Eyed Peas or Fergie. Fergalicious is an absolute banger, and I will not hear any different.
By the way, that's coming back in the show 5 more times.
Yeah,
it's that
has
good.
to.
So you can come back from every commercial break with that if you want.
What'd you say?
Yeah.
Or
we
that.
don't need that.
Oh, God.
Don't need that.
God, I forgot about that anthem. What a disaster.
Was that
Lord.
the
Go
worst
ahead.
rendition ever in the history of anthems? It's got to be, right? That was at an All-Star game, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was
That
the
was an
NBA
NBA
All-Star game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was just
Oh, yeah.
so bad.
Don't even play the game at that
God.
point.
Roseanne did a pretty bad one.
Yeah, but I mean,
Yeah, she
but
did.
you knew what you were going to get from Roseanne.
True.
That's a noted artist doing that.
True.
Carl Lewis screwed up pretty bad.
Again, not a musician.
Yeah,
not
he's
a
an
singer.
athlete. I
This
think
is
that's fair.
someone who actually gets paid to do this.
Yep.
What was she what was she doing?
I don't know. That was awful. I can't speak to it. I've got the musical skills of a rhinoceros. But Nelly, you are a musician. When you hear that, what do you hear?
The problem is she tried to make it all sultry and
Sultry.
salacious, like,
Yeah.
ooh, it's the Star-Spangled
It sounded
Banner.
like she was in pain.
Like here's
That's
the
the
thing.
problem, yes.
Marvin Gaye did that. He did like a sort of an up-tempo, sort of a Marvin Gaye style version of the anthem. But it worked because he's Marvin Gaye and he's amazing. Top 5 singer ever. That works for him. Fergie, you can't do that. So I watched the Monday Night Football games last night. First of all,
Why
game
was
one.
I rooting for the Chicago Bears?
That I don't know, and I'm upset that you even said that out loud.
Yeah.
The first thing, though, Buffalo loses again. There's this new term going around for NFL teams that people are using all the time, but I think it works perfectly with Atlanta. Atlanta's frisky. They're like they're a really interesting sort of, you want to talk about sultry.
Yeah.
I get some sort of feeling watching Bijan
Well, they have
Robinson.
young talent that is explosive young talent.
Let me tell you something. Something happens to me when I watch Bijan Robinson run that football.
Dude,
that guy's fun.
When he broke it down the sideline, I'm like, oh my God. I mean, he cut outside and got to the to the sideline, got to the barrier so quickly, and then he just tightropes it all the way down. I mean, this guy's a stud, absolute stud. Brett, I'm with you, man. I love watching him run the football. And I was starting to think about, okay, you're going to Atlanta, you're going to a losing situation. They haven't been very good, so on. Man, you got a wonderful opportunity to really change a franchise, and I think that he is doing that right now down in Hotlanta. He's such a terrific player.
Listen, man, like what that game, at least game one, because I got a lot of thoughts on game two. Game one with Buffalo and Atlanta proves one thing. There ain't an elite team in this league. I thought it was Buffalo. Ain't even Buffalo. 2 weeks ago, who would you have said and been correct about? You would have said, well, it's
Buffalo
certainly
Bills.
the Bills.
Buffalo Bills.
And it's certainly the Eagles. And both of those teams have lost twice in a row now. There ain't one team in this league that you're like, hey, I think I got a pretty good thought on who's winning the Super Bowl. You don't know. Everybody's kind of in the same boat right now, which is a good thing for Denver, obviously. But secondly, here's the prism I watched the second game through. Number 1, number 2 overall picks last year in the draft. The same draft that Bo Nix was in. His peers, his contemporaries, guys taking top end of the first round. That's who's on the field. And we have recognized the struggles that this offense has had and Bo Nix has had. I see a lot of the same stuff with the other two. And you know what's interesting about Jaden Daniels? We all kind of crowned him the jewel of the draft last year out of all the 6 quarterbacks taken in the first round. And we said, I know who's the best quarterback in that draft. It's Jaden Daniels. And I keep thinking back. The battle for Offensive Rookie of the Year between him and Bo Nix was really close last season. And if you look at their numbers.
I don't think it was that close.
Until the last few weeks of the season, there was a point in which Jaden Daniels kind of dropped back, and that's when Bo started to emerge. Now, Daniels had a hold on it the whole way. But from a straight numbers perspective, go back and look at their numbers last year. You could argue Nix's was better. What really separated Jaden Daniels was getting to the NFC Championship game. It's what they did in the postseason. That's what took him to another stratosphere.
Yes, correct.
The Daniels fumble last night was the ball game.
Yeah.
That was on him.
Yep.
He lost control of the ball trying to hand it off, and the worst possible situation. I mean, the last thing you can afford to do there is fumble the football in that situation, 3rd and short.
And was that their 3rd or 4th turnover of the game?
I don't know, but right there, even the announcer said it. Well, got to take care of the ball here. Whatever you do, take care of the ball. And boom, out pops the football. Chicago pounces on it. Chicago wins.
The pick.
Go ahead, Moser.
The pick was a pretty egregious
Yes.
pick too.
Yes.
I mean, he threw it right to the guy. I mean, listen, I'll deal with picks that are tip balls that are thrown in tight windows and so on and so forth. What I can't deal with is what Kyler Murray seems to do. Is you treat the defender like he's your own player, and you literally throw it to him on a route, right? I mean, you throw it right to him, and that's what happened. That's exactly what happened.
So you didn't like something I said earlier, Powder, and let me defend myself because I want to explain why. I found myself pulling for the Chicago Bears, and I actually asked myself, why do I want the Bears to win? I have no allegiance to the Bears. I hate the Cubs. I hate everything Chicago, really. Sorry, Chicago people.
The whole city. You know, listen.
I
Al Capone can get bent. I mean, Al Capone's
all you Chicago people that invaded Denver and think this is now Chicago, screw off. Anyway, I found myself pulling for the Bears last night, and it hit me why. I have a soft spot in my heart for long-time craptastic teams. I mean, the Bears have not been relevant for years, not since the days of Ditka, right? They've had moments. All right, they went to the Super Bowl that year and lost to Peyton Manning.
With Rex Grossman?
Yeah, whatever. Screw. The Bears have been irrelevant for a generation. A generation. There are kids walking around going, what is this? That's what the Bears. And I have a soft spot, much like I had a soft spot for your Lions. I mean, a century of dysfunction. Since the Lions came together, not before I was born. They were terrible in the NFL era. And now I sort of pull for those bad teams. That's why I was pulling for the Bears last night.
Yeah, screw them.
Well, they're in your division.
Yeah.
So I understand. But you see where I'm coming from on that? Like,
Yeah,
the Seattle Mariners, for example, they're back. They've been bad for a while. They're back. It's easy for me to pull for the Mariners.
I'll be honest. It was weird for me to see the other team mess up late in a game that wasn't Chicago doing something.
Yes.
You guys remember Washington and Chicago played last year. You remember what happened? Jaden Daniels threw a Hail Mary and they lost at the very end of the game.
The dude was talking trash to the crowd.
Yeah.
Right.
And then got beat. Yes.
Yeah, I remember that now.
Yeah, you're waiting. You're so right. You're waiting for the Bears to make that glaring mistake that they always make. And last night was reversed.
They've won
actually won a game.
They've won 3 straight. I mean, maybe Ben Johnson, it seems like he's getting the offense more consistent anyway. They're putting up like 25, 26 a game.
See, the Bears are
Kane,
like
all of a sudden, boys, the NFC North is like the division. I mean, every team is above 500 inside that division. Every team's going to give you a pain-in-the-tail game, or so it seems, right? Everybody can beat everybody. All of a sudden, man, that NFC North looks pretty difficult. Pretty difficult.
I put the Bears in that category of it's the Bears, the Jets, the Giants, those teams. They're big city teams, right? They're supposed to be, this big attraction in the NFL. Everybody, it's big city, the big city. And yet their franchises have been nothing but craptastic for years. They're terrible franchises. Terrible. Terrible people.
Well, the team that they were playing last night isn't much better.
But I'm talking about those specific 3. The NFL has talked those 3 teams, and man, if you go play in the Big Apple, watch out. Hey, you're going to go quarterback in the Big Apple? Yeah, for what? For a crap team? Yeah, okay. And anytime they show a pulse, like this week, here come the Giants. Oh, guys, look out. It's Dart and Scattaboo. Watch out. Yeah, you're 2-4. You suck.
By the way, when they hit the game-winning field goal last night, so that is what wasn't that kicker, Jake Moody, he was the former Niners kicker. Wasn't he drafted in like the 3rd round or something? And they cut him. And now he's playing for Chicago. He hits the game winner. And they were kind of throwing him on their shoulders doing the celebration we won thing. Did anybody else think that was Mitch Trubisky? Because he kind of looks like him, and he's wearing a Bears uniform, and it freaked me out for a second. I'm like, who just kicked that?
Fat face going.
Little fat face with the beard, and it just looked like him. I don't know. By the way, reminder, the keyword for this hour is Deke, so text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
And I see the Commanders differently, too. Some people say, well, the Commanders have been bad for years. My brain is too confused by the Commanders. I mean, I look at the Commanders, I'm like, wait, is that the same franchise that they were before they changed the name? What's going on here? My brain doesn't work there.
Yeah, we're at that portion of the NFL season that we get to a lot around this time where you look around the league and you go, so who's good? You know, like, who is good? We thought Buffalo's good. Buffalo's lost 2 in a row. We thought Philly was good. They've lost 2 in a row. Denver is 4-2, but they just won a miserable game. And then, guess what, guys? As all these elite teams lose a couple, now the Chiefs arrive again after a 30-17 win over Detroit, and they're like, hi, we're still around too. Good to see you.
And they get their speed receiver back this week.
Yeah, Rashee Rice.
And they still have to play the Broncos twice. They still have to listen, dude. It's just getting started. You're so right. What are the Bills? What are they?
I think they're like a lot of teams in the AFC, which is they're really good when their quarterback's really good. I don't know if they're a great team. I know their quarterback's really good. Like, how about this? If I ask you if the Buffalo Bills lost Josh Allen, knock on wood, hopefully they don't. But if they lost Josh Allen for the season to an injury, do they look like Baltimore right now? Do they look like Cincinnati? Do they fall off that hard?
I don't think they fall off that hard, but he's the reigning MVP, dude. I mean, he's a pretty awesome player, right? So I don't know if they fall off that hard, but they definitely fall off big time. I don't know about to the bottom of the barrel because I think they got good players, but he makes things go. That's for dang sure.
Name them. Name the good players
on the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah,
well, the running back pretty damn good.
Yeah,
James Cook is good.
James Cook is pretty damn good.
They've got 2 tight ends that right now that can contribute for a lot of teams.
Kincaid and Knox.
Dalton Kincaid's a pretty damn good player.
They've got
Brett.
two very good tight ends. They've got a great running back, a great quarterback. I don't think the receiving core is anything to write home about.
So I'm kind of getting at the receiving core.
Yeah.
Like, they don't really have a standout guy there right now. They're hoping it's Keon Coleman, who I think he was a first-round pick from last year.
Tre'Davious White's a pretty damn good corner. They got some players there. They do.
Yeah, I just wonder.
Sometimes you're so right though. Sometimes the rep of your quarterback carries the team. Carries the team.
Yes.
Carries everything about it.
What we got behind me here? Oh, so they're saying Moody is a combination of Scattaboo and Trubisky together? I'm telling you, he looks just like Trubisky. It freaked me out when they were throwing him up on the shoulders. I was like, was he the holder? What did he do?
Trubisky's in Buffalo now.
Yeah, I know. But I just saw that last night, and I was like, that's freaking me out. It looks just like it.
Texter reminds you, hey, Brett, you have to remember, those of us in Denver have watched Elway drag a bunch of teams that had no business probably being in Super Bowls, and he carried them to multiple Super Bowls. So this is not a new trend. We
I
saw it
understand,
in the 80s.
but that's Vic. You asked, what are the Buffalo Bills? And I think they might be one of those teams where their quarterback's carrying them in the same way that Lamar was carrying the Ravens, in the same way that Joe Burrow was carrying the Bengals. Like, there are some teams that lose a quarterback. See the Niners. They're decimated with injuries. They got Mac Jones playing quarterback, and they're still, like, really competitive. Cincinnati's the worst team in the league right now.
They are. What's interesting to me is Sean McDermott is now beside himself because his team has lost 2 games in a row, right? And so they got a bye week coming up, and I was reading that article where he goes, hey, man, we need to take this bye week, and we need to completely start over. Completely. Just from the get-go, we're going to start over offense, defense, special teams, figure everything out as we get ready to get back to playing football. And how much of that applies to the Denver Broncos and their offense right now? Do they just need to say, all right, hey, let's calm it down, let's dumb it down, let's start over here and start to, what do we do well? How do we want to do it? How's my play calling? That kind of thing. Do we need to sort of reset if you're the Denver Broncos offense?
Could, and we'll get back to this in just a second. A reminder to you guys that the keyword for this hour is Deke. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Another keyword coming your way at 820.
And I don't know if people are doing it on purpose or not, but I've seen every single other word but Deke come in.
I think they're doing it on purpose.
Dill deep.
They don't want to win.
Wow,
bro.
So a lot more to get to. By the way, I don't know if you guys have heard this yet. This was yesterday. I've never heard an NFL head coach call out one of his peers so specifically, basically calling him a moron. Because that's what happened yesterday. We'll get to it next. Middle of football season. We got the NHL just starting. We got professional baseball playoffs, the MLB. Game 2 tonight between the Dodgers and the Brewers. Yamamoto takes the mound against Peralta in a pretty intense must-win situation for Milwaukee. The Dodgers minus 124 on the money line in the Circus Sportsbook, and that's where you can find all of the best odds in the world. Download that Circus Sports app right now. And maybe take a look at some of these futures, especially like who is going to win the World Series. The biggest underdog, the Blue Jays down 0-2 right now to the Mariners, plus 1520. The Dodgers, minus 125. That's the gamut between all these teams that are left. You can find that and so much more in the Circus Sportsbook. Download the app right now. Best odds in the game, no question about it. Or go to circusports.com. And always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. Broadcasting for the Backus and Shanker Studios, their passion is justice. Get back to the Avs here in just a couple of minutes. Also, we got to do our Harbaugh hierarchy a little bit later in the show as well. But yesterday, I don't think I've quite heard a coach say this about a division rival's GM before. So the big trade that happened last week was that Cleveland traded Joe Flacco to Cincinnati, which is pretty rare for two reasons. You don't really get in-season quarterback trades in which they start for another team right away. It doesn't happen all that often.
It's certainly not inside your dang division.
And that's the second thing, inside your division. Now, what does Cleveland care? They stink. They know it. And they're like, go ahead and win for a year with Flacco. See if I care. But you know who does
Cleveland
care?
has reason to talk.
No, it's just like Cleveland's like, I don't care. Dude, go play for Mars if you want. It doesn't matter to me. Yeah. You know who does care about that? Is the guy that's surprisingly leading that division, which he probably thought he wasn't going to, which is Mike Tomlin. So Mike Tomlin's only fear, I believe, at this point in the season is that Joe Flacco can keep Cincinnati alive long enough for Joe Burrow to enter the lineup again and then start winning and challenge. Well,
I'm not sure that Mike Tomlin has a fear of anything, dude.
Is that right?
Mike Tomlin may be one of those he may be one of those guys that just doesn't fear anything, you know?
Sure about that, Moj, because he was asked about that trade yesterday.
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
Wow.
Some of the GM of the Browns.
Wow.
You tell me, Moj, does that sound like a guy who's very happy that trade happened?
No, not really.
Yeah.
No, he doesn't sound very, very happy about it.
By the way, he ended, I don't know if we have the audio of it. It was really funny. It's hard to hear. He ended his press conference yesterday, walked away from the microphone, and he goes, "You guys are annoying me today," to the media people in the room.
Really?
Yeah. So he was in a mood. But I want you to hear this again. Moj, you tell me, does he not sound just a little bit scared that Cincinnati might have found a quarterback that can keep him afloat?
You know, to be honest, it was shocking to me. Andrew Berry must be a lot smarter than me or us, because it doesn't make sense to me to trade a quarterback that you think enough of to make your opening day starter to a division opponent that's hurting in that area. But that's just my personal feelings.
You guys ever heard a coach do that? Call out a division rival's executive before?
No, but I think that Mike Tomlin and the Steelers could sleepwalk the rest of the season and still win that division.
He still doesn't
the Bengals. The Bengals are 2-4. They've lost 4 in a row. Yeah, right. I mean, he doesn't like the fact that the Bengals actually got a little help because Jake Browning was basically as effective as this coffee mug.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's what it is. I mean, but they're gonna sleepwalk their way through that division, no problem whatsoever.
But Cleveland didn't trade them some young up and coming quarterback. They gave him a rental for the rest of the year, and Cleveland's like, we suck. What do we care?
I do think it's refreshing to hear people in the league rip other people for their moves. Could you imagine? Can you if everyone was transparent about their thoughts, like what you think of other teams pulling. Could you imagine what people would have said about the Broncos and Russ or Luka and the Mavericks? I mean, enough was said there. But like publicly?
Hey, Mark Davis, I think genius move with Geno over there, huh? 10 picks already.
I think people really did blast the Broncos and Russ, or at least they questioned it in the opening. You know,
not publicly like that. You didn't have a coach come out and say,
"Well, not
I don't know what the Broncos
like
are." You never had that. No way.
Well, what did Sean Payton say when he took over the Denver Broncos?
It might have been
his own team.
It might have been the worst coaching job in the history of the league. Is what
lattes in the morning. 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
And that's why it was front page news.
It's pretty damning that he took Nathaniel Hackett and he said, "I'm shooting you. See, you see this rocket ship? I'm going to put you in the nose cone. I'm going to fire you to the moon."
Well, here's the difference. We've heard a lot of the anonymous AFC executive stuff or something like that. We've seen the anonymous quotes. Mike Tomlin stood in front of cameras and was like, "Hey, Andrew Berry's a moron. I want you guys to know that. It's from me. I'm the
love
source.
Great.
I think it's fantastic.
Well, you guys were annoying me today with some of that.
Did you guys hear that? Play it again. This is the end.
Well, you guys were annoying me today with some of that.
Dude, I love him. I love Mike Tomlin. I really do. This guy, man, I would play for him any day.
Hey, can I say something else about stupid decisions in the NFL? I'm almost blown away by this.
Dude, can you stop real quick? And I'm glad you brought this up, Brett, because I made the point yesterday in my 1 hour before our Avalanche game to talk about how dumb the New York Jets are. I guess I'm always amazed. I see decisions every single Sunday by professionals where I just go, why are you so dumb? How are you so dumb? Brett, and honestly, your Lions at times used to do really dumb things.
Yes, they did.
They could be really great, and they would also be incredibly dumb at the same time. And I'm like, how does that work? How can you be this and also this? It doesn't make any sense.
There's something that's different. It's been like a big trend recently. So I'll give you an example. Yesterday, the Tennessee Titans fired Brian Callahan. They said enough. And all I could think to myself was, why the hell would you draft a quarterback number 1 overall to fire the guy mid-season of his rookie year? And then I go, wait a minute. In 2024, Caleb Williams was the first overall pick, and they had Matt Eberflus, and they fired him midway through Caleb Williams' first season. Oh, wait a minute. In 2023, Bryce Young was the first overall pick, and they had Frank Reich, and they fired him midway through his first season.
Yeah.
The last quarterback before that to go number 1 overall was Trevor Lawrence in 2021. He had Urban Meyer. They fired him The last 4 quarterbacks to go number 1 overall had their coaches fired in the middle of their rookie year.
I never thought of it that way. That's a good pull.
The dumbest thing I could imagine.
You know, it's the question should be, what did you expect?
Or why are you letting a lame duck take the first year of your rookie QB? Because I'll tell you, there could be another one. Look, hypothetically, this weekend, the Giants come to Denver, they get the doors blown off, and Jackson Dart gets sacked 9 times like they did to Justin Fields, and the next 2 weeks they lose. You don't think Brian Dable could be fired midway through Jackson Dart's first year?
True.
Could be.
But a bigger question would be, why do so many NFL teams do things that those of us just watch from afar and go, what do you think? Like the Giants acquiring and installing Russell Wilson as the starter to start the season. Did anybody think that was going to work? Did anybody think, outside of Sierra, that was going to work? Anybody?
No.
Anywhere on earth. Is there a place on earth where someone thought that was going to work? So why do it? What's the point?
And this is like my whole thing with rookie quarterbacks. I know people smarter than me, like Jeff Legwold, have a different thought on this, but this is the way that I think. If I'm drafting a quarterback in the first round, especially high-end first round, he's starting. And you can tell me, like, well, you don't want to ruin his confidence. If his confidence gets ruined, he didn't have the mental fortitude to play in the league anyway. That's the way that I feel about things. You know what does ruin quarterbacks? Having them learn new systems every year. That not having a chance to get comfortable within an offense. That does it. Like, I feel bad. I think we all do. When you watch Bryce Young, you're like, how many different coaches is this guy going to run through in his first couple years in the league? And then you're surprised when he's not successful. He's doing nothing but learning. Every week, he's just learning something. He's not comfortable.
Reinstalling.
Yes.
Learning, reinstalling, new offense, reinstalling. Hey, Drew Lock went through that. Remember that?
Yeah.
Drew Lock had a new coordinator every year for like 5 years.
Hey, and guess what? When guys like that leave crappy systems, do you think it's any mystery how we're having a resurgence of the castaway quarterback breathes new life into his career? Like Baker obviously has done that. Sam Darnold's having success. Daniel Jones is 5-1 now as a starter.
We have entered the era of recycled quarterbacks. This is like the golden era.
Yeah.
When you think about the amount of guys who have found success later in their careers on their second or third stops.
Now,
some of them their
which is
fourth
why,
stops.
Now, I know
But
Geno's
this is why Jeff
having a
Legwold-
bad year this year, but Geno did that to his career too.
He did, but Jeff Legwold, this is why he says, and you're talking about these quarterbacks, right? If you've got a guy who's a first-round quarterback and some team, quote, waives him or whatever, it's an insta-claim, right?
Yeah.
Insta-claim. Just because, man, he was graded there originally, why didn't he get to where you think he should be? And which is why the Denver Broncos took Zach Wilson and they stashed him. They sort of, well, he's mine. Nobody can have him, right? They kind of just put him over here just because they've got talent. It's up to you to bring it out. You know, sometimes, I mean, I don't think it works. It doesn't work more often than it works, but it sure as hell is working right now. You know, that win by Seattle. Hey, man, the Seahawks may be a problem in the NFC. That win by Seattle at Jacksonville, that's a pretty heady win. That's a pretty big win. I think now. I mean, because the Jags obviously had gotten off to such a great start.
So we get back to this in a bit. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Back to the Avs. Another win yesterday, 10:30 in the morning, by the way, with that puck drop. And there's co-leaders for most points in the NHL. It's a good little duo they got going. Get to it next.
Intercepted. Here comes Nichushkin down the slot. Big Val in front. Score! Cale Makar able to knock it into a wide open goal mouth for his first of the season. And the Avs have a 2-1 lead. What vision by Nichushkin. What patience, allowing Makar to dart in on the near side.
Another Avs win yesterday. It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday, so every hour on the 20s is a different keyword for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Bruins game on Saturday at Ball Arena. Each show will have tickets to give away and an extra pair on altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. So go sign up there as well for that fifth pair that's up for grabs. But, Moj, the Avs win again yesterday. McKinnon could have very easily had a hat trick on a couple of different occasions. Ringed it off the post in the first period. Also, didn't shoot the puck with the empty net. Was he just trying to do a little give and go, or was he being unselfish? What was he doing at the end there?
Well, I don't know. I didn't ask him, but Riker seems to think he thought he was going to get it back once he gave it away. I don't know, man. I think he's just being unselfish, to be honest with you. I mean, he's not going to do anything silly or fire it from his own blue line with a guy on him. So he tried to give it up. Either way, honestly, Nate, I don't think gives a rat's rip about that kind of thing.
But are all the players aware? Are players aware on the ice when another player has a chance to complete the head?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh,
so they go out of their way to make sure, hey, let's get him the puck.
Vic, I would argue to you that most guys in that situation, having had 2 goals earlier in the game, they get the puck in their own zone with under 20 seconds to go. They are going to close their eyes and fire it down the ice as hard as they possibly can. Mm-hmm. I mean, I think most guys, because most guys don't rack up the goals and the points the way that Nate does. He's got 7 career regular season hat tricks, 9 overall if you include the postseason. That would have been a juicy number 10. But he honestly, truly, guys, he's like Joker. He doesn't give a rat's rip, a flying squirrel's butt about that kind of thing. He cares about the 2 points. You pack them in the trunk, and you move on to Columbus, Ohio. And the Avs right now, guys, the Avs have a real opportunity to start doing some things here because you got Columbus coming up on Thursday, and the Jackets are the Jackets, but okay. Boston isn't very good. They'll be in town on Saturday. The game Tuesday is at Utah. Going to be a toughie. Carolina comes to town. That's going to be a toughie. But then you're at Boston to start a roadie. I mean, you have a chance, honestly, here, Brett, to rack up some points and have a really, really nice October.
It's just nice that you got a season with the Avs where the team is pretty healthy to start a year. And you got an actual look at kind of what it could be as the season progresses. And you aren't just waiting for when they get these 8 guys back in the lineup. That's what it's been for years now.
Yeah. Well, last season, the way they started, and with all the uncertainty, and with all the injuries, and with all the goalie turmoil, I mean, it's like climbing out of a latrine, right? Just to get to even Steven took 2 months.
I mean, that's a hell of a visual, Vic. Yeah,
that's what it was like.
It's like you're stuck in a portalet. You gotta reach up and crawl your way.
Give me a better description. I mean, you're giving up 5 goals a game to start the season. You start the season. What are it? 5-1 to start.
By the way, where the hell are we? Are we in Vietnam? Who's called it a latrine in the last 60 years?
Yeah, I didn't like that at all. Mostly because I didn't know what it was, and I took it as disrespect. So watch your mouth.
Let's stop the show at
8:07.
Let's stop the show at 8:07 on this October 14th.
Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth and help me with the sale.
What a latrine is?
Why would I?
You've never heard. Nelly, have you heard the term latrine?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
They're 0-4, by the way, last year to start.
Hold on a second. And I know my background, I grew up in an immigrant family. We didn't know how to speak English for a long time, and I didn't. But the word latrine has never entered your lexicon?
No, never has.
You don't know about genetics either.
So you mean to tell me that in the hills of Nebraska, when you're milking those cows, people don't have latrines?
Nope.
You just go in your pants?
Usually use a toilet. going to make a really foul joke, but I'm not going to say it on the air.
I'm sorry, I thought this was America.
Well,
I know what I could
Vic
use
knows
as a
about
toilet
that.
bowl.
Okay. All right. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make here is I don't know what I'm trying to make. I'm just trying to get Vic off the potty talk. They have a chance to have a really good October. Unlike last year, yeah, Brett, I mean, they started out 0-4, and you're just digging. Vic's totally right about this, though. Man, to make up ground in the NHL with all these 3-point games and everything is a pain in the tail. I mean, it's really, really hard to do. You have to expend an inordinate amount of energy trying to get yourself back into the mix. It's very, very difficult, especially if you're however many points you're out and you've come to late November. You're like, geez Louise, man, we've got a long way to go still. And if we want to secure a playoff spot, obviously that's when the Avs last November is when they really started cooking with their deals and trying to get this team, and obviously it worked too because you got healthier, you got new players in, you started to build up points, and you got back into the mix. But look, they don't want to go to Dallas to start the postseason this year. They don't want to have to be on the road at a division rival. So, take care of your business right now, which is exactly what they're doing.
Another win here to start the year, 3-0-1, as they got Columbus coming up. Yep.
Yeah, the second line's got to get cranked up here. I know Val had a point last night, but Gabe doesn't have a point yet. Brock Nelson has 1 point. He got an assist. Was it game 1, I guess, the LA Kings? He got an assist in that game. But that second line, it's not like they're playing bad hockey, but they got to start producing a little bit.
So Brock
they really
Nelson's
do.
wrist is okay, right? There's nothing to worry about there?
I mean, Vic, I didn't see him. I got on the plane
the game.
late.
Yeah, okay.
He finished the game. I got on the plane late. We'll know at practice tomorrow. I got on the plane late. I didn't see him, so I didn't talk to him. But he finished the game, and if you finish the game, then I think you're fine. They won't let you go back out if there's any sort of threat of not finishing the game.
Especially with an injury like that.
It's just crazy with those flying knives out there. How many chances you get to Where did he get hit? Do you know exactly?
Well, it looked to me like right between the glove and the elbow pad, like right there on the wrist is what it looked like, right? And because he immediately went, he immediately did one of these, But again, I asked everybody around me, did anybody see any blood on the ice? And we had to go back and look too, because I didn't see it in real time because he was against the boards on the near side and the puck was already on the far side.
Yeah.
And so I didn't see it in real time, and there was no blood. So I mean, to me, that was good. If there's no blood, that's a positive thing.
It just scares me when skates are involved because remember, we never saw blood when Gabe Landeskog limped off the ice, and it turned into a 3-year injury.
That is correct. That is exactly right.
By the way, did you guys see what happened last night? As I had my multi-screens going on, so I had the Brewers and Dodgers.
Now that your basement is done, you were like a pig in slop.
Oh, God, it's the best.
Are you talking about that double play?
Yeah, I'll be honest. Again, this is like, Vic, we were talking about yesterday in the Tigers-Mariners game with the bunt, where I didn't understand. I played baseball my whole life. I thought if you offered at a bunt, that's an automatic strike.
Yeah.
Last night, I gotta be honest, I think I might have done the same thing as the dude on third did, which is...
Is it a catch?
Well, no, because it hit the wall. So it's not a catch, but when are you allowed to leave? I think I would have waited if he had a chance when he bobbled it and then got possession of the ball, because you can't tell if it's hitting the wall or not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. How did he know it hit the wall from his perspective?
Well, he didn't, but the rule is, and this is what I don't think I would have known this in the moment, the second it hits the glove, you can take off.
Can we explain, for those who didn't see it?
So it's a deep fly ball to center field. The bases are loaded.
Bases were juiced.
And this ball is going up. It looks like it has a chance to leave the park. We'll play the play. We'll play it behind us if you're watching on Twitch or Altitude TV or on YouTube. So ball's hit deep to center field. Center fielder's tracking. Guy on third base is tagging up. So
is that Teoscar on third base?
I believe it was. So ball gets to the wall. Guy kind of jumps in the warning track against the wall. It pops out of his glove, hits the wall, and then he catches it off the ricochet. So it's not an out. But if you're on third base waiting to tag up, you can't tell if it hits the wall or not. So the second that ball goes in the air, it looks like he can re-catch it. Hernandez thought maybe I have to wait until the ball is possessed before I can go. Instead, the rule is the second it hits the glove, he can take off. But what ends up happening is because he waited, dude throws the ball from center field, and because it's a force out, he's thrown out at home plate, and they double up the guy on third because he was confused too.
Yeah.
So it's a double play. Now, the Dodgers ended up winning the game anyway, but even the center fielder for the Brewers is confused. He's like, what the hell just happened?
Yeah, I'm not sure I've ever seen that. And by the way, he was very fortunate that out of his glove it didn't go over the fence.
Right.
To be honest,
Well, he made a great play though. He made a great play to save it.
It wasn't going out of the park. It went into his glove and then popped on top of the yellow and then came back in. I don't know, Brett, that I've ever seen that in my life. With bases juiced.
A force out at home from the warning track in center, Moj?
I've played and watched, just like you, a billion baseball games in my life. I can't recall that situation ever happening before in my existence, ever.
Okay, so what if a dude is in the outfield? It doesn't hit the wall. It doesn't hit the wall, right? But he's juggling. It's like a freaking circus out
That's
there.
fine. That would still be an out if it didn't touch anything.
But when are you allowed to go? Is what I'm saying.
The second it hits a glove. If he bobbles it, it doesn't matter. If it hits his glove, you're allowed to go the second it hits his glove.
Even if he ends up catching it.
Yeah, or else I think they have that rule because if you're in center field and the game-winning runs on third, maybe you just juggle it as you're running into the infield. You can't do that.
Okay.
I mean, it's a good question, though. Honestly, Vic, it's a good question.
Well, it's a good question because now you're measuring intent.
Yes.
Now you're measuring whether you intended to juggle it or not.
Okay, let me give you an example. There's two things I thought of in football that I don't understand why teams don't do this more. We've all seen like a jet sweep that gets blown up in the backfield for a loss of 8. And usually what happens is that guy's got the ball near the sideline. And I've always thought, Moj, why doesn't the dude just chuck it out of bounds and throw it away? You don't lose any yards as opposed to losing 8. Why not do that?
Hold on. Here, is the ball handed off on the jet sweep?
Yeah, jet sweep. You just hand it
behind
off.
or in front? Because they run those jet sweeps where you're just sort of you're giving it like a pass, like a short
Not
pass.
a shovel pass. I'm just saying hand the ball off to the guy.
Gotcha.
Like you could do that. Or a toss to the running back. He could throw it out of bounds. So that's
a legal man downfield?
Yeah, I suppose so. But here's the other one. If you're even near the sideline and somebody jumps for a catch, why not grab him and hold him and run out of bounds with the guy? He's got to get 2 feet down, and there's no force outs anymore. Theoretically, couldn't you just grab and bear hug the guy?
That's pass interference.
No, after he catches it. He makes the catch.
No,
you're making the tackle.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Let's say he's 5 yards. Let's say he's 5 yards inbounds. Just grab him and then run out of bounds.
Walk him out of
then
bounds?
just fireman's carry him out of bounds. Could you do that?
Technically, you could do that anywhere on the field if you're strong enough.
Right. I mean, it's a good question, though, isn't it? Because there's no such thing as a force out anymore.
You know, the crap that you think of, though, dude, about
It's
elevators
smart.
and the stuff you think of in your off time is really weird, dude.
The play of that, back to that Brewers Dodgers game, which the Brewers somehow they lost, and they had an opportunity to tie it late. Did you see what happened late in that game? The final out of that game?
Yeah.
Who was in the box for the Brewers at that point?
Oh, I can't remember.
Okay.
Hang on.
Because he took a pitch way inside, Moser, way inside that he had to get out of the way. I mean, he had to step out of the way. If he gets hit, because the bases are loaded, right? Bases are loaded. If he gets hit by that pitch, it's a tie game.
Correct. Why didn't he take that? Why didn't he take it?
Maybe because instinct is to get out of the way. You know, you're a baseball instinct. He gets out of the way, obviously doesn't get hit. Very next pitch, he flails at a high one, and it's over. But my God, if he had a do-over there, just stand in there and take it.
We'll get back to this in a second. Another key word to give away your chance to win a pair of tickets to Saturday's game against the Bruins next.
Another summer is totally and completely over. Is your energy level to where it should be right now? Is it lower? Workout not as productive? Not sleeping well? Feeling foggy? Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. It happened to me. because guys early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. You probably didn't know that. Before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to. Well, do what I did and go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on their website at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes, and you may have low T. They can help you. The benefits are going to be great. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, no more brain fog. Maybe your sex drive will come back, and that's a positive thing, right? Most dudes wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that because they've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and your keyword for this hour and a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Bruins game on Saturday is boards. Text boards. And your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a chance to win those pair of tickets to Boston on Saturday, or against Boston on Saturday. Don't miss all of the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, if you guys don't know what those are, $5 for hot dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, fries, pretzels, and fountain sodas. Also, $10 domestic beers at select locations. You can find those in Section 112, Colorado Social, Grab and Go, and Section 319. But the key word for this hour is boards. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Every hour on the 20s, a new keyword on each show.
I did something late Sunday afternoon after watching the Broncos game. I did something that left me completely whole and satisfied. And I know you got to get to it eventually.
Me too, but I'm guessing we're probably talking about different things.
Well, I blew out my sprinklers. And I got to it before you really had to. So now I don't have to worry about it. And when you do that, the feeling of satisfaction, it's unlike anything else, because now nothing can hurt me. Winter arrives, early frost, doesn't matter. Can't hurt me. I'm good.
I've done a lot of time looking at those temperatures being like,
I know you have.
I think I'm good.
Yeah, you're worried.
But
See,
I would just like to have this done.
You're procrastinating and you're counting down the clock and you're taking a risk. A risk I just eliminated that risk. I said, no, I'm going to blow.
Yeah.
And I did.
Anyway. So a few things here.
I'm going to have an aneurysm. I just, if I continue to do this show with him, I'm gonna have ow.
Hey, the top 4 teams in the AFC through 6 weeks are the Colts, Steelers, Chargers, and Patriots. Who had that one?
It's stupid, isn't it?
That was not on my bingo card, bruh. That's pretty. I mean, but it's pretty crazy how things flip. Even after week 2, I said, well, Baltimore's going to come back, and then all the injuries and Lamar is out. I'm like, well, now they're dead.
Yeah.
They've got no shot. It's pretty amazing how an NFL season can twist and turn the way it has so far. Pretty crazy.
Well, good luck doing power rankings this year. All right, so ESPN just came up with its power rankings here, week 6, after week 6. Who do you think number 1 on the ESPN power ranking model?
Tampa?
Yes.
It cannot be.
Yeah.
It's
Tampa.
Wow.
A team that won 4 games on the final possession.
Yeah.
They could be, I mean, let's be honest, they could be 2-4 as easily as 5-1.
Yep.
Okay? Tampa's number 1. Detroit is number 2 at 4-2, coming off a loss.
Yeah.
Buffalo, another loser last night, is 3.
2 in a row.
Yes. Indy is 4. The Eagles, who have lost 2 in a row,
Yeah.
are 5.
Wow.
Where do you think they have the Broncos?
I bet they have them at 9.
They have the Broncos 1 spot behind the Chiefs. The Chiefs are 9. The Broncos are 10.
Wow.
I get it.
That was a pretty crappy showing in London, so I can understand where they're coming from.
But I mean, good. Like I said, good luck doing power rankings with the way things are moving this year in the NFL, up and down, topsy-turvy, 1 week this, 1 week that. Again, you got a team that has barely survived games that is number 1 on their power rankings. And do I think Tampa's number 1? No, I don't. First of all, they have too many injuries. The injuries will catch up to them at the point.
Yeah.
Well, by the way, did you see what Rich Eisen said on his little radio skit? He said that calling that Broncos and Jets game aged him. I think
they were saying it during the game, Moshe. During the game, they were mocking the game.
Do you know what I've never seen before?
Kurt Warner wanted to go to Stonehenge and pray to the gods.
I've never seen this before in my life. Kurt Warner, while calling the football game, tweeted, "Does anybody know what happened at the end of the half?" He called the game, and he's asking other people, like, did you guys see something that I missed? Because I don't know what happened.
You know why? It's fun. Moshe, you're at the games when you call hockey games. So you are there. You have all the information in front of you. Isn't it funny how a lot of times, being at the event, you're as helpless as anybody because you can't see as much as some people at home. You don't get all the replays. You don't get all the thoughts. Sometimes you're lost. So I can relate to Kurt Warner asking that question.
I mean, you know, Vic, when you're in the booth, there are a billion things going on at all times. You got monitors, you got stat
People
thing,
talking
you got
to you.
This, that people, there's in your ear, all that kind of thing.
But he wasn't distracted because he was staring at it, and he goes, "I don't know what they're doing." That's all he was saying.
But Brett, I think in his defense, what the hell was Aaron
Nobody
Glenn
did.
doing?
Yeah, nobody knew what he was doing.
In his defense, you're going, what in the hell is your malfunction,
maybe he
Coach?
thought he missed an injury. Maybe who knows? Maybe the kicker was limping on the sideline. It could have been anything.
Aaron Glenn said the reason we didn't try and score is because we were going to get the ball again after the half. That was the translation.
Ow.
Yeah.
I mean, if I'm a Jets fan, and they're just so pathetic. It's just bad. Look, listen to me. If I'm Sean Payton this week and the Giants are coming to town and you're dealing with jet lag, look, I go back and I'm happy we got the win. But I've got to start. I got to question myself. Go back to basics. Dumb down the playbook and let's sort of start over and get some things back in rhythm because that was a mess. The more I think about it, that whole second half, they just can't put it all together at one time, or it doesn't seem like they can. Now, in the Eagles game, it was 3/4 of mess, and then the end was great. This was the beginning was pretty decent, and then it was just a pig slop mess the rest of the way.
Just are it, man.
You got to figure out some consistency.
So listen, the reason I brought up the top 4 currently in the AFC, which again is Indy, Pittsburgh, the Chargers, and the Patriots. That's the top 4 seeds as of right now. I know the Broncos looked bad over the weekend, at least on offense. I'm actually, when we talked about yesterday, Vic, I can't remember if you were still on or if you had to go do the Av stuff, Moj, that the Broncos are a team that I truly believe can beat anybody in the NFL, anywhere, at any time. And they could also lose to anybody in the NFL, anywhere, at any time. Their defense is the one thing that's going to keep them in contention for whatever you want to talk about. Now, if they got offense to go with it, I mean, we're talking about one of the better teams in the NFL. Guys,
but every team is flawed, though. That's the beauty.
Well, yeah.
That's the beauty of this league this year, the parity, and that's why it's so hard to do this, because the flaws on every team, whether those flaws are, mistakes, health, they could be anything. I give you this list. Once again, the power ranking that ESPN give you, you can take every team and say, no, they don't deserve to be there.
Sure.
Tampa, number 1. Really? They barely escaped 4 games. Detroit, number 2. Really? They just lost 2 in a row.
They didn't lose 2 in a row.
I'm sorry. They just lost their last game.
Yeah.
Buffalo, 4-2. They lost 2 in a row.
Yep.
Indy, 5-1. They barely escaped a couple games.
Yep.
Philly, 4-2. They lost 2 in a row. Green Bay, 3-1-1. What are they exactly?
Well, it should make you feel happy then, Vic, that the Denver Broncos are right there in the mix with a bunch of teams like them.
Yes.
Okay.
So I'll ask you, though, as the Broncos are in the mix, you're right. Of all those teams, right, which team, all right, now be honest, look within yourself. Not which team's the best. Which team in the AFC right now scares you most? Which team do you think, God, I don't want to mess with them?
Honestly, to me, it's still the Buffalo Bills.
Not me.
Because
Vic's going to say KC, and he might not be wrong.
It's Kansas City.
Oh, God.
It's the Kansas City
fine.
Chiefs.
Okay.
You know it. You know it. You know it is. You know it is.
Look, the Bills, because of Josh Allen, still scare me. Yeah, I'm scared of Kansas City. I'm scared of Mahomes. Okay? He terrifies me because he's a special guy, and you got Rashee Rice coming back. All of a sudden, they've got a lot of guys to throw the football to. Do they not?
Again, sometimes you have to look at you have to re-engineer it, reverse engineer it is what you have to do, rather than look at who the best team is. The way they do this college football power rank, all that. Just look at which team would scare you the most if you had to meet them at a dark alley. And for me, it would be Kansas City. It really would.
Now, Josh Allen still scares me. That's
I think I'm with Moj on this. I think Buffalo is still tops for me.
Josh Allen?
I think the Broncos, I mean, we saw it last year. I know it was one game, but they were competitive with KC. They were not with Buffalo. Not even close with Buffalo.
Here's a great
question. All of a
question.
sudden, though, Well, Vic, hold on. All of a sudden, Kelsey's aged. Pacheco's a pretty damn good back. The defense isn't what it used to be for Kansas City, so that's one thing. But you've got Rashee Rice coming back. You've got Worthy. You've got Hollywood Brown. And you've got Juju. So you've got four dudes, four mouths that need to be fed.
Yeah.
And Patrick Mahomes is the kind of guy that can feed it, man. I see where you're coming from, Vic, and I know they're on the up and up. That's an impressive win over the Lions, very impressive, but it's still Buffalo. Go ahead.
A great question from the text line 0796. Is the current state of teams and the NFL parity directly a result of the kickoff rule, playing position, and larger returns? It's a great question. Now, I'm sure there's some nerd site out there that has all the data that will tell you, the better return teams have won this many. Look it up. I don't know. There's sites out there. I'm not going to look it up because I don't even know where to go. I don't know how to operate this machine. But there's got to be a site that tells you there's some sort of link between special team success, especially on the kickoff, and wins. I can tell you this. You think the Broncos are happy with their special teams?
No, they can't be. They shouldn't be.
Their special teams are bad. They're bad.
They're kickoff teams, I should say. Let's call it kickoff teams, not all special teams.
Well, I mean,
because they gave up a couple long ones that kept the Jets alive.
Well, yeah, Vic, they've done that. They've missed a couple of field goals this year. They've had a leverage penalty that directly cost you a win. Like, they've made a lot of mistakes this year. A lot. And that's what I'm getting at. It's like they aren't good enough to be bad in some of those categories that are maybe the unthought of ones, and special teams is one of them. And look, Darren Rizzi came over here. He was the damn interim head coach for the Saints last year. You thought you were going to get improvement in that category because last year wasn't great in special teams either. You've had Mims to kind of make up for a lot of ills there because you're like, what do you mean special teams are bad? I got an all-pro returner. And then it feels like this. Special teams do bad things at the worst moments.
That's exactly right.
Blocked kick against Kansas City, leverage
amplified
penalty,
at the
missed field goal to win a game. Like it's happened over and over again.
Listen, we can talk about. Oh my goodness gracious, we can talk about. This and that and so on and so forth. But those, like the kicks that are missed or the kicks that are blocked at the end, those just you'll never not remember those, right?
Yeah.
So, but Vic's right here. I think it's an accumulation of things over time that lead to L's when you should be dubs, man.
All right.
They should be dubs.
Somebody on Twitch says kickoff return average has absolutely nothing to do with success. It's not that hard to look it up. I'll look it up. Give me the data. Come on, Pablo Torre. Hit me up with the data.
Yeah, X Davis, J3 Davis.
I would just guess.
Look it up.
Because there's always some analytics nerd out there that has some data to prove a certain theorem. Always. Well, this leads to this. Otherwise, these special teams coaches, they wouldn't get all frazzled over this. And head coaches are getting frazzled over it. It's meaningful. Those 5 yards
coordinators. Do you think that Vic Fangio, I don't know if he sounded frazzled when he talked about the new kickoff rule, but he certainly said it's a factor, and it makes it more difficult for defenses. Look, if you've got a defense that's somewhat suspect anyway, and you're giving the opposition the ball at the, let's say, the 42 as opposed to the 20, you think it makes a difference? I think it absolutely does. It absolutely does.
Yeah. Reminder to you guys, the keyword for this hour is boards. So text that and your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Enter for a chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Bruins on Saturday. Get an extra chance. Extra chance to win a pair of tickets on altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix.
I apologize because I'm in a hotel room in Columbus, Ohio. And I think I'm a little bit behind you guys, so I apologize if I jump on you there. It's pretty easy to see, and Jeff Legwold wrote this a couple of days ago, the Broncos are a defensive team. They're a defensive-based team. If you're Sean Payton today at Dove Valley getting ready for the New York Football Giants and the Hair coming into town, what are you doing, Brett? If you're Sean Payton today, and by the way, offense is your bread and butter, you fancy yourself an unbelievable play caller, and you really are, what are you doing today?
They have to address consistency. They're capable of moving the football. They're capable of looking like a decent offense. They just don't do it repeatedly.
Yeah, it's the same.
So I don't know how you address that.
It's the same criticism I had 3 weeks ago, and they showed a semblance of it in the fourth quarter against Philly. Sustaining drives. I mean, there's one game where they've sustained drives. Cincinnati. That's it.
They need to be a lot better in short yardage situations. I think some of their play calls are weird, first of all. Second of all, that's where they tend to make a lot of those, like, there's a false start or something, or there's a holding penalty that brings it back. I don't know if they like get too geared up for it or they're too stressed out about it. I have no idea. But I don't know how you address the consistency part. But that's the problem.
The RPO is frankly getting me a little PO'd.
They got to just find a way to string things together over the course of like quarters. You know, yeah. I'm okay. Every team's going to have an occasional 3 and out. I understand that, but you can't stack 4 of those in a row. This puts too much pressure on your defense.
You got a legit shot this weekend, though. And listen, the New York Giants and Jackson Dart, I know that he and Scadbo have New York buzzing, and that's all well and good. That defense is pretty crappy. The Giants' defense overall is pretty crap. I mean, they're, 5th worst, 6th worst in the league in terms of total yards allowed.
Yeah, so are the Jets.
I want to see.
So are the Jets, Mosh.
All right, so I just gave you the ESPN power rankings. Somebody pull up your own power ranking. Go to another source. I'll go to CBS power rankings. I want to see how different they are.
We'll do that when we return. Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AVS7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Back after this.
Dan Kaplan's Law has proven it is very good at finding and proving the truth. They take on big cases and they win big cases. I don't know if you heard about the big case in Glenwood Springs. They won just a few weeks ago a jury verdict for $205 million. Tragic situation involving the death of a young 6-year-old girl. Dan's people went in there and they proved the truth. Record-setting results. That's what they get. That's what they do. That's why Dan Kaplan's Law is the official law firm partner of the Denver Nuggets and the Colorado Avalanche. They're used to winning. They take on serious cases for serious people. If you want Dan's help, call today, 303-770-5551. That's 303-770-5551, or hit him up, DanKaplan'sLaw.com.
All right, Vic, I got 3 other ones pulled up. What do you want to know?
I do too. I've got one. I've got one pulled up, and beauty is in the eye of the beholder, Vic.
I tell you what, let's all take one. I'll take the Ringer. I got the Ringer.
I got NBC Pro Football Talk.
And which one do you have there?
I got both CBS and Fox.
Okay, and we gave you ESPN. Let's go through ESPN's. This is how crazy it is in the National Football League through 6 weeks. This is how crazy it is. In the ESPN poll, their top 10 rankings: Tampa, Detroit, Buffalo, Indy, Philly, top 5. Let's just go top 5. Those are their top 5. Give me yours.
Fox says Tampa, Detroit, Rams, Packers, Bills.
Moser.
NBC Pro Football Talk has Tampa, Indy, Detroit, Los Angeles Rams, and the Steelers.
You ready for the Ringer's top 5?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Ringer, after 6 weeks of football, has Kansas City, Detroit, Green Bay, Buffalo, the LA Rams.
Yeah, beauty is in the eye of the beholder because they got the Broncos at 7, okay? And they have Kansas City all the way down at 13, saying they can still beat it.
The Ringer has Kansas City 1, and you know where they have the Broncos? 14.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is that just shows you how crazy, first of all, these are. Second of all, really the parity in the National Football League.
Let me tell you something right now, by the way. The Ringer, I highly respect those guys. I think they're really sharp. Yeah. I think that's the most accurate list. Because they aren't getting caught up in the week to week. They're just like, look, man, if I put these 2 teams on the field, who do I think wins?
Okay, well, if you're a Bronco fan, that's why the Chiefs scare me more than any team in the league right now. Even though they're 3-3, they scare me more than anybody. It's not about who the best is. Again, they should re-ask the question. When you ask the question, who's the best team in the NFL right now? No. Who scares you the most? That's how it should always be. So at 14, the Ringer, if you propose the Ringer's the most accurate.
I don't like the way you're pronouncing your G's there. Good. Ringer.
How do you
just
say
say Ringer.
Ringer? I'm not from freaking Alabama. Ringer.
It's like you pronounce your G's like Raj doesn't pronounce his T's, like mountain.
I'm not from Tallahassee, dude.
You're going to the mountain.
Ringer.
Say Ringer. Say Ringer.
I'll do what I want to do.
You don't emphasize the G, bro. You go Ringer.
See, if you say finger, you say finger.
Finger.
But Ringer is just like Ringer.
Zinger. Linger.
Okay.
Ringer.
Anyway, you're pissing me off.
You guys are dumb.
Okay.
I'm from here. You're not. This is how we do it here. Anyway.
Hey, just quickly here, Vic, because you said the Ringer's got the Ringer has the Broncos at 14. Mm-hmm. Would you like to hear CBS's real quick?
Yeah.
Please.
Tampa, Green Bay, Pittsburgh, Indy, Detroit, Denver at 6.
Yeah. Let me tell you what. Let me tell you what the Ringer has to say about the Broncos. You're not going to like this. If you take them for their word, if you think they're the most legit, here's what they say about the 4-2 Broncos at 14. Quote, "This kind of quarterback play is unfit for a would-be contender."
I agree.
Bo Nix has taken a step backward in year 2, and head coach Sean Payton will eventually run out of ways to hide the quarterback's issues running the offense. Denver's passing game only has 2 real layers at the moment: quick throws outside the numbers and screen passes that are essentially extensions of the run game.
They aren't. Do you disagree with them?
I don't. I mean, they try to throw it deep, but they just can't connect consistently enough.
Well, this is why when everybody was telling me I was freaking out too much and stop being so concerned with this and they'll figure it out, when I go, he's missing these deep balls, and that's a big problem because they need big plays for this offense to put up points because they can't do this for 10, 11, 12 play drives for the exact reasons we saw, Moj. Because the second they put themselves in good position, Pat Bryant false starts, and then it's 2nd and 6. And then you get a holding penalty. Now it's 2nd and 16, and now you're punting. Yeah. Like, they need big plays to make this offense go, and if Bo Nix can't hit the deep ball, which he's just, for whatever reason, he's like a yard too far on every single one of those, if he can't do that, then you have real trouble sustaining any offense and creating explosive plays.
Vic, you're right, Brett. Vic, I don't want to go as far. Who said that, by the way, about Nix? Who was that?
The Ringer.
Oh, God. Shut him off. I don't want to go so far as to castigate Bo Nix for all of the issues, okay? I believe in the kid. I think he's going to be fine. That's my own personal opinion. So I think they're a little harsh on him. But the crazy part is when I post anything about Bo Nix and his need to be better, I get people jumping on my bacon left and right, and I don't get that either. I understand you want to support your guy, and I support the guy, okay? But it's not like he's immune from all of this. He's not. And people Brett, they want to kick me into Jimmy hard, and I'm like, what's your problem, man? Let's just acknowledge what the issues are, and let's move from there. I believe he's going to be better. I believe he's going to be fine. Mm-hmm. But don't just immediately have your reaction is reflexive to just defend every single thing that he does.
Yeah, I mean, we get defensive because this is Denver, but I'll take it a step further. The Ringer now unloads its quarterback power rankings because everybody's into this crap here. We're talking about it. One spot, they have Bo Nix at number 26 in the NFL, quarterbacks. One spot of whatever the hell we just witnessed Sunday, Justin Fields. Think about that for a second.
Well, I disagree with that.
Dude, they are in complete different stratospheres as far as I'm concerned. I saw Aaron Glenn came back from England, and he's right about this. He said that he defended Fields in the other 4 games, but he said he took a step back. Well, he did. Justin Fields had a major, major problem on Sunday. Bo Nix is not that. I can promise you. I mean,
obviously,
even the worst,
the
even the worst Bo Nix hater, and I don't think there are many out there, can acknowledge that he's not 26th in the National Football League. That's ridiculous.
But you know what? Justin Fields, I said this going into the game, he was awful against Denver. Fields has not been bad this year. He really hasn't. He's played well and hasn't turned the ball over yet, at least hasn't thrown a pick, but been able to run the ball. He's thrown in the 3 games he started and finished, or I guess not counting the Broncos, 218 yards, 226, 283, 4 touchdowns, no picks in those games. It's not terrible. Now, do I think he's a good quarterback? Not really. But I think to just say he's awful, I think is probably a step too far. Still, they have Bo Nix is being doubted right now because he probably should be. I mean, he's going into year 2. Do you guys have an excellent Bo Nix game? I mean, he was pretty good against Cincinnati. He was pretty good against Indy. And then he's had some clunkers. And even in those games where he's played all right, he's had spots in which there's been big mistakes. You can go to that Chargers game and you look at his numbers. It's like, yeah, he had an all right game, but he had, if you watched it like we did, 3 or 4 balls that could have gone for touchdowns and he missed. And that's the kind of stuff you play against better teams like the Chargers or like Indianapolis. Like that's the
when
difference.
You lose.
That's the difference between winning and losing.
Yep.
So again, I don't think it's totally unfair. It's a little bit unfair to have him at 26, but he's got to play better. And
that's pretty unfair. I mean, that's he does. That's pretty unfair. That's a deep dive.
You know what I saw the other day? By the way,
come on, hey, Vic. One last thing. Mm-hmm. So Justin Fields is right behind him. Who's right in front of him? Who's around him? Can you give me that, please? Do you have that up still or no?
Oh, I took it down. I can't look at this
okay.
more than 5 minutes. But I'm going to whittle it down to this. Just like, for me, it's more of a gut feeling. Like, it's not the best team. It's which team scares you most. That's how I power rank. And for quarterbacks, it's pretty simple. Do you have faith in this guy or not? I mean, you're playing a football game. All right, what do I know? Is this guy going to win the game for me or not? Is this guy, not the offense, not the defense, not the special teams, not a receiver, this guy. I'm going to put this guy out here. Is he going to win this game for me? How do you feel about Bo when I define it that way?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, he certainly did. He certainly did in Philly. I mean, that was impressive to me. And so because he did that, Vic, I know he's got it in him.
He's got it. Yeah, it's there.
He's got it. He's got it in him. It's there. Now it's just a matter of getting it out on a regular. Mm-hmm. No, I completely.
Yeah,
totally agree. Well, that's where. But hold on a second. That's where Sean Payton comes in. Okay, if this is your guy and you drafted him and you liked him and specifically you knew he could work your offense, then make it work. Okay, because he's got it in him. It's up to you as a coach and it's up to the coordinator. Bring it out of him on a consistent basis. this whole, well, Peyton's going to get tired of this eventually. I don't think he will, because I think he's going to bring it out of him, but then do it, okay? That's where Sean Payton's job comes in. And don't think you're smarter than everybody in the room, even if you are. Get back to basics and get this kid right.
My next question, because for years the answer to this question was easy.
That just pisses me. That just makes me angry, though. Go ahead.
The answer to this question, if you lived in Denver, Colorado in the 80s and 90s, and somebody asked you, all right, one quarterback, any team, it doesn't matter who it is, one quarterback, you're on the 20-yard line, you got to go 80 yards, you're down by 4. Who you taking? Anybody worth their salt would have taken John Elway. He's the guy.
All day and all night.
Right now, in the National Football League,
Baker.
Give me who you taking right now.
Baker. Well,
Baker would be hard to beat.
I'm taking Mahomes.
And Mahomes.
I'm taking Mahomes.
Yeah, Mahomes and Baker. Those
Mahomes.
are too hard to beat.
Mahomes is too smart, still has too many talents. For me, it's until he doesn't do it, it's still Mahomes.
Wait, are you talking about just in a game or
in a game?
Or
I'm talking
last
about,
second?
No, I'm talking about in a game. You're at the 20-yard line. You need to win that game. You're down by 4.
Yeah,
you're down by 4, and I don't care. Put any team out there. You're playing with a JV team from Iowa, but your quarterback is who?
It's different when you say a game versus end of game. End of game is different for me. I don't think the answer is still Mahomes, believe it or not.
You have to win. You're down by, again, it's a must win. Who's going to rally your team?
Yeah, Mahomes is obviously a great answer. I'm saying at the end of the game.
I think those are the two best
I take Baker
answers.
or Stafford end of game to get me a drive to win.
Herbert's pretty damn good too.
Herbert too. Yeah.
To win games, you have to win the game.
Thank you, Mike.
Not lose the game.
Speaking of odd
I cannot
quotes,
believe he said that.
Speaking of odd quotes, we'll play another edition of Harbaugh Hierarchy with the Broncos-Jets game from over the weekend. We'll do that, and again, 20 minutes away from another keyword, your final keyword on this show. Stick around. All right, it's another Avs Ticket Tuesday all day, every hour on the 20s on this station. Keywords from each show for your chance to win a pair of tickets to the Avs and Bruins Saturday at Ball Arena. Each show will be giving away tickets along with that chance on AltitudeSportsRadio.com/AvsTix for a fifth pair we're giving away. Now, we started something new this year because of the weirdie, which is Jim Harbaugh. After each Broncos game, we do the Harbaugh hierarchy. Go ahead, Nelly.
Things that can happen, in a game individually for a player, which would be we won and my team won, and I was one of the reasons we won.
The Broncos won that game. The reason why they won, give me a name.
For me, it's Hufanga, that 3rd and 8 play where Justin Fields throws the out route to Garrett Wilson, and Hufanga wrestles the ball away from him. I thought that was the play of the game.
Moj?
Who-whata? Would say it again?
Hufanga. What?
I'm confused.
What's with your? Why are you evaluating my pronunciation
you've got it
here?
It's Hufanga, not Hufunga.
Oh, whatever.
My God, Moser.
What's your point?
Who you
What's
got?
Your point?
Give me some Jonathan Cooper, man. I love me some big numbers.
Cooper or Cooper? I thought it was Cooper.
Okay, all right. Children. I will take anybody who lines up and rushes the passer for the Broncos on Sunday. You're the reason why they won. 9 sacks, -10 passing yards. That's all about the pass rush. Shout out to you. What's next, Nelly?
Next best would be we won, and I had a good game.
Vic?
Evan Engram.
It's pretty funny. Yeah, I'll take Evan Engram, sure. I think that's a great answer.
Engram. Give me, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to give me some Riley Moss. Riley Moss is good, man. I like Riley Moss. I'm going to defend Riley.
His way?
He made a couple plays.
He had a tackle for loss. Let me give him some love, okay? Just give it some love.
I'll give it to Atkins. He's the only guy who scored a touchdown in that game.
Good point.
So let's go with Nate Atkins with his touchdown catch. It was wide open, but shout out to him. Next.
Next best would be I won and we won and I didn't have a good game.
Vic?
Bo Nix.
Moj?
I'll
say
not difficult.
Well, I was going to go with Matt Parrott.
Pick an offensive player.
Matt Parrott is mine. Too many penalties, didn't fill in for Powers very well.
Yeah, okay. Well, then we're in agreement on that. I didn't want to go offensive line, but I did.
Why?
Okay, there.
He had a bad game. I mean, it was pretty clear for everybody to see.
Just because. That's why.
All right, now we go to the opposite side. Go ahead, Nelly.
Next best would be we lost and I had a good game.
Good luck finding one on the Jets.
Let me
go ahead, Vic.
For a second. Their return guy had a good game. Their kickoff return guy.
Yeah.
He had a very good game. He set them up on many occasions.
Okay, I tell you what. Nick Folk was a field goal kicking son of a bee. Tell you that much. Nick Folk, good game.
He certainly was. Nick Folk, 3 of 3.
Huge, yeah.
Moj? I don't know if there's anybody else there.
Fine. Yeah, that's it.
I think that's kind of it.
That's it.
Go ahead, Nelly.
Next would be we lost and played okay.
That's Breece Hall to me. He played okay. Had some good runs. Got stuffed a lot, but had some good runs.
Vic?
I mean, what's okay? I don't disagree with you. I guess okay is Breece Hall. They had the aborted play that turned into an 8-yard gain.
Now I'm going to flip this around. I'm going to put Nick Folk in the I played okay category. I'm going to give the I played well to the punter, McNamara. Did you see Homeboy was averaging 51 yards per punt on 7 of them? Pretty damn good. All right, what's next?
Next would be we lost, and I was the reason we lost. That would be the worst possible. But
that is Justin Fields all day, all night, and Aaron Glenn, the head coach.
Both of them.
Those are both of them.
It could be Fields. It could be Glenn. It could be the entire offensive line for the Jets. Like, take whatever tickles your fancy. I mean,
that goes back. Yeah, that goes back to the. Oh my goodness gracious. We could say this about teams the Broncos have played a lot. I mean, Sirianni deserves a lot of that. The previous week. Zach Taylor and Jake Browning deserve a lot of that the previous week to that, for crying out loud. But, yeah, I'd say it's the quarterback and the head coach, both.
And there's another edition of the Harbaugh hierarchy. Few things here. College football-wise, by the way, is a pretty wild weekend in college football. A lot of games were the upsets were not like totally crazy. Most teams that were the underdogs, it was not by, a ton of points, but there were some shocks. I still can't believe that Wazoo kept it as close as they did with Ole Miss. Damn near pulling the upset there.
That was it. That was insane.
That's a Wazoo team that gave up how many? Was it 59 to North Texas?
Yeah.
Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Yep.
And they almost beat
59 in back-to-back weeks. I forgot who they played the week after that, but back-to-back weeks they give up 59.
And they almost beat a top 5 team?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yeah. Here's the question I have, though, and this is we talked about this for a second yesterday, but just a little bit more time. James Franklin fired from Penn State. I understand why. That was the number, 3 ranked team in the country preseason, and they've lost 3 in a row, and that's just not going to be acceptable. Now,
did you see the old lady throw her television set?
I did not. Penn State fan?
She threw her TV and said, "Fire Franklin and bring back Joe Paterno." Now, I don't know if
he's dead.
Well, he's definitely dead. I don't know if she knows that he's dead, but she's an old lady.
Mm-hmm.
Just saying.
Well, according to the AD, who was in near tears when he made the announcement, he says that they need a coach who is more in gear, in tune with the modern college football game. He says, quote, "Our next coach needs to be able to maximize elite-level resources, attack the transfer portal, and develop at the highest level." And he felt that Franklin wasn't there.
Well, here's what I'm getting at. Penn State is obviously in that blue chip category of maximum resources. You can do a lot of things with the tools that they give you. Now, this is what I mentioned to Vic. They're also in a tricky spot in this. Franklin's been good there. Now, everybody's going to point to his record against ranked opponents, especially top 10 opponents. The Ohio States and Michigans of his conference had a really tough time with. I think he's had one top 10 win in his last, 15, 16, 20 tries, whatever it is. But they did win 2 playoff games last year. And they are in the mix every year. And I don't think people ever consider the it could get worse part of moving on from a coach who's at least pretty good.
Ask Nebraska and Frank Solich.
Well, exactly. Yeah. You can go from, hey, what you're doing is pretty good, but we want more than that, and then you've been chasing that high for 2 decades. Mm-hmm. Penn State could be in that category. They could. There's some teams that are kind of I guess, I don't know what kind of proof you would call it, coach proof, I guess, where they're always going to be up there. Like Alabama, no matter who's that coach, should always be like up to that standard.
To be honest, and I hate to invoke his name because he coaches my team, I think a lot of these programs are chasing young, aspiring, modern coaches like the Notre Dame coach right now.
Yeah. Well, you got to be relatable if you're going to be in that transfer portal, and that's certainly a part of it, and being younger, I think, helps. But, Penn State's talking about going – who were the top 2 names again yesterday? It was Matt Rule and Kurt Cignetti. Okay. I don't think there's any guarantee.
Simple. I win. Google me.
I don't think there's any guarantee that they're going to be better. I will say this, though, on the subject of Indiana for a second. I know that people looked at Indiana – in the same way they looked at Illinois, and they go, yeah, they're top 10 team, but nobody really, not going to work. That's what they did to Indiana last year. And to the doubters' credit, Indiana played 2 ranked teams last season. They played Ohio State. They lost by like 23 points. Mm-hmm. And then they played Notre Dame in the playoff, and they lost by 10. And so you go, told you so. This year they played 2 top 10 teams. They beat Illinois, who was number 9 at the time, 63-10.
Yeah.
And then the response was, well, it's Illinois. Who really cares?
They're not real.
For them to go to Eugene and win by 10 points against Oregon, there's no more doubting anymore.
There aren't many teams that can do that. There aren't many teams, even in the top 25, that can go to Eugene and beat Oregon. That is impressive.
And you know what they have left on their schedule? The toughest team they might face is Penn State. They got no ranked teams left. None.
until they get to the conference championship.
Right, but they could be undefeated. Like, you could have Indiana number 1 in the country when conference championship
but you know
weekend rolls around.
What they were adept at doing is here they're riding a wave last year. They're getting really good. They're getting some national attention, national prominence, and they didn't let down. They went out and got a quarterback in the portal.
Yeah. Mendoza
has been better. Who was their quarterback last year? He was pretty damn good. Mendoza's better. Can't remember his name. He was good. Mendoza's better.
Yes, he is. Yep. But they are like, I don't think that you can just brush them off to the side now and say, like, yeah, it's Indiana. They'll blow it at some point. I don't think they will. I think they're really, really good.
Well, you're talking about these young coaches, this and that. Matt Rule's
Curtis
no
Rourke
spring
was their
chicken.
quarterback last year.
Okay. Matt Rule's no spring chicken. Kurt Signetti's in his 60s. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
You know, so let me ask this.
Nobody, by the way, nobody's beating Ohio State. They're friggin' good. Ohio State's really, 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 really good.
So Miami got a great quarterback in the portal. That's why they're a top 5 team, right? All these portal. Can I ask you guys a question that maybe you've asked yourself but not out loud? Why didn't the Buffs get a better quarterback in the portal? They live in the portal.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know because
this team is married. Prime is married to the portal.
Maybe because Juju's coming in, and maybe no quarterback wanted to. Maybe they thought that they couldn't play because of Juju. I don't know.
So then, what you're telling me then, they whiffed on Juju.
Well, not yet. They haven't. He's still, dude. He just turned 18 years old. He's still a baby.
Bryce Underwood's playing.
He's right.
I don't know. Bryce Underwood's playing football.
No, I'm with Vic. Now,
why didn't you get a better quarterback? I'm just asking the question because
Vic,
it seems to be the topic.
Can I make an argument?
Yeah.
That Carson Beck is a lot better this year. And I think Miami deserves credit for developing that talent and making an offense that works around him. Yeah. Maybe Caden Salter isn't getting the necessary help. Maybe that's a part of it. Like, I don't think you can say, hey, we're super excited about this quarterback. He's really talented, fifth-year guy, super cerebral, knows offense, can play, blah, blah, blah. And then when he doesn't play well, you go, well, the guy's not that good. You told me he was good. You told me it would work. So I can't just absolve CU from him. And to be fair, Salter had a good game last week. Yeah. Solid, didn't turn the ball over, made plays, did it with his feet, did it with his arm, both.
Well, I'm told right now, Vic, use your brain. It's money. So Indiana pays more money than CU?
Yeah, guys.
So wait, hold on, every CU fan. So IU can outpay CU for football. Is that where we're at?
Hang on, though. This is what I'm trying to say. It's not like Mendoza was the toast of the town in the transfer portal. He was probably a lot like a Caden Salter as far as hype, because Salter did have some coming in here. Is the responsibility, is it like Salter just wasn't that good, or are you not doing enough around that guy to make him better? I don't remember, Moj, in the offseason, us going, hey, watch out for Indiana. They got this Fernando Mendoza guy playing quarterback for him this year. You know what I'm saying?
No, but very good point. Nobody expected him to shine.
That is correct. I also very much like saying Fernando Mendoza. I like saying his name.
It's a good name.
And the kid comports himself pretty damn well.
I don't know. His post-game interview sounded like he was reading off a prompter.
Yeah, it was too much.
Wasn't it weird?
He had that rehearsed in the mirror like 15 times just in case they won.
Let me say this. Signetti seemingly gets more out of everybody. And I don't know how he does it. I mean, I know what he said. We already played it. I win. Google me. I dig that. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's on the staff to not get more out of Caden Salter.
Oh wow! I've got everybody saying IU can certainly pay more than CU. Is that where we're at?
Yeah, I'm just gonna be honest with you guys. I am so tired of the teams in town that are not competing to the level that we would like. There's the Rockies, there's CU, there's CSU. And every time we have this discussion, I'm told money. And I just don't want to hear it anymore. Sorry. I'm not down for it. Because if that's the case, I see teams with like salaries or like caps or whatever.
Or less money.
Or less money that have success. And everybody wants to point to you're not Ohio State. Or in baseball, yeah, you're not the Dodgers. I'm like, well, you could be the Tigers. Tigers aren't rolling in dough right now. You could be the Guardians. You could be a handful of teams. In college football, there are plenty of teams that are competitive that do not have the money that Bama does, but you're competitive. And I just want to reemphasize something. Indiana is doing this in which conference, boys?
The Big Ten.
The Big Ten.
Big Ten. They played Oregon in Eugene and beat them by 10 points. You are playing BYU. There's a difference here.
At home.
You aren't having the competitive, like, well, God, man, how do I compete with Nike money? Texas Tech is maybe the only team in the Big 12 that can really argue they got that amount of dough. You can be competitive in this conference. That's why I don't want to hear this. You don't compare yourself to Oregon or Penn State or Ohio State. Compare yourself to Iowa State. Compare yourself to Baylor. Compare yourself to those teams.
See, that's the only issue I have with the CU honk today is they fashion themselves as a blue chip. It's not a blue chip program
but hang on. But when they don't compete to a blue chip level, they'll tell you they're not.
Yeah, it's a blue chip draw. You're going to watch them on television. They're on television all the time, but we know why. Because the head coach brings that. But it's not a blue chip program. Not yet.
I looked up Mendoza.
Am I wrong? Am I wrong about that?
No, you're not. You're not wrong. No, not at all. Not at all. There's aspirations of getting there, but estimated NIL valuation of Fernando Mendoza is 1.6. There you go.
Okay, so what was Dion? Or I'm sorry, what was Shedeur and Travis Hunter?
More than that. Reportedly, they made more than that.
So it is possible.
How are they paying Jordan Seaton?
So translation is it is possible to find that money somewhere and to use it? Anyway, we'll get to this in just a second. One more keyword coming your way. Stick around.
Another summer is totally and completely over. Is your energy level to where it should be right now? Is it lower? Workout not as productive? Not sleeping well? Feeling foggy? Maybe you're dealing with low testosterone. It happened to me. Because guys, early to mid-30s, you start losing 2 to 3% of your testosterone production every single year. You probably didn't know that. And before you know it, you're like, man, I just don't feel the same as I used to. Well, do what I did and go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Take the low T quiz on their website at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers, takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult. They're going to draw your blood, results within 30 minutes, and you may have low T. They can help you. The benefits are going to be great. Higher energy levels, better gains in the gym, sleeping better, no more brain fog. Maybe your sex drive will come back, and that's a positive thing, right? Most dudes wait a year or longer. There is no need to do that because they've got 5 locations from Fort Collins all the way down to Colorado Springs. So call them today. 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. Or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, your final keyword from us today on this Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every hour on the 20s, a new keyword for a chance to win a pair of tickets to an Avs game. This one going to be Saturday against the Bruins, the only time Boston comes to town this year. Keyword for this hour is save. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. You can enter to win a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Boston this Saturday. And don't miss all the fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Pizzas, fries, pretzels, popcorn, sodas, a whole bunch of great stuff. So don't miss out on that. And again, your keyword is save. So text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Our first winner will be announced at 9:55.
Can I quickly touch on something that's been really we hit on it in the last segment very quickly. I just want to get to it because, anytime I mention CU football and CU honks and I have anything critical to say, people jump and say, you just hate the program. And that can't be farther from the truth. Guys, I went to school there. I sent my kids there. My brothers went there. I love CU football. I do. I love CU football. I've always pulled for CU football. I want the program to win. And the reason I'm critical at times, and I was critical over the weekend for rushing the field, if you want to do it, do it. I was critical of it. I have a right to have that opinion, just like you have the right to rush the field. Because a lot of times, don't embarrass a once proud program. If you rush the field because you think winning against Iowa State is some grand monumental win, to me, for a long time, that's embarrassing to me. I had bigger aspirations than beating Iowa State at home. That's how I look at it. I have bigger aspirations. So to say that you love the program more or let kids be, I was a kid there too. My kid was a kid there too. That's all. We all love the same program. Don't embarrass me.
No, I was going to mention this, and we'll get to the Avs in a second. I get accused of being a CU hater a lot too. And here's where I get confused. I want CU to be successful so badly that I do not want to accept something I consider substandard to where they should be. When you are donating the money or paying the money to a head coach to the tune of $10 million a year, there needs to be a certain level of expectation of where that team's going to be.
A standard.
There has to be a standard. And for people to tell me, hey, this year is fine because they lost their quarterback in Travis Hunter and we don't have the money that Ohio State does. I'm like, what exactly is good enough for you then? Because I want this team to compete for conference titles. I don't think that's too much to ask. You aren't in the SEC. You aren't in the Big Ten. You should be able to be competitive. And maybe this year is just, it's a weird circumstance because one of the better quarterbacks in program history and a Heisman Trophy winner left, and that's tough to replace. Okay, fine. But next year, if the team struggles to make a bowl game again, I don't want to hear about, well, we don't have donors to the same level as Team X. I don't want to hear it. There has to be a certain standard that you expect within your football program.
And the way your fan base reacts is also a standard.
Yeah, and that's why I get frustrated with that in the Rocky stuff, because every time it comes back to what about the money? And I'm like, what about just being competitive and understanding that you got a different hurdle that other teams maybe don't have to jump through? I don't know, Moj, is that unfair for me to say that?
No, I don't think it's unfair whatsoever. I think in the Big 12, and there is money in the Big 12. Let's not pretend that there's no bread. It's not, the AAC or the Mountain West or something like that. There's more money here, but it would seem to me that it would be easier to compete. You don't have an Ohio State glaring you in the face, right? Or a Michigan or a Georgia or an Alabama or something along those lines. You should be able to be on par with other teams inside your own conference.
Yeah.
That's what I think, and I think it's okay to expect that. I mean, I'll ask the people, Vic. Who do you think CU wants to be? Who do you think that they think they want to be? I mean, when you think about it, what does Rick George, what does Coach Prime, what do they want? Where do they think they should be? They think they should be a damn ranked program. That's where they think they should be.
Again, people are
So
misinformed.
if that's their standard, why is it bad for us to hold them to that standard? That's my question.
It's not even just the standard thing; it's the perception thing. Again, the misperception, misconception that rushing the field that I suddenly hate fun. I was a kid too. I would have probably done the same thing. I really would have. If I saw my friends rushing the field, I would have done the same thing. I'm talking it from my viewpoint. It's embarrassing to the program when you see fit to do stuff like that after beating Iowa State, who was favored by 2 at home.
Yeah.
2. That's all. That's all I'm saying. Oh, we'll let the kids have fun. What, you can't have fun? Of course. It's not on the kids. It's on the perception.
It's all right. I'll say it with you, Vic.
Plus, you have to get.
I'll say it a
plus, you
little more
have to pay
forcefully.
50K.
I'll say it a little more forcefully.
Yeah.
From the outside, it looks embarrassing that that's what you think is impressive. Is that win?
100%. I was embarrassed.
That's it.
I was embarrassed.
If you're a Texas Tech fan, and Texas Tech, they're looking at that saying, "Really?
Yeah,
that's the win you stormed the field for."
Yeah, it's embarrassing. And for all the people that say, "Well, you hate fun," I don't hate fun. If the kids want to do it because they feel like that's going to make their week, wow, they must pretty boring life, I guess. I can't go out to a frat party that night. Go ahead, Moshe.
I love it.
Sorry, Moshe.
I love it. As long as we control our. We don't want to do nothing stupid. I think we got the field goal thing that lets down now. What you going to do with the field goal when you tear it down anyway? What you going to do with it? Put it in your front yard of your frat house, and then you tell it on yourself. I don't understand that. But I love it. I want to see the kids rush the field. I absolutely love it. Hats off to our security team. They do a good job of ushering me in. But I love to see it. I really do.
Go ahead, Moshe.
I hate fun.
Yeah.
I just want to be on record. I just want to be on record as saying it just bothers me when I have fun, and it bothers me when other people have fun. Just want to get that out there.
Of all the shows to say you guys don't like fun, have you heard our drunk take? This is all we do on this show. Of course we love fun. Of course I would never admonish a kid for seeking out fun. I just think it's embarrassing. What your standard of fun is after if you beat it. Like, what would qualify storming the field? What kind of win?
Top 10 win.
So I'm looking at
I
the
think
rest.
top 10.
So if they beat, there's not a ranked opponent left that they would beat at home. So, but let's say Utah came here. Utah's ranked 22nd right now. So do you do it again if you beat Utah?
I wouldn't. No, but let's say I don't know. Let's just say one of the big ones is here. All right, Georgia came here, or
hell yeah,
Miami was here, or something like that. One of the big.
If Miami here, what do you think the point spread is?
22.
If Oregon comes here, what do you think the point spread is?
22, 25, probably.
Brett, if Indiana came to play at CU, you think it's a 2-touchdown point spread?
It's probably around 20.
Rush away.
Yeah.
You were favored by 2.
Yeah. Reminder to you guys, the key word for this hour is save. That's a chance for you to have some fun by going to Ball Arena this Saturday against the Bruins. And Moj, last night the Avs win again. And Buffalo, look, they're not a great team, not great. But I'm really enjoying what I'm seeing from that top line, especially a little chemistry going on here early in the year between McKinnon and Marty Nachos. Both of those guys, by the way, tied for the lead in the NHL in points with 8 apiece.
They are absolutely, they burst out of the gates, guys. They're really, really good right now. And McKinnon, he downplayed it. He's like, well, on the back end of the first goal, he said, well, I kind of threw it there, and I don't think he was looking. You guys saw the damn play.
Yeah.
To collect it to himself and then to go across the slot with a backhander. Come on, man. Ridiculous. Then, on his second goal, gets a draw pass, sweeps in, and he's got this move, so he's moving to his right, and he doesn't necessarily force Alex Lyon to push or anything like that, but there's a tiny lean. A tiny lean to his left if you talk about Lyon trying to track McKinnon, and he fires it short side. That's just so sick. It's just sick is what it is. The Avs did what they should do, guys. They won the game 3-1. Could have been more. I'd like to see the power play score more goals, but I think it looked the way it's supposed to look. But they won virtually every category. Shots, hits, face-offs, They took less penalties. They had less giveaways.
They're a lot better on the face-off this year, by the way.
Yeah, they are. They definitely are. And so, hey, man, they did what they're supposed to do. You go on the road and you beat a team you're supposed to beat. And they should do the same thing coming up on Thursday. Incidentally, Miles Wood will not play against the Avalanche on Thursday. Last night, the Blue Jackets were taking on the Devils in New Jersey, and he took a high stick from Dougie Hamilton. He got hurt. I think he's got an eye issue. It's not good for Miles Wood. So, yeah, his eyeball.
What do you do with all this free time in Columbus, Ohio?
Well, today I'm going to golf.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Did you bring your sticks?
No.
Did you go to rental? Is it warm enough there?
Yeah, it's going to be 75 today.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Who you playing with?
Myself. I play with myself a lot. So I have no problem, going out there just banging the ball around. That didn't come out right.
Phrasing?
Yeah.
I play by my sprinklers.
I play by myself a lot. I have no problem doing that.
Didn't make it any better somehow.
Yeah. Try it again. Try it a third time.
I'm going to go out there. I'll probably get put with another group, and I'll make some new friends, I guess.
You could have said, I play as a single.
I play as a single frequently. I have no problem doing that.
I don't like that, by the way. Me and Moshe talked about that before. I don't like getting paired up with randoms. And every time I do, they're always nice people, but I don't like it.
Yeah, you hate it. I mean, you don't like to make new friends. You prefer to live in your little hobbit
I have
hole.
plenty of friends. I don't need more
Yeah,
friends.
well, I know your friends, and I know the quality of your friends.
So do you play as a single as well?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I don't do that.
Yeah, me neither. Actually, I did the other day, and I just walked I'll walk a couple holes, but I couldn't fathom playing 18 as a single. It's like going to a movie by yourself. I just can't do it.
Nice shot, Richard. I don't know who Richard is. Good shot. Is that good for you? I have no idea.
I don't like myself enough. Seriously, I hate myself so much I can't spend that much time with myself.
I've seen you swing. I know you swing.
I mean, I can't imagine the conversation I'd be having in my head.
Hey, can I bring you guys something? I wanted to talk about this. We don't have the audio because it wasn't good enough. But and Vic's frozen. Great. Did you guys happen to hear in the Browns postgame? They lose again. They don't score a touchdown. Dylan Gabriel doesn't look good. Myles Garrett's fed up. He goes to the podium, and he says something along the lines of, hang on, let me get the exact quote here. It's frustrating as hell to lose the same way every week. And they were asked about what was he thinking when he was watching the Steelers pass rushers go after the quarterback with a 2-possession lead. He goes, quote, must be nice. Another reporter asked him if it's becoming harder to keep pressing amid all the losing like it was for Hall of Famer Joe Thomas. He said, yes. I'm going to tell you something right now, Moj. Myles Garrett doesn't get an ounce of sympathy from me. You had the opportunity. You requested a trade in the offseason. You could have forced your way out. You could have done all this. And what did he do? He saw $40 million a year offered by the Browns, and he said, okay, fine, I'll stay.
He took the money.
I don't feel bad for you now. You had the opportunity to go. You were going to try and do it, and then you took the money. You take the money. You stay in Cleveland. You knew what this team was going to be. He saw the quarterback situation there. What are we complaining about?
To his point, though, do you know how many times Dylan Gabriel threw the football on Sunday?
52.
52 times. He had 29 completions. For 221 yards, no picks, but no touches. It was an average of 4.3 yards per pass, Brett.
Yeah, it was bad.
What? Why? I guess just out of pure curiosity, if you're the coach, why not just throw Shedeur out there and see what can happen? I mean, who gives a rat's rip if you have a controversy or whatever? Flacco's already gone. You got, Bailey? What's his face?
Zappy.
Bailey Fazee.
You got Fazee waiting in the wings. I mean, why not just throw Shedeur out there? Because, if you don't, put it this way, if you don't want him, Give him away if you don't want him. Give him to somebody else.
You don't get to take $40 million a year and then complain when the team's exactly what you thought it was. You don't get to do that.
I don't know if he thought it would be this bad. They're really, really bad.
Imagine Kaprizov midway through the year being like, you know what? I hate it here in Minnesota. Huh? You didn't hate it all that much when you signed $17 million a year. I don't feel bad for you.
Kaprizov has 7 points already in 3 games.
I know he does. No, he's playing great, but I'm saying hypothetically, if he midway through the year was like, you know what, I hate it here in Minnesota, it's like, well, you had the opportunity to leave, and then you saw a contract in front of your face. You go, well, I can't pass that up. I don't feel bad for you.
Man. Yeah, listen, but he's not wrong. I mean, the Browns stink. And they should be playing Shedeur. I have no idea why they're not.
Texture says he signed on because they signed Flacco. That was reported as the reason he believed the team was being good. Well, then you're a bad talent evaluator, too.
That's a lie. Everything. That has to be a lie
if
because
that's
everybody
true,
knows.
I feel even less bad for you.
Joe has less mobility than the Statue of Liberty. Okay, so that's where we're at.
303-504-0925.
By the way, what happened
Mazda
to Vic?
Where
is he?
I don't know.
What happened to him?
Internet crapped out, something like that.
Yeah, he just froze and disappeared out of nowhere.
One last reminder, the keyword for this hour is save. Text that in your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Some breaking news, by the way. Our boy Eric Johnson, remember that thing he couldn't talk about? Eric Johnson is now an NHL analyst for the worldwide leader, ESPN. Announced 8 minutes ago from ESPN PR. So you'll see a whole bunch more of EJ, not just on with us on Altitude, but also with the folks out in Bristol, in New York, in LA, and everywhere else. ESPN. So, congrats to EJ. It's pretty cool.
Knew that was coming. Knew it was coming. Can't talk about it.
Yeah, when he said, I got something else in the works, I can't really say it right now, I'm like, oh, so ESPN or TNT? Don't know which one it is, but it's one of the two. There you go. So congrats to EJ. We'll get to a fact checker and announce the winner of those Avs tickets next. All right, we will announce the winner of the pair of tickets to the Avs game in about 10 minutes. We have tickets to give away in the morning sprint on PhD, on Kreckman and Lindahl, and also on altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. So a whole bunch more opportunities to win if you do not hear your name in 10 minutes. Now, few things here in watching the doubleheader last night on Monday Night Football. Where would you put right now? Because you were saying there was power rankings earlier, Vic, the Ringer did for quarterbacks in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Power rank the quarterbacks from the rookie class of last year. That involves Bo Nix. So if there's 6. It's Caleb Williams. It's Jaden Daniels. It's Drake May, Michael Penix, J.J. McCarthy, Bo Nix.
Man, you know, when you power rank, sometimes you have to decipher, is power ranking arrow up? Is it their whole body of work? Is it potential?
Yeah.
What are we power ranking exactly? Because there's different ways to look at it.
Just the quarterback you would take overall for the next 10 years.
All right, so it's not body of work then?
No.
Because body of work can mean something completely different.
Sure.
Somebody just developed faster, maybe played for a better team, more equipped. Somebody that you'd say, I want that guy to be my guy.
If I tell you, if you were to do that on the fly right now, and I think Bo Nix on that list is could be 4th, what would you say?
I don't know. I think it's all up in the air still. I don't think I've seen enough to make that.
That's true.
I don't think I have.
I think that's obvious. I don't think that we've seen enough yet. But look, I'll tell you this much. Jaden Daniels has proven himself. He's having some struggles this year, but he's proven himself that he had a good year last year.
I think he's still a pretty special player, and he didn't play bad last night. He really didn't.
I'll tell you what.
Made a couple of silly plays, but he didn't play horrible.
2 guys that now they're getting actual playing time.
Drake May's looking good.
Drake May and Michael Penix.
Yeah.
They got some stuff to them, man.
Well, they weren't saying that early in the season when Michael Penix came out and played like Bow Wow, right? So
who's Bow Wow?
A dog.
Like a dog.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like
not the young
I thought
rapper.
you meant the rapper who dropped the Lil in front of his name.
Sorry.
It's like, was he a player?
No, but
not the young rapper.
But
Who can
Penix,
ball
you
that
can
way?
see his confidence, and it should be. You can see his confidence growing. And the fact that he has Bijan, who's an absolute stud, to help him, right, to take the heat off is really big for him.
Let me give you
I
guys
still
just-
think Jaden Daniels can be a very special player.
Just real quick, let me give you Michael Penix's season so far. They open up the year against Tampa. They lose by 3 because Baker did the Baker thing last second scoring drive. They win. So they lost 23-20. The next week they beat Minnesota 22-6. And you're like, okay, pretty good start to the year. That third week, remember, they lost to the Panthers 30-0.
Right.
To Carolina. 30-0. Their last 2 weeks, though, Moj, they beat Minnesota and beat Buffalo. The hell do I do with that team?
Again,
I don't know.
I don't know either, because that's why it's hard to measure a body of work. If you measured the entire body, then obviously Jaden Daniels is your guy. All right? Caleb Williams is on his way up, is he not?
Looks better under Ben
He's on his
Johnson.
way.
Looks
Drake
better.
May's on his way up, is he not?
The only thing that I think is definitive from that class right now is that J.J. McCarthy's last. Now, he's dealt with injuries. I understand that he's barely played, but that's why he's last. Or you
He's
just
last.
haven't seen him.
All right. Hey, I promised this guy, because he called twice, that he wants to yell at us. So we'll let him yell. And we don't take calls too often, but feel free.
What do you mean us? Define
Well,
us.
we had a discussion, and he disagrees with what we have to say.
Okay, go ahead, Tyler.
So let's welcome Tyler to the show. Tyler, what's up? What do you disagree with?
Hey, good morning, guys. Well, first thing is, thank you guys. I appreciate you guys that listen to the show all the time and have
Thanks,
for 6 years. So,
thank you.
Well,
that's right. When I got here, what a coincidence.
Yeah. Well, Brett is the one that I have most of the bone to pick with, but I think I stand up for a lot of CU Buff fan listeners when I say it just sounds like the tone from you guys when you talk about the Buffs is disappointment and sadness, and there's never a take that's like, hey, this is a great win. This could be a season-changing win for the Buffs. Salter hasn't played up to our expectations for this year, but he's playing really well right now.
Yeah.
So most of the tone this whole week has just been boo the fans for running on the field. That's all we've heard.
Sure.
Tyler,
that's a fair.
Hold on. If we don't believe it, then we're not going to say it. I don't believe this is a season-saving win. I look at the schedule. I think it was a good win.
I thought it saved a bowl game opportunity. I thought it was a very important win.
It saved a bowl game opportunity, but when you look at the rest of the schedule, Tyler, they're going to be dogs probably in every game they play from here on out. Well, close to it.
Tyler, let me compound that with this. Let me say this. Tyler, I'll make it very easy on you because I do admire the fact that people listen to the show even if they disagree with us, and so you disagree on this. Here's how I look at it. If you want your hype level here, and the hype level for CU's right here, right? It's way up here. Then by God, you're going to get more eyeballs and more attention. And the criticism level is going to front that hype level. You want it?
Let me hear
you got to accept it.
Let me hear him out.
You want to play like your big boy football? You want to play that game? Well, you got to act like it too. Is that fair,
okay,
Kyle?
Let me give you, that's fair, but let me give you a CU Buffs take I haven't heard on your show this week, and you guys tell me if it's fair.
Okay, sure.
Prime's having health issues. He's in and out of the hospital. The boys rally and beat the team that was in the Big 12 championship last year, and the fans felt that. The true CU fans felt that, and I would have rushed the field if I was there. I think is valid and exciting for the program.
To be fair, we did mention that. We did mention that, though.
Tyler, guys, how many times did I personally mention the health issues and him overcoming that and what a stud Prime is?
What a
having
total
surgery on Tuesday, coaching on Saturday. We talked about it incessantly. It is that's who I'm rooting for.
Okay, he had something else, so quickly, Tyler, go ahead.
Well, the only thing you guys have talked about incessantly is, boo these fans for running on the field.
I mean...
Well,
All right.
Tyler, they're the same fans who got fined the week prior for yelling at BYU people. So they're, okay, fine.
Stop.
So let me ask Vic, how many times did you rush the field when you were at CU?
I never did because I was up in the broadcast booth doing radio. I probably would have.
What a dork.
It would have been really funny if you did,
You're
though.
a dork.
If you're broadcasting on the run.
I rushed the field one time in my life, and I did rush the field at a GoPro. I did it like 15 years ago. I can't remember what game it was. I'll go find it. Like I said, I have no problem
Tyler, we gotta
with
run. Thank
kids enjoying themselves, Tyler. It's not about the kids. It's about the look. And the look is brought on by CU's imagination of what it is itself. CU's up there. You're on television every week now. You prop yourself up as one of the haves, not the have-nots. Well, if you want to be one of the haves, act like it.
I would say this. The reason why I've had a disappointing tone with CU for this season is because I've been disappointed. I don't know how else to put it. I mean, it's an accurate depiction of how I felt about their season. Now, I will say, as I did earlier today, that win last week was a good win. I don't think Iowa State's some juggernaut great team, but it's a good win to get, especially one that you needed and was necessary to stay in bowl contention. I give him full credit. I said Caden Salter played great. I thought he was solid with both his feet and his arm. Didn't make mistakes last week. It's a big thing. It's good.
I think he's confusing.
When they come back from their bye, when they come back from their hang on. When they come back from their bye, Vic, and they've got to go to Salt Lake City.
Yeah.
How many point dog will they be against Utah inside their own conference?
I don't know. They could beat Utah. I think they'll probably be a touchdown dog in that game.
At least. I think at least.
Utah's good though. Utah's
defense.
But
I think they can beat Utah. They if you look at CU's schedule, there was only one game that was truly a blowout, and it wasn't until the second half. The Houston game got out of control. They could have won. They were in every game.
Oh, but this is the beauty of what the Big 12 is, and it's why my standards are higher than I think a lot of other people. Vic, they can beat anybody in this conference. You aren't playing Ohio State this weekend. Like, they don't have one of those in the Big 12. That's what you should be able to be in every game. And so the fact that they were 2-4 was incredibly disappointing to me for that reason. Because they can. Yeah. They can beat Iowa State. They can beat BYU. Yeah. They can beat Utah. They can beat Baylor. They can beat all these different Big 12 teams. But they were 2-4 heading into last week.
Nelly, when you were at school there, did you ever rush the field? I did. I rushed the field as a fan like 10 years ago with the camera, and I got to remember the game. And it was
did you ever rush the field when you were wearing that leprechaun costume? Did you ever rush the field at South Bend?
Moj, just to give you where my standards are, I rushed the field one time.
Look at me, I'm a leprechaun. My name is Vic. I'm a leprechaun.
I know you never rushed the field at Sac State because it wasn't a legit school. But when I was at Notre Dame, I rushed the field one time in my student career, one time, and that's when we won the national championship. Sort of worthy.
Hey, can I come over your house and
How many
dig for your pot of
touchdowns did
gold?
you have in that game when you say we won? How many
Me
touchdowns you have?
Me and my friends. And I lost my shoe. And we partied all
Right,
night.
lost
I
the
didn't have a
shoe, right,
shoe.
lost the
I think
shoe,
that led
right,
to my
right.
bunion. Come on. Touchdown.
I won a conference championship in college. I played in the game. Our winner.
Look at me in the pot of gold. Look at me, I'm Vic.
Our winner of the tickets to Saturday's game against the Bruins with these keywords is Brian Sullivan. Brian, congratulations. You are going to Ball Arena on Saturday. Don't forget those $5 fan-friendly deals that they got going on there. Chips, pizza, fries, pretzels, soda, all that good stuff. You can find them in different locations around Ball Arena. Fact checker, please.
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
Moser has an off day in the Paris of the Midwest, Columbus, Ohio. And so you guys asked Moser what he's going to do with his off day, and he said he's going to go golfing. Here's a little bit more of Moser's game plan.
Yeah, it's going to be 75 today.
Oh, nice. Good for you.
Yeah.
Who you playing with?
Myself. I play with myself a lot. So I have no problem, going out there just banging the ball around.
I mean, to be fair, it's a lot of time in between games.
I play with myself a lot.
2 days in Columbus, Ohio with nothing on the agenda.
It's a big-time hobby out there in Ohio. All right. Can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify,
And
Moser,
with that-
Lombardi, and Kane. That's right.
And with that.
And Tyler, thanks for calling the show, bud. Seriously. Sincerely, thanks for listening and calling the show. I love it.
We will talk to you guys tomorrow. Have a wonderful Tuesday. Love you. See you.
I play with myself a lot. So I have no problem, going out there just banging the ball around.
First down and 5 after the penalty from the 19-yard line. Back into the pistol formation. Warner motioning from right to left. Bijan Robinson the carry over the right side. Has a hole to the 25. Down the sideline to the 30. Across the 40. Breaks a tackle at midfield. Bijan Robinson. He's going to go all the way down the right sideline for a touchdown. 81 yards. The big play from Bijan makes it 20-7 Atlanta.
The long snap will come from Scott Daly. The punter, Torrey Taylor, will hold it. The operation needs to be clean. It's a 38-yard field goal try to win the game. Bears down by 2. Moody takes 2 strides back and 2 strides to the side. Waiting for the snap. Rain is falling. Wind is blowing. The ball put down. The kick is up, knifing its way through the uprights, through the rain, and Chicago. Redemption in Washington.
Dude got cut for missing 2 field goals in a game earlier. Now he's nailing ones from the Bears. Welcome to the morning sprint. Chicago over Washington last night, 25-24. And the Falcons beat the Bills, 24-14. The Bills have lost 2 straight. What's up, Coach Sanford? How you doing?
Well, the reset of the 2024 quarterback draft class, the reorg, if you will, is a lot different than it ended last year, wasn't it?
So silly, man. Listen.
How about my guy, Michael Penix Jr.?
Listen,
you all thought that I was crazy for loving that man.
No, I like
now,
Penix
I know
too.
Bijan was
the man.
He's the best
man.
Guys, he's the best running back in the National Football League.
That's the most fun I've had watching a running back run the football, and I don't know how, weeks,
How about the
months.
Falcons' defense? Where did that come from, man?
Holding that Bills offense to 2 touchdowns? What the hell?
And they were peppering Josh Allen. They
It's
still
crazy.
struggled to get him down on the ground, but man, there was pressure every snap.
Did you hear? So afterwards, McDermott was like, effort. He was calling out the effort, and I was like, "Ooh, man! When the coach is calling out the effort of your team."
I'm just glad he didn't have any references to September 11, 2001.
Man, that's crazy talk.
Yeah, definitely don't want to do that.
Sometimes
stay away
coaches
from.
don't. You live in a different world. You don't understand.
Don't compare football to radical extremism. It's never a great thought.
Yeah, that was a crazy.
And then
by
how
him.
about Caleb Williams is greater? So Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson, it's starting to take shape a little bit.
I mean, listen, Caleb. I don't know what to say about Caleb because sometimes he looks brilliant and sometimes he looks completely lost. But I guess you could say the same thing by Penix yesterday as well, where there were some times where you're like, I don't think he knows what he's doing. And then the next thing you know, he's like,
Don't forget about it. He's only, starting his 7th game?
Is that what it is? I mean, he's young, right? So much younger than,
age-wise, he's the same as Bo.
Is he really?
He was another one of those
Stay forever.
11th year seniors. He had lived an entire life. He had actually he had 3 children and he's on his second life now. Okay, so at the end of last season, what was the power rankings of the quarterbacks that were drafted in 2024? All 6 of them.
Jaden is first. So Jaden goes
first.
first.
He was big time number 1 last year. At the end of last year.
Do I get cocky and put Bo at number 2?
Bo was clearly number 2 last year.
Then we go. Okay, this is gonna be tough because you got Drake. JJ's at the bottom because he didn't play last year, right?
And Penix was
is
second
Penix
to last.
5th. So and Drake May is 4th.
Although you could say
that
last year's Caleb Williams would warrant him being in the.
You're right.
He might be the worst.
Caleb at number 5.
I think so. And then Penix did enough at the end of the year to say.
What
he
about
was
now?
4.
What about now? Are you a Caleb believer?
Can I let's go.
Yeah.
Final rankings after 2024 for me of the quarterback draft class.
All right.
And I don't want to include Spencer Rattler. Sorry, all you Spencer Rattler Glazers.
Yeah, no, only that top 6 in the 12.
To me, clearly, in what I was able to see, I would say 1, Jaden Daniels, 2, Bo Nix, big drop off.
Okay.
3, Drake May.
Okay.
4, Penix. 5, Caleb Williams. 6, JJ McCarthy because you hadn't seen a jack squat.
Now.
Number 1 is Drake May.
Okay, it's crazy. Listen,
I mean, just what your eyes are telling you right now.
Yeah, he's balling.
Guys, he's making all the throws.
It's so annoying. Like, I don't love Vrabel, and I hate the Patriots in general. Just, you just have to in this city. But Drake May's the real deal, right? He's the truth.
Is it Caleb Williams?
Is it? I don't know, man.
He was 5 last year. He just beat Jaden Daniels. And then is 3 Bo Nix?
Yes.
And 4 is Michael Penix Jr.
Yes,
and
although Penix is coming up.
And 5 is Jaden Daniels. He's having some sophomore slump vibes, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I
then
mean,
6
I'd still
is
take
still
Jaden on my
J.J.
team.
McCarthy because he
he just hasn't played.
He hadn't played.
Let's see right now.
Is that
Jaden's
crazy?
at-
I'd love to hear all of you. Give me your current right now ranking.
How many games did Jaden miss? Was it 3? Was it 2? Was it 3? Did he miss 3? How many
This
games?
year or last year?
This year.
I think it was just 2.
It was
wasn't
just the 2? Okay. Because, I mean,
he's still dangerous.
yeah,
Like, you watch a game
211, 3 touches, and a pick last night.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
He's playing good ball.
Yeah. I mean,
The Manders aren't playing great ball as a team.
what's going on there? Like that probably should have been a win, right? That running back for Chicago, DeAndre Swift, is a bad man.
You gotta wrap that man up.
He wants to hit you. Like, I can appreciate. He's got some Cam Scattaboo in him, or Cam's got some DeAndre in him. But yeah, that was fun watching. I mean, both those. Usually, I'm not down for 2 Monday Night Football games. But I'll admit I had a pretty good time flipping back and forth between both those games. Both of them were pretty interesting. Yeah, they were both pretty interesting.
I mean, hey, preseason. Okay, let's talk about this.
Okay,
preseason.
Yeah,
you see the slate of Commanders. This is rewind 8 weeks, and you see Commanders Bears. What do you think is going to happen in that game?
Oh, you think the Commanders are going to smoke them?
Smoke them. It's a bad game.
Yeah.
It's a dysfunctional Bears team.
Mm-hmm.
Even after week 1, when the Bears I think they got obliterated in week 1 or 2.
Did they?
And then if you were to say preseason,
oh yeah, the Vikings got them in week. Oh, they got obliterated by the Lions in week 2.
Lions
put 52.
It was
on
ugly. Okay, then you got the other Monday Night Football game from a preseason perspective. The Falcons are playing the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like an awful slate because the Bills are going to destroy the Falcons. And the Commanders are going to destroy the hapless Bears. And guess what happens? The exact opposite. Because why? Because football.
Yeah, because it's the NFL, and that's what happens.
And also, the Broncos barely hold on to beat the 0-6 Jets, who, yes, now nationally, I talked about it yesterday. I thought there's no world that existed that Aaron Glenn could say some of the things that he said in his postgame and even his day after follow-up to what the world were you doing before half and before end of game?
Yeah.
Dude, he's on the hot seat.
I betcha.
That man is on the hot seat. Him and Mike McDaniel are equally on the hot seat right now.
Mike McDaniel was saying stuff that he was saying it today, right? I mean, he was talking about Tua. Was it today or yesterday? He was talking about Tua's comments after the game. And you know who he sounded like? He sounded just like Callahan talking about Cam earlier in the season. And I was like, oh, he's going to go the way of Callahan too, man. Because as soon as you start talking that way, like, hey man, he probably shouldn't have said that stuff out loud. Not in this environment, not the way we're playing right now and stuff. Yeah, that is all kinds of bad. But yeah, McDaniel could be gone. Glenn could be gone. But let me ask you this: are you now a believer in the 3-2 Atlanta Falcons and the 3-2 Chicago Bears? Do you believe in them? Can they do something?
Yeah, I am. You know why? Because they showed up against playoff teams from last season. Namely, the Bears did it. Am I right in saying they did it at Washington?
Yes, that was at Washington.
That's a big time win for Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams.
Those all black unis.
And for Caleb Williams to get the game, the win at the end of the game and put the, help matriculate the football down the field. And
both the Bears and the Falcons had massive drives in the fourth quarters of those games.
And
the Falcons drive was like 13, 14 play drive by Penix or something. I mean, most of that was Bijan. But
he was still dealing it and distributing the football, throwing the ball on time.
Man, that is impressive because the Bills' defense ain't a joke.
What those moments were for Michael Penix Jr. and for Caleb Williams was the moment that Bo Nix had the week before against the Eagles. Where he led a come from behind end of game. That's like your arrival moment as an NFL starting quarterback.
Like hop on the bus. I'm going to drive.
I'm here. We coming.
Yeah.
We not just coming anymore. We here.
So yeah, I mean the Bears started a rough start to the season, and now I'm a believer. And the Falcons at 3-2. I'm like, I don't know, man. What about the Bills? I mean, do you have now that they've lost 2 in a row?
Let's overreact now.
Let's overreact to the Buffalo Bills and how bad they are. But I mean, nobody's like, well, they're done. They're washed. Nobody's treating them like the Ravens or something.
All right. I want you to take the time machine back. Get with Doc McFly and pop into that DeLorean.
Yeah, let's go.
And put in the key. Oh my gosh, you have a Back to the Future t-shirt on.
I'm rocking the DeLorean on my shirt now, brother.
Dude.
That was freaky.
You and I have had some strange, weird voodoo moments.
That double nickel thing.
Yeah,
and now
55 points.
This is weird, man.
And now I'm talking Back to the Future.
This is weird,
and
KJ.
On a day that I decided to go big time travel, you're wearing a Back to the Future t-shirt underneath your zip-up sweatshirt that I didn't see, for the record.
Weirdness, man.
Okay, So go back to your in your time machine.
Yeah.
The one that's on your T-shirt. All right. Imagine what the AFC would look like after 6 weeks of football. You're past the third. You're like people talk about the quarter pull.
Mm-hmm.
You're past the 1/3 pull. AFC standings after week 6 right now. Colts are in first place in the AFC at 5-1.
Yeah, I wouldn't have called that.
Aaron Rodgers, after what he did in New York and looked so washed.
Wouldn't have called
The
that
Steelers, 4-1. Chargers, 4-2. You could say, okay, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Patriots.
Yeah, that's another one.
Drake May.
That's another one.
4-2. Bills, okay, 4-2.
Yeah, got it.
Jaguars, 4-2.
Yeah, never would have guessed
Broncos,
that one.
4-2. Those are your division leaders right now, your shoo-ins.
Yeah. Top 7 teams in the AFC.
Today.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's crazy, but this is why we love the NFL. And look at those teams. Like you got the Bengals down there in the bottom 10. You got the Ravens down there in the bottom 10. And you're just like, heck, life comes at you fast, brother. In the NFL, life comes at you fast. You better look around and figure out what's going on. And then not only that, the Miami Dolphins might very well fire their head coach before the season is done. The New York Jets might very well fire the head coach they just hired. What was the years on his contract, KJ? Do you know, like, how much would they have to pay Glenn if they fired him in the 7 games into the season? Like, I mean, I'm assuming he had a 3-year deal, 4-year deal, something like that there in New York. Is it worth just moving on? Because I guess I should say this. Does Aaron Glenn in New York look like Nathaniel Hackett did here in Denver, where you're just like, well, this doesn't look like a professional football team. This guy has no idea what's going on. We got to move. You have to make a move at that point. I don't know. Does Aaron Glenn look as incompetent as Hackett did when he was coaching here? I really don't know.
I think they're staring at each other in the mirror.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're that meme.
Well, they're both. Yeah. They're Spider-Man memeing.
Spider-Man memeing, or the stare in the. It's the one where you stare in the mirror and it's an ugly face looking back at you. I think that's both of them. They think they're a lot better looking than they are. When Aaron Glenn for a while was doing his little dance.
Yeah. I bet you when he was dancing on the sideline, he thought everything was going to turn out all right. Now he's looking at 0-6 and just
do a little dance. Get down tonight.
Just not good. Not good.
Come on, Aaron. Hey, I tell you what. Speaking of the opposite of not good, you better tune in because we got some Avs tickets to give away.
Yeah, we do.
Don't we?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, we do. Yeah,
not yet, though, right? Not yet.
Here we go. No, but you got to keep listening because
do not change that dial. 92.5.
It is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So coming up here in the next break, it's tickets on the 220s on Tuesday. So you got to be listening at the 20s to get these keywords. We'll give it to you. Matter of fact, kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Your next keyword for the Avs Ticket Tuesday is coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
We are in the best time for the sports year. It's when all the seasons are starting. Actually got Nuggets tonight, final preseason matchup at Ball Arena. And if you want any coverage of your favorite odds, well, I got the place for you, and that is Circa Sports Colorado. We're lucky here in Colorado that we have the ability to have Circa in our market because Circa, it provides sports betting the way that it should be. With high betting limits and tight money line splits and exceptional customer service that treats you like the VIP that you really are. So if you're looking for playoff odds for Major League Baseball, futures, and NFL, make some early preseason bets on the Nuggets and what they can potentially do, Circa Sports, it's the place that is going to get you covered. So download the Circa Sports Colorado app today or visit circasports.com. And as a reminder, you got to be 21 years or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Circa Sports, that's the place for you. It's Coach Mike Sanford.
Welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinoli filling in for Alex Reinamy and KJ Granderson. We'll come to you live from the back of the Shaker Studios. Their passion is justice. And you know what today is? It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday, and it is on the 20s. So let's give you a keyword and see if we can get you some Avs tickets. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show, so be listening for keywords on the 20s. Your 1020 keyword is rink. Text RINK, R-I-N-K, with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Boston on Saturday. Don't miss all of the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for just $5. Again, your 1020 keyword is RINK, so text RINK along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our next winner of the day at 11:55. Good luck.
Rink!
Rink.
Like an ice rink.
Yeah, like
but
an
just
ice
the
rink. Right? Is there anything else you call a rink that ain't an ice rink?
I was thinking about
Rinky,
that.
Rinky dinky?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, that Broncos offense in London was a
Rinky
rinky-dink
dinky.
outfit,
Yes,
wasn't it?
Yeah. But I can't rink. What else is
That
rink?
Jets, that entire Jets decision-making posse of Aaron Glenn and offensive coordinator Tanner Engstrad.
Maybe they gassed
They
the
were,
offensive
you know what they were? They were rank.
Yeah, they were ranked. They were
stanking
ranky. All right, you know what? Speaking of ranks, let's talk a little QB rankings here. Let's talk about a little QB rankings. So, Broncos country gets a little little sensitive because nationally there's not a lot of people buying in to Bo Nix. There's just not a lot of people buying in. Although the Broncos as a whole, I think they're buying in because I just saw ESPN had their newest team rankings, power rankings, and they have the Broncos listed at 10, like the 10th best team in the NFL. And I'm like, at this point, I'll take that. After this weekend, I know it was a win, but I'll take the 10th best team in the NFL right now. But when it comes to quarterback rankings in the NFL, it's a little different. Matter of fact, we're going to take a look at what the Ringer's doing. The Ringer does good work. And I think they change their rankings after every single game, after every weekend to see where it's at. But if I had to say, hey, Coach Sanford, who do you think the Ringer is the best quarterback in the NFL right now?
Is it back to Patrick Mahomes?
Nah, it's close, though. I think they got Patrick at 2.
He's trending back up.
They got, actually, hold on. Let me give it. I'll give you
still,
the top.
Is it still Josh Allen?
It's Josh Allen.
Okay.
Yeah, they have Josh Allen. Matter of fact,
by the way, even if Josh Allen lost the game last night and wasn't perfect, and he had that stupid flip pass,
whatever that
where
was.
He's trying to be too cool for school instead of just throwing it normally overhand.
Like you ain't Mahomes.
He still was pretty awesome.
Yeah,
he's still fun to watch. Man.
Yeah,
God, that guy's hard to tackle.
Right. Yeah,
he reminds me. He reminds me of the dude. I mean, obviously, he's the best on planet Earth, and the guy I'm comparing to is a high school athlete. But he reminds me against the team, the dude from Ralston Valley, Zeke Andrews. Man,
nobody
can tackle that guy.
Just
man.
Right. You know what? Who was? I always bring this up.
And he's lanky. He's like 6'5", 6'6".
He was a quarterback
Not quite
at
6'7".
Nebraska, and then he went on to. He was a coach at Baylor for a little while. It was Tommy. Quarterback in Nebraska.
Oh, T-Magic. Tommy, was it Martinez or no?
Tommy. Come on.
Oh,
text line.
Frazier.
Tommy Frazier.
Heisman Frazier.
That dude would, there'd be 2-3 guys holding it, and he just keep on keeping on. Like, he was dragging dudes. And ever since then, every time I see a dude just shake dudes off like water on a duck, I always think of that guy. I always think of Tommy Frazier.
All right,
that
before
was a
we
bad
proceed,
man at the quarterback
a
position.
lot of our fine listeners here, and I know you're one of those guys that just gives the keyword once. I'm not one of those guys.
Oh, you're going to give it again?
I want to have 7 million people enter.
All right.
Because that's how many people are sprinters. We have 7 million daily sprinters.
And we're working
us.
on 10.
Yeah, here we go. It is not rank that's the keyword. It is not rake, as in what the Rockies do not have at the plate, somebody who can rake. The keyword is very similar to what the Avs play in. This is the Avs ticket giveaway. Text 303-504-0925, and the keyword to get your Avs ticket every Tuesday is rink. Rink as in an ice rink.
Yeah.
A skating rink.
Yep. And we'll have a new one on the 20s every hour here at the station every Tuesday for the rest of the Avs season. It's going to be great. But yeah, Josh Allen ranked the best quarterback in the NFL. Creativity, timing, accuracy, arm talent, pocket presence, decision-making, all that stuff. They love him. Number 2 is Lamar Jackson. Number 2 is Lamar. They have him just below They call him a one-man starter pack for an elite offense. Just add Lamar Jackson, and your offense already gets a little something different. For Josh Allen, they call him the NFL's most unstoppable playmaking force. And I get it, even though you caught that L last night. Number 3 is in the AFC West. It is Justin Herbert. They list Justin as, they say, this quarterback has 0 holes in his game. He also has 0 playoff wins.
Is that what they said?
Yes.
Okay, I was going to say, because I was going to say, hey, there is a hole.
Those playoffs.
It's that the guy is absolutely buns in the postseason.
Yeah, they call him a ball knower. He is a ball
I think
knower,
he's a
Justin
knower of the
Herbert, ball knower?
Yeah, he loves ball. He knows ball.
Because, I mean, he is just, we would consider Justin a fraction below Lamar and Josh. But so far, we've yet to see Patrick Mahomes on this list. Number 4 is Patrick Mahomes. Yeah. A shape-shifting quarterback who can adapt to any situation, they call him. So, listen, man, so far this season, he's got 21 touches, 11 interceptions, and almost 4,000 yards. That's fairly impressive. I mean, that's a little more interceptions than you're used to. But when you have a quarterback like Patrick Mahomes, what you can always say is like, just like when you have Joker on your basketball team, just get to the playoffs and see what happens, man, because he will work magic in the playoffs, and that's what Kansas City Chiefs fans know Mahomes will do. He will work some magic. But I want to ask you about number 5, because at number 5 they have Joe Burrow, and I mean I get it. He's in his prime. He's a bad man, and he's thrown a bunch of touchdowns this season. But he's hurt. He's hurt now.
But what's the problem with Joe Burrow these last couple of years,
not
man?
Playing, man. He's just not playing.
So the Ringer, I love you. I have a couple buddies over there. One of my close buddies that I haven't had a chance to talk to as much this year, Danny Heifetz of the Ringer podcast, fantasy football and draft podcast, one of the fine listens out there. The best ability as a player is availability.
Yeah.
And that man, Joe Burrow, has not been available.
Yeah, and this is a week-to-week timeline, so they update this every week, and they still have Joe in the top 5, even though he hasn't played in a while. I love number 6. Number 6 is Matthew Stafford. And I mean, I wonder, he's 37. I wonder if he does want to play 1 more year, 2 more year, or if he wants to walk off into the sunset after this year.
Or if he wants to be like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady and play until he's
5 more years.
Play until gravity's gotten a hold of his man parts.
I mean, it doesn't look like he's lost anything with his arm.
You imagine? Yeah. You imagine? You have like 22-year-olds in the locker room, and you see this guy come in like you're taking a shower at your local gym. You're over there at 24-Hour Fitness, and there's an old man that does the old leg up.
Yeah.
Puts the leg up on the bench. You're like,
what
wow.
you doing, man?
I'll tell you what, man. Gravity got that dude. They really got him.
That's going to be Matthew Stafford. That's going to be Matt. Number 7 is Dak Prescott. Number 8 is your man, Jordan Love. Number 9 is Jared Goff.
Okay, I agree.
And number 10 is C.J. Stroud.
They
got C.J. at 10, man.
Although it looks like the Texans are starting to come back to life.
Incredibly, the guy right behind him is the dude you were praising about 15 minutes ago. It's Drake May. They have Drake May.
And he was like 29 last year.
Here's what
did they say about Drake May?
They call him the Gen Z version of Matthew Stafford.
Okay.
They call him the Gen Z version of Matthew Stafford.
I like that.
Is Drake May. And if he's half the quarterback that dude is, he's going to have a hell of a career. Number 12 is Jaden Daniels. So another one of those guys from that rookie class from last year is number 12. Number 13 is Jalen Hurts. You will have noticed that we've not even come close to saying Bo Nix's name yet. But
I have a sneaking suspicion we're going to keep going for a while longer before we say old
number 14 is my hero and your friend Baker Mayfield.
I think that's too low.
Called a flamethrower who lacks a second pitch. So they say Baker's got a fastball and that's it.
Okay. Well,
I mean, I don't believe in that either.
Right now, Baker Mayfield's in the top 5 in the NFL today.
Today. Yeah, no, I would agree with that
What
statement.
we've seen in the 2025 season.
Sure, he's a bad man out there. Number 15 is Sam Darnold.
He's playing good ball, man.
A fearless passer with a golden arm and a blind spot for pressure.
You know what he's doing right now, though? He's playing on time. He's playing with a really good base. If there is, so I know a lot of people have said if Bo Nix can just become Baker Mayfield, he'll be just fine. I more and more I watch Baker Mayfield, the more and more I think that'd be the worst thing for Bo Nix.
Oh, really?
Bo Nix needs to watch Sam Darnold. Because Sam Darnold plays on schedule, on time, and his feet are right.
Yeah.
That's what Bo needs. Baker is one of those players that doesn't need his feet to be right. He's got crazy ability from clavicle to fingertip, arm talent.
Yeah.
No matter what the platform is.
Yeah.
Bo does not possess that, in my opinion, consistently, unless he's either completely on the move, running towards his target on the boot, if he can find those throws, which he couldn't against the Jets. They did a nice job of limiting those. Or if Bo Nix is grounded with a really solid on platform, like stop off platform. It's the buzzword that stinks for a guy like Bo Nix. Play on schedule. Play on platform. And that's what Sam Darnold's doing. And that's why they're and you know what else?
Yeah, they're 4-2, just like the Broncos.
You know what else the Seahawks have going for them?
What's that?
They got a good defense too. So you don't need to be a hero. You need to be good. You need to be solid. You need to do what the offense gives you.
Yeah. So 16 is Trevor Lawrence.
I think he's playing good ball.
They call him a good quarterback who's falling short of great expectations. It's just the expectations around Trevor. Like, listen, man, you should be better than a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. But once again, they're winning games. Number 17 is Geno Smith, the Raiders quarterback. I don't know. I can't believe they got Geno at number 17, but they call him an advanced pocket passer who still has plenty to learn. And I mean, listen, Geno kept getting better. That's why he's still got a job in this league. Like, he's become more accurate as a passer. But once again, you're putting faith in he's above Kyler Murray is what he is, who's at 18. Caleb Williams is at 19. Aaron Rodgers is at 20. Brock Purdy at 21. Tua Tagovailoa number 22.
Oh gosh.
Number 23 is Daniel Jones.
Oh, well, that's too low for this year, is it not?
Yeah. They call him Danny Dimes is back and better than ever, but he's still at number 23. Number 24 is Spencer Rattler.
Oh, my gosh.
Number 25 is Carson Wentz.
Oh, my gosh.
Number 26 is Bo Nix.
Ooh. Who do they have Bo Nix better than right now?
They have him better than Justin Fields.
Okay. Oh, geez.
Mac Jones.
The negative 10 passing yards
Bryce
guy?
Young and Michael Penix Jr. But they say, you know what? He's a little bit better than Justin Fields is what the Ringer is saying. They call...
you know what the Ringer is, though, man? The Ringer is intoxicated.
26 is low, man.
I'm not even talking about... I'm talking about the entirety of their rankings.
Well, there are some goofy names in this list at different places.
The Ringer's quarterback rankings shall never. It's like Chris Mannix. When Chris Dempsey said, between the hours of 10 and noon, Chris Mannix will never be joining this program again.
He does not exist.
I also agree that the Ringer, even though my fine friend, Danny Heifetz, is a part of this, the Ringer's quarterback rankings shall never be mentioned ever again. Baker Mayfield right now outside of the top 10.
Outside of the top 10.
Danny Dimes today outside of the top 20. Am
Bo
I right?
Chris Mannix,
just ahead
who
of
we'll never
Justin
have on
Fields.
here ever again.
Debs, go ahead and say that again.
Chris Mannix, who we'll never have on here ever again.
Yeah,
you know what? We'll just get Dempsey to voice the Ringer. Never going to be on here again.
The Ringer quarterback power rankings.
You know what? So one of the things they say about him is that one of his problems is that he's risk averse. He won't take chances. I mean, do we agree with that statement though? Is Bo risk averse?
It's almost like when he does do the opposite of his wiring, it goes bad.
Yeah.
Does it not? Like, so,
you're right.
Like the Titans game is like, end of the Colts game, don't do that. I don't like that. It's not good. It's like when the
Bobot wires get crossed or something?
Well, and he's like, he like the Bobot says, time to go ahead and take a risk. Oh gosh, system overload. You know what though? The Ringer, it's not nearly as good as our keyword rink.
Rink, right. Keep it locked in.
It's rink for free Avs tickets. 303-504-0925.
Yeah, hit 'em.
Rink.
They don't like his timing, his accuracy, his pocket presence, or his decision making. They do like his creativity and arm talent. Just from a quarterbacking perspective. And some of that doesn't, like, if you're creative, like, doesn't that help your decision? Like, if creativity is part of your strengths, then that's also part of your decision making, right? I don't know why they don't like his decision making. Or is it just, well, I don't know what we're considering his decision making. Maybe they're just talking about him running through the route tree way too quick or something.
He does look like he's a bit out of rhythm with the timing of the progressions because he looks panicked and anxious. I think he moves on from 1 too quickly.
Yeah.
In order to get to 2 and 3, and then when he's in that overly sped up space as a quarterback within his pure progressions, it forces him to then get anxious and antsy, and then that's when the feet go haywire.
Mm-hmm.
I would disagree. I think that one of his better traits is decision making in general, because he doesn't put the ball in harm's way, which is fine. I vehemently disagree with the fact that they think he has great arm talent.
Yeah, they listed it as one of his best strengths.
If he had great arm talent, then he wouldn't need for his feet to be right in order to accurately throw the football. People don't understand that. Arm talent is not how far can I throw it. Arm talent is what can I do with the football when everything is not perfect. And that's what Patrick Mahomes has. That's what Josh Allen has. That's what Lamar Jackson has.
Mm-hmm.
Baker Mayfield's got it.
Yeah.
Jared Goff's got it.
Yeah.
Matt Stafford has it. Justin Herbert has it.
Yeah.
Like those, how often do you see those guys make throws where their feet are like their left and right feet are opposite of each other?
Yeah. Some of those Mahomes throws every once in a while in a game, you're like, what the? So here, how about this? This is what they say. As long as Bo Nix has a decent supporting cast and a competent coach calling plays, he'll play productive football. That may sound like a backhanded compliment, but it's a compliment nonetheless, and more than we can say about most quarterbacks entering the NFL. So they're basically saying you get him some good players around him, you got some good play calls around him, and he will win you some football games.
Which is exactly what I said, and what does that sound exactly like? Which quarterback that just recently got paid and everybody's wondering why in the world he did?
Ooh.
Because he was a beneficiary for several years I'll give you a hint, as Mr. Irrelevant.
Oh, we talk about Brock, huh?
Brock Purdy.
Interesting.
Where is Brock Purdy in there? Is he in there? Or they do why would they have?
No,
Brock Purdy in those
You're
power
right.
rankings?
I didn't list Brock. They don't have him in here. Oh, wait, hold on. Unless they just have him way low. Because Bryce Young, Michael Penix Jr., Joe Flacco's number 31, Cam Ward's 32, J.J. McCarthy, Jackson Dart is the 34th quarterback, Jake Browning 35, Dylan Gabriel 36. Nah, they didn't have Brock
Brock's
in there.
21.
They don't have him listed at all,
he's
right?
21 right
Oh,
there.
is he?
Look at him.
Is that
Go
what you
up.
think he is? Oh, wait, let me look and see. Oh, yeah, there he is. He's 21. You're right. I just completely missed him.
Brock Purdy, 21. What do they say about him?
An improving playmaker who can't forget his roots.
And what are his roots?
His roots.
His roots were being surrounded at the time by peak Debo Samuel, Christian McCaffrey, George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk when healthy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they call him a system quarterback.
Mm-hmm.
An improving playmaker and a system quarterback. And once again, I'd be more than happy if Bo Nix's ceiling is Brock Purdy at his best, right? Because Brock Purdy wins. That was winning football.
What in the world do they say about Tua Tagovailoa, and where the heck do they have him?
See.
They have him in the teens?
They had him in the teens,
That's
right?
the dumbest thing I've ever heard. That guy's so done.
No, maybe in the 20. Oh,
he should be 53.
Aaron Rodgers, 21 is Brock Purdy, 22 is Tua Tagovailoa.
Okay, what do they have?
Don't blink or you'll miss the good part. Which is they say he knows ball. He's got deceptive eyes. Although his timing and accuracy is great. They hate his arm talent and creativity, though. Almost the exact opposite of Bo. Hate Tua's creativity and arm talent. Love his timing and accuracy. And Bo's the exact opposite of that, at least according to them. But he is right there with Bo. You know what? They're all kind of right there in the 20s.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
We got to take a break here, but if you haven't done so, make sure you text RINK for the Altitude Avs ticket giveaway every Tuesday on the 20s.
Yep.
And we have RINK, RINK to 303-504-0925.
Yep. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Tuesday, October the 14th, which I think means we're almost halfway done with the month. I'm not really 100% sure. We're like 2 weeks away from Halloween. Have you got?
So guess what? So at noon tomorrow.
Yeah.
That's the halfway point of the month of October.
Point.
So 31 divided by 2 equals 15.5.
Look at you.
12 hours.
Look at you.
Is the halfway point of a 24-hour day. So when we finish our show tomorrow on Wednesday, we'll be halfway through October.
I mean, listen. Is the Sanford house decked out for Halloween?
Oh, there's big spiders everywhere.
Is there big spiders everywhere?
Yeah, like actually like decorative ones. Really big spiders.
I know. I'm actually related to a dude who has arachnophobia. Is deathly afraid of spiders. Like, can't see a spider on TV, can't see a spider in a video game, can't see a spider. You know what I mean? Like,
you remember that movie in the 80s, 90s?
Yeah, that was it, right. It was like a Steven Spielberg movie or something like that, right? Wasn't it?
What scares you more, if you see a gnarly spider or if you see a rattler in your trail?
No. It's snakes. Spiders don't bug me but spiders, I'm like, but I'm not scared of them. I'm like, whatever, stomp. I will smash a spider.
What if you see like a gnarly looking, like hairy, like woo, in your house?
No, you mean like a full on like a tarantula or something?
Or like a black widow or something that's got.
Yeah. No, I'm adverse to that kind of stuff.
Like you don't like it, or do you like it?
No, I don't like it. I mean, are you down? Are you one of those people who like to get scared?
I like snakes, man.
Oh, you're crazy, dog.
But like, I'm not like an owner of snakes. But when I see one in the wild, I'm like, oh, let's check this thing out.
You're crazy. Like Chad Brown
Baby rattlers.
is a psycho to me because Chad Brown like loves snakes, like hugs them and kisses them and like raises them as his own children. They're like, no, that's crazy talk to me. That's crazy talk. What else is crazy talk is what's going on in college football. Wild stuff going down in college football. Last week, we got some fun games this week. Matter of fact, I think we got like 3 or 4 rank team. Like we got number 5 Ole Miss takes on number 9 Georgia at Georgia in the SEC. That game's got some juice. There is number 11 Tennessee at number 5 or is it number 6 Alabama? Number 6 Alabama. That's a fun one. And of course, you got USC Notre Dame, which is massive. This game goes down at Notre Dame on Saturday night. And then Utah BYU. So those are all the ranked foes playing each other.
USC Notre Dame serving as would it be an elimination game, do you think, for the college football playoff?
Maybe, because that'd be the 3rd loss for Notre Dame if they get it, which they're out at 3
losses. And then USC is going to lose some. They're going to lose at least one, maybe 2 more.
Right now they're
Big Ten
5-1, and they got some nasty opponents coming up. So, yeah, this could be right. I feel like if Notre Dame loses, you're not getting in it. Well, it's Notre Dame, so who the hell knows what the committee's going to do?
Yeah, but a 9-3 Notre Dame without a conference championship, screw them.
Yeah, like that, you don't think they'll make it?
No, you shouldn't.
Yeah, no, I don't. I agree, but it's Notre Dame, and you know what I'm talking about.
Let's talk about the University of Spoiled Children here.
Okay,
my parents' alma mater. You want to know who their wins are over right now?
Who?
Missouri State, Georgia Southern, Purdue, Michigan State, who just got blown out by UCLA. Illinois, loss,
yeah.
Michigan, I think they stink. That's not a great and look who SC's got coming up, man. They got Oregon and the Jerry Neuheisel with his glorious blonde locks.
They could. You're
UCLA
right.
Bruins got Iowa.
I forgot about UCLA. Man, UCLA. I don't know what the hell Neuheisel's doing, but
hey, USC. This might be. Is this potentially a Lincoln Riley?
Gets got because he loses.
I'm saying back to back here. If he loses at Notre Dame and then at Nebraska, and he's now 5-3,
and you still have to play Oregon and UCLA and
Northwestern
and Iowa,
he might be Tostitos Fiesta Bowl.
I mean, Franklin was sitting on top of the world, baby. He was on top of the world a month and a half ago. And now
3 weeks ago, they were hosting College Game Day as an undefeated.
Yeah. And it does. Listen, maybe it's my own bias, but it does feel like there's some people there at USC. Like, man, it might be time to move on.
Did Penn State make the right decision to fire James Franklin at 3-3?
Probably not. Probably not in the middle of the season. But at the same time, I don't know. You know what? Let me ask you: do you feel sorry for those players at Penn State? Do you feel sorry for the players? That they, like the guy they said, I'm going to come play for you, coach. I believe in you. I'm going to come play for you. And now he's gone because you lost 3 straight. I mean, Franklin ain't out there throwing the football and catching the football. You lost 3 straight.
If they authentically enjoyed playing for James Franklin, yes. But that's the question. Did they?
Right.
A lot of them, we can never trust what's said in the media because they all are very well media trained to say the right things, and they're threatened that if you ever talk negatively about a coach, even after they're gone, it will impact your ability to get drafted at a decent spot because nobody wants to deal with disgruntled employees or.
Yeah, he took a shot at Franklin. He'll probably take a shot at me if we lose a couple.
100%. So you don't really know. The only way you really know is when you're inside the locker room.
Yeah. Because, something had to go wrong there. Otherwise, they wouldn't. The
three
reports out
and
of Penn
three's bad at
State
Penn
is that
State.
Adidas is just stepping up and saying, yeah, we'll pay that whole thing. We'll just hand that dude a $48 million check so he'll get the hell out of here because we want to do different things. I was like, man, I don't know if I want corporate America. I'm more than happy to take your money, but stop telling me what coaches I should and should not have. Like how much input does Nike have at Oregon? If Nike tells Oregon, hey man, I don't like what's going on here. Well, let's change some things up. Do they automatically? They're just like, yeah, okay, you're the breadwinner. Let's go.
Think about there was a bit of a dark era there at Oregon, right? It was Mark Helfrich, who took him to a national championship, but then he was quickly escorted out of the building shortly thereafter. That was my quarterback coach my freshman year at Boise State was Mark Helfrich. And they wanted nothing to do with him.
No.
And he took him to a natty. Now, he did it with Marcus Mariota and some really talented players and didn't win it. Got break speed off him by Ohio State and Urban Meyer. Cardell Jones. Think about this.
That's a name
Willie Taggart was at Oregon as the head coach.
Man.
And Phil Knight's like, no. And even Mario Cristobal, who had Justin Herbert as quarterback, never felt like he really delivered the goods. And now he ended up leaving for Miami, which is where he played. He's from the Florida and all that, so it made sense. But I wouldn't say that Mario Cristobal at Oregon was a glorious time. I think there was an okay mutual departing of ways between the two of Oregon and Mario Cristobal.
These massive donors to these colleges fascinate me. Like, who was it? Somebody just gave $50 million to the Nebraska football team. No, who was it he was just like, here's $50 million. And it
Stanford.
And he's like, and it only goes to the football team.
He's like, I'm tired of my money going to field hockey.
Yeah. He's like,
I do not want my money to go to boys water polo.
No. He wants it all for football.
I want to fix something that stinks right now because a decade ago, 13, 14 years ago, boy, was Stanford football fun.
Yeah, it was great, man. It was a lot of fun.
Blast.
Yeah.
I was there.
Not anymore.
I went to a Fiesta Bowl in 11 with Andrew Luck.
I blame your quarterback, man. Isn't he the GM of that school now? Isn't he the GM of the Stanford program? Right? Isn't he? Andrew Luck, man. He's supposed to be helping this stuff out.
Hey, he did. He got 50.
Does he still have 50 racks? He still has a year of eligibility. Did he come out after his junior year?
No,
Was he see?
He came out, but yeah, he's not coming back. Not with that offensive line they got. That looks familiar.
Andrew Luck's only like 36. Like, it's 30. How old is Andrew? It's not like he's 57 or something.
I'll tell you this. We recruited him in 2008. 2008 was his first year. He was an 18-year-old, and that's 17 years ago. Yeah, it's 35.
Wow. Yeah, he could still
pretty good math.
Right. He'd still be making a ton of money in the NFL. But I bet he's living a good life, right? Like, he seems to be one of those few people who have their head on straight when it comes to football.
He does, man. He's one of the best to be around. He's a real, genuine, authentic dude. He just loves his teammates. He loves football. And he's really smart, man. 35 ACT.
Man, you go.
You know what that's out of?
Yeah, 36.
Pretty good.
Right. Yeah, I got a 36.
Oh, you did.
Suck it, Andrew Luck. Kiss my white hairy cheeks, homie.
Whoa. And by white hairy, you mean actually that your butt hair matches your head on your head. You have white. You're the silver fox on the top of the head, and you're a silver fox where the sun don't shine.
At least I never had to take the SATs because Baylor was fine just taking the ACT score. They didn't have. You'd have to take.
What, man?
Did you have to take the SAT?
I was an SAT guy.
See, I don't know anything about that world.
I was nearly perfection. On the math part.
See,
my English is aight.
It's just okay.
Because I'm too good on. Yo puedo hablar en español. No sé inglés.
Listen, man.
Es mi favorito.
Listen, you're a citizen of the world, brother. You travel all over the place. But okay, so did anything this weekend of the college football games jump? I mean, outside of Penn State losing and James Franklin getting got, maybe Texas beating Oklahoma. Maybe Texas. Did you see afterwards they asked Arch about that, the New York Times article where they call him the biggest bust in the history of college football? And he was like, I was not aware of that. I am now, but I was not aware of that. But he handled it pretty well. He's like, yeah, I just need to play better and everybody will calm down. But yeah, when the front page article of it's throwing you directly under the bus as how old is Arch? Is he like 19? Is he 20? Can he legally drink? I don't even think he can legally get a beer, man. Isn't he a junior in college or something? I have no idea. But Texas getting by Oklahoma, and I don't know what Oklahoma is, man. I mean,
they're not
is
great.
Oklahoma a playoff team? Are they a playoff team?
No, because they're going to play in the SEC for the next few weeks, and they're going to take 2 or 3 more L's, man.
Yeah, just getting.
That's honestly how it goes, man. It's just how it is.
How about your man in Indiana? How about Indiana?
Indiana's the real deal.
They're the real deal.
They were last year, though, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's the thing. You got to trust your eyes, and they go to Autzen Stadium and beat Oregon. And oh, by the way, are the Oregon Ducks all of a sudden starting to question Dan Lanning?
Yeah.
Because he hadn't won anything of major consequence, has he?
No, but it does feel like they really like him, right? He's
awesome.
Yeah, he's just one of those dudes. I see him everywhere doing everything, and they just like, we love that man.
Yeah, but dude, that man ripped his shirt off and showed his awful dad bod with a strange side tat. Did you see he got a rib cage tat?
No.
Yeah, he had a bad dad bod, and then you take the L to Signetti? That's not a great look, man.
Because Signetti will let you know all day, every day. He'll let you know all the time. That dude talks mad
Oklahoma,
trash.
are they for real? Here's their remaining schedule. Okay, at South Carolina, win or loss.
Ooh, that's close. I'm going to go win, though.
Ole Miss.
That's a loss.
At Tennessee.
Ooh, that's a loss.
At Alabama.
Ooh, that's a loss.
Missouri, who's got one loss.
That's a close, but I'll give him a win.
LSU.
That's a loss. Right? He
might not make a bowl game.
That's crazy. College football is like that, though. I love it. All right, let's take it
to 5-7.
When we come back, we're going to talk a little Denver Broncos and their upcoming game against the New York Chargers. Also, your next Avs Ticket Tuesday keyword is coming up in 20 minutes, so stick around. Welcome back to the Morning Sprint on this Tuesday. Avs Ticket Tuesday. Keep listening on the 20s. We'll give you a keyword. You text in the keyword with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. That's the Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. We're coming to you live from the back in Shanker Studios. As we've taken a look around the world of sports, and now I want to take a look at what's coming up this weekend with the Denver Broncos and the New York Giants. Because once again, I'm feeling a little nervous about a football game, but this is a game here. Giants got to come here. But the New York Giants are coming off a huge win. But your Denver Broncos are 4-2. But I will ask you this, Coach. Why does it feel like being a fan of the Denver Broncos is like riding a roller coaster ride? It is ups and downs. Or is that just the nature of an NFL fan in general?
I mean, what do you think Buffalo Bills?
I was just thinking that. Like, are you angry at Josh Allen? How
are the
angry.
Ravens fans having a blast right now?
Are they calling out Sean McDermott? Are they calling out Harbaugh? Harbaugh could be coaching. Isn't he the longest tenured coach in the NFL? Or no, it's Andy Reid, right? Or is it Harbaugh? I can't remember.
It's Mike Tomlin.
Oh, you're exactly right. It's Tomlin. So who's second on that list?
Okay, just say it's Mike Tomlin.
It's like, you are so wrong about both those
you
things.
You are an idiot. You stink and I hate you.
But, I mean, right, Harbaugh's going to be out, but that's a great coach. He's going to get another job immediately if he gets fired in Baltimore. But sometimes maybe you just need a different voice. But so tell me.
Who hasn't been, let me ask you this. What NFL franchise has not been on a roller coaster ride this season?
Ooh, no, there's none of them, right?
I guess one you could say is the Patriots because it wasn't expected.
Right.
And the Colts.
This is just happiness and joy for them.
The Patriots and the Colts was just like, oh, it's amazing. I love this. I would say last year, Sean Payton had the Denver Broncos franchise pretty much opposite of a roller coaster ride for 2/3 of the year.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, outside of the start of the season, the Broncos were pretty dang good.
Yeah, because they won those chunky games in the middle of the year, and then you start feeling a whole lot better about everything.
And the Broncos themselves last year, I don't know what the difference is this year. Something's a little different offensively, of course. But the games that you're supposed to play well in against really bad defenses, you just haven't. I don't think you've played even football. And the three horrific defenses that you've played this year, I'm talking as bad as it gets. Jets, Titans, Bengals. He scored 28 against the Bengals with an unbelievably dominant defensive performance. I mean, it was good, but it wasn't great.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that? Like, it wasn't.
Yeah. No. I agree with that statement.
And then the Titans and the Jets games, I actually thought are your worst two offensive games of the season.
Yes.
I mean, they were bad.
Yeah. You look better offensively in the two losses than you did in those two wins.
That's the thing that's a little bit strange and discouraging at this point in time is like, I don't think this team and this offense and Sean Payton had the makings of a team that you had to truly sweat every single game, not knowing what the heck is going to happen. And right now, I feel like I don't know what's going to happen. I don't.
This year feels this season for the Broncos is kind of similar, just a little bit, to the 2015 season, the year they won the damn Super Bowl, which is crazy to say. But we were having these discussions on the radio in the middle of that season. People were calling for Peyton Manning because the offense looked so shaky and the defense was a monster. And guess what's happened this season? The offense looks shaky and the defense is a monster. Like, you might win the Super Bowl if this offense doesn't improve at all because you have a truly elite, amazing, all-time defense behind this team. But it was a crazy season. Like, I look back at it now, and it's great because I think about the playoffs and all the wins and winning the Super Bowl and everything's great like that. But the actual regular season, the year they won the Super Bowl, this city was all kinds of freaked out about that team. Yeah. They were screaming about the offense all year long.
Good. So this is going to be a Super Bowl win for the Denver Broncos.
That's what's so weird about it.
Let's ride, man.
This team could miss the playoffs or they could win the Super Bowl. I have no idea.
You know what that kind of sounds like a little bit?
What?
Sounds like Nick Sirianni and the Philadelphia Eagles every single year. Boy, it is wild, though. And just in the game of football, the margins and just the thin line that you can walk between awesome and awful.
Yeah.
It's so
and it's different than other sports, right? It's just football that does this nonsense.
Basketball, hockey.
Right.
baseball.
Nobody thinks the Nuggets are going to fall off. Why? Because you got Joker and Jamal, and you got you know what I mean? Nobody thinks the Avs are going to fall off. But an NFL team could have a couple of Hall of Famers and something, and they just drop, man. Just drop. Look at the
And
Ravens.
you know what it is about that sport? Look at the Bengals. Man, quarterback play and quarterback health can just change the entirety of your franchise like that. Just a snap of a finger.
Yeah, it's crazy, right? It's crazy. One guy who can spin the rock, and your franchise is up or down.
Well, and not only sometimes is that guy healthy or not, it's also what is he playing like?
Yeah.
And in the case of Bo Nix, it's still here we are.
Yeah.
Here we are, and we are now 24 games. We're 24 games into the Bo Nix era. 18 a year ago, correct? So 17 plus 1, 6 this year. Do we really, really, really know what to expect?
No. Because after Cincinnati, you're like, that's my QB. That's my Q.
Philadelphia fourth quarter drive. Let's freaking Bo, baby.
And then what happened in New York, happened in London against New York, and you're like, I don't know who this guy is, but I don't want to be my quarterback.
But then it unfortunately conjures up thoughts of, well, really, how good has he really been, even in those games that you thought, for how long of those games was he really good? Or was the offense really good?
Mm-hmm.
Or was the run game really good? Or was Sean Payton's play calling really good? And so you go into frankly, probably why this team's a lot of fun to cover.
Right, because at any given Sunday.
What in the world is Bo Nix and offense going to look like any given Sunday?
We have no idea. They could put 30 on New York this weekend and look great doing it. And JK could run for 120 yards and both throw 2 or whatever. And we're like,
Yep, told ya.
But they could also beat the Giants like 13-10.
DMac comes in on a Monday. And
but see, even my man DMac is, because remember when they drafted Bo and DMac is at.
What noise did he make?
There you go.
It was Stoney's on Lincoln.
Yes, we were at Stoney's. That's right.
Yep.
And he's losing his mind. And even that man who feels like he's dedicated his life to Bo Nix.
He's Bo-zosted.
Yeah. He's right there with this. I don't know about this Bobot thing. So let me ask you this. So rank these problems for me. We got a list from KG of some of the problems for the Denver Broncos. Which one would you? So here we go. Inconsistent pass game, penalties, special teams, leaving the defense on the field too long, and in offensive line problems. So I guess what are the biggest problems for the Broncos right now? I mean, rank these. Your inconsistent pass game, the penalties, special team problems, or just relying completely on your defense and leaving that out there too long.
If it had just said pass game in general, I would probably put number 1. But the fact that KJ identified it as inconsistent, I would say that I would agree with that statement. Therefore, that would be number 1.
Okay.
Is just you're not in any type of flow or rhythm. And sometimes you do have to throw it in order to run it. You do, especially in the NFL. Get people off your outside of your offensive run game box.
Mm-hmm.
You got to be able to throw it effectively to be able to lighten the box up and give J.K. Dobbins, the offensive line, a chance to block some humans. You got to throw it to run it sometimes in the modern game. Used to be you got to run it to throw it, right? I think you got to throw it to run it, especially nowadays with the RPO game. It's like if teams are legitimately afraid of what you can do down the field, all of a sudden you get a little bit more of those defenders that are kind of in conflict. Are they run defenders? Are they pass defenders? So I'd say number 1 is that. Number 2 is special teams. And that's, frankly, what I would tell you about special team is it's outside of the Eagles game where I cited the punt unit as the reason that the Broncos stayed in that contest.
Shout out Croshaw.
Croshaw was out there banging it. And I thought Rizzi had a good performance, generally speaking, because they didn't screw anything up egregiously. I would actually cite the special teams as the worst unit right now by far on this team. By far.
Yeah.
It's giving up big plays, fake punts, big returns that lead directly to points. It's been bad. It's been horrible. I do not like the special teams unit right now.
KJ, Darren Rizzi brought in one of his special teams dudes from New Orleans the last couple of days, didn't he? Who was that? Was it just yesterday that they were like, let's grab this dude?
Yeah, last night. JT Gray. He is a 3-time All-Pro special teamer who was on the Ravens practice squad, and the Broncos picked him up last night off the practice squad.
Well, there you go. Special team problems solved. JT Gray's got you, bro. He's got you. He's got your back. But number
Rizzi's 3. So what do we have? So the other options was penalties.
Yeah.
O-line play.
Inconsistent pass game is number 1. Special teams is number 2. Penalties, relying too much on the defense and not fully sold on the run game.
I would say 3 is penalties.
Okay.
Even though those have been trending in a better direction, believe it or not, you had your least penalized game in both yards and total penalties, 6 for 37 yards against the Jets. It was just the timing of them felt bad.
Yeah, bad timing.
It nullified some seriously good offensive plays that almost would have gotten you into a rhythm. And then I would say leaving your defense on the field too long is a huge problem, and that's gonna end up catching up to you when it catches up to you, because your defense is gonna tire, and it's gonna become like that Bills playoff game a year ago when your defense was just on the field the entire game, and now all of a sudden here comes run game. Last year was James Cook and that huge Bills offensive line. It was body blow, and then they started turning into knockouts, and that's what I started to feel. And Broncos defense started to look a little tired. They were getting beat up because the offense couldn't stay out there. They just 3 and out. And then I would say after that, I actually don't think the O-line's as big of a problem as everybody seems to think it is. I think the grades that you see on pass blocking and run blocking grades has the Broncos offensive line consistently a top 3 unit in the NFL. I thought Matthew Parrott was bad. I'd love to see a change there, and I am begging Sean Payton and Zach Strife, however you pronounce his last name, offensive line coach for the Broncos. I'm begging you. Play your 5th best offensive lineman at left guard. Play Alex Polcheski there. And use Matthew Parrott as your jumbo tight end. We will applaud you loudly. I promise.
Okay. I mean, we could very well see
Matthew
that
Parrott is not your 5th best lineman.
All
Play your
right.
best guys.
Okay. No, I'm with you.
And this is what I've always been told. So I have a chance to work with actually two former NFL offensive linemen that are essentially volunteer offensive line coaches for me at Valor.
Nice.
Ben Hamilton played for Seahawks and the Broncos for a long period of time. Todd Weiner, who played for the Falcons and the Seahawks. Those 2 guys are awesome. It's funny, like when I was putting together the offensive line, I like body types. Like, I want my tackle to look like this. I want my guards to look like, I want my center to look like this. And Ben Hamilton came up to me when I'd written up my 5. I'm like, doesn't he just look like a tackle? He goes, here's how I always start. Play your best 2 guys at tackle, period.
Interesting.
And then after that, play your best 5 guys that you have in the room.
Ooh.
And I love that. It's a really, really wise way to put it.
Yeah. And that's exactly what Peyton and the crew should do. Well, you know what? I'll save it. I got some more questions to hit you with, but we got an Avs Ticket Tuesday. We got a keyword coming up here in about 5 minutes' time. Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com. Then download the app and start streaming today. Your next keyword for Avs Ticket Tuesday is coming up next, so don't go anywhere. Morning Sprint is sprinting. We're sprinting right through Tuesday. Welcome back to the Backus and Shanker Studios located in Lone Tree, just one single tree. You know what time it is? You know what time it is. It's time to give the keyword.
It's keyword time?
Yep, it's Avs Ticket Tuesday. It's keywords on the 20s. So let's get to it.
I'm a little nervous. Drum roll, please.
Here we go.
303-504-0925. Hey, light up.
It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. So be listening for the keywords on the 20s. Your 1120 keyword is penalty.
Ooh.
Text penalty with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against Boston on Saturday.
The Bees.
The Bees are in town. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 1120 keyword is penalty. So text penalty with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our next winner of the day at 11:55.
What type of box does Brent Burns love to be in?
The box?
The penalty box.
The penalty box?
Yeah, he's a big penalty box guy.
Yeah.
How many minutes of his life do you think he spent in the penalty box?
You know what? It's probably a full day, if not more, right? If you added up all the 5-minute majors and all the 2-minute, I bet you it's well over 24 hours, right? I bet you he spent more than a day sitting in the penalty box. I mean, the dude has played for 20 years in the league, man.
Woo,
so
good for him.
Breaking sports news first, guaranteed. Eric Johnson is joining ESPN as an NHL game analyst. Look at EJ looking good. And man, put on a suit. Got the good picture of him.
Wait, so there are certain people that just get one or two broadcasts on
they
radio,
were like, hey,
and then
man,
they're like, they go to the big show.
McGahee, bro.
So clearly, I'm not one of those guys.
That's true. They're like, let's pass on Coach.
Yeah, he's
and go to EJ.
Yeah,
all right, man. Because who was suggesting? I think it was Moser who was like, man, he'd be great. Or was it Connor who was like, or I can't remember. Who was like, man, he'd be great with Biz on TNT too. But yeah, there you go. Eric Johnson is joining ESPN as an NHL announcer. Although the Olympics are coming up this week. The Olympics are not this week. That's wrong. They're coming up this year. They're coming up this winter. They're coming up in February, right? The Winter Olympics come in February, and he'd be great as that because he was an Olympian, and he can break down all the hockey for ESPN. Yeah, so congratulations, Eric Johnson, man. Just moving on up as soon as he retires. Man, he retired like 2 weeks ago, and he's already got like 3 jobs, brother. Like, you retired. Take some time off, man. Go on vacation. Nah, he retired from hockey and then went straight to work. But anyway, congratulations to EJ. You know what time it is right now, though? It's time for the NFL Rewind. All right, let's check out what happened this weekend in the NFL. Well, I'll tell you, it started on Thursday when the Giants upset the Eagles 34-17 when Cam Skattebo had 3 touchdowns. Then on Sunday morning in London, the second NFL game of the week, the Broncos beat the Jets 13-11 in a barn burner. Then
it was a beautiful game if you like soccer and kicking. And it was also a beautiful game if you love to see a penalty, which is your keyword on the Shout Mazda text line, on Matthew Peart.
You know
penalty.
What? I would love to know on the Shout Mazda text line, the same place you text in for your keyword. Is there a Bronco fan out there who enjoyed watching that game? Is there a Bronco? Oh, no. What do we got here?
Rock bottom alert from a former Bronco.
We got more breaking news. Ian Rappaport is reporting that the Eagles are releasing running back Audric Estime from their practice squad. So he is now a free agent again. The Eagles are like, see ya, Audric, you out. Like, NFL's a tough business, man.
Dude,
it's a tough
I hate
business.
to say it about Audric Estime, man.
Not an NFL player?
He's a jag.
Oh, he's just another guy, really?
Just a guy.
Ooh.
Just big biceps. Notre Dame made him look a lot better than he was with really good offensive line play.
Man, they released you from the practice squad.
Jag.
Eagles making some moves. I wonder what they're going to do with that spot. But either way, so let's move on to the one of the early games. It was the Chargers at the Dolphins. Miami, with 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter, looked like they were going to win this game, but the Chargers had Justin Herbert, and Miami did not.
Pressure coming again. Herbert in trouble. Herbert keeps it alive. Completes it to McConkey, who stops on a dime. There he goes. McConkey inside the 20. How did Herbert do it? Dicker's kick online. It is good. And the Chargers regain the lead.
Chargers improved to 4-2 with the game-winning field goal, 29-27 over the now 1-5 Miami Dolphins.
I think Mike McDaniels just wants to just kind of get fired. And,
yeah, just
and get that Franklin treatment where you just watch that direct deposit come in.
He was
doing
looking
absolutely
rough.
nothing.
He was looking rough at that press conference when he was talking about Tua, man. He was looking like he sounded like he was in a bad space. The things he was saying about Tua I was like
how does the ownership continue to watch him roll out with basically unbelievably bad energy?
Yeah, but
it's a bad look, man.
I get it, but
you are paid a lot of money, man. You have to, you know what you have to do? You have to suck it up and frickin' lead.
Yeah.
And that's what that's where I'm very disappointed in Mike McDaniel, Colorado native, Smoky Hill High School, if I'm not mistaken. He has been, I think he's led like a coward.
Ooh. That's a bold statement. Because isn't that what Tua was saying too? But Tua was part of that. Like Tua was calling out the leadership, but Tua is part of the leadership. Mike was calling out Tua and the leadership, but he's part of that problem too. So you're right. It's 2 leaders complaining about how the other person is currently trying to lead, right? Is that what this is?
At least
neither of them's doing it well.
Tua's not great. Tua's 1 hit away from being done for basically the rest of his life in the game of football.
Mm-hmm.
But Mike McDaniel, when he comes across and he's mumbling and stuttering, I mean, not stuttering, that's not right. But he's mumbling words in an unbelievable monotone manner. That is the face of the freaking franchise. Mm-hmm. He's paid at least $7 million to do it.
What's up, Tua? Yeah, number 5 overall out of Alabama. Justin Herbert, number 6 overall out of Oregon.
Man,
yeah, that would have been you'd have a whole different franchise, right? You'd have an entire different team if Tua had gone to the Chargers and Justin had gone to the Dolphins. Yeah, it's just one little thing like that.
I mean, neither of them won a damn playoff game.
Well, yeah, hey, you're right. You're right on that one.
What are we talking about?
And they're both making. Yeah, Tua's making $250 million. How much is Justin?
Justin Herbert got some. How many coaches has he gotten fired?
Ooh,
2?
Couple? 2, yeah, 2.
So
2.
What are we talking about?
Although he's not going to get Harbaugh fired, right? If it doesn't work out, Harbaugh's moving on or trading him, right? Let's talk a little Cowboys Panthers. The Dallas Cowboys rolled into Carolina to take on the Panthers, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, a good football game happened.
And if he makes this, Fitzgerald makes this kick, it's the best decision of his coaching career so far here in Carolina. Fitzgerald for the win. It is good. The Panthers upset the Cowboys for one of Dave Canales' biggest wins as the headman for the Panthers.
33-yard field goal to walk it off as the Panthers beat the Cowboys 30-27. The Panthers are 3-3. The Cowboys are 2-3-1. And Dak Prescott, 261 yards, 3 touches. I don't know what to think about either one of those teams because I don't know how to think about Bryce or Dak or what's going on. Like, you know what the Dallas Cowboys really need? You know what the Dallas Cowboys really need? This is crazy to say. They need a pass rusher. The Dallas Cowboys need an edge rusher. And you know what they did? They sent one of the best in the game to another team this season. It's crazy. It's crazy, but this is what we got. So let's talk about what's going on between the Cincinnati Bengals and the Green Bay Packers. So the Bengals have themselves a brand new quarterback. Oh, speaking of which, did you see Mike Tomlin, brother?
Yeah, he was he was straight out calling. he called out.
I love that. Yeah. Yeah, he was
and that's
like
a divisional foe.
Yeah. He's like, that GM thought he was a good enough quarterback to start for their team at the beginning of the season, but then you send him to yeah. Tomlin was right on the money with that one. But the Bengals and Joe Flacco got into it with Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers. This game was a little bit closer than I thought it was gonna be. But how about this?
1st and 10. Fake to Jacobs. It's off to the tight end. Kraft galloping inside. Touchdown.
Jordan Love, 259 yards, 1 touch, 1 interception. How do you feel about your man Jordan this season? How do you think he's looking?
He's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay. Not bad. Not great.
Right. Not top 5, but yeah, I mean,
Top
I'd take
10.
Jordan Love. Yeah.
Top 10.
I'd take Jordan Love.
He's going to
sure.
he'll get on a heater.
You think?
You know, he had that he broke his offhand. He broke something in training camp or preseason game. And
yes. And they were like, it's going to be fine. And then it wasn't really fine. It was
it just seems like it's 2 years in a row where he starts the season out with some type of ailment. And when you're a quarterback, it's not great when you have something that bothers you.
Mm-hmm. All right, Kansas City Chiefs taking on the Detroit Lions as the Sunday night football game, and Patrick Mahomes was doing Patrick Mahomes things.
3rd down and goal from the 3. Trips left, single man right. Mahomes in the shotgun with Pacheco to his right side. Mahomes sends Pacheco in motion out to the left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back, looking left, looking middle, throws right, wide open, it's caught. Touchdown, Hollywood Brown. Patrick Mahomes had time, and suddenly Brown was wide open on the right. Nobody within 10 yards of him.
Our thanks to Westwood One on the highlight. Patrick Mahomes 3 yards to Hollywood Brown puts them up 27-17. The Chiefs would go on to beat the Lions 30-17. The Chiefs are back at 500 as the AFC West remains a really weird division with the Chargers and the Broncos at 4-2, the Chiefs at 3-3, and the Raiders at 2-4. What do you think about the Chiefs beating the Lions on Sunday night?
I thought the Chiefs looked like they're back to being the Chiefs of even 2023, where in the regular season they were playing good offensive football at times. Patrick Mahomes looks like he's tired of just slogging through mediocrity himself.
He's like, all right, time to get
guys,
it right.
All right, I get it. Everybody thinks that, Josh Allen's the greatest one in the league right now. What have you done, really, Josh? What have you really done? All right, I'm going to go back and put on a show. And you know what? This AFC West battle is going to be remarkable, Berto.
Yeah.
Remarkable.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy. It's going
to go down to the wire.
Yeah, the final game of the season, I think, is probably going to be, we got to fight. We got to fight.
Yeah, Brian Branch, man, what a punk.
Got suspended a game.
Absolute punk.
Like he said, he afterwards, he's like, it was childish. I was childish, but I'm not going to be, pushed around. But so the play before, it wasn't the play before, but towards the end of the game, he got hit from behind, but I don't know if it was a block in the back
football.
or just
That's football.
Right. Everybody he was the only one who lost it over there.
Berto, this is what I'm sick and tired of. I'm sick and tired of antics that shouldn't happen. Have some dang respect for the game.
Okay.
On sidelines, on post-game handshakes.
Mm-hmm.
What happens between the white lines is football. What happens afterwards, that's on you being low class.
Yeah.
Freaking get it together, everybody.
Mahomes was shocked. It's like
ridiculous.
Like when Mahomes went to shake his hand and he wouldn't
and you know
shake it, Mahomes was like, what is going on?
If you're losing or you're getting the break speed off you, or guess what? Even if you get hit really hard during a regular play in a regular part of the game, and then you take it out on somebody post-game or on the sideline when a play comes to you, you know what you are? You're a coward.
Yeah.
Do it between the white lines.
That's a punk move. But let's move on to Monday Night Football. You can hear both those games right here on the station. We'll start with Falcons and Bills as Bijan Robinson had himself a game.
1st down and 5 after the penalty from the 19-yard line. Back into the pistol formation. Warner motioning from right to left. Bijan Robinson, the carry over the right side, has a hold to the 25. Down the sideline to the 30. Across the 40. Breaks a tackle at midfield. Bijan Robinson, he's going to go all the way down the right sideline for a touchdown. 81 yards. The big play from Bijan makes it 20-7 Atlanta.
19 carries, 170 yards, and that touchdown, and the Falcons beat the Bills 24-14. The Falcons are 3-2. Michael Penix Jr. looking pretty good, and Atlanta might be the real deal. But once again, what one player in the NFL do you like to watch most play football? Because for me, it might be Bijan. Who is it for you?
Well, last year I had Bijan Robinson on my fantasy football team. And so it's definitely him. And now I just have FOMO. I have Bijan.
Fear of missing it.
I have Bijan FOMO. When everything is right, my favorite player to watch is Justin Jefferson. When he's got a quarterback that's slinging that pill, he is poetry in motion, man.
Yeah, balls just snapped out of the air somehow.
It's really fun to watch. I watch him and say, gosh, I wish I had one of those at one point in my career. That would have been so fun.
Right. That'd be great. So our thanks to Westward One on the highlight right there. Now let's talk Bears and Commanders. This game went down in Washington last night. Two of the second-year quarterbacks, Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, dueling. And this game came down to it.
It's a 38-yard field goal try to win the game. Bears down by 2. Moody takes 2 strides back and 2 strides to the side, waiting for the snap. Rain is falling, wind is blowing. The ball put down, the kick is up, knifing its way through the uprights, through the rain, and Chicago, redemption in Washington.
Rain is falling, wind is bawling.
Hey, man, Harlan's great.
That was
Kevin
poetic,
Harlan
man.
and Westwood.
I didn't
One
know
on the
that. That was great stuff.
Yeah,
there, man.
yeah. So the Bears get the walk-off field goal to beat the Commanders 25-24. The Bears are now 3-2. Not only that, they're 2-1 on the road. I think Chicago has a better record on the road than they do there in Chicago. But that's a very Bears thing. What do you think about Chicago beating the Commanders?
It's a big one. It's a big one for Chicago, and it's a big one for Ben Johnson. The NFC North is trending. It's trending. It's a good division. I'm not a real believer in the Lions, man. I think.
Really?
I think
because the coordinators that bailed, or just because you don't think Dan Campbell's got it, or
to
Jared
me,
Goff
it's more about the coordinator that bailed.
Ooh, you're talking about Ben.
Ben.
Yeah, because it does feel like he's figuring it out in Chicago now.
Yeah.
So yeah, they might be missing him,
and he's got a little bit of that. He's starting to show that he can say, "Hey, Caleb, play better."
Would you be shocked if the Bears won that? Because right now, the
quarterback
NFC,
whisper.
The NFC North is Packers lead the way at 3-1-1. Then come the Lions and the Vikings. Well, Detroit's 4-2, Minnesota's 3-2, Chicago's 3-2.
Yeah, and the crazy thing about it is that right now the Vikings are staying afloat without their quarterback, and everybody wants to say J.J. McCarthy stinks and he's blah blah blah.
Yeah, I haven't seen him. I don't know.
Trust me, there will be a time where everybody says, yeah, that guy's a dog.
You think he's dog enough to take over that QB class? We just ranked that QB class an hour ago. Is JJ good enough that he can hop up there with the bet?
The coolest thing about that quarterback class is I think that it's going to be constantly
switching and moving,
which means it's a really good class.
Yeah, well, like, oh man, Bo's looking real good, or Drake May's looking real good, or Jane's looking real good.
And you know what? After this coming Sunday against the Giants, I'd be great if Bo Nix looked really good.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you? And be like, oh yeah, he's back up there at number 2, maybe 1. Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Jackson Dart, you stink. You stupid eye black. Got knocked off by Nick Bonito.
It's gonna be it's gonna be crazy here in 3 seasons when all these first year guys are ready to be re-upped and all of them get paid. All 6 of them are gonna get paid, and it's gonna be absolutely insane.
Berto, let me ask you this: as a football fan, when your team scores a touchdown and you look back and there's a yellow piece of cloth on the ground.
Yeah.
What does it make you feel?
Makes me feel really bad. Makes me feel sad.
Same with me. But you know what? You can apply some positive juju to that word penalty by texting 303-504-0925 with the word penalty in your first and last name. You can go ahead and win tickets. A pair, right?
Yes.
A pair of tickets to what? The Boston Bruins Avs game, baby.
We're doing it all year.
Penalty!
We lost D'Angelo. D'Angelo passed today. He was only 51, man.
I didn't know much about D'Angelo.
Me and KJ
Did you?
were talking. Me and KJ knew. I knew a little. I don't know if you knew any more about D'Angelo, but we were talking about one of the very first videos I ever saw of D'Angelo. And I'm sure it was one of it because he had a couple of top 10 hits back in the 90s. Like he worked with Lauryn Hill and who else was I? Like he was really good with the collab, but I can't believe he's dead at the age of 51, man.
R.I.P., man.
Dang, that is tough. But welcome back to the Morning Sprint. Mike Sanford, Mark Bertinelli filling in for Alex Ryan-Emmy and KJ Granderson, all coming to you live from the Backus & Shanker studio. Coach, couple of things. One, Colorado Avalanche continue to win.
Yes, sir.
They've got 7 out of a possible 8 points to the first 4 games. They had 0 points, I think, at this point last season because they lost their first 4, although did they lose 1 or 2 in overtime and got a point? I can't remember. So the Avs are hot. Your Denver Nuggets. Well, you can hear the Nuggets take on the Bulls tonight here on the station. It's their penultimate preseason game as the Nuggets will play the Thunder in OKC on Friday, and that's it for the preseason. Then the regular season starts next week. It is on. Like, it is so crazy. Like, when we talk about the Denver Broncos, I feel like expectations are fairly guarded. But when we talk Nuggets and Avs, there's only one thing to talk about, and that's winning it all. Like winning the whole thing. So, as a coach, when you have a team as good as the Avs and Nugs, how do you go? Like, do you pull a Sean Payton and put those expectations on the team at the beginning of the season, or do you just let it play out? You don't say the word championship to a team in the game 1 of an 82-game regular season. How do you handle that? Like, you have the talent to win it. The Nuggets could win it all. The Avs could win it all. But how you go about it over the next 6 months isn't going to be easy.
The new athlete is somebody who responds. When I say the new athlete, this current generation of college, pro, and high school athlete responds better to just pure honesty during the entirety of the journey.
Do you think they have a better BS meter than players in the past?
Yes.
Like, you think, because they
there was a. I mean, I think everybody's always had a BS meter, but it was baked into society and culture that you just took leadership and trusted it, respected it, didn't question it.
Right.
Even if it was not great. Like, think about if you're in your 40s or 50s. You and I both are. Did you play competitive sports in high school?
Yeah.
There are probably some coaches that you knew were morons. They didn't know what they were talking about, but the culture of your team wasn't that you'd say, Coach, let me ask you a question. Why did you ask me to get 12 yards on that route instead of 10? That doesn't make I'm just trying to figure out exactly why. The modern athlete loves asking that question.
Yeah.
And that's okay. I like coaching the Y athlete. I call them Generation Y, as in WHY.
Why am I doing that, Coach? Why am I doing this, Coach?
Because guess what?
Why'd you call that, Coach?
I think that players and human beings that want to understand the concepts of the why, it actually helps them master the what even better. So when you're talking about the Nugs and the Avalanche, that's why I think that personally, I think that Michael Malone was a bit more of that old school generation where he just had athletes that just said, yes, sir.
Yeah.
Hey, I want you to cut across the key, and then I want you to do 4 jumping jacks.
Yeah.
All right, you got that?
You're right.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
And Jamal will be like, Coach,
right?
Like the 4 jumping jacks part.
I'm not really. Can you break that down for me?
I don't really see what that does.
Adelman, when he teaches, he gives you the why.
He's a Generation Y
coach. We're going
coach.
to do this, and this is why we're doing this.
I had to change because I was raised in the Generation
just
what?
Like, shut up, man. Go run. Go give me a lap.
Yep. Run through a wall, and they say, how hard?
Yeah.
And then do you want me to go through the next one too? And the new generation's like, okay, hey, Coach, like I will run through that brick wall.
But you got to tell me why.
What is going to be on the other side of it, and what is going to ultimately lead to personal and team success. And that's what I think. I know a David Adelman is wired that way, and I think a Jared Bednar is wired that way.
Yeah.
But what I think Jared Bednar, he needs to have, in my humble opinion, he needs to have one of his most masterful years coaching in what could end up being a Hall of Fame career. Because it can't just be run it back, same messaging, same everything. I think it's got to be that every single thing that happens this year matters. It's impactful. It needs to be pointed to. You have a tendency as a coach to sometimes get into your comfort zone. And I'm not saying that Jared Bednar took the last couple of years off and was chilling, because I think he's a great coach and he's a friend of the program. Obviously, a friend of the station. We love him. But he's got to have a great year this year, because as it relates to me and my eyes as a coach, my eyes as a hockey fan, my eyes as somebody who's just desperate. I mean, I have fallen head over heels in love with this Avalanche franchise. Just moving here, the environment, fan base, take my kids to a game.
Yeah, it's all
people
the
are the
fun.
nicest people ever, man. I love going to Avs games. But gosh, I was disappointed last year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
First round
everybody
exit
was.
against Dallas. Gosh, I was disappointed the year
Against
before.
that team, yeah.
I mean, it was bad.
I get it.
It's unacceptable. With as much talent as this team has.
It's one of those. The NFL, the NHL is so stupid because like the Avs are going to play a team that could win the Stanley Cup in the first round of these playoffs. You know what? They're going to play a team of that caliber in the first round of the playoffs, and it's not a sin to lose to a team like that. But you can't do it this year. You got to get out of the first round this year. It's incredible. How about this? Like, we know Jared Bednar. Yeah, I love that man. That dude's a legend. He's always going to be a legend in this city because he brought that cup to this town. But how do you think fans are going to respond to David Adelman? I mean, over the course of a season, like if the Nuggets go into a slump, or if they go on a winning streak, or like, he is a first-year coach, but he's been with the franchise for a decade or so. How do you think fans will handle Adelman he is a first-time coach? You need to give him some grace to install what he wants to install with this new team, but like the Nugget fans, they don't have any grace for that. Like, you got to win, and you got to win now, and you got to win a lot of games, and you got to win a lot of games in the regular season. So you're not, the number 7 team in the playoffs when the playoffs roll around. How do you think the fan base? How much grace is David Adelman going to get coaching the Nuggets?
Here's what I see with David Adelman. If it's going well, he's going to be absolutely beloved.
Mm-hmm.
If it ever gets bad, which I don't foresee happening, but it could. I wonder if the average Nugget fan is gonna miss the fire and brimstone of Michael Malone.
Yeah.
Because I don't necessarily think David Adelman, in his natural reactions to things that happen, is a fire plug.
Right. He's not going to light up. He's not going to throw a player under the bus in the post game. He's not going to throw an opposing team under the bus. He's not going to catch that L on the way out.
I can even envision our Shant Mazda text line after, say, a game 4 loss at home in the second round of the playoffs to Minnesota, where maybe there was an effort issue. Maybe there was a loose ball that you didn't go and get, and you got outwilled for that loose ball by Naz Reid.
Mm-hmm.
I could envision that would never have happened when Michael Malone was here.
Yeah. I mean, people are going to start.
Michael Malone wouldn't have stood for this crap. Take your little Gen Z coach and you can shove it where the sun doesn't shine.
You're right. I'm sure we will get some of those responses.
If I'm holding my crystal ball, that would be the complaint that you would see about. I mean, it's funny. I mean, let's just call a spade a spade. Every coach in the history of this town, in every sports city in America, have been the brunt of criticism at some point in their career. Right now, what's Sean Payton?
Oh, yeah, he's getting... Listen, man, I was screaming at him yesterday on the radio for the way he called that game.
So right now, Corey from the Shant Mazda text line said there wasn't any fire and brimstone with Malone. Really?
No, there was Malone was all kinds of fire and brimstone.
I mean, I thought that dude was up and down, screaming at people, yelling at people after the game,
we're
shade.
Getting criticism of Adelman on the text line right now. What are you doing? We haven't even played a regular season. He hasn't coached a regular season game yet, people. Relax. Oh, man.
I'll gladly be one of those people. David is too soft.
Right. See, we already started. And you want... No, this is going to be... Welcome to Sports Talk Radio.
Well, here's the thing. Sean Payton, right? What has been our text line about Sean Payton this week?
Old man needs to give up playing calls.
What did you say?
The game has passed you by, old man.
Mm-hmm.
That's exactly what... But listen, there is no one to tell Sean that he's getting right. Who's going to tell us? Is Greg Penner going to come to Sean and be like, "Hey, man, I don't know what you were calling in that game, but you need to switch it up, man." I I get it. I get it. It's sometimes in the sports world, we all sound crazy. We all sound crazy.
Unhinged.
Everybody, the media,
Nuts.
the coaches, the players.
Dumbest people
it's
ever.
It's the nature. Yeah, it's where we're at. It's where we at. But I do love the passion from the fans, man. Like, I feel like if you're texting in right now upset about Adelman, it's because of your passion for the Denver Nuggets and thinking what they can do this season. And the same criticism, like we got people, me and Springer tell this story all the time. We were getting people calling for Bednar's job a few weeks before the Avs won the cup. That's how crazy fans are. They're in the playoffs and people were calling for Bednar's job. And then they won the cup, man.
You know what's fun for me is I've actually been on the other side of this.
Yes, you have.
In towns, not big ones. I mean, probably the largest city where we were the biggest show in town that I've coached at.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Stanford, but nobody really cares about Stanford football in the Bay Area market. It's such a small, weird niche. Yeah. Notre Dame, that's like
that's
the market. The market there isn't really, South Bend. It's America.
Yeah, it's the planet.
It's the planet. But you start feeling it on your mentions on social media, and you're like, oh man. Woo, that was a rough game.
Right.
Yeah,
it's one game. You're like, we just lost one game. We're 5-1, and people are calling for jobs. I mean, but there's a reason why that passion is there. There's a reason why we love sports. It's the reason we're doing what we do. But, like people on the text line are calling out those coaches. They're calling out us. Then there's also people on the text line calling out other people on the text line saying, man, the fans in this town are genuinely so reactionary and negative.
You know what I'd tell you to that person? Go to Bowling Green, Kentucky, you'll see the exact same thing. Go to Miami, Florida, you'll see the same thing. Go to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Oh, you better put on your Teflon because those words will make you blush.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, KJ, how about you hit us with the Avs Ticket Tuesday winner?
The winner of today's Avs Ticket Tuesday, who will be going to see the Boston Bruins versus the Colorado Avalanche, Nate Buck.
Yeah,
Nate
Buck.
Is that Kreckman's porn name or something? Did he just win tickets and didn't tell anybody? Is that because you know what I mean?
Did he grow up on the street Buck? Isn't it your middle name in the street you grew up on when you were in first grade?
Right. That's
I don't understand anything that you said.
The kids on
So
the
you want to know what
street
my
of
name
Wakanda,
is?
Illinois. What's that?
Gunnar Elder.
Ooh, that's not bad at all. That's not bad at all.
Sexy.
Thanks for listening.
That's when
to
you
the
know
Moments
gravity's hit that man.
For Mike Sanford and KJ Granderson and Al Trying to me, I'm Mark Bertinelli. We'll talk to you tomorrow. PhD is next.
Hey, we're on the air. Hey. There's a lot of good ideas around here, Scott.
There's yours and yours.
There's a lot of good ideas.
Right? I mean, Dan, come on with you, dog. There's DMacs, and then there's DMacs.
There's DMacs, and then there's everybody else's.
Yeah, and then everybody who listens to what DMac says.
No, that's not true. I mean, it's
I would say it's about 90%
partially true. How you doing? What a beautiful day, man. And we have our keywords going in about 18 minutes for an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So, pair of tickets giveaway. I'm good on everything today, man. I'm ready to rock and roll. It's definitely a potpourri sort of day. But
I've got a good no dumb question. I got to start with.
Hit me
I can remember it. I'll forget it later.
I don't want you to do that.
We've all gone doctor's appointments, dentist appointments. Some of us met with lawyers.
Yeah.
Whatever.
Sure.
And they say, okay, 9:00.
Okay. Yeah.
Wait there. Somebody will come out to get you.
Yeah.
And we've all sat there at 9:10, 9:15, 9:20,
Yeah.
right? And somebody comes out to get you, right?
Yeah.
Have you ever had the inclination at that time to sit there and just absolutely take as much time as you possibly can to get up out of your chair and to walk over there?
Who pissed you off today?
No, I didn't get pissed. But I was thinking about that.
Today?
I got early for an appointment today.
It depends what the appointment is.
I got a CPAP.
You got a CPAP. Well, good for you, man.
I got a CPAP.
You did a sleep study?
Did a sleep study.
Yeah.
I stopped breathing about 3 or 4 times a day.
Oh, yeah. I know what that's all about.
Did you have the film on it? Was the warden putting a pillow over my face? I mean,
yeah.
So
I've been there, my friend.
it wasn't bad. I got there early, probably 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 minutes.
Yeah.
But I don't know what hit me. I go, what if I just delayed them 5 or 6 minutes?
By doing what?
Just sitting there, get up, maybe stretch a little bit, whatever. So
it would be fun to say, we can see you now. I said, okay, I got to run to my car. I'll be right there.
Yeah.
That would be pretty funny.
I have all these really sinful thoughts that always run through my head. I thought I'd share this one with you. I said,
yeah.
Because I did that one time. Guy said he was going to complete work in second week in September. He got it done the third week of October.
Uh-huh.
And he got done, and I'd paid half, and then I had to pay that.
Yeah.
Day after, he goes, hey, can you send that to me? Yeah.
I'll get it to you.
I waited 2 weeks. Got an error call. I said, dog, you were supposed to be done in September, and I just thought maybe it was okay for me to delay paying you.
Wow.
Like you delayed a month and a half to do work. So I did do that one time.
Okay. That's okay.
But that's before I try to change, go down a new path.
Not
I'm now in the narrow path. I'm going through the skinny gate.
You just think about being passive aggressive, not activate.
Well, is that even passive if I don't do it? If I just sat there and didn't do it, I'm kind of bypassing the passivity of it to go straight to aggressive. All right? Or when I need to stand
just
up,
aggressive,
it's about dang time. Maybe that's more of aggressive.
Well, you got in there eventually.
But no, today I got up, but it was still going in my head.
Did you give it a groan? Did you give it an eye roll? Did you give it a?
If you've heard me step up from a low chair, there's groans involved all the time.
Sure. I mean, you get the
but
CPAP for a
then
reason.
I got something, Larry. I want to hear from other CPAP users. So tonight will be my very first night.
Well, I'm one of them. So.
Oh, you got one?
Yeah, yeah.
How long have you had it?
For a while, maybe 4 or 5 years.
So it's already paid for.
Oh, mine is. Yeah. You got to. They track you a little bit. They,
That's my next thing.
They track you to make sure that's a real deal there.
So they go, if you don't use it at least 4 hours a night.
Yeah.
You will owe. What the insurance. So I'm like, wait a minute. So I'm tracked by the company.
Yeah. How about that?
/ via insurance, and also they send all the information to my doctor, which I'm cool with.
Right.
But I'm thinking. It's really weird.
I'll tell you this. It's a good thing, but it's a pain in the ass.
The CPAPs?
And I'll tell you this. Make sure you get like a cleaning unit. And I don't know if they emphasize that or not, but I'm telling you, you think you can keep it clean, you can't. You got to get yourself like one of them cleaning units for it. Get that, you're fine. If you don't get that, you're going to get all sorts of sinus headaches and sinus disease, sinus things.
Well, mine doesn't go over my nose.
Oh, it does. What does it do?
It just goes right here.
Yeah. That's that. But you got to put it somewhere. You got to put, trust me, it's another couple of bucks that you got to spend, but it's going to be
I've
well
already
worth
bought.
it.
I got it about a week ago. I got some cleaning brushes for the tube, little thin ones that go through there.
My friend, you will never clean it as good as an automatic cleaning device. I promise you that. I'm giving you
Well, take a picture and send it
of
what it is.
All right. I'll show you. I'll show you.
Yeah.
Trust me, I learned this the hard way.
But anyway, that was a question. They track you, and I'm like,
yeah.
So they track you, and if you don't,
They don't sell the cleaning device. That's why you don't got one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if they
So
sold
I
it.
bought the some spray and disinfectant stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Tube stuff.
Yeah.
But then they, like in 3 months, they'll send you or 2 weeks, they'll send you a supply of this.
Oh, you
3
need
weeks,
that.
they'll send you this.
You got to have
6 months, they send you. I'm like,
you need new nose pillows. You need a new hose. You need a
so
new
I
filter.
talked to the lady, and I went, so what you're telling me is this thing's built to break?
Well, it gets dirty. It gets used. Like you need an oil change.
Do you have the revolving thing on the top of your head or in front?
I don't have the revolving thing. You got something I don't there, my friend.
No, for where the hose connects.
God, I got to think about that.
You don't know where your hose connects?
I haven't used my CPAP in quite a while. I used it when I was, believe it or
now
not.
it's paid for and you're not being tracked.
Well, I was even, I go up and down on the old weight ski, so I probably should be using it now, to be quite honest with you. But I've been a load, I go up and down.
So you find when you get heavier, you
for sure
snore real hard?
It's the worst. It's by far. It'll help you a lot. It'll help you. You're not heavy or anything, but you're a big dude.
But you know what the lady told me?
This is good advice, by the way, for a lot of men out there. We're having a little men's health care sort of thing. I would advise it. It was scary to see what
Just
happened.
because you snore doesn't mean you have sleep apnea, though.
Maybe
it's
not,
it's
but
a big
good,
sign.
It's a good indicator.
It's an indicator, but the sleep apnea itself is basically you stop breathing.
Yeah, it's scary.
Yeah, the snoring though, because the lady goes, you probably would have. I said I'm a mouth breather, so you probably want because I was thinking about the one just up the nose.
Yeah.
He said, well, blah blah blah, help whatever, and that way it'll cut down the sound of your snoring. I go, so I'm doing this to stop snoring.
Yeah, it'll be good for you. We can, it'll be good for you, but you got to get the cleaner thing. Trust me. And we'll have texts. Now that we brought this up, we'll have 10 million texts because there's so many guys out there.
There's more people on it than you realize.
Oh, there's
right?
tons on it. I'll give you one quick funny story because the carrying case is like this little gray thing for the most part.
Yeah.
And I was actually on an airplane and a guy grabbed my little kit from the overhead and I grabbed his. And I was like, this ain't mine. Like I could tell. So I had to chase him down in the airport. That's how common it is. Like it just was snatched up by like the wrong guy.
They said you can carry it on the plane because it's.
Oh, you take it right. You take it right on. Yeah, it doesn't count against you. It's a thing though. You're carrying and everybody knows. It's
then
just
you gotta have distilled water to use the
distilled water. You won't believe what a pain in the ass sometimes it is to find distilled water, especially if you're on the road because you're going to take it on the road, obviously. So we were going to like CVS's and like Rite Aids and Walgreens on the road all the time because you got to get your distilled water. And when you get your distilled water, you can't just buy like a little bit. You get like a gallon of distilled water. So I was like, you roll. But I mean,
and then you leave it in the room when you leave.
You can't take water on the airplane. You can't. These days you can't do it. So I wish you could. I guess you could, pour it into like a small. Well, no, you can't do that. You can't have. Well, I don't know about on the Nuggets. Actually, you travel with the team. I don't know what your rules are. All right. That could save. Let me tell you this. That's going to save. That's going to be a huge pain in the ass savings right there.
But you can use it without the humidifier, right?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what yours is, but you'll figure it out. It'll be good for you. You'll like it. At the end of the day, it's a good thing.
Right,
it's a very positive thing.
I stepped into the world of CPAP.
Well, there'll be 10 million people on the text line that are the same exact way. It is probably one of the more like bonding things with our audience right now.
Do you fart in the morning when you wake up?
Well, I just fart all day and night. I don't think the wife likes that.
Well, my brother's on it. He swears by it, but he says, boy, it's the coolest thing in the world because you wake up and your stomach's full of all that air and you just.
I don't recall that, but I don't know what the other dietary habits of your relatives are, but I can't.
He don't eat out
of
a box. I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you this. I did watch, and we'll get into football from last night for sure in a second. Broncos have an off day today.
Something's going on with the Bills.
The Bills their defense sucks.
Yeah.
And
their offensive line didn't look very good last
offensive line, I didn't think they were going to lose a game the rest of the year. And look at them all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And then look at the Eagles where they're at. And the NFL is amazing like that. The only team that seems to be relatively consistent right now is the Buccaneers.
Another dumb question concerning the NFL then.
Sure.
Now with 17 games and probably in the next year or two jumping to 18, are we going to see month lulls from good teams? Just trying to survive a 3 or 4 week period.
It's a good question.
5-week period. If we can go 2 and 3, we're okay.
It's a good question. Well, I think the Broncos may be there, but no time to sleep. And we'll go through the power rankings here in a little bit. But this next 4-game stretch for the Broncos, they need to make some hay. October is generally good for Sean Payton, and their opponents are,
winnable games.
They're not, no easy games. No easy games.
You're going to have to score a lot of points against Dallas. You're going to have to be real physical against the Giants. I don't know if they're going to score tons of points on you, but they're going to be physical.
Raiders are
Raiders
in there.
after that. I don't know what they are.
Who else am I thinking about? I'm missing somebody. There's one more team in there.
I think it was Giants, Cowboys.
No, there's somebody. Yeah, and the Raiders are 4th, but there's
somebody in Raiders, right?
Oh gosh, darn it! Houston.
Houston.
Yeah.
I don't know what Houston is.
Well, they've got a losing record. That's who they are right now. They're a 2-3 team. The Raiders have a losing record. The Giants have a losing record, and the Cowboys, I think, are even. I think they're like
they're like 2-3-1.
They have a you were correct. They're 2-3-1. So you have 4 teams in a row that right now have a losing record. How about that? How about that, Jack?
You got to go 4-0.
It'd be nice
if you're legit.
You go 4-0 and you're sitting there at 8-2 after 10 games, man. We are having some fun conversations.
And then we
here.
go, okay, here comes the Chiefs around the corner.
Okay, fine, bring them on.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, at 8-2, you're not afraid of anybody. At 8-2, you're thinking about how do we get the number 1 seed. Where are we going on the where are we going on the road? Who's coming here? Those are the conversations you're having at 8-2. Those are fun conversations.
Yeah, those are more fun conversations.
And we'll get to all that here in a little bit and encourage you to participate. 303-504-0925. I was watching Nuggets tonight, and we'll have our keyword coming up here in about 7 minutes for the Avs. I was watching the Clippers game.
Did you watch first half?
Yes. Good competitive game. They took it seriously.
I tell you, there's a bunch of people,
serious.
even the announcers, going, this might have been the most competitive preseason game they'd ever seen.
Yeah, I saw, and then the second half kind of was, whatever. But I don't know about Jokic and Jonas Valanciunas.
I liked it.
Oh, man. It was offensively, it seemed okay. Defensively, when they went in that zone, I was like, Jokic playing the wing, huh? Not under the basket, and they just went at Valanciunas, and I'm like, isn't that the Jokic kitchen right there, man? Right under the basket on defense.
But I also think now that you should dominate the boards.
I don't know if Jonas is going to dominate the boards like our guy, the Joker.
But I'm interested to see. It didn't bump me off of it. Listen,
I got some icky feelings watching it.
They showed one offensive play really that worked. Joker hit the little 14-footer.
Yeah.
And that set is the old set, and a lot of you guys probably won't even remember it, but when they had Ralph Sampson and Hakeem Olajuwon, two big-time centers down low too.
Yeah.
They would run, and the games you could play with those two guys, plus they both can pass. Because the next thing you do is all of a sudden the center jumps out hard on Joker. He dumps it to Valanciunas, who's got the guy on his back. There's a layup. There's going to be a lot of stuff being able to play on that.
Well, we'll have some fun with it today. We'll dig into it. Like I said, we have a lot of things to touch on. We're glad you're along for the ride here. And we do have an Avs Ticket Tuesday with your keyword, first one of our show, coming up next. Hey, what's happening? It's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with low testosterone, oh man, brain fog and decreased energy and what's going on with these workouts, and I just don't feel like myself. It could just be low T. A lot of men get into their early, mid-30s. They lose 3% of their testosterone. Like, what is happening? This sucks. Well, listen, go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and take the low T quiz. It's 10 questions, yes or no. And listen, if low T is part of your life, All right, they'll draw the blood, get the results within 30 minutes. A licensed medical provider will review results. What can we do? Let's work on this together. And then for $99, you get a consult, a T, and a PSA test. If you do sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. So check it out. 5 locations, and that location in Castle Rock is fantastic. Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, and Colorado Springs. Hit them up today at 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900. RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Marty Natchez, 3 goals on the season. Back for Nathan McKinnon. He has in the slot. He scores! The Mac attack is back, Jack. Some magic from McKinnon. He is a wizard after all. And Nathan McKinnon gets his first 5-on-5 goal of the season, 3rd overall, and out of nowhere, the Avalanche strike and take a 1-0 lead.
That game was happening while we were on the air yesterday, so we had a kind of a sense of it. But I went back and watched some stuff on it. It's like, well, first of all, the Avs had another goal that got wiped off because of an offsides. McKinnon and Natchez lead hockey. I know it's only 4 games, but they both have 8 points and they lead hockey right now in scoring. And McKinnon is salty, which is good. You know what I think, Scott? Not having to shoulder the captain burden, I think, is good. We'll get to all that in a second, but it is an Avs Ticket Tuesday. So we're giving away a pair of tickets on every show. So right here on the 20s, listen for your keyword. Your 1220 keyword is assist. Text assist. How many people are going to not know how to spell that?
ASSIST.
Can't spell assist without IST. Text that word with your first and last name to 303-504-0925. Yeah, get a pair of tickets to the Avs game, possibly against the Bruins.
Ooh.
Oh, my God. We're playing the Bruins already on Saturday.
Isn't that weird?
Feels early, but that's always a raucous game, man. A lot of chowderheads in this town. They'll be out there. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, your 1220 keyword is assist. Text assist along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to be entered. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 2:55. Best of luck. Sabres fans were booing their own team after like 3 games.
I love that tweet you sent out to the group and said, "Yep, hard to say it for all you Sabre fans. Good salt of the earth people, but the season's over again. Only 79 left."
That's the way it feels like sometimes, man. I mean, the Avs last year, do you remember that? They started 0-4. It was like they couldn't save their lives. Last year sucked at the very beginning of the season. Everything seems so hard and difficult.
We went to the San Diego preseason game with the Nuggets. And they're playing in the old arena. The plan is, I was told, that eventually they're going to put a all-use type of brand new building up, blah, blah, blah. And I asked, well, would the NBA go good? He goes, no. He said, but you wouldn't believe the hockey base they have in San Diego. I said, really? Yeah, it's all played indoors. He said, everybody who's talked and looked, and people don't do anything without looking into numbers and what possibility. They think that they could move an NHL franchise to San Diego and be successful. So if a group like Winnipeg or Buffalo and they just keep getting boom, 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 I mean, what other NHL franchise?
Are you suggesting the Buffalo Sabres?
Well, I mean, they've been pitiful.
Oh, man.
How nice is their arena?
That ain't going to – it's beautiful.
Oh, so they're good. So how about Winnipeg?
Oh, I have no idea. Yeah, sure. I'm going to assume it's a big deal in Winnipeg. The worst place in the world to go, the hardest place to get to in the NHL.
Yeah. It's like flying to South Dakota and might as well just drive straight north, right?
I don't know, bro.
Or North Dakota.
I really enjoy going to Edmonton, and I think it would be fun going to Calgary, too. It is weird, like Edmonton. You realize Edmonton's in the same time zone as us in Calgary? You just got to go straight. You literally just go straight north, and you run into Calgary and Edmonton. Winnipeg is like, I think you got to take a dog sled at some point.
Well, it's like above like Dakotas or Wisconsin or something like that, isn't it?
I couldn't even tell you. Not really.
I believe so.
I know from listening to our crew that that road trip to Winnipeg they love it. But, Buffalo ain't moving. Buffalo, I don't think so. First of all, they've got some really wealthy owners there, the Pagulas, who also own the Bills. And I think it's just, they're a diehard sort of community. Their daughter, Jessica's a world-class tennis player. Did you know that?
No.
That's Jessica Pegula, their daughter. I think her name's Jessica. But she's like she's like the top American tennis player, or one of them in the world these days.
Wow.
Yeah, so they're good there. But if they want,
What if she grew up on clay courts?
Well, I think she grew up on whatever court she wanted. Daughter of a billionaire. I think,
Just our little.
Yeah, you're just so silly.
Little stuff.
Anyways, I think Nate is happy that he doesn't. I think Nate's going to have an unbelievable year, and I think salty, kind of slightly ticked off, snarky Nate is the best version of Nate.
And listen, the Broncos signed a nice contract with the guy in the offseason, right before the season started, mind it, that looks like right now the front runner defensive player of the year. We talked about it yesterday, right?
Nick Bonito, yes.
Front runner of the defensive player of the year.
So far, so good.
And we even, when they signed him, we're like, ooh, they got a nice, that's not bad. Now he's got 7 sacks in 6 games, and you're like, ooh, they may have done real good. Marty Netch's might be just the opposite.
I hope so.
The way he's playing, because he's unsigned, he and I love him in that group.
Boy, is that clicking right now.
They're balling right now.
They are clicking.
Now, the question is, why Olofsson in the shootout, not Natchez?
I asked Bednar that. Are you seriously? You're curious about that?
I'm very curious about that.
I literally, gosh, Dan, we don't have that, do we? I literally asked, do you have it? I asked Bedsy that exact question, Scott.
Was that the one where he said, well, we're just not very good?
Basically, yeah. I mean, Dan, if you can find it, but it was more or less we suck. And we think this guy could be good. And that's that. And it was a weird thing to hear, I mean, they probably have plenty of analytics at this point about if you're good or not in a shootout. And it is bizarre to think about the world-class players the Avalanche have, but we suck in shootouts. So that was the reason. By the way, Bednar hates shootouts. Hates it.
Well.
But he's still, they still take it seriously because they have to, because they don't have a choice. He just doesn't like it. So they do take it seriously. They do look at it. They're trying their best at it. There's a reason why they do what they do. But you weren't the only one that saw Olsen out there and like, really? Okay. Then Val, then Nate. So no Natchez, no McCarr, no Taves. I don't know, defenseman. No Colton.
Gerard.
Well, he wasn't playing that night because he's hurt. But
already.
Yeah. He's week to week with an upper body. What are you looking over to Dan for? What do you got something to say?
Well, Dan's my hockey guy.
I do have a little bit of a hockey hot take.
Do you?
Yeah, it's not going to be popular though.
Really?
Yeah.
And you're going to do that on Avalanche Ticket Tuesday?
Should I wait on that? Because it's not going to be popular.
Well, you tease it well
I
enough
gotta
now.
do it now.
I think you almost have to do it now.
I don't know if Brent Burns is going to make it through the season with the Avs.
Well, he's 41 years old or something.
Right.
Yeah. He's looked okay, though.
He's looked like a 41-year-old. He's okay. But they brought up this, who's this guy? Dan Soliarov, Salome. They got him just a couple of weeks ago. They got him pretty recent. And he's 26 and 6'3". And with Gerard out, he's the one that's coming in. And you're going to have to ask a big question like, are you better off with this dude as your sixth defenseman or Brent Burns? And we'll see. We'll see.
Well, or you can give him some salt him up a little bit, here and there, and give Burns a rest.
The thing is that everybody loves Burns. Like, he is everybody's, like, insta best friend. But I'm just like, remember when Jamie Moyer made the starting rotation for the Rockies?
And won a game for the Rockies?
A game is the key component to that word.
I was at that game where I was watching it. That was like one of the games I watched.
It's a miracle that happened.
Well.
But on one hand, you're like, oh, Disney story, isn't that incredible? And on another hand, it's like, are we really that bad that we need the world's oldest person? And Burns is, we'll see. We'll see. I don't have any problems with him. I don't think he's a bad guy. Nothing like that. But I just had a moment being at that game, and I'm just like, that dude is 41. And by the way, let me transition to this real quick. How about the Clippers aren't just the oldest team in the league this year? They are the oldest team in NBA history. Did you know that one? The oldest team in NBA history is the Clippers.
You add Lopez, who I think this is 17th or 18th year.
Yeah.
And I think he came out of college at 22.
Chris Paul, who's 40.
Chris Paul, who's got 20-plus years in the league.
Yeah.
That didn't help you, right? Adding a 40-year-old and a 38, 39-year-old.
They got like 9 guys over 30 years of age on the team. The core of their team is over 30 years of age.
Well, what's the Beard? He's got to be mid-30s by now, doesn't he?
Something, yeah. They're the oldest team in NBA history. You're going to tell me they're going to be hanging around in May? Are you sure?
Well, they're going to – listen, Kawhi Leonard, somebody go look, but what's the most games he's played in the last 5 years?
Okay. So what, are they going to be the 7th, 8th seed and just kind of,
And then be scary when everybody gets healthy and you play them in the playoffs.
Is that the strategery right there?
If I were them, the strategery was get in the playoffs, get enough seeds, and be healthy come April.
Okay.
Whatever you got to do to win games and be healthy in April.
That's going to be an interesting season.
If you're Oklahoma City, say they win the whole thing, and your first round game is against the Clippers, you going to be excited about that?
I guess not, but it's the NBA, man. I think all teams are pretty good. You don't get any free rides anymore in the playoffs.
Right.
Everybody's good. There's no easy teams.
Well, I think it's the same way in hockey too.
I agree.
I don't know if it's the same way in football. I still think you got one or two wild card teams that are.
I don't know. There's more parity than ever. I'll get to the power rankings with the Nuggets in a little bit. But remember how we said, look at all these 4-2 teams, where they stack up. And in the power rankings, they're right in the middle. The Broncos, they're right there. Of all the 4-2 teams, they're right there.
Which is probably about right.
It probably is about right. And Leggy's got them ranked. And Leggy wrote the synopsis on it, and they're ranked at 10, holding steady at 10. Jets are still the worst team in the league. And when I was going through it, I was like, oh, well, look at the next 4 teams. However, one of those teams is the Giants, who I can't really take their first 3 games seriously because they've been a whole new team since they've, installed Jackson Dart.
Jackson Dart and started putting Scadaboo in the game plan.
Scadaboo's a big part of the game plan.
Which in the first 2 games, like the one game we saw him blow up the guys against Arizona blocking, he got 2 touches, right? I mean, he wasn't a big part. The next game, I think he got 1 or 2 touches tops.
Yeah.
And since then, since Dart's come in, as you said yesterday, the Delta House, Animal House has started with those 2 cats. I mean, they act like they do act like 2 frat boys.
They do, man. 0.0. Blutarski, Scadaboo.
But it also shows
Blutarski.
You, which the Jets have been unable to figure out for a decade now, it seems like, right, that you bring some sort of energy and you could change your nature, your path.
Mm-hmm.
They brought 2 frat boys in, and I don't know if it'll hold up for 17 games.
I don't know either, man.
But right now, guess what? People like them. The warden started going down the path with Scadaboo. That and and the kicker, the won the game for the Bears last night, that was dumped by San Francisco earlier in the year.
I don't know anything about him.
Moody.
He got a good story?
Moody, he was cut by 49ers.
Okay.
I think, didn't he have a blow-up, like missed a bunch of field goals late last year, missed a bunch in the preseason, or maybe even game 1, I don't know. Cut. Bears signed him, put him on the practice squad. He gets activated yesterday before the game and hits 4 field goals, goes 4 for 5. The one he missed was blocked. Hits 4 field goals, including the game winner. First time on the roster. But he looks a little bit like Scadaboo miniaturized.
Yeah.
And so the word goes, oh, look how cute he is. And so I said, wait till you see Scadaboo.
Scadaboo's like an Ewok. He's the angriest elf in the Shire.
He's the Rock Ewok, though. You know what I'm saying? He's an Ewok, but he's worked out with the Rock.
Oh, there's no doubt. He's a Franco Columbo next to Arnold Schwarzenegger.
Exactly.
It's like, wow, that is a really smaller version of Arnold Schwarzenegger. But still, I respect it.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll see what's going on. I actually looked up the running back numbers because it does feel like this Broncos draft was terrible right now. And believe it or not, when I put R.J. Harvey's numbers next to the other running backs that we could have had, like Judkins or Henderson or guys like that, or Scadaboo, actually R.J. Harvey's numbers are right there. It's just that he's not getting used as much. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
When you say his numbers are right there, what do you mean? He got 2 carries last game.
Well, right. I mean, I'm just talking about yards per carry. Like, Scadaboo's yards per carry is 4.1.
Which is pretty good.
Yeah, it's good, but
plus you're talking basically a fullback.
He's got 5 touchdowns. That's, obviously really good. Trevion Henderson averages 3.6 for the Patriots. And R.J. Harvey averages 4.7. But Scadaboo has 88 carries. Our guy R.J. Harvey has 33. So, I mean, it's a significant difference.
It's like 3 games being the main guy carries more.
So, of all the running backs, Scadaboo 82 carries, Henderson 41, and Judkins 84 with the Browns. They're really leaning on him. Omarion Hampton, who's hurt now, but still was 66. So on the surface, I think there's some good things with R.J. Harvey, but he's just not really seeing the ball like these other guys. So I don't know if there's an answer to that.
Well, listen, we've said this before, so I'm gonna be honest with you. He's shown in his 3 years here the reluctance to really lean on rookies early.
Yeah.
Sean Payton, especially offensively. Well, even defensively. He has shown a reluctance to play rookie players a lot of plays.
Mm-hmm.
People ask, well, what's going on at quarterback? Why we draft him? He's only got 11 snaps. And I think it all boils down to Sean. I don't think Sean – I mean, listen, Troy Franklin was the whipping post last year in training camp.
He was,
right?
yes.
Probably didn't hear of him until 8, 9, 10, week 10. Then all of a sudden he starts making 2 or 3 plays. You're like, oh, maybe he's special. And remember my big question in training camp.
Mims had that issue too his rookie year.
Mims had it too.
Yeah.
But my big question on Franklin going into the season that some people poo-pooed, that I was like, why couldn't Franklin have a rebirth like Mims did? Oh, well, he kind of has, hasn't he?
Oh, ain't no doubt about it. And the fumble sucked on Sunday. But no, I think he's taken over as the number 2 receiver. And you want him to work out. Big, tall guy who can really run. Great catch ability, great catch radius, as they put it. Sure, no, we want Troy Franklin to be that guy. We need him to be that guy.
We need him.
We need him on the wall.
Because right now,
You going to stand on the wall? You going to stand on the wall, Tanner?
Did you order the cold red?
Damn right I ordered the cold red. Will you sit there in your fancy white suit, sleeping under a blanket of freedom that I secure for you? I'd rather have you not say anything, but perhaps thank you and leave well enough alone. Damn right I ordered the code red. I mean, it's something like that. It's not word for word, but it's, you know.
Close, though.
It's
Makes you want to go watch that movie tonight, doesn't it?
Such a good film. Such a good film. Anyways, that's our guy, RJ Harvey, going against Cam Scatterbo. We all probably have, Cam Scatterbo fever right now. But I don't know if it was
that's good for the Giant franchise.
But we're assuming if Cam Scatterbo was here, that Sean Payton would be using him.
Well said.
And who knows if that's the case?
Well said.
Right.
I'll know this, that you probably wouldn't have had to have a Prentice that you put on your practice squad or something like that. Here's a big question.
Yeah.
If they'd have drafted Scatterbo, would he have been on the 53 or would he?
Oh, he would have willed his way with his spirit and energy and everything to the 53. I mean, that there's when you have a guy like this, it's undeniable.
Could you imagine him? And hopefully he's not still doing it, but could you imagine him on a special teams?
Yeah, I'm sure he's a lunatic eating breakfast.
Right. I'm looking forward to this game. I think it's going to be a tough game.
I do too, and I haven't really dug. We'll dig into it by the numbers tomorrow more, and we'll start hearing from people. And trust me, we'll have plenty of time. But this is I guess I'll just take the Broncos right now because they're the home team by a field goal, something like that. I mean, that's my first inclination, but
2017, something like that.
I don't know, maybe. I'll tell you this: after watching those games last night, Broncos defense is. Well, they're better than those 4 teams. That's for damn sure. Yeah. They're better than those 4 teams.
What's our guy that's the quarterback for the Bears?
Caleb Williams, starting to play.
Does he look like he's pretty good right now?
Dude, that whole draft class is looking unbelievable right now. Caleb Williams, Drake May, Jaden Daniels. I mean, unfortunately for him, they fumbled late, which, is slick conditions. He made a mistake. I mean, that happens, unfortunately. But then you J.J. McCarthy, who knows because of the injury, but Michael Penix. I mean, it helps when you got Bijan Robinson, don't get me wrong. But Penix played very solid. Big win. And our guy, say whatever you want about Bo Nix, but he's already taken his team to the playoffs. That draft class, the 2024 draft class, right now is the best probably since 2018. The 2018 draft class is insane.
What's the primo draft class of all time?
Well, the 2018 class might get there. The 83 draft class for quarterbacks
that's what I was thinking.
is I mean, you got
Stupid.
3. Well, you have 3 Hall of Famers. So, I mean, until you have, you got 2 in the 18 draft class, and we'll see what Baker Mayfield does. We'll see. He's on that track, though.
How about this? The Kansas City Chiefs, which is my team back then, took Todd Blackledge, and Dan Marino was still on the board. Just want to throw that out there.
All right. Fans on the field. The morning show had an interesting take, a little bit different than we had, but there might be a spin on it. Stick around.
I love it. As long as we control our, we don't want to do nothing stupid. I mean, I think we got the field goal thing that lets down now. What you going to do with the field goal when you tear it down anyway? What you going to do with it? You put it in your front yard of your frat house, and then you tell it on yourself. I don't understand that. But I love it. I want to see the kids rush the field. I absolutely love it. I mean, hats off to our security team. They do a good job of ushering me in. But I love to see it. I really do.
Well, there's Prime talking about the students and the fans on the field. From what I understand, as the parent of a CU student, I need to Venmo like $5 to the university to help out with the $50,000 fine. I asked my kid to pay it, and he was just like, "Really?" I'm like, "It's only $5, and Prime wants us to throw it in." This fans on the field thing is interesting because there's just the fun part of it, and then there's kind of the like, oh yeah, the real world part of it. So the fun part of it, and the boys in the morning were all like, "Get off my lawn, you damn cloud. Don't run on the field." Vic, here's a little bit of Victor.
And the reason I'm critical at times, and I was critical over the weekend for rushing the field, if you want to do it. I was critical of it. I have a right to have that opinion, just like you have the right to rush the field. Because a lot of times, don't embarrass a once proud program. If you rush the field because you think winning against Iowa State is some grand monumental win, to me, for a long time, that's embarrassing to me. I have bigger aspirations than beating Iowa State at home. That's how I look at it. I have bigger aspirations. So to say that you love the program more or let kids be, I was a kid there too. My kid was a kid there too. That's all. We all love the same program. Don't embarrass me.
Hey,
that's an old man. Get off your lawn.
Hey, Grandpa, you doing okay? You need some medicine there, Grampy?
The problem.
You all right?
The problem with Grandpa Vic's take.
Holy cow!
Is he's still living in the past when it was glorious. When I first started doing radio shows with Alfred, and he was telling me about how good the CU program was and where they ranked all time, and I go, no, well, and he showed me the list, and I think it's way down and maybe out, but at one time, so however many years ago it was, I was working with Alfred, decade, 12 years ago. I don't know how long ago you guys started, so it was right before.
It was longer than that.
So 15 years ago?
It was a while, yeah.
So he shows me the list, and CU was like 10th all time as far as programs in NCAA football because they had so many dominant years and were so good. One year, and even before Prime's time, the Big Eight had, I think it was OU, CU, and was it Nebraska? But they were 1, 2, 3 in the country to finish the year. I mean, that's how bad BA they were. So the problem is he still lives in the past with all that history. Kids up there now,
I don't care.
None of them know about that history.
No, and what are you talking about being embarrassed?
In retrospect, guess what? Back in the old days of the glory of the Big 12, if you ever lost to Iowa State, that was big news. Iowa State stunk.
Yeah.
Iowa State's been pretty good the last 5, 6, 8 years. That's fine.
Yeah.
But these kids don't know. They look at that's a 22nd ranked team in the country. You came in here and you beat a ranked opponent.
Right.
That's all they're seeing.
Yeah. They might be seeing double because who knows what else is happening in the stands both during the game and pregame. But yeah, and I had a moment of rolling my eyes at it. In fact, I said to my wife, I go, "Oh my God, do you think they're going to rush the field?" And sure enough, they did, and we're watching it, and it was like, oh, well, all right, I guess. But like, I go back, now I'm going to have my old man moment. Remember Billy Owens? Do you remember Billy Owens, basketball player?
Yep.
Okay. His brother Michael was a football player. And he was the running back who converted the 2-point conversion against West Virginia for the Orange to go 11-0. It was a walk-off. Think about that for a second. A walk-off 2-point conversion. I mean, you could have just kicked a field goal. But back then, ties, no overtime. So Dick McPherson wanting to go for it was like, it's now or never. Here we go. Pretty awesome. So you beat them and you go undefeated. We're running on the field. You just had an undefeated season. We have a chance in 1987 at a national championship. And I look at my kid, and you beat Iowa State. So, of course, it feels like, you kids, you don't know what running on the field's all about. But then, this is unbelievable. We're watching the end of the game, and the kids are still on the field, and they're saying goodbye, and we're so long from full. And as they're saying that, I'm like, there's my kid. And I couldn't believe it. My wife thought I was just lying because we do that sometimes. They show a huge shot. There's Dylan. There's, we're joking around. But I'm like, no, that really, I swear to God. And sure enough, it was him. And then I was like, about running on the field, like, this is their experience.
Yes.
And who are we to judge what their experience is all about? Have fun.
Now, I do agree with Prime said we had played yesterday. What are you going to do with the goalpost? Leave the goalpost alone. And anytime anybody's really gotten hurt is when the goalpost finally breaks.
And that's the problem. And I was thinking about, and here's the non-fun part of this. The Big 12, you know what happened at some point. Somebody got hurt rushing the field, and there was some sort of lawsuit about it. And so we got to make up these litigious rules, and that's why you have a $50,000 fine to protect the Big 12.
Yeah.
Now, CU,
it has nothing to do with the fans.
Nothing to do with it.
It's to protect ourselves.
It's to protect themselves, and they got to do something. So if a lawsuit happened, you say, no, we took it serious. Here's where we find the schools. We can't police it. The schools have to do it. But if you want to be part of our conference, we want you to protect. We don't want this because we don't want to be sued. And they do it, I'm sure, just to protect themselves, and that's where it comes from. So we're in a society, Scott, where it's litigious. Can't have interns in media anymore. We used to have interns. That's out the door. Can't have that because of a lawsuit. Don't want fans running on the field because of lawsuits. So whether or not CU allows it or not, they'll have to pay a $50,000 fine. But if it happens once a year, or even if it happens as much as once a year, it's $50,000, and I think it's money well spent because I think it's fun. I think it's a little dangerous. Somebody could get hurt. I guess.
Well, basketball, remember when last year, 2 years ago, somebody rushed the field, got up close to a player, and player basically decked the person. It was like a cheerleader or something.
Yes. Yeah, I'm laughing at the basketball stuff, too. You got to go back, y'all, if you're not familiar with rushing on the court, and go look at, basketball in the 80s. It was a madhouse. It was insane rushing on the court.
You watched that documentary on the Celtics.
Oh, my God.
Havlicek steals the ball. That's a pro team, and they rush the court.
Dude, the Celtics tradition of rushing the court is Bird's throwing, haymakers. McHale is bull. You can't get off the court. You want to talk about, I kind of get that. That's a little dangerous, don't you think? Yeah. It's 14,000 people all piling on you at once. This isn't Folsom Field. There's a lot of room. They rushed the field, and there's all sorts of empty space around. Ralphie was running around there. Old Ralphie 6, he doesn't go very fast. He was just hanging out.
Maybe you bring Ralphie 6. Oh, you know what? You want to stop rushing the field? Turn new Ralphie loose.
New Ralphie.
Turn new Ralphie loose and see, hey, we better not go down there.
You can rush the field, but we're also going to let Ralphie 7. Brandy,
run free. Brandy, you're a fine girl. What a fine wife you would be.
So just go and plow those students, and look what we see. So, Vic, you sound like an old man, brother. I don't know what else to say there, my friend. He sent me a text, too. He goes, what's your take on that? I go, who cares? I was against it until I saw my kid out there smiling and having fun. And then the $50,000 is dumb, but, somebody's got a lawyer, and that's, that's
got a lawyer up.
That's the way that goes.
Yeah. You can't sue us. See, we're finding these teams.
I was waiting for Prime, and he didn't do this. But I was waiting him to say, $50,000? I got you. On me. Way to go, CU students. I love it. He didn't go that far, did he?
Yeah. When we played this out yesterday, I was thinking, oh, my gosh, he's going to drop the bucket. He's going to let it. Probably can't do that.
Vic's going to join us at 120?
Yeah, he's been texting me. He's annoyed with you guys.
All right.
Because he's Grandpa Vic. Grandpa Vic's annoyed with us.
Can we get to him before it says nap time? Or are we... Brock Heward is going to join us next.
Oh, sweet.
We asked for a quarterback because of Bo. We're going to do Bo's mechanics. So we're like, well, what quarterbacks do we know? And Brock's a good dude, and he's a quarterback, and he studies it, and he's a coach, and the whole thing. So we're going to go specifically with Bo and his mechanics with Brock Heward coming up next.
Yeah, we just didn't have those same plays. We weren't in a very good rhythm at all. And, first half we were going quick, getting the ball to different players, spreading the ball around, getting them in certain defenses where we get softer coverage. And then, obviously there in the second half felt kind of like the opposite. A lot of run-heavy looks, a lot of loaded boxes, and then just complete lack of rhythm.
All right, we want to talk specifically, and we'll have another keyword for you coming up here in 19 minutes for Avs Tickets and Avs Ticket Tuesday. So hang around for that. And also, Vic wants to yell at us. Is that right? Okay, we can take it. I mean, how much energy could he have for an old guy? But let's go to Brock Heward, our great friend, who is we're looking for just a good quarterback, Brock, to help us with this conversation. We found you. So we're like, well, it's good enough. And
wow.
But if you don't know, Brock was a star for Washington, played in the NFL for, what do you got, 6 years, 5 years, 6 years in the NFL? Something like that. And big Mariners fan. Congratulations on your Mariners, by the way. Who knew they were going to do that? Crazy. So.
Yep, no one's got it better than us right now in the Pacific Northwest.
I tell you what, man.
Sam Darnold's playing.
The Seahawks are balling out.
The Seahawks are good. The Huskies got a young, dynamic QB. The Mariners are 2 games away from a World Series they've never been to.
Crazy.
So I don't know when you two have had the very best time in sports radio for your market, but I don't know if we've had it too much better.
How's your NBA team doing?
That's nice, Scott. Okay, so
they're right up there with their hockey team.
Well, I just want
DMac takes a shot at my QB skills. That's fine.
Which I would never do. I would never do.
Nope. No, the NBA should come back. You tell me, Scott.
Oh, that's true.
I love going to Seattle. It was one of the marquee stops, man. Everybody loved it. It will be back eventually.
You either got to get to Seattle or Vancouver, one of the two. You got to put a franchise up there.
You need to put it back in Seattle.
That's fine with me.
Please. Yeah. All right. Talk to us specifically about Bo Nix, okay? And, quarterback it up for us. Talk about his mechanics and break down what you're seeing there from a quarterback's perspective.
Well, I'll do it for both of you guys. And I know what happens, DMac, because Salk always rolls his eyes when a former player comes on and only addresses me and not him. And it's just like, I'm here too. So I'll put it in the best, easiest perspective for your 2 wheelhouses.
All right.
You're a baseball guy, DMac,
yes.
and you coach baseball, you manage baseball, you ran baseball clubs.
Yes.
And you hear in baseball when somebody is in between, it's the worst spot they can be.
Tennis the same way.
Yep, whether that's in the batter's box, whether that's, on the ground ball at third base, you just don't want to be in between. On the pick and roll, Mr. Hastings, you tell me, you want to be in between on a pick and roll, or do you want it to be very clear, very concise, so you can pick and roll with great conviction and you trust your partner in that action? When I watched Bo through the preseason, I wasn't privy to getting out there in training camp because Coach Sanford has got us on lockdown over here at Valor. So I couldn't escape and go watch any of him in camps. But what I've seen in preseason and enough in the regular season, and it's in a little bit of contrast to the second half of last year, he and that offense feel in between to me.
Yeah. Okay. I would get you on that. I'm there have been moments, Bo's had shots, including in the loss in Indy in particular, but also in the Chargers game, that he's got guys wide open and they're down the field, but he just overthrow them, but he never gets set to throw the football. That to me is you're in between what you want to do. That being said, I don't feel like Sean Payton's had a clear and precise, here's who we are and what we want to do, decision-making as far as an offensive play caller.
I think that's fair. I think their running game is very indicative of that. You'll hear Coach Sanford all over your station, rightfully so, kind of talk about what are you in your run game? You can't be a master of everything. You just can't. You don't have personnel to do it. You don't have practice time to do it. You don't have the same kind of offensive linemen that you did back in the day with Shanahan, and they were all 290, 295 athletic. I mean, that's what they were. So they were an outside zone team. They did that. This is a kind of a mismatch. You got some big power guys, your tackle, your guard that's injured. You got some more movement guys. You got somebody in between. So are you a zone team? Are you a power team? Are you an inside zone, outside zone? Are you a duo team? Like, what are you? And you just, in my belief, and I think it's been reinforced honestly, working with Coach Sanford this football season, like you can't do all those things. You've got to hang your hat and master something. And to me, that always, in any offense, always starts with the run game. We're watching it in Seattle, and it has been such a breath of fresh air to watch Clint Kubiak come in. And honest to God, it looks like the 1990s. Some of the plays were the same drop back action we ran. They're trying to, and it's fits and starts. It's not great, but they're fifth in the league in rushing attempts. They got a stick-to-itiveness to it. And off of it comes everything, your protection, your play action, your mirroring, your sequencing, you're doing all of it. And, yeah, I just don't see the Broncos offensively putting it together right now.
All right, when you say you're stuck in between, so just playing off that premise, is that more about your head, your hips, or your feet?
Ooh, I think all of those things. Your eyes and your feet are always connected. Okay. And, again, I'll go back to who I think are playing the best football right now in the NFL at quarterback. Is Baker Mayfield and Sam Darnold. Okay. And remarkably, they were both in Carolina at one point. You watch those guys play, and their eyes and their feet are aligned. It's boom, it's boom, it's boom, it's boom, it's boom. And then it's a conviction. It's not there that I'm going to step up and I'm going to move. And, yeah, I just don't – and I watched Bo now. I remember talking to you guys before the draft. I watched him at Oregon his last year. I think we did 2 or 3 of his games, and he was phenomenal in that way. But they ran it. They knew who they were. They played off of it. They were RPO, and he was tied together. And, yeah, it's hard to say that he's as tied together. The whole thing is as tied together as it certainly was at Oregon, and, again, even in the second half of last season.
If you're running more RPO, and like you said at Oregon, is naturally Bo just better if he's just moving, period? And that's where you're stuck a little bit, too? You're not moving as much as you should?
Possibly. Yeah, I think that's possible. He has got, man, some freaking tremendous legs. I mean, he is you guys have seen him in person. He is a well-built dude. Izzy, his wife and strength coach at Valor, she's got him working those squats and lunges and cleans, and now they're getting ready for a baby. And that dude he is really strong and really powerful in his base. Elway was the same way. I mean, he was I remember watching him growing up, and, like his whole power source, and he just stuck his foot in the ground. He was kind of knock-kneed and pigeon-toed, but, man, that's where the power comes from. You know that in baseball. When you're hitting, your power comes from the ground, right? You know that when you're pitching, your power comes from the ground, that ground force. And, yeah, I think there's some elements, again, of just fundamentally and just mentally and just what are we that still is very much a work in progress.
Well, certainly Davis Webb, his quarterback coach, knows all this, right? I mean, they're going over a relentless amount of tape. So that's where I wonder. I mean, I'm sure they're going over it. Is there some sort of confusion then, you think, between how Sean views things as an ex-quarterback?
No, I don't know. I don't think so. I mean, his guy in New Orleans now, you want to talk about a base and fundamentals, and, Drew was a little bit wider in his stance and an underrated athlete when he was younger. A guy he was a 7-foot high jumper. I mean, he created power from the ground, and he was really good at it. So Sean knows the position, schemed it. I think the frustration that I feel in the market from just about everybody is that, man, it was ascending in the second half of last season. He was hitting those deep shots. Even was it the first possession in the playoff game against the Bills? Like, you're just hitting those things. And why are we not hitting these things now? Why is this not coming together? They're striving and searching for those answers. They are working towards that. In my humble opinion, I think when they figure out what they want to be in their run game, then comes the play action game, then comes the gimmies, then comes the shots, then it kind of the pieces of the puzzle come together a whole lot more clearly.
Well, and just taking what you're saying right here, Brock, is your base, it's not a chicken or the egg thing. Our arm strength didn't just come, look at his upper body, he's built. The real chicken or the real egg, however you want to look at first, is the base. And to me, on a handful of those throws earlier in the season, because we really haven't seen a lot of deep looks lately, but the misses early in the season, I think he completed 1 out of his first 5, and one of those were intercepted over 20 yards. There's no base to it. And so it's all what you're whipping with your arm.
100%. And again, I just go, it's been really fun to watch for us. the Seattle market made a move, and Geno was a really productive player as far as yards and everything and comeback player of the year, but they made a very clear move that his best was behind him, much like they did with Russell. They looked at 27, 28-year-old Sam Darnold. They saw him last year in Minnesota, and you could see it, and now they are so committed to it. They don't do a million things. They're doing their 10 to 15 things really well at a super high level. And he is, if you want to watch and just contrast, if you're a Broncos fan, and DMac, you love watching the tape too. If you want to watch Bo, that's a little in between, that's a little frenetic at time, let me watch somebody else that's doing it the opposite. Honestly, watch Sam Darnold right now. It is a machine. It is. I was around Peyton when Peyton was in his absolute prime, and I would marvel at it. His feet would get set, and that ball is out, and it's on time, and he's on balance. Sam Darnold is the most accurate NFL quarterback in air yard throws since the start of last year. So it's not 5 games or 10 games. It's like almost 30 games. And when you watch him throw, you see tremendous balance. He finishes his throw, and he's not falling off. And where he starts his jump shot, he ends his jump shot. Like, he is just so maniacal about those details. And, yeah, that's what it should look like if you want to be, to me, the best in the game.
And you know what's funny, Brock? And it could be a learned behavior, right? I mean, this is taught. And the interesting thing, you keep talking about Sam, who looked like he was a washout first-round draft pick when he was with the Jets. Obviously wasn't taught anything. It doesn't mean you can't still teach in the pros, which I think is a fallacy too many coaches hold on to. And yet they go other places. I think Darnold spent a year.
Well, Carolina was the worst place in the world for anybody to go,
but then he went to the Rams. Didn't he spend –
He did, and
Niners.
Niners. Right.
So now he goes to the Niners, and all of a sudden, I got to believe the one thing Shanahan does is kind of teach that simplicity and do it the right way.
Well, even better to that. You know who he points to? He points to Brock Purdy. And he points to Brock Purdy because Brock Purdy does not have a great arm. He has short arms. Like, he can barely tuck his hands in his pockets. He's got small hands. Like, he has none of the traits that you would think would make throwing easy. But he is an absolute technician in his detail. And Sam went, dude, I'm 6'4". I was a top 5 pick. I can throw it 75 yards. I got like a 98-mile fastball to your 90. How are you doing this? And you're doing it because of that attention to detail, because you're maximizing everything that you have. And you don't have a lot, but you're still maximizing it and become a good player, a great player. In the NFL.
And Brock, we're seeing that again with a guy in Indy and a guy in 49ers again, who a lot of people said were washed up, and look at the years they're having.
Yep, no question. And then, you could get me started on this, and you could talk to a lot of people, but, Arch Manning to me is another example of this. When you watch Arch Manning, I'm like, what are you doing? That's not Eli. That's not Peyton. You're trying to do all this like new agey, whip your hips and let's flip our hips and our arm just trails and we got to throw off balance. And Patrick Mahomes is the gold standard for all these arm angles and doing all this crap. And it's like, okay, that's great. But what you don't realize is Mahomes can do the first thing extraordinarily well, and you need to just do the first thing well before we try to do anything else beyond that.
So Tuesday's an off day, and Izzy's training, and then Bo's just bored, so he comes down, and he's on the fence, and he's sitting there next to you. He's focused on Izzy and all, but, he's sidles up next to you, and he just goes, hey, Brock, what are you seeing here? If you had one thing to just say directly to Bo, if he asked, because you would never do it unless he did ask, but if he asked, what would you say to him?
Oof, that's a good question, DMac. Nothing that I would say to him has not already been said by Davis, and I'm sure Sean as well. And a lot of this too, and I think I texted you guys early in the year, maybe something along the lines of the difference between carrying expectations and playing with nothing to lose. Last year it was a 3-way competition. Sure, he was a top 15 pick and everything else, but he was in a competition, and then he's a rookie and he's going to learn. And man, there was just some tremendous play, right? And so that would probably be it. I think Sean is hard. I think he's hard. He kind of reminds me of Mike Holmgren, who I played for. That was hard to play for. And I don't think he's the easiest builder, no matter what he says publicly of praising him. I think he's pretty hard and pretty demanding, and that would probably be the biggest encouragement, is just enjoy this, enjoy the ups and the downs and the journey, and keep striving to be so fundamentally sound.
And
that's where it starts.
And
That's why Steph Curry ball handles every day,
Yeah.
even though he's the greatest in the world at it. Why? Does he really need to? Yeah, actually he does, to get himself in a place to do what he does. So that would probably be a couple of the simple things.
In your opinion, should he let Davis Webb call the plays?
Oh, that was what I was going to ask him.
I don't think we're there yet.
Not yet.
No,
Yes, we are.
I don't.
Brock, yes, we are, Brock.
I asked Brock.
You're 4-2. I think honestly, I was chatting with Sanford about this yesterday coming off the field. I said, do you think Sean's a little in between? Because he's got an elite defense. That group has sacked quarterbacks 30 freaking times. I know they had 9 of them and won, but they're 10 ahead of the second best Seahawks at 20.
Crazy.
Like, that is an elite dude, elite defense. I know when Pete Carroll was head coach of the Seahawks and they had that defense at 13 and 14. I don't know. How did Peyton run the offense when you had the no-fly zone? Like, it's when you got that in your back pocket, sometimes it can even take really aggressive play callers and put them in a spot they've not been in yet either.
All right, we have to go because we have an NHL team.
The answer was yes.
Yeah, we have an NHL team here, unlike Seattle. We have to give away tickets. So, but we love
I thought
you.
They met in the playoffs a couple years ago. Didn't we meet in the playoffs a couple years
That's
ago?
right. There is a Seattle. What am I talking about?
What are you talking
Oh,
about?
we lost to the Kraken. What am I talking about?
Well, so I'll just go back to
God, I am an
hey,
idiot.
Hey, feel free to. The
Lord.
Nuggets are playing the Bulls tonight
All right,
at
I'll stay
Ball
on
Arena
that.
if you want to.
Thank you, Brock. We got to
boys.
roll. I'll see you. It's a Ticket Tuesday, and we have another keyword for you. And Vic yells at us. Coming up next. All right, we'll get to Vic here in a second. He's mad. It's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Here we go. Got a pair of tickets to give away on every show. Your keyword is center. Now, it's not Canadian center, which would be RE. It's American center.
ER.
ER.
And it's center, not center.
That's the way it should be spelled. America.
Although it looks cool when it's spelled the other
And
way.
now it takes.
By the way, I do have an Avs question. Yesterday was Canadian Thanksgiving, and the Avs had a game. Did they celebrate Canadian Thanksgiving as a team? I don't have an answer for it, but it's a question. Text center with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 for a pair of tickets to the Avs game against the Bruins on Saturday. Don't miss all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, 120 keyword is center. Text center along with your first and last name, 303-504-0925. We'll announce our first winner of the day at 2:55. Mr. Lombardi, you were adamant that running on the field is dumb, and the kids that did it were dumb. And back in your day, you only did it when it made sense, and anybody who thinks differently is dumb.
Why do you do this? Why do you paint this picture so poorly? Like, that is the dumbest thing ever. You're trying to misrepresent my words so badly that.
Oh, okay. Did I get that wrong?
God, if we were in a court of law, I'd have the bailiff just put his fist on your mouth. I mean, that's just ridiculous.
What are you here to say then, Vic?
Well, first of all, I just want to have a reasonable conversation amongst friends. That's all. I'm not yelling at you. You make it sound like I was never a kid. I didn't rush a field. I've rushed many fields. Hell, I rushed that Folsom field about 10 years ago when the Buffs upset somebody, and I can't remember who the hell it was. I did the same thing those students did. I have no problem
Wait
with
a second.
rushing
You ran onto the field as somebody in their mid-40s?
You're damn right. I was doing a segment for Let's Talk Sports at the time.
Okay.
The TV show we did. And the segment was basically how to properly rush the field. And we had GoPros and all the it was fun, you know, and I get it. I totally get it. But to say that I'm just, oh man, old man Vic, Boomer Vic hates the I love the concept of storming the field.
All right.
When you do it at the right time. When you do it when they did it on Saturday, hell, you turned yourself in. What was your initial reaction, DMac, when you saw them storm the field?
I rolled my eyes. I'm like, oh my
Okay.
God. But then I saw my kid on TV, and I was like, oh, that's cool.
Oh, so you have a personal touch to it. Of course, if you saw your kid do it, you'd say it's okay because you're a parent, obviously. But your initial reaction tells the story. That's all I need to know. Listen, I have kids too. You don't think they like to have fun? You don't think I have a kid in college right now? Guess what? I just dropped her off at the airport and I'm stuck in wall-to-wall traffic on DIA because we can't figure out the damn DIA road. Anyway,
yeah.
You know what she told me because she was listening to you guys just a mile away, and she said, "Dad, tell them I was at a party in Boulder Saturday night, and because all her friends go to see you.
Yeah.
And half of the guys at that party were embarrassed. These are the students. These are students that were debating this topic. These are current students who did not rush the field, who were yelling at their fellow students saying, you embarrassed us by doing that.
All
You
you're
should have
saying
higher
is
standards. This ain't me.
your daughter was partying Saturday night with a bunch of fat boys that couldn't get over the wall.
Well, maybe they understood that, you know, rushing the field for a 22nd ranked team that was on the way up the poll was not the proper time. But that's fine. It's not about that.
I don't disagree with you, and you're right. But I will say this, and we played your take from this morning, and here's what these kids, a lot of them don't realize. You remember the grand history. You remember, you know, competing for national championships a couple years in a row and Orange Bowls and stuff like. I was at one or two games, I think back-to-back years, where they're throwing oranges onto the floor, onto the field because they're going to the Orange Bowl.
I mean, a senior at CU right now remembers the history of Carl Dorrell and Mike Sanford. I mean, that's what they're remembering right now.
So, and I said this earlier, Vic, and I think you'd agree with this because you are with sports very historic. Listen, there was a time if you even ever thought about losing to Iowa State, your program was in trouble. Iowa State was nothing. But this is a ranked team for a franchise, to be honest with you, that hasn't had tons of success.
I don't deny any of that. If your name is let me give you an example. If CSU defeats number 22 Iowa State up at Canvas Stadium, I would expect them to rush the field. That makes sense.
Uh-huh.
If you're CU and you want to hold yourself in a different sphere, which they try to do up there, correct? Am I correct on that or not?
They used to.
You're getting
They
getting
Vic.
very snobby about CSU right now, but go ahead. I'll roll with you.
Well, that's not snobby one bit. If CSU beats number 22 Iowa State, you rush that field. That's a different deal. It's a different deal. It just is. And if you can't see that, then you're lying to yourself. But what I don't like and what I don't see is this. The hype. They're trying to microwave this program over the last 2 years. They're on national television every week, correct? They fashion themselves like a blue chip program right now, and they're not. So if you're going to fashion yourself like a blue chip program, then by God, I expect you to act like one. How many blue chip programs stormed the field beating number 22 Iowa State? Name them.
Yeah,
Name them.
I get it, but man, I think you're looking at, and I get it because I had the initial reaction at the same time, but these kids aren't looking at legacy. They're looking at something.
Kids got to learn sports. Learn your damn sports, kid.
Well, I mean, what they're learning is from the party on the hill to the game. Before I go back to party on the hill, I'm going to pass through the field on the way out. You know what I'm saying? Like it's not that complicated.
What about the other kids who disagree? What about all the other kids? Because you guys make it sound like every CU student is in agreement. A lot of them were embarrassed. What about those kids?
A lot of them were embarrassed. I mean, dude, come on, man. Like, what are we talking about here?
I swear. What am I talking about? Hey, your son did it, so that makes it legit? Because your son did it?
He was smiling. He thought it was stupid too, I think, but he did it.
Great. Yeah, you did it for the wrong reasons is all I'm saying. You did it because you wanted to be a kid, not for the win. Let's be honest.
What's the difference? Seriously, what's the difference?
Okay, well then why don't you do it every week then? If there's no difference, why did you do it against Delaware and Wyoming?
Well,
hey,
I gotcha. Thank God.
Wait, DMac, what's the difference? You're having fun, right? The kids want to run around the field. What's the difference?
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point by you on that one. I'll give you kudos on that. That's fair. That's relatively fair. I mean,
and you get smacked with a $50K fine every time you do it on top of that.
Yeah, but I mean, they don't know that, nor do they care. Nor did Prime know that, by the way. Like, that's the head coach of the team who didn't know that.
What would you say, Scott, I'll ask you, what analogous program is out there? What corresponding team do you think CU would compare itself to in the country? Like, CU is in what family?
Oregon State.
Oregon State? Okay, so you're Oregon State right now. Oregon State, if they beat Iowa State, they storm the field at Oregon State, correct? They probably would.
They may storm the field if they hire a head coach.
First of all, the fact that you compared CU to Oregon State,
yeah, I mean,
that makes my argument. That makes my argument for me.
Well, you asked Scott that question, Vic. I mean, I don't know if that's a fair comparison.
DMaC, I'll ask you
Kansas, University of Kansas right now, where your daughter goes.
So the University of Kansas for the football program is analogous to CU's football program.
Right now it is, yes.
When I say right now, I guess I would say over the last 20 years.
20 years? All right. Yeah. We're talking about, gosh, we might be talking about UCLA, who's doing really well right now.
Doing really well. I mean, I just don't see many of those analogous programs pulling that stunt. That's all.
I agree. I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying.
And I have.
All right, are you here to say? Are you here to say the CU student body as a collective is kind of dumb?
I'm saying that they're just doing things because of the hype machine that exists up there. There's so much hype. It's and some of it is ill-earned hype. Earn it.
Well, so now
now
you found the real culprit in social media.
He's saying the CU students are entitled, spoiled brats.
Okay, calm down, DMac.
Well, that's what you're saying.
I'm saying. Okay, DMac. Yeah. All right. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, DMac, are you a fiction writer? Is that what are you Kane?
Are you not saying that?
Are you?
He used to write into Penthouse Forum.
I never thought this would happen.
I'm saying understand who you are and what you are before you.
Well, now you're saying CU students should know their place. Now you're saying
no. If you beat, let me tell you something. There are many moments. If they beat Indiana, If they beat, give me a team. Give me a team. And I'll
Well,
tell you what
frankly,
I-
if they beat Arizona State, who probably will be, well, I don't know about Arizona State. They lost their quarterback.
Yeah.
Gosh, I
And
don't
they
know.
won't be ranked.
Arizona,
They don't have a ranked team left.
They only
don't
have
a ranked team left at home.
They only
At
have
home,
two
not
games. They only have 2 games at home left. Arizona and Arizona State. That's it.
Yeah.
So I mean, I don't know. You're not going to rush the field after either of those games.
Sure. The meaning of the game has to matter too. If you beat your arch rival, I get it. Arch rivals, that's one thing. If you beat a team and you go to your conference championship, I get it. You won a game in early October against a descending team from freaking Iowa. Wake up.
All right, Vic, we love you. We'll let you go.
All right. See you.
All right.
Hey, by the way, you're Gen X, not
Yeah, and by the way, what the hell was schools having fall breaks? It's not the kid can't just come home in Thanksgiving. Really? We got to come home in October? Really? Seriously? No, Vic's gone. Okay. Well, I think we won that
Seems
argument.
on fall break.
Yeah,
in college,
dude. You want to talk about ridiculousness? First of all, the schools fall break. Don't even get me started with like, oh man, we worked for 6 weeks, need a break. I don't want to get myself in trouble with certain.
Did you get a lot of heat
professions.
back in the day? Because I was listening
so
to that
much heat.
show when you just
so
went off.
much heat.
The
It was
first time. I remember the first time
ridiculous.
you went off.
Oh my lord, a lot of heat. Don't want it again.
I mean, like a whole show you went
don't
off.
want it again. But I mean, thank God, kids aren't drowning because we have lifeguards in the summer.
Who are teaching math in the winter? Is that what you're saying?
I'm just saying, fall breaks, really? Fall breaks.
Well,
So
I
I got the numbskull up there in Boulder, I'm talking to him, and he's like, yeah, it's a reading day. Because we don't get officially a fall break. It's a reading day. I go, yeah, what? Reading day. He was like taking the crusties out of his eyes like at 2:30 in the afternoon.
Did you realize zigzags are made in La Jolla, California?
All right, let's look at the NFL as we go around the league. Go ahead, Dan. We start with the Chiefs beating the Lions. Go ahead, hit it.
3rd down and goal from the 3. Trips left, single man right. Mahomes in the shotgun with Pacheco to his right side. Mahomes sends Pacheco in motion out to the left. Here's the snap. Mahomes back, looking left, looking middle, throws right, wide open, it's caught. Touchdown, Hollywood Brown.
Are the Chiefs for real, and are the Lions paper lions?
I think there's a lot of good teams. And I asked you this question in the very first segment. Are we going to see now with the 17-game schedule, soon to be 18, are we going to see good teams have these 3 and 4 week lulls? It seems the Lions are kind of bouncing in one.
Are they paper lions or not?
Not well.
Hard to know.
I think I tell you what.
Hard to know.
When you look at the success, you can't say it in New York, but you look at Chicago, start 0-3, and they've won, I think, 3 in a row now. And there's your offensive coordinator is with Chicago. And we just said it a while ago. Their quarterback's looking legit right now. There might be something to that, that losing somebody that big.
Mike McDaniel, Smoky Hill pride, baby. Go Buffs. Go Smoky Hill Buffs. You and your jumpers are looking pretty depressed. You're kind of wearing jumpers right now, aren't you? You're kind of wearing like Mike McDaniel gear. Like you got pants. You're a grown man and your pants end in your shin. Your pants only go halfway up your shin in your little jumper jogger things.
No, they're joggers.
You got capri pants like Mike McDaniel.
They're joggers.
All right. I don't know. It looks stupid to me, but
You know what? Listen.
Get off my lawn.
You're saying it looks stupid to me as you come in with your tactical shorts.
All right, here we go with the highlights.
By the way, if as long as you just call them tactical, then you get another 2 or 3 years use out of them.
There you go. Go,
That's
Dan.
Andy.
J.K. Scott. Dicker's kick online. It is good. And the Chargers regain the lead.
God, beat by the Dicker. All right. When does McDaniel get blown out? I mean, that is really going terribly.
I wonder how many people the Dolphins are still paying coach-wise.
Oh, my God. I have no idea.
And I'm wondering why, and again, is it indicative of what McDaniels is trying to maneuver through when your quarterback says our leaders don't even show up to meetings? Or is that an indictment of the coach?
I'll tell you this. I think it's the coach, ultimately. Coach sets the culture at the end of the day. I mean, you should have accountability and be responsible as a grown man, but your coach is setting the culture for what's going on, and it's hard to take him serious. I love him and everything, and like I said, go Smokey Hill, but you got the Browns, Falcons, and Ravens. I'll tell you this. You probably get through the Ravens game. So you probably got 3 more games, but the trade deadline is relatively around the corner, and I agree with Mike Sanford, by the way. I don't know if you heard this take, but I think Bill Belichick's next team that he'll be coaching is the Miami Dolphins.
Wow.
How's that for a little bit of a
Well,
hot
the news
take?
came out last week. He's supposedly already talked to people in North Carolina about a buyout.
Yeah, and then when you're denying that, which they are, it's like, okay, okay. All right, Nick Saban. We get it. So that's my bet. I think if McDaniel wants to keep his job, he's got to go 2-3 in the next 3 games. Browns, Falcons. Falcons looked pretty good last night, though, so that's not easy. But the Browns and the Ravens are 2 really struggling teams. If you can't pull it together, man, you're probably out the door before you play the Bills.
Nice year not to play the NFC South.
Yeah, tell me about it. All right, next up, Raiders over the Titans.
Winding down. They get the snap off. Smith throwing underneath. Touchdown. Michael Mayer.
I don't know what to say here, man. I don't believe in the Raiders, I guess is where I'm going. The Titans are another team that blew out their coach. Part of why I'm struggling with all this stuff, it's becoming more apparent that the Broncos are just beating a lot of lousy teams.
So far.
You know,
who did the Raiders beat?
The Titans.
Exactly.
Right. And, I don't know if the Eagles are really all that good. And, that was fun, before the game and the Broncos won. But now, we know the Bengals stink. The Jets are the worst team in the league, and you barely got by. It's like, God, man, I want to be really excited about the Broncos, but as the season's going here, it looks a lot like last year, meaning
beating teams you're supposed to.
Right. And you lost to the Chargers, and you lost to the Colts, and you almost beat them both. You almost had both of them, and those are 2 good teams. But right now, the 2 good teams on your schedule, you lost to. And we'll see with the Eagles. We'll see. All right, we move on to the Patriots over the Saints.
Fake handoff to Stevenson. May feeling the pressure. Taking a shot. He's got his man. It's Pop Douglas, and he is in. Touchdown.
Better quarterback, Drake May or Bo Nix?
Drake May has better footwork than Bo Nix.
Both 4-2. Both teams are 4-2.
Drake May has better footwork than Bo Nix.
Let's see who the Patriots have beaten in their 4 wins. Dolphins, they stink. Panthers, they stink. The Bills, big win for them. Big win for them against the Bills. And the Saints, they stink. So we got some similarities right now between those 2 4-2 teams, right?
Yeah.
Signature win, the Bills, signature win, the Eagles. I'd say it's kind of a push right now between Drake May and Bo Nix. Both pretty good.
We just have Brock Hewitt on who basically said it. Right now, Drake May has better footwork.
Well, then that would make him a better quarterback. Rams over the Ravens.
It's just why so many things in the game itself. I mean, the players we have, we're going to have healthy players coming back. I mean, our quarterback's going to be back. That's probably a big one, Our middle linebacker will be back. And then all the things from the tape that we saw. I thought our defense played pretty darn well against a high-powered offense.
Wow. Woo! So you want style points. John Harbaugh on the hot seat?
No, because your MVP quarterback's out. That's saving him.
Okay.
That's saving.
Wasn't going so great while he was playing.
But it's about time that they go a different direction. And he'll get a job somewhere. I like him.
Oh, you think he's gone after this year?
Well, I just go back to Al Davis saying on that NFL Films I watched that he says a coach should never be in a place longer than 10 years. He said 10 years you should move on because the message gets stale throughout the organization.
Last one, Bucks over the Niners.
Job of moving defenders. On 2nd and 10, there was a blitz and a touchdown pass as Baker reacted to the on-rusher and got rid of it in time.
ESPN Power Rankings has the Buccaneers number 1. Broncos are 10. Jets are last. Is this sustainable for the season? Is Baker Mayfield your MVP?
He's at the quarter pole. He's in the finals. I mean,
is it sustainable?
Well, we'll see. Here's what I'm gonna say about Baker. Every game and they've had to come back in like 2 or 3 games. to win. And there's always a highlight film, it seems like, in all these wins.
There's a moment.
Of Baker. Yeah, there's a moment of Baker Mayfield. The other about getting sacked, and coming out of that thing and running for on 3rd and 17, 18 yards for a first down. I mean, that was unbelievable play. I think he's a hell of a leader. I think that team buys into it. You saw that we played the sound yesterday that Kaz, the rookie wide receiver, they were going MVP. He goes, I haven't even done anything. Why are they yelling for me? And he goes, no, dummy, that's for Baker. And he goes, yeah, that was Baker just being Baker. He's a dog, man. I think Baker Mayfield is the heart and soul of that team. Like, not even close.
Well, we've got the Lions and the Bucks. That's on the? Is that we got a game on Saturday night? Do I got that right? No. Is that? Well, hold on. What are we doing? 5 p.m. Is that? Wait, what day of the week is that? Well, help me out here. I'm a moron. What day is the 20th?
Today's the 14th.
Yeah. 15, 16, 17, 18. Oh, Monday night. God, am I a moron? All right, no dumb questions coming up next. Hey, it's DMac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. When dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatment for your specific medical situation. ED can be a disheartening thing, that's for sure, and kind of embarrassing, the whole thing. And likely most guys, and if you're in this club, you're not alone, just wait, or never get to it. The best thing to do if you're suffering from this is to contact the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, who have helped tens of thousands of men for the better part of a decade. And with 5 locations, there's sure to be a Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic near you. So here you go. Just reach out. You'll get that consult. The initial visit's only $99. A T and a PSA test come with it. If advised, a test dose. Listen, if the test dose doesn't work in the office, the visit is free, but the results have been phenomenal. You'll be having sex the day after your appointment. Most men do. They have 5 locations in Colorado to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and Colorado Springs. And that location in Castle Rock is spectacular. Find out for yourself. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place. I'm leaning into the segment.
You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
By the way, on the text line, I'm seeing a teacher agreeing with me about everything I've been saying. So it's a teacher who's, let's say.
Who's saying fall break's a little too soon.
What are we doing here?
Give them an extra day at Thanksgiving.
I liked it. Hey, the most admirable people in the world.
Here we go.
Good teachers, good coaches, and truck drivers. Without a truck, America gets nothing. So truck drivers just, without truck drivers, we don't have a society. Yeah. But
and train engineers.
Sure. Transportation people.
And FedEx drivers.
I'm a little more partial to the truck drivers.
So FedEx drivers going to your truck drivers?
Hell yeah. I mean, get things to point A to point B without a truck driver. Best of luck. Some of the worst influence I've ever had in my life are bad teachers and bad coaches.
Right.
And it's like, as for the good, the amazing good teachers and good coaches can do, you can have just as big of a negative impact as bad teachers and bad coaches. So I make the argument it's actually two of the most important professions in the world because it develops people as human beings. So I'm all about the good, and I just hate to say I've run into more bad than good in those two departments, unfortunately. And I wish that wasn't the case, because when you run into the good of that, boy, it's
really good.
It's the most important people in your life. The one of the best influence I've ever had in my life was this guy, Dennis Winters, who was my AP English teacher. And I took that. He was such a good teacher. I didn't even need the class, but I took AP English because I really just liked it. And I loved him as a teacher. And we had our AP test at the end of the year. And we had to analyze poetry, just like, what am I doing here? But he made it so interesting. I got so into it. There were 10 questions that were like yes or no questions for the AP test, but 90 points was the analyzation of a poem. And you could write it out ahead of time, like he gave it to you, but you couldn't bring it in. You could work on it, but then you would have to recreate it actually in the classroom. One of the proudest moments of my life, I got an 89 out of 90. And he wrote this on my paper. He goes, "The only reason this wasn't 90 out of 90 is nothing in life is perfect." Ooh. And I was just like, I get chills just telling you that story. So I didn't need it. I was already in school. I didn't really care about whatever. I did it because he inspired me to do it. Mr. McLaughlin, my AP history teacher, was so bad. He forgot that we had a paper due that was on his, itinerary. And Hope Hennessy, like, did you have one of these brown-nosed kids in your classes? Mr. McLaughlin, do we have to do this paper? And all of us look at Hope like, he's clearly forgotten about this paper, Hope. Why are you bringing it up? And he goes, oh, yeah, it's due on Monday. My brother, who was a genius, was a grade younger than me, but he was taking AP history in a private high school. I said, Brady, I got to write this paper. He goes, oh, I did this last week. He's at St. John's Prep. It's like Regis, I'm going to the dopey, public school, and he's going to the power school where everybody's going to an Ivy League school afterwards.
And you're going to,
and I don't advocate cheating, Scott. I don't. But this teacher was like, didn't even care. So if he didn't care, why should I care? In all honesty, I go, give me that paper, Brady. He got an A on it. He got AP history at a good school.
At a prep school.
The Granger movement, Scott. You know anything about the Granger movement?
I bet if you told me I could.
The answer is no. And guess what? I don't know anything about the Granger movement either, and I wrote a paper about it. Wait, I didn't write a paper about it. I copied my brother. This is an A at a much better school with a much better teacher. I pass it in. I get it back like a week later. B. No writing on the paper, Scott. None. No writing on the paper at all. Just a B. You know why? Because that's just how he thought of me. Thought of me as an all right guy. Gave me a B. Are you looking up the Granger movement? Anything you say about the Granger movement is going to be news to me because I just copied the words.
Well, it's a big organization between farmers, a coalition of farmers in the 19th century against unfair railroad and grain elevator practices and prices.
Sure. I'll take your word for it. I get a B on the paper that my brother got an A on the paper.
Your brother got an A at basically a preparatory school.
At a really high-level school.
High-level preparatory school.
He got an
and
A.
this guy just gives you a B.
With no marks on the paper. He didn't read it. There's no way he read it. Zero chance he read it. AP history class.
So he just gave you a B because he does B work.
He's a B. That guy's a B.
He'll be happy with a B.
Yes. So in life, who are you running into more? People like Dennis Winters or morons like Mr. McLaughlin?
Is either one of them alive?
No. I can say this now. But I don't care. It's in Massachusetts.
Took you years to bring that up, didn't you?
Oh, my God. Dude, I'll never forget it. I'll never forget it. Great coaches are the same thing, man. Having the good coach.
Yeah.
You tell me, who's more influential in your life than a great teacher? No dumb question. Maybe it's not a dumb question, but who's more influential in your life more than a great teacher or a great coach? And really, aren't they the same thing?
Listen, I was blessed with great coaches. And I had some bad coaches. I went from a Hall of Fame coach in Detroit to Paul Westhead here. Chuck Daly to Paul Westhead. And Paul's a wonderful man. I saw him a couple of years ago when I went to the Summer League. Wonderful man. Horrible coach.
Why?
He was a stupid basketball coach.
Okay. All right.
And yet he was
too much to go into the specifics of it.
He was a Shakespearean scholar.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean,
I'll give my example.
We saw Winning Time on HBO.
So I came from Detroit, which everything is. I mean, there was a reason and purpose for everything. Boom, 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 and you drilled for doing that. You weren't doing a drill just to occupy time, which I think that goes to bad coaching, bad teachers. So we're running a drill. I think I've told the story before. We're running a drill back like big block-to-block screens, which was real big in the 80s, early 90s. Block-to-block screen, guard on big on big. And so we're going to break down big men down here, guards down here. Big men, we're going to work block-to-block screens, defending it, setting the screen, what you do, how you play off of it, which is a great play if you're smart. And so I walked down with the assistant coach who's going to run the drill, who was a super nice guy, was a college coach, but he didn't know the NBA. And I said, how do you want us to play this? How do you want us to defend this? Assistant coach first goes, oh, that's a good question. Wait a minute, you prepped this drill. You guys didn't go over what you wanted to achieve out of the drill? So he goes, hey, Paul, how do you want them to defend this? Oh, I don't care, whatever.
What's the point?
Oh. Now, I just came from world championship team. I was in my 10th year in the league, and I went off. It's the only time I've really gone off.
At the coach.
Oh, yeah. I go, whatever we want. All right, cool. Let's go. Let's run it. I stay in the drill defensively, and I am knocking brothers out. I'm like, there's three ways to do it. We could go over the top, and I took the guy I'm guarding, and I blew him out past the free throw line, and the screen never touched me. I said, you can go push him out. I blew this guy into the wall out of bounds. But I said, you can run through it, boom, hit this guy. He said, dude, you can switch. How you want to do it on offense? Well, you do this, set a screen, and I hit this. And I blew this drill up. We ran it for like 5 minutes, and we're done. And I'm like, don't ever tell us to run a drill, and you don't know what you want us to do in the drill.
Wow.
That's just that's a stupid basketball coach. That's a stupid coach.
What happened after that with you and him?
I started the season on the injured list. And I was told and I started the last 8 games of the year or something like that. Dikembe got hurt. And the assistant coach that went down that drill, he goes, Scott, you're really, really, really a good player. You're a really, really pretty good player because I really played well down the stretch. I said, thanks. He goes, it was between you and Cadillac Anderson to start to begin the season.
Wow.
And he goes, but Paul thought you looked funny when you ran.
Oh, my God. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. How did you do it? How did you seriously do it? How did you do it?
And I'll be honest with you. Here's where I fell in love with Colorado.
That is a riot.
I'm going to tell you how I fell in love with Colorado. And I lived my route coming from, we were practicing at DU or the Pep Center or McNichols actually at the time. Go at 25, I'd get off on County Line, head west. And this is before Park Meadows, before this little mall right here. So County Line was basically open from 25
farmland to
Quebec.
Okay.
There's like one lazy boy building on the right side, north side. But other than that, it was good. And so I would come off 25, get on County Line, go down that first tip, get on the rise, and I could see these pristine white cap mountains and I could feel myself audibly
relaxing. Yeah.
And took the stress out. The mountains in Colorado, the physical beauty of Colorado, basically saved me that first year trying to play with Paul Westhead.
That was a great story, man.
Yeah.
Great story.
Oh,
Dude.
wonderful human being. I'll tell you a sidebar story on it funny.
Yeah.
Everybody knew I thought he was the dumbest coach I've ever played for in my life. And I'm still saying it now, 30 years later, 20 years later. And Jim Gillen, who was a really good buddy of mine, the former head athletic
Sweater
trainer.
vest. Yes.
Sweater vest. Paul would always take a first-class seat. There's 12 first-class seats. We were flying commercial.
Mm-hmm.
Nuggets were the last team to fly charter, by the way.
Gotcha.
So we're flying commercial. And the rule said all you had to do was get 10 first-class seats. There were usually 12 on the planes we were flying on.
Okay.
Paul would always take one.
Unbelievable.
So who has to sit in the back?
How tall was Paul? He's like 6'2", 6'3", something like that.
It's normal size, whatever.
Okay, yeah.
But there was trips. Guess he's sitting in first class. Guess who's sitting in the back row or in the coach section of the plane?
I'm gonna guess it's you.
No, Dikembe Mutombo.
Dikembe Mutombo. Oh,
Yeah.
So Dikembe would give it up.
He was a rookie. No.
Oh, my God.
He didn't get a chance. So Paul would sit up in first class and sit your all-world going to be center and put him in commercial. And so we had assigned seats. So guess who always – Jim Gillen, my good friend Jim Gillen, would always put right next to Paul Westphal in 1B. 1A is the window, 1B. Guess who he'd always put by Paul Westphal? 1B. Yours truly. And he always did. And I'd see him every time. We'd go out and have beers at night. I go, really? You're gonna? He goes,
damn right. I got your back.
Yeah.
Sort of. All right, we'll have the big question of the day coming up next. We got a bunch of quick hitters today about the Broncos, about the Avalanche, and about the Nuggets. So hang on there. We'll get there here all in a second. A reminder that it's an Avs Ticket Tuesday. Every Tuesday, we're giving tickets away, and our next keyword comes in 17 minutes. Hang on there. Broncos quick hitter question, big question of the day. What is your confidence level in Bo Nix, and what needs to happen for you to feel good about Bo this Sunday? Looking at the numbers right now off the bat, your belief in the defense is strong. In fact, I'm looking at some of the comparable numbers between the Broncos defense and the Giants defense. It's clear the Broncos have the best defense in the league. The only category that they're a little weak in right now is takeaways. That's it. And it's why the Broncos are at -3 in giveaway takeaway, which is really weird that a team that brings so much pressure is kind of soft in this department with only 4 takeaways, 3 fumble recoveries, and can you believe it? Only 1 interception, which is amazing to me that a team that has 30 sacks only has 1 pick. So their pressure rate, their sacks, their just everything with their defense would tell you they're going to force teams into mistakes. So I think that dam is going to break at some point, by the way. And the Broncos, and I don't know when it's going to happen, but when it does happen, things are going to get a whole heck of a lot easier for Bo. And I'm looking at this Giants team, and I'm like, all right, man, I'm not taking them lightly. Without a doubt, I'm not taking them lightly. But young quarterback, Scott, listen, they could be hit or miss, and I love the fraternity house, Delta house feeling of the Giants and Jackson Dart, but it would not surprise me if they have a day defensively where they take the ball away. Where are you with Bo right now? What do you need to see on Sunday?
I don't know. I still like just have Brock Hewitt on. I still don't think his footwork's been great. Tyler was talking about it in training camp, and I think he's had a regression year as far as his footwork. But he got better the second half of last season. Maybe he's a second half quarterback. I don't know. And another thing when Brock was talking about just really hit me. He's talking about all these guys, Darnold in Seattle, all these guys that are come back learning different things. Find what you do well, sticking to it, and run those 7 or 8 things that you do well and just keep running them and run them. That's not Sean Payton. We even talked about that either in the preseason or the first couple of weeks. It's like, let's get everything out in our playbook in the first 3 drives, punt, 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 or field goal, punt, 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 instead of go, here's what we do well. You asked Brock about moving Bo a little bit on the move, keeping him going. The naked boot's not working, but roll in the pocket might, if you want to get him outside the tackle box. I just feel that he hasn't helped his quarterback. I think they need to establish something solid, and I think that would help Bo. And we're going to do it. We're going to stay with it, do it. If we slip one play in funny here and there, boom, boom, boom. Here's your fullback touchdown pass, wide open. Okay, great. But I don't think this year that Sean Payton has been settled as a play caller.
We had a fun game last night between Caleb Williams and Jane Daniels. That draft class, the 2024 draft class, I think next to the 2018 draft class is the next best one. We'll see where things go in the future, and we'll see where the 2018 draft class kind of ends up in history. Right now, it's kind of bumping into 1983, it looks like, but we'll evaluate as it goes. Where would you put Bo in terms of the 6 quarterbacks drafted from from the 2024 class?
Well, he's ahead of J.J. McCarthy, and that's obviously because of injury.
All right, so, okay. And we had Penix last night, too, with the upset over the Bills.
Yeah, Williams looks like he is why he was number 1. Last 3 games.
Helps when you get the right coach, doesn't it?
Yeah. Last 3 games, he's been phenomenal. Penix, I tell you what, Penix's arm is stupid.
Well, he's kind of rocking, man. Yeah. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
That is something else, seeing the velocity there. Now, and I'm not putting down Penix at all. I thought he had a great game. I did. He has the luxury of being with probably the top running back in the league this year.
Yeah.
And it ain't Saquon. It ain't Saquon this year. And it ain't Henry this year. It's Bijan Robinson this year so far. You putting Penix ahead of Bo?
See,
Are you putting Caleb ahead of Bo?
Yeah, Caleb.
Caleb for sure.
Yeah. This year, you said this year.
The 2024 class. Yeah, this year, yes.
They're 500.
Yes.
Chicago's 500.
All right.
Gosh, I don't know.
Jane Daniels?
On pure talent, yes.
By the way, the Commanders had that game won.
Yeah.
They had it.
They're a handoff away from winning the game.
They're a handoff away from winning the game.
And then was it Little? What's their running back? God dang, he went crazy in that fourth quarter when you wanted to get down to score. They couldn't stop the run. Washington couldn't stop the run. I'm less scared of Washington right now, and I know that's a road game, than I am the Giants this weekend. Let me throw that at you right there.
That's a good one.
I am less nervous about Washington and be able to go up there and at least compete than I am about the Giants.
So you putting Jaden ahead of Bo?
I think he's more talented.
Putting Drake May ahead of Bo?
Got better footwork.
So you got Bo 5 out of 6.
Well, he's moved up. But you're right. But I think all 5 of those quarterbacks I just mentioned.
It's a hell of a class, isn't it?
I think all 5 of those quarterbacks that you mentioned, and we don't know about JJ. I didn't like JJ in college. So
he had some great success though.
Yeah, but I watched that championship game. I thought it was terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They won it, but I mean, I didn't think he was any good.
It's hard to judge anything on McCarthy because he's unfortunately had, and sometimes that's the way some careers go. I hope that isn't the case with them. But if you want to just take him out of the conversation because it's unfair to judge based off injury, you'd say right now this draft class is, in all honesty, 5 for 5.
Yeah, and listen, Williams to me last night showed why he's number one the way he looked. But maybe you take these 5 guys and it's any given Sunday.
You know what, Scott? Let me go back to the 1983 class. Do you think for 1 second Broncos fans would rather have Dan Marino rather than John Elway?
Not since we know history.
Okay. Do you think any Buffalo Bills fans would rather have John Elway instead of Jim Kelly?
They should, but they won't.
They definitely won't.
But they should.
Do you think any Dolphins fans would rather have Jim Kelly than Dan Marino?
No.
No. The truth is, you can get yourself a hamburger over there at McDonald's. Yeah, you can go over there to Burger King. You can go over to
Carl. 5 Guys is better than
go to 5 Guys. You can go over there to In-N-Out. And you know what? If one of them is your favorite joint, you're going to like that hamburger at that place the best. But the truth is, they're probably all good hamburgers. Now, if you're partial to one, you're probably going to stand up for it. But the truth is, all those businesses are doing pretty good. And that's what I think we have out of the 2024 class.
I'm going to say something to make you mad.
Ooh.
Because I know Jim Kelly's your boy.
He is my boy. Sold him 2 snowmobiles.
I know. He's your guy.
Yeah.
I think if John Elway's your quarterback there, they win one of those 4 Super Bowls.
Oh, man, that hurts.
I think they win
at
least one of those 4
Hey, man,
Super Bowls.
John had a shot at a couple Super Bowls, and didn't go well for him either.
It had half the talent those Buffalo teams
I know Jim was 0 for 4, but John was 0 for 3 before he got one.
How many guys on that Buffalo team are in the Hall of Fame?
Quite a few.
Yeah, how many on those 80s Super Bowl teams of John Elway are in the Hall of Fame?
Well, that's fair. I think 0.
Yeah, 0. The answer is 0.
Wait, I got to think about that.
No wide receiver.
From the 0-3 Broncos Super Bowls. God, is it 0? Is it really 0?
0.
Is Dan Reeves in the Hall of Fame?
Not yet. I don't think he is yet.
Ooh, is he or not?
I don't think he is.
God, is it really 0?
Would you put Dan Reeves in the Hall of Fame before Shanahan?
Hell no. I wouldn't put him in the Hall of Fame at all. He got to a bunch of Super Bowls, though. I mean, and he was at a playing.
Levy's in the Hall of Fame.
He sure is. It took him a minute, though. It did not happen overnight. He's still alive. How about that? He's getting up there with Sister Jean territory pretty soon. And he's and that tradition, by the way, they did not have that tradition in Buffalo when I was there. Like getting on the mic and saying, "Where would you rather be than right here, right now?" You know why? Because when I was there, Marv was coining that phrase. Like it was becoming a thing then. That is such a powerful moment in legacy when they get up and say, that's a Marv Levy quote, man, that just they say before every game. Ooh, I'm getting the chills just even thinking about it. Oh, my God. Do the Buffalo Bills win one of those 4 if they've got Elway rather than Kelly? I don't. Golly, they may win that first one. The first one is they just needed to get a few more yards, bro. They were such a better team than the Giants. Parcells, though, he worked some magic. They were such a better team. And instead of a 49-yard field goal, it would have been nice if that bad boy was a 35-yarder.
Or 35.
And it was just like they just came a little bit short on that drive to make it easier. Would Elway have gotten them those yards? Golly, man, why did you have to do that to me?
I think that's a fair question, though.
Well, they got blown out by the so John wouldn't have made a difference in the Dallas one wouldn't have mattered. The Dallas killed you twice, basically.
Thurman Thomas, though.
And then the Redskins, and they were the Redskins then. They kind of handled you relatively easily, too. But you know what? That first one, damn it, he probably does win you that first one. Damn. They were out-coaching that one, too. Do you know that first one? This is a true story. Parcells saw a reporter was just doing like a casual like report, you know, and Parcells saw, Belichick talks about it, but Parcells saw that they were going to work a shuffle pass.
Shuttle pass.
Yeah. Little shuttle thing to Kenneth Davis, to be specific. And they did not, they were like, oh, we haven't seen that during the season. And they tried it like 3 or 4 times, and the Giants had scouted it out because they saw it on TV. And it was like, you know,
no wonder Belichick is
very paranoid about that stuff. All the coaches are, rightfully so, by the way.
And that's why Belichick was scouting out other teams for all those years.
It happened. To hear a story like that is just, for Bills fans, is just another heartbreaking. Like, hey, listen, man, I think the Bills fans, they thought it was their year. I tell me, and like.
Now, was Lodish on both the
Yes.
championship teams here?
There's a couple that escaped. I'll give you the 2 guys who escaped and got rings. I'll give you 3 great stories here of the Bills. The 2 guys that got rings that were on all 4 of those teams were Mike Lodish, who got 2 rings with the Broncos.
And went to 6 straight Super Bowls.
I was buddies with Lodish back in the day in Buffalo. In Buffalo, we palled around. It's fun being in your 20s, the same age as the athletes. We would
I was playing I was playing golf with all those
some
guys.
of the broadcasters that are your same age.
Yeah,
it was kind of fun, right?
Yeah.
We had some times. He got 2 rings. Don Beebe got a ring with the Packers. And the other guy who didn't get a ring, but is the only player in NFL history to be a active player on a roster for 5 straight losing Super Bowls. This is going to win you some bar bets.
Somebody on the Packers.
No, somebody who went to the Chargers. The Broncos or the Bills lost 4 in a row. The Super Bowl the next year was Steve Young, the 49ers, against the Chargers. Gail Gilbert was the backup quarterback, Scott, and he was on the active roster. You wouldn't know his name. The most famous thing he was famous for is he sprained his ankle on team picture day for the 2nd Super Bowl of the Bills. But this is back when teams carried 3 quarterbacks on the active 53 all the time. Gail Gilbert, you can look it up, lost 5 straight Super Bowls. And I was unbelievably at the San Diego 49ers Super Bowl, and I went to the locker room just to find him.
Did you really?
I really did. And I was like, Gail, and he goes, I know, I can't believe it. And I go, sorry. And he just kind of walked off. But that's it. That's the only player in NFL history to lose 5 straight Super Bowls. There you go. There's your bar trivia for you're never going to win Super Bowls. Watching that Bills game last night, I was like, it's not going to happen for him either. You know, Scott, can I tell you something ridiculous? Based on the Broncos' next 4 games, the way things are in the AFC this year, I'm starting to get why not? You got the best defense in the NFL. The best. I'm watching these other defenses. They're They're not even close to the Broncos.
Yeah, and there's depth there. There's depth everywhere. There's depth everywhere except linebacker.
You know, it's funny. Nate Kreckman had a little bit of an influence on me because, like, we're going through the Bo stuff, and we had on Brock about the Bo stuff, and when we got Nate in here, he's like, "That game was great." Okay, look at our defense. I was like, "All right, Nate, that's why you're the smartest guy here at the station."
Was he born when the Bears won their Super Bowl?
Was Nate born in 1986?
I don't know when.
He's got to be.
I bet he was like in 80, 81.
Well, that was 85. I think was that 85?
Yeah, 85 Bears.
85 Bears? 86, the actual.
That screws me up.
Yeah. Why do you ask that?
I just wondered if, because that was a defensive team, so maybe he's born and bred with let's win with defense.
It's so funny. You can basically rattle off the defensive teams that have won Super Bowls, can't you? 2015 Broncos, 2000 Ravens, 85, 86 Bears, whatever it was. I mean, you kind of just know
Tampa
these teams.
Bay, the year they won it.
The Dilfer, yep. Yes, that's right. Warren Sapp, Trent Dilfer, yep. There's like 6 of them.
I would even say the Ravens first one.
I would agree. Yeah, 2000 Ravens, and then even with the Ravens team that beat San Fran be one of them too.
No,
not really.
Not like their first one.
No, so that was 2012. That's when they beat the Broncos. Could the Broncos? Because we have 60 Super Bowls. This is Super Bowl 60, right?
Coming up. Yeah.
And you can think of the 5 teams or so that just won strictly on defense. And it has happened. So here's a bigger question. If the Broncos truly have a generational, historically good defense that it does appear they have, and you can win these one-score games, why can't they win a Super Bowl?
I don't know.
You know, the problem in Super Bowl 48 for the Broncos.
I'll tell you the only reason they can't. You got to flip the turnover ratio thing. But
don't you think that is going to flip at some point?
It's got to.
All right, let me give you the it's Avs Ticket Tuesday. We're giving a pair of tickets away on the 20s. The keyword this hour is goal. Text goal with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 to enter for a pair of tickets to the Avs against the Bruins on Saturday. Don't miss out on all the great fan-friendly options at the concession stands for $5. Again, $2.20 right on the nail here. Goal along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and we'll announce our winner at 2:55. We dig into the NFL. Let's football go with Dan Buds Quinn Standard coming up next. If you want to hear that conversation, go back on the app. Go back on YouTube, find it. The Altitude Sports Radio app is powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to wilhitewins.com. That's wilhitewins.com. But we're doing Let's Football Go.
Hey, by the way, I've got 2 ideas for book titles I want to share. Maybe I'll share in the next segment, but I don't want you to let me forget.
Well, with a tease like that, who is going to dare stop listening?
Exactly.
Thank you to Mountain High Appliance. We got them at mountainhighappliance.com. Brad and the gang, they got it all. Dan, Buds, Quinn, Stanner, Let's Football Go.
All right, guys. The Broncos are bringing in a wide receiver for a visit. Former Titans wide receiver Treylon Burks is available, and he will be visiting with the Broncos next week, according to Ian Rappaport. Former first-round pick, guys. He was the 18th overall pick in the 2022 NFL draft. His career stats look like this. He's got 53 receptions for 699 yards and 1 touchdown in his 3 NFL seasons. Scotty, Arkansas guy, Treylon Burks. So we'll see if the Broncos end up signing him. Where are you guys at with the Broncos receivers right now?
They're
Troy
fine.
Franklin,
They're
Marvin
fine,
Mims.
but there's nothing special.
Where are you at non-Cortland Sutton with these guys?
They're fine, but there's nothing special.
Do they need to bring this guy in?
No. If you're going to do anything, you would have drafted. You would have. The Broncos only had to move up 1 spot or 2 if they had to get in front of Tampa for Egbuka. That's all they had to do. Yeah, I mean, Golden's doing pretty good, and if you got a little wide receiver envy, it's your own damn fault because you had to have Jahdae Barron.
I got to believe if you bring anybody in, it's going to go practice squad, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean, by the way, Audric Estime, I don't know if you're going to do this or not, got cut from, you want to talk about how the mighty have fallen. He got cut from the Eagles practice squad. He's not good enough to stay on, the 16 guys who aren't even going to play. They're like, we got to get a 16th guy in here. So you got like 53 on the roster. And then we got 16 guys. So you're
72.
Math. All right, Dan, next up.
All right, guys. We saw the Buffalo Bills lose to the Falcons last night on Monday Night Football. They're entering their bye week on a 2-game losing streak after a 4-0 start. Sean McDermott said last night after they lost to the Falcons that the team has to start from ground zero. We'll figure out things on offense, defense, and special teams, McDermott said. We've got to start over and start from ground zero and figure this thing out and work our tails off to do it. Thoughts right now with teams at the top of the AFC? It's kind of a changing of the guard here. The Chiefs are 3-3, the Ravens are 1-5, and the Bills look a little shaky. So could we be seeing a slow changing of the guards atop of the AFC?
Hell yeah, you could. And the best defense is run by your own Denver Broncos. By the way, mile long, 3 inches deep. Brad Johnson, the quarterback of the Bucs when they had that great defense.
And
not
Dilfer was the Ravens quarterback.
Correct. So we,
the guys, right?
We just
different teams.
Just give us. We ain't Kreckman, okay? But we get the.
We don't really prepare for the show.
What's sad? Never mind. What's your question? Like where the AFC is? The AFC is a crapshoot right now, and if you got the best defense, you might have the best chance in the AFC this year. It does not look like an explosive offense, Scott, is going to rule the roost in the AFC.
No.
What one of the top teams in the AFC has an explosive offense right now? Who scares you because their AFC offense is so explosive? Ain't the Bills now.
It used to be the Bills.
Ain't the Chiefs.
Used to be the Ravens.
Ain't the Ravens. Who ain't the Bengals?
Although the Chiefs are starting to say, well, no.
Okay, and they put 30 up against Detroit, but I'd make the argument Detroit's defense ain't all that.
That's true.
Who scares you offensively right now in the AFC? Chargers? Hell no.
What about the Chiefs?
Just
Kelsey?
No, Kelsey. Kelsey's an older man than Vic right now.
They got Rashee Rice coming back?
Big deal. Like, all of a sudden, like, hey, man, if we can have Will Lutz continue to be a great kicker as he's been, if Darren Rizzi could somehow get control of his special teams, which he doesn't have right now. Broncos 32, Scott, in kickoff returns. Unforgivable. Unforgivable to be that bad in the way they're doing kick returns these days. I hate to say it, but right now the Broncos, the way they're defending kickoff returns right now, are better off just booting it through the end zone. But that shouldn't be the case. No. You should be able to defend it and really use that to your advantage. But right now, for the Broncos, just boot it through the end zone. I'm sorry to say that, but boy, are they giving up the cookies way too often in that department.
Yeah, I was about ready to come in this week and say, boy, it seems like they figured out the kicking game. You're seeing more guys stopped at the 20, 22,
well, in the NFL,
25.
in general,
Yeah.
In general, yes, that is true.
You're still seeing starts at the 38, 40, 42.
Yeah, Broncos are averaging over 29 yards a return. By far the worst in the league. If you can't figure it out, like if we can't trust you, just, okay, fine, we'll start at the 35 and call it a day.
Which is about what you're giving up anyway.
Well, I mean, it's worse than that. Like, that's your average. So you're giving up like game changer. You gave up a 72-yarder the other day. Like, I mean, the Jets were terrible. They got 6 points, and they had 9 plays. They didn't have any first downs. How the hell did you have 6 points and you had no first downs in 3 possessions?
Turnover and a bad return.
Well, that's right. And it's, these are dumb reasons to lose.
Yeah.
It's something that's manageable, and Riz has got to get his act together.
You got to get better with that. Yep.
All right, next up, Dan.
All right, guys. Yesterday, the Titans fired their head coach, Brian Callahan. Interim Titans coach Mike McCoy spoke to the media for the first time.
Mike McCoy,
today.
my guy.
Guys,
I love
the
Mike
Titans
McCoy.
have said that he's going to get a chance to be their permanent head coach after this season.
Course. Yeah.
He said he believes that Cam Ward can get things cleaned up. KJ and I were talking about this yesterday. I think it's the past 4 number 1 overall picks head coach have been fired in their first season. Cam Ward, Caleb Williams, Bryce Young, and who was the Trevor Lawrence. All 4 fired their head coaches in the first year. Peyton Manning's always said one way to ruin your young quarterbacks is fire the coach who calls the plays. Do you guys think Mike McCoy has a chance to fix the Titans and Cam Ward?
Scott, how many coaches do you really just like personally that everybody basically hates?
But
you just kind of like the guy, like
I don't think I know.
But everybody can't stand him or has bad things to say.
Yeah, I thought he was a horrible offensive coordinator.
All right.
But I didn't like him or Shermer calling plays in Denver.
It's funny. On a personal level, I like both of the guys.
I like
really
Gase.
did. I don't think people around here hate Gase, though. I don't.
No, but you go to New York and Jacksonville.
Yeah, Miami. But yeah. I think Adam is despised in probably those places. But I don't think Adam's a bad word here in Colorado. I think he's pretty well regarded, actually. Like Josh McDaniels is in New England, but good luck
anywhere else.
Indy, St. Louis, or
Raiders or
here. Raiders. Yeah, I mean Yeah, McCoy's my guy. He's a good dude, man. He's got a good snarky little sense of humor and I don't know. But he got here with VJ. Remember when Elway tried to have, VJ will coach the defense, McCoy would have 2 coaches. But McCoy was always one of those guys where this guy should be a head coach, man. Like, I think.
Well, he got a chance. Listen, he could turn Cam Ward around. You want to spend the first pick on a quarterback, and it ain't working?
He's that guy, man. And don't forget, McCoy was here with Gase when Peyton Manning came here. And you want to talk about, an offense like we've never seen. Let's talk about the Broncos' 2012 and 2013 offenses. I mean, that was – those first 2 years of Peyton were offensively, ridiculous. You want to talk about woulda, coulda, shouldas. That 2012 Broncos team, Scott, that Joe Flacco Ravens – I think they beat the Ravens. I think they cruised that year
to the Super Bowl.
I think they cruised to the Super Bowl because the defense was in better shape. And don't forget, in Super Bowl 48, you didn't have Von Miller. You didn't have Derek Wolfe. You had, Paris Lennon as a starting player for you. Your Champ Bailey, we love Champ, but he was on his last legs. There was a big difference in the defense from one year to the other. But that 2012 year, I think they would have cruised. But it was a really cold day that day. Joe freaking Flacco. And that was a double overtime game, bro. Double overtime. And Peyton Manning had the ball in his hands 3 times in a double overtime, and they couldn't get a field goal. 3 times Peyton Manning had the ball in the off. People forget that. People think that game was lost right on the hill.
away.
No. I mean, they went to double overtime.
The game was lost in the last 30 seconds of regulation.
Okay, but it wasn't. I know what you're saying. I mean, metaphorically, maybe it was lost and you weren't destined to win. But literally, the game did go to double overtime.
Yeah.
All right, last story, Dan.
I just remember it was really cold.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
You guys want to hear Jim Harbaugh salivating over his quarterback, Justin Herbert? The Chargers come back, beat the Dolphins. Herbert has a pass to McConkey on the drive that led to the field goal. Well, I'm going to play it anyway, Scott.
Well, then don't ask the question.
Here he is salivating over the play of his quarterback.
That play will be burned in my mind until they throw dirt over top of me. Justin Herbert back to throw. Defender wrapped around him. He's able to just mighty man it and shake it off and hit Ladd McConkey. Ladd does his stop, fly by, and starts getting that necessary yardage. And here comes Zion Johnson flying ahead of Ladd, gets that block shielded, and there's another 20. Yeah, I'm going to remember that play till they throw dirt over top of me. That's how great I feel about that.
God, he is such a weirdo, but I really do understand why his players love him, though. He is so weird, but I get. Is that your question?
No. My question was going to be who salivates over their quarterback more?
No, well, that's it.
Harbaugh with Herbert or Sean Payton with Bo Nix?
Peyton sells it. I love what, by the way, Rock Hura said about that.
Yeah.
He comes out publicly and really promotes Bo, but he said, I think he's pretty hard on him. So I wonder how he might know that.
I told you. I hope we're going down Receipt Street here a little bit. Your boy was asking, how's that relationship really with Bo Nix and Sean Payton? I get it. A lot of nice platitudes and stuff, but what's it really like?
Yeah.
What's really going on there?
Maybe wearing Bo
You seeing a couple little cracks a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. Just,
So who do you stick with?
Oh, man. Well, who am I? Greg Penner?
Yeah.
Because George Payton ain't making that decision. Trust me. That's above George Payton's pay grade. Well, Kraft screwed up by sticking by Belichick. I'll be very specific because we saw this in that Patriots documentary. He stuck by Belichick's side on the Brady-Belichick beef because the Patriots at the time had a really good defense, and it was a mistake. My man.
Just keep that in mind.
History
may not repeat itself, but sports history does.
Dear Greg. Okay. All right. It's book titles?
Book title.
All right.
Two of them.
I dare you to miss this next segment. Next. I wouldn't be that nice. All right, I got a great conspiracy theory for you.
Before my book titles?
No, I'll do it after. But I just want to let you know after you're done with your book titles.
What a tease.
I got a great conspiracy theory.
Stick around for that.
What are your book titles? And Nate and Andy coming up here in a second.
Here's my first
one.
one.
And we'll announce our winner for our Avs tickets here in 10 minutes.
Yeah, and I'm thinking like all the years of radio and stuff like that. So, first working title. A 7-minute deuce in a 4-minute window. My life in radio.
Yeah, I was rolling. I was giving you grace. I was rolling without you. I wasn't. I didn't rat you out.
No.
It was as if you were here.
But it was close. I was close. But in that,
I mean, you were late for the segment by like a long stretch.
30 seconds.
Oh, I mean, we could
That was
go,
probably a 3-minute
go back and
window.
track it if
But
you
again,
want.
is that not our life in radio? 7-minute deuce in a 4-minute window.
Oh,
diarrhea.
Listen.
Well, no, that would be a lot quicker.
Shizzle you pray for that's just like
yeah.
Dude,
It's a number 2.
I was on a podcast with Mike on Sunday night, and man, I played a sound. I was like, "Can I do this in 53 seconds?" Because I was gonna let a little video clip, and it was like 53 seconds long. And I was this close to saying, "Hey, Mike, why don't you take a couple questions?" And I'm playing the sound clip, and I'm like, I don't think I can quite do it. And things settle down enough, but those thoughts go through your mind. Like your mind in media sometimes, this job. Can I do this? Timing-wise. But my friend, you got a partner here, okay? You're good.
Yeah.
You take your time.
I understand that, but I mean, I think
you got to be, no. You got to just real quick.
Would that be a good radio
Scott,
book?
Yes, it would be. You got to go back to the radio days when you had to press the buttons, my friend.
Oh, I was in the radio days then.
I mean, like when you're the only one there.
Pulling out car sound effects.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me tell you who I felt the worst for, because essentially I worked at rock stations, so I could always put on,
Inagata Vita.
Sure. Well, there's a 2.5-minute version, but if you put on that 20-minute version, you're like, there's something going on.
Yeah.
There's a couple of live old Genesis songs, and we had. I mean, if you were really feeling it,
Moody Blues, that one Moody Blues song was about 8 minutes.
Dazed and Confused live, Led Zeppelin from Madison Square Garden, and you could go home.
Riders in the Storm was about 6.
I always felt bad because when I worked for the Buffalo Sabres, we had an oldies station. I mean, we're talking 50s,
Glenn Miller Band.
No, not quite that old, but we're talking, like 50s pop, 50s,
Well, who was
60s.
that big jazz
Glenn
band?
Miller. We're not doing jazz. We're doing
Oh, you're doing semi-pop.
Beatles and Elvis and those type of songs. Rock Around the Clock and them oldie
You
stations.
shake my nerves and you rattle my
Sure,
brain.
Jerry Lee Lewis, all that, and we did the Sabres games were on the oldies station on
Big
FM.
Bopper did that song also.
I looked at that poor DJ. Every song is like 2 minutes and 15 seconds.
Yeah.
And you got to start every song. I'm like, he must have a bucket underneath that console.
Dan has a computer. All right, that's my first working title.
All right, what's your second one? Don't forget, I got a big conspiracy theory coming up.
Working with 1-ply in a 2-ply world.
Oh, man.
My life in radio.
Well, we know what you're thinking about these days.
Well, I was sitting there thinking about it. Yeah, I was thinking about that. But I mean, it has so much more connotations.
I worked with the dude in radio in Buffalo who brought his own toilet paper in because it was too scratchy.
We work with Tyler, and Andy works with Nate. Working with 1-ply in a 2-ply world. Nate works with Andy.
You're ready for we got about 6 minutes until the winner. Go ahead, hit the conspiracy music.
Well, you have your own music.
We go to Cleveland. Why did the Browns take Shedeur Sanders? The Browns yesterday, Scott, settled with the city of Cleveland because there were ongoing lawsuits. Why? Because they're building a new stadium, my friend. So the Browns Stadium right now, whatever it is, was built in 1999. Very similar to Empower Field in terms of timing, just a pinch older. But I mean, ish, and they're kind of the same.
If they'd have been
building.
a little sooner, the original Browns probably would have stayed there.
Now, if you haven't been to Cleveland, I don't blame you. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is kind of a big deal. But what's also a big deal to Cleveland, believe it or not, is the waterfront property. Well, the stadium is actually built in a stupid place because you want to have a stadium where you can do everything around the stadium. In Cleveland, there's a whole side of the stadium it's a lake.
Right.
It's just dumb, by today's standards. It's kind of cool. But that property, it's a rare thing. That property right there is way more valuable for commercial real estate right on that part of Cleveland. And believe it or not, that part of Cleveland is kind of cool. The flats are like across the river lake. Yep. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame is right there. And then you got this big football stadium that's kind of hard to access because there's a lake there. Guess where they're building the new stadium? And they settled this lawsuit just yesterday. Guess where they're going?
Richfield.
They're going to the suburbs. I forget the name of it. They're going to Lone Tree. They're going, and they just settled it. And Jimmy Haslam is going to be paying off the city and all that. It's going to be completed in 2029. We had Adam Schefter guessing that the new Broncos Stadium would have a Super Bowl in 2033. Is it possible, conspiracy theory, that the NFL was embarrassed by what was going on with Shedeur Sanders and wanted to avoid some sort of whatever? Is it possible, conspiracy theory, that some promises were made if you build that new stadium when a Super Bowl is going to come to Cleveland if you draft Shedeur Sanders and sort of let us off the hook so that we cannot be accused of X, Y, and Z? And that's why Shedeur Sanders was drafted, because the truth is nobody, Scott, really wanted Shedeur in Cleveland, but Jimmy Haslam wanted to be in good with the NFL. So when they build this new stadium in 2029, they get a Super Bowl in, say, 2030 or 2031 in Cleveland. You guys digging my conspiracy theory?
So why would the NFL, are you saying to keep away from the collusion?
Yes.
Comments?
We fear that hey, Jimmy Haslam, this collusion stuff, I don't know what's going on. This Shedeur, it's not comfortable. Tell you what, man, things may go your way in 2030, 2031 with that new stadium, as long as you guys pick up Shedeur here at some point.
Oh, I think that's awful deep.
I'm playing the conspiracy music.
Yeah, but not all conspiracies are deep.
Not all conspiracies, like hardly any of them are true, but they're still conspiracy theories.
I ran out of conspiracies because they all came true.
Wait. What conspiracy isn't that deep, Scott?
To where the entire NFL organization is going to tell one team to draft because we're going to give you a Super Bowl when the every town that's built, including Detroit, has gotten a Super Bowl when they build a new arena.
Hold on
Indianapolis.
a second. Do you think anybody wants a Super Bowl in Cleveland?
It better be an indoor.
Well, I'm sure it will be. Every stadium is going to have retractable. The Bills are stupid, by the way. The Bills are morons. They don't get a Super Bowl because they don't have any coverings. They're covering the fans. They're heating the field, but they idiotically are not developing a roof. So you don't get a Super Bowl in Buffalo, you morons. I can't even explain how stupid that is. By the way, they're taking a ton of funding from this. You know how we're going to have no funding, nothing?
Right.
We're just going to do it, or Greg Penner's going to do it. In Buffalo, they're taking everything they can possibly think of because the Pagulas aren't that rich. It's a conspiracy. But when I read the article today about them settling with the city of Cleveland, and everybody's hunky-dory, by the way, about putting that stadium out in the suburbs, there ain't no outcry in Cleveland about keeping a stadium downtown. None. They're all excited to have that bad boy 15 miles outside of city limits. It's almost identical to where Lone Tree is compared to where the Broncos are.
Well,
almost the same distance.
The Cavaliers they used to play at a Richfield Coliseum out in the suburbs.
Out in the suburbs.
The only hotel that was nearby, we stayed at a Holiday Inn Holiday Inn Holidome, because they had a swimming pool and stuff. And
dude, if the creek don't rise, and we're all here to hear it, do not be surprised if we get a Super Bowl. Remember this conversation in 2030 or whatever it's announced, that there's a Super Bowl going to be held in Cleveland. And it may be based, conspiracy,
staying
on
on
Shedeur Sanders.
the what's going on with new stadiums. Have you heard any resolution with Kansas City?
Kansas City? Oh, the KC, Missouri, the Kansas, Missouri battle, the border war?
The border war. Kansas basically said, yeah, we'll build it for you.
I'll get to that in a second. Congratulations. Thank you, Dan. Justin Kirk of Denver wins those Avs tickets. And Nate and Andy will give out another keyword at 3:20, and they'll have a pair to give away as well. So there you go, Avs tickets on an Avs Ticket Tuesday. More keywords to come. I am not familiar with what's going on with. I know Missouri and Kansas have had this fascinating battle, and it's Kansas that's open to everything, right?
Yeah, we'll give you everything.
Missouri is a little stickier with what they want to do. And the stadium right now is in Missouri, correct?
Right.
Of the Kansas City thing.
It's in Missouri.
Well, you know what's amazing
But as you said a while ago, there's nothing around it except the Royal Stadium.
Yeah, but at least there's there's not a lake. Like when I saw that stadium where it was, it's like this is the dumbest location ever for an NFL stadium.
Well,
the whole side is just water.
Won't the 49ers say hello? Well, I guess
They're not. They're in Santa Clara. Bro. They used to be in Candlestick was bad, but they're in Santa Clara.
But there's nothing around it, is there?
It's just parking lots. It's fine. There's tons of parking near the Santa Clara Niners.
Yeah,
tons.
But going back to what you said originally, don't you have to have an entertainment district around your new stadium?
Yes. And I mean, I roll my eyes because, and the San Francisco 49ers are built in Highlands Ranch. So entertainment, I mean, is the AMC 24 off Broadway and 470 an entertainment district? It's like that. It's like the most generic American place in the world that's your quote unquote entertainment district around the Niners. It's like Glendale's the same way, by the way, where the Cardinals are. It's just a strip. It's like a strip mall.
But if you go about a mile and a half away, there's some cool places.
In Glendale?
Yeah.
No, it's
there's
what?
There's some restaurants and some cool
What
Mexican
do you consider Texas Roadhouse like a cool place?
No, there was a Mexican restaurant I ate at that was
Chipotle?
about a mile and a half. Oh.
I mean,
Chipotle Pack.
But dude, it's
Hold on, say it again. What did you call it? Chipotle?
Chipotle. I don't know.
Okay.
Hey, you only had the stash for one day.
It was around for 4 days. It made an appearance and then it disappeared. Yeah, it's these things again. They're just visitors. Okay, nobody's here permanently.
It never stays longer. Have you not?
Well, you were out Friday, so you must have had it Friday.
We were on remote on Friday. Did
I saw you Monday.
Yes, I had it Friday
because Twitch never cannot comment on it.
Yes,
and you had it Monday, and here we are Tuesday.
And then here we are, all cleaned up.
You do like to rock the somewhat homeless look every now and then. It's interesting because you go in and out of that look.
Yeah, grimy. You have no idea.
Yeah, it never really sticks around that long.
He's followed. Who's your fish?
I'm all over the place, man.
Are you a panic guy?
I'll go to a panic show.
Panic, right?
Yeah, I'll go to a panic show.
Panic
One
at the
Republic.
disco.
Do you see them?
I have seen them. Yes.
Me and Nate were jamming the One Republic.
We were.
last year. That's right.
That's right.
That's a cool little venue, by the way.
The one down in the Springs?
Yeah.
I know. That place is nuts.
It was horrible when we went because the parking, they hadn't really established.
It was the first show they had ever had.
Yeah.
Yeah. They also have all those crazy fire pits at that place.
Which is
that'd
be neat.
Yeah.
Are we all of the age where parking will make you?
Oh yeah.
Have you ever gotten to an event? You know what? So Susie
turn around
Wargen,
because your parking wasn't
I'm
good.
I'm gonna sell myself out. Susie Wargen one time.
Who doesn't love Susie?
Got me pit tickets to Blink 182 in the early 2000s. I go down to Fiddler's. This is not the show you and I famously went to. I go down to Fiddler's. I cannot find parking anywhere, and I'm like, I'm going home. I'm done.
What?
I don't care. I'm out of here. I'm sick of it. I can't
You
find
just
parking.
gave
I
up?
left.
We used to go to the radio station, park there, and you can just walk up to it.
Yeah.
I was going to say there's a billion places to park around
you
Fiddler's.
could park at a light rail station and just
Yeah, this was Heavy Andy who wasn't going to walk. And quite honestly, Scotty and I saw Scotty and I had seen him there a couple years. I love it now.
Did you need a rascal?
Wasn't quite Farley size, but we were pushing it. No,
wow.
But, this is also when we saw them, they could shut up for 5 minutes and just play another song would have been okay first off. And so I
learned you do not take your 13-year-old daughter to a Blink 182 concert.
We were both laughing at the jokes, and then I look over and his daughter laughed, and Scott was like, got the angry dad look.
It's KKSE FM HD1 Broomfield, Denver, Boulder. What's on your mind today, guys? A lot of different stuff going on.
Your conspiracy theory is too deep, by the way.
It's too deep? You don't like it?
I agree with him. You build a stadium, you get a Super Bowl.
Okay, so we're gonna have a Super Bowl in Cleveland.
Yeah. We had a Super Bowl in New York. We had a Super Bowl in Detroit. We had a Super Bowl in Minnesota.
Why was Shadur Sanders drafted by the Browns?
Now I agree with you.
Because
there's some story to be told there.
There's got to be something.
And we'll find some out. There was a report early on, speaking of Chipotle, that said they were afraid to be wrong about him.
Who's they?
Whoever in the Browns front office. So they grabbed him because he was still hanging out.
Barry
that
and
whole idiotic.
Stefanski didn't want him. Barry didn't want him. Haslam didn't want him. Who
Yeah,
wanted
but they
him?
didn't want to be wrong.
Who's they?
So then I just told you the front office. So they grabbed him, they drafted him, they got him. They don't want to cut him because they don't want him to go develop somewhere else and show yet again they don't know what they're doing.
I think there's something else going on there.
What do you think it is?
I think it's about getting a Super Bowl in 2030.
No.
Do us a favor.
No. Are there tax subsidies?
I got a bigger question to that conspiracy.
Yeah.
Maybe it has nothing to do with it. You're saying just draft him and that gets you the thing. Will Shadur Sanders be in the NFL in 2030?
Hell no.
Doesn't feel terribly likely right now, does it?
No.
Although he's going to start here in the next 2 games.
We laughed about that because when the Broncos were all going, oh, what a great day for the city. Oh, what a great day for the franchise. You're all correct. I don't know that most of you are going to be gone by the time that new stadium's open. I'm not sure any of you are going to be here by the time that new stadium's open, which is, because what are we, 32?
Wasn't it Zach Allen that was just like, oh, man, can't wait. And it's like, you're not going to be on the team anymore, dude.
It would have been funny if some player was
You
like,
better hope Bo
what do I
Nix is
care?
here, but that ain't guaranteed either.
All right, I just seen a tweet here from Ian Rappaport, so let me ask everybody in the room. I don't know much about, I'm going to Josh McDaniels you. I don't know much about the player. Traylon Burks has left the Broncos. He's off to visit the Commanders tomorrow. How bad do the Broncos, Traylon Burks, the former number 1, the 18th overall pick that Tennessee released in the midst of their mess, that's now the top free agent out there. He visited the Broncos today. He would probably be a prime number 2 receiver candidate. Does this team, do we believe either guy?
He plays like number 2. I don't know if he's a number 2
he's also
receiver.
been in Tennessee.
Yeah.
So do you need to get the guy? Do you trust that
You think that's the issue?
There's a few issues on offense, but who is consistent at number 2? Who you consistently trust?
Troy Franklin.
That just ties you back to my book I'm thinking about, right?
I don't know, because he's tall, strong, and fast.
Great. How's it worked out so far?
Troy
He's as
Franklin's been
inconsistent
fine.
as Mims.
Oh, okay.
He had a fumble, but I don't think Troy Franklin's been bad, but I don't think he's a number
There's
2
nothing
receiver.
special.
number 2 to me.
The Denver Broncos have no special wide receivers, period.
I think Cortland's special.
He's not special. He's
I
a
don't
good,
know. Come
solid.
on.
He's a great, solid wide receiver.
This may be a semantic argument a little bit, but what he does, like his ability to be able to win 50-50 balls,
Contested catches is unbelievable.
Really good.
to
really
be
good.
to
really
be able to get open in tight windows. He's very good at adjusting to the ball in the air.
Yeah.
I think Cortland Sutton is a special football player.
I don't think he's special.
What do you
I
value?
think
What do you
he's-
value more? You can break away every now and then, or you can consistently catch 3rd and 8 passes.
I'm on Ross St. Brown. I value him.
I value him too.
I do too.
Jefferson,
He's
I
a 30.
value him.
Well,
Yeah.
they're both $30 million
Especially
guys.
The rookie in Tampa Bay right now. I
Egbuka?
value him.
Hey, Big Boo.
Did you hear Don? Hey, can you give a little Gronkowski trying to say, Big Boo? Just drop it on our guy, Scott. Can you hear everything?
You got to plug it in, dummy. It's still.
Well, I'm well aware.
I'm
was
not
leaning
even-
All right, let's keep
You know,
it.
Nate, I got to tell you, you inspired me yesterday. Seriously.
Okay.
Because we spent 3 hours just grinding about the offense and woe was me. And you just
Yeah.
come in here and like, hey, the defense is great. It was an awesome game.
It is awesome.
And I'm like, all right, fine. Like, and okay, I can actually roll with that. Now, there's only like 5 teams ever that have won with a great defense, but the 2015
Sure.
Broncos are one of them. So,
Okay.
and you look at the AFC, you look at the Bills, and I'm like, well, the Broncos got a better defense than everybody that played football last night. Ain't no doubt about that.
Well, not even just that. I'll give you this topic, which I had planned for our show today, but let's bring it to the room.
It's our show. It's 3:04.
That's right.
Whatever you want.
Is the Broncos defense the best singular unit in the entire NFL?
Boy, that's a good one.
Is anything right now better than the Denver defense in the league?
Through 6 games.
through 6 games, through the sample size of what we have in the year of our Lord 2025.
Who's the most dominant offense in the NFL right now?
I'd probably say Detroit.
Really?
I probably would. And I
they
know
looked that way till Sunday night.
Yeah, and they didn't look dominant the other night on the road in Kansas City.
Buffalo's having
Well,
some
you
issues.
know what? But Denver's defense gave up 29 to Indy, right? So, I mean, they've had every team's going to have a oops game.
Indy kicked 5 field goals in that game, and Denver still should have won. It was a weird penalty. The Colts right now are the highest scoring offense in the NFL. And look, I'm impressed with what Daniel Jones is doing, and I think the Colts have the best run game in the league with what Taylor has going on.
Are you asking this question like we could really break it down like secondary or pass rush, or are you just talking about offense, defense, and special
I'm just talking
teams?
straight up, just the unit that you have out there. What is there, if we were drafting sides of the ball in the NFL, is there anything you would take number one over the Denver defense?
Oh, man.
Best third down defense in the NFL. Best fourth down defense in the NFL. Best red zone defense in the NFL. Leads in pressure. Leads in sacks.
Well, would I take the Broncos defense over the Tampa Bay Bucks everything? Like their offense, like they don't necessarily have the best offense, but they're rolling right now.
And I give him credit. Like Baker Mayfield won that game on Sunday throwing the ball to Tez Johnson, right?
I'd rather have the Broncos defense.
Yeah. That's
we got some breaking news.
Would you take Dallas's offense over the Denver defense? We'll find out in a few weeks. But this is again, this is why I'm high on the Broncos.
I gotcha. I agree.
Is
This
this gonna
defense
hurt you?
rules.
Broncos are putting left guard Matt Peart
Oh, no.
on injured reserve with knee injury per source. Had imaging back in Denver when they returned from London. That per Parker Gabriel.
Well,
but
short-term or
look, now
long-term?
you're going.
Wait. What are we doing?
He's going on injured reserve. You don't have to designate anymore. We'll have to wait and see. I don't know.
So Matt Peart is now
he's
on
already
IR?
out. He's got a knee injury. So now you're down to your third left guard.
Your backup left guard is.
Now they signed a dude today.
Didn't they already say that he was going to be out for 2 months?
No, you're talking about Ben
Powers.
Oh wait, holy cow! Wait, Peart's out?
I just told you the backup's gone.
Oh my
You're down
God!
to your third guard.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Okay,
I apologize. I didn't hear that right.
Wait. Before we start talking about how bad this is,
Well, that's weird.
We're having the debate about if he should start again at left guard.
Yeah, no, that's actually probably good news for the Broncos.
You ready for Throckmorton?
Let's get our Throckmorton
You
on.
can put Palczewski there and just move Throckmorton or whoever out to.
Listen, this
number-
offense has got to do something more by the time we get going.
I
Whatever
got
groove they
one
found last
look.
year, you better find it again.
I got one look at Matt Peart, and I was good to go on that one.
But
Yeah.
who do you have? That's fine. You got to have someone else.
You got Palczewski and Throckmorton right now.
Listen,
that's what you got.
Listen, 100 partners each. You can be tired of dealing with me, but you got to have someone else. All right? Okay?
Hold on, Andy. You're forgetting this dude right here?
Solo.
I'll roll solo all day,
Listen,
my friend.
that is true.
Old Kreckman
Between
and
the
company
four in the
will be
room,
just
how many
fine.
partners have we all piled up?
Oh my lord,
that's a lot of people.
Oh my god,
That's a good question, actually.
what's our body count? Is that where you're going?
Body count, well put.
Radio body
You know
count?
what? Here's the other thing. When I was at Bennigan's, one day we sat down
Braggart.
after a Halloween rager.
Humble brag.
And we all figured out, we all drew the tree out. I'm like,
yeah.
I do believe we've all been in contact with each other one way or another. That's kind of this room.
Right here.
Huh?
Yeah. 1 degree of
Yeah,
separation.
not even that. Huh?
Zero. Do you count in like sub guys that you had for at least multiple months?
I don't know, but we've all worked with all of them. There's not been a lot of celibacy between some of our partners here in this room, is all I'm saying.
We're no Irvin Joe, is what you're saying.
No, we're not. We're not. No,
We're
not
Irvin-
really.
we're
Somewhere
Irvin Joe.
somebody went,
Hey,
duh.
you and Dave broke up. It's like you guys been back out on the road. Just you were pulling the Wilt Chamberlain.
The only way we're Irvin Joe is if we went to a swingers party.
What?
As Irvin Joe.
All right.
I did my math, by the way. I counted 7.
That's it?
I got Andy,
For you?
Andy's number 7.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh, that's like a beginner's list.
And there's like there's various different like solo stretches like peppered in at assorted spots there.
Oh my god.
But Andy's number 7 for
Give me
me.
names. Give us names.
Maryland.
You two shared a Nailing.
we shared a
did.
nail.
You and I shared a McCaffrey.
Yeah.
I have not known Ed was never I was never partners with Ed. McCaffrey.
Thought he was doing a regular thing with you.
You count that? Or just count like
he was on quite a bit,
like radio shows. Like,
I was gonna say I did Ed then too.
Yeah, well, I did.
Yeah.
Well, we both did Adam then.
I used to have
Schefter.
Lisa
I mean, if you're
on.
doing
Schefter's
that,
been on all of them.
What, we're doing Lisa.
Whole
now?
lot of Schefter.
I mean, we can't count that. We got to talk about you're in the studio.
You and
it's
I
a
shared
show.
a Polumbus.
We shared a Polumbus. We shared a.
Oh wow.
We shared an Alfred.
We
shared an Alfred.
Oh, that's good.
So we have all shared.
You two shared a nail.
We shared a nail.
That is funny.
Did anybody in here also share a Sandy?
No.
Done shows with Sandy. Done shows.
Quite a bit.
Yeah, no.
Yeah. Hey, did you two share an Evans?
Did a lot of shows with Evans.
We
a lot of shows.
Hold on, we're Eskimo brothers. We both shared Ryan.
We both shared a Ryan.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
We got that going.
Andy and I kind of shared a Dave. I mean, yeah, you were a producer.
Well,
no, you shared a Dave.
Hey, I'm the 2 a.m. you up. But yeah.
I was Dave's board op for 5 weeks.
With him.
Yeah. No, it was
Lois.
Yeah, it was the lowest days.
That was a low
God
day.
about that. You and I shared a Schlereth.
Yeah, we shared.
I shared a Schlereth.
Oh, we've all had it.
I had 18 months with Schlereth and Alfred.
I did the Mark Schlereth show once a week for 2 years.
That counts.
He
Still
was-
a lot of Schlereth in your life.
That's a lot of
Did
Schlereth.
anybody share a CJ?
I
did CJ.
I did. I worked
Lot
with
of
him on Buff's post game.
I did 2 years with
A lot
CJ.
of shows with CJ.
Yeah.
He did a whole fill-in during football one year.
Yeah.
Schlereth did a whole football fill-in.
Dude, he quit and came right over to us.
I got one that no one else has ever shared. Did you ever do a whole show with Gunny Bob?
No.
I did not get Gunny Bob.
No. Who is Gunny Bob?
Yo,
he was a former Marine recon.
You would change the channel pretty quickly.
That on after 9/11, I did like 6 months with Gunny Bob and I doing
you're going
U.S. military stuff.
If you want to go in that direction, I got Craig Silverman under my belt. If we want to go in that direction, we can go in different ways. If you
I
want to
played
do Gunny
softball
Bob.
against him.
Craig, yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
He Gunny Bob had a special coffee cup. Gunny Bob saw stuff and was not afraid to tell you.
Oh yeah,
He saw some stuff.
Gunny Bob, don't let Gunny Bob have story time with the kids. That's all I gotta say. Because he was just talking like it was normal stuff. Half of him was missing. What? What? Sat in the room, played cards.
You remember
bottom half,
the
okay.
road in Iraq
He was in
that
the
had
first-
all the
yeah.
stuff that was
Yeah.
bombed out. And
Yeah.
stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's been down that road.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's
I
one
was
of
like,
those.
you know,
he
I'm
helped
not
cause
tough
probably
enough
some
to
Hey,
be
people.
a war.
I got one for you guys. I got a Mike Brownie. Brownie's doing a great job. Remember him?
Yeah.
Do you remember Mike Brown who was took Hurricane
Head of
Katrina
FEMA.
and
Then did KOA forever.
yeah.
Wait, the FEMA guy?
yeah, the FEMA guy.
He was a KOA
He's in my body
for
count.
like a decade.
I had no idea.
Yeah.
I did not
Hey,
know
do you have a
this.
capless?
He used to come in every once in a while. Yeah, I mean, I did some shows with him. But yeah. What's our linebacker that's always on your guys' show? Chad.
Chad Brown.
Chad Brown. Yeah.
Hey, we
And
shared a
that's
stout.
Chad.
We shared a stout.
Oh, we shared a stout. That's right.
Drew Goodman.
No.
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 You've been celibate.
So I got Drew and Sandy as the celibate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey,
There's a joke as to why, but
Speaking of Drew Goodman, just a quick question.
sure. Why not?
There are 8 managerial openings in Major League Baseball. If somebody called Warren Schaefer and was like, "We want you to interview for our gig," is he allowed to do that?
That's a good question.
What are the rules
I
regarding
think so.
interim
That is
managers?
a great question.
Well, he's probably technically still under contract as the third base coach.
Yeah, but you can always take I think he'd be eligible. I think a full head.
well, you
Would
probably
the organization have to let him?
Yeah, I
think they'd have to
probably
let him.
because he's probably
Okay.
under a contract still.
Because I think GM is ahead of an associate GM or vice GM or whatever.
Sure,
Right? So
sure.
I think interim coach or interim manager would be above that.
Okay.
Yeah, my
And I think you
impression.
can always do a step up.
My impression that Warren Schaefer was under contract because I heard like the day after the season ended, he was going down to the instructional league or someplace in Arizona because he had work to do there.
I mean, he was
so-
talking about like, oh, well, Sensa's going to come out of the bullpen. Like he was talking like
I
he's
know, that was-
guaranteed to be back
Tell
next
me that
year.
was ridiculous. When I heard that too, I wanted to throw up in my hat.
What are they doing anyway?
Who knows?
It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
They're doing. It's called the usual.
We-
It's the status quo. Who was it?
It's
Called
all-
him North Korea. Tyler Mon called
It's
him
all
North Korea.
new, and yet
Yeah.
it's exactly the same. It's just with new people. Darren McKee, Scott Hastings, everybody. We've all done each other. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl show. Chad Brown coming up at 4 o'clock. Jeff Legwald back from England at 4:45. Power rankings coming up today here on the show. Offense good. Not so much. Defense, yeah, they rule. Let's break it down. Plus, Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. When we come back, we'll have a keyword for you to win Avalanche tickets on the Kreckman and Lindahl show.
Guys, time to tell you about the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let's talk about your T levels, your testosterone levels, how you've been feeling lately. It's fall. Lot to get done. The leaves have started falling. They finally changed, and now they're falling. You know that's going to mean some yard cleanup that you need to get handled. Of course, there's always holiday decorating for something or another. Maybe you've got the gigantic Halloween statues like my neighbors have, or you're just going to be getting ready for the next big holiday afterward. I'm not going to say the name because it's not time yet. But anyway, if you don't have good energy levels, getting all the stuff done that fall calls for could be a little bit tough. How about brain fog? You dealing with brain fog, poor sleep patterns, maybe not seeing the gains in the gym, and of course, sexual dysfunction is not always what you want either, and something can be a sign of low testosterone. So get on into the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Let them check your T levels and help you out if you find out that they're a little short. If you like to take a quiz, go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Simple 10-question quiz there. When you go to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, here's how that first visit's going to go. It's $99. They'll draw your blood. You'll have results in 30 minutes. You'll have a T and a PSA test and talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider. Again, a $99 visit, but if you start on testosterone the day of that visit, then the visit is free. So get up and see them and see if you can't start feeling your old self for fall before all the busyness of the holiday season gets in full swing. 5 locations throughout Colorado to serve you, Fort Collins and the Springs included, and a great revamped location in Castle Rock. Go check those folks out. Call them today, 720-440-7900, or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. They make the decision.
Kreckman and Lindahl on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. There's all kinds of good stuff going on with the Avs. First off, they won yesterday, 3-1. Couple of goals for McKinnon. Cale McCarr got his first goal of the season. And it sounds like Brock Nelson's okay, despite getting sliced on the wrist by Bo Byram's skate. How about that? But he's apparently okay. The Avalanche will be in Columbus coming up here on Thursday with an early East Coast game. But they get the new fan-friendly concessions this year at Ball Arena. $5 items at Section 112, 319, and the Grab and Go. That's hot dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, fries, pretzels, fountain soda, all the stuff you need when you go to a game. Also, Andy, plenty of great parking at Ball Arena. They got that for you, too.
I never struggle there.
New vendors, all local restaurants. They got Nola Jane out there. We love Nola Jane. Get yourself a po' boy when you go to the game this year.
Yeah, the shrimp mac and cheese.
Oh, delightful.
We used to just...
The keyword this hour to text into 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. The keyword this hour, puck.
Puck.
P-U.
Like the character
C-K.
on the Real World. Puck.
Remember Puck? He got kicked off.
Yeah. Well, if you're going to be old enough to win the tickets, you better remember Puck. Well, that's not true.
P-U-C-K, Puck. Is your word this hour. Text it in along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925, and you are entered to win tickets to an upcoming Avalanche game.
How nice is it? By the way, rumors coming out of Buffalo that Alexander Georgiev,
yeah,
looking to go back to the KHL. He's had enough. Looks like he may return to Russia. How nice. I bring that up because how nice is it to not endure the start they endured a year ago? You've gotten points in every game that you played.
Not only that, Andy,
your backup goalie's better than the starting goaltender you had a year ago.
Blackwood is only just now going to go to Loveland to start his rehab assignment.
Oh, crazy, man. Wedgwood's been really good.
He's been fantastic. He's been absolutely terrific. Everything's going well. They're scoring a ton of goals. Everything is good right now in Avalanche
And yet Nate
world.
is still a little grumpy.
Well, of course he is.
If we could get Nate on this show, could we get him to just, for a few seconds, jive with us? We always seem to get we bat about 80% at getting you to jive with us. And Mark, I don't think you're wrong. That's why I laughed. Did you see,
could we make Nathan McKinnon a friend of the program?
I'd like to try. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to go and I'd like to talk to our friend Brendan McNicholas, who does a fine job running the Avs PR. And I'd like to go, Brendan, here's what we want to do. Just give us 5 straight weeks, 1 interview a week, and we're going to win him over. Maybe 4.
Well, wait, would the condition be that as soon as we won him over, he could stop doing the interview?
He could stop doing the show, but we just have to say we got him.
I was going to say, he'd pretend he liked us on the first time, so he would never have to do it again.
Oh, my guys!
I want to say, Spring, the last time that we had him on the show was right after he signed his extension.
You and I have never had him.
Yeah, we didn't have him.
I can't remember the last time we've had
this
him.
This was K and Company days. Again, the solo life. And we got him. It was right after he signed his 7-year extension. And we had him on, and he was in a great mood. Because he had just made $80 million. So he was in extremely good mood.
He's rich.
He was doing great. But it wasn't the kind of conversation where he was just like, let's do this all the time.
No, yeah.
I didn't get those vibes.
We had Kale on.
We did have Kale on the show.
He seemed mildly enjoyed it.
Yeah,
Rantanen used to come on.
He used to. Yes. Most of the hockey guys generally.
We got to get our guy on. Ross Colton.
Oh, Ross Colton, friend of the program.
We should have had him on after the Beaver Tail the other night where he got his goal.
Oh, that was a sick goal. I got a little bit of breaking news here,
it just
Andy.
keeps coming, and I don't like your face.
Yeah, this one.
And not just about the news.
I don't like this one. I don't like this one for a lot of reasons. We had a hint this was happening, and now it's official. Jerry Schemmel, the longtime radio voice for the Colorado Rockies on KOA, was laid off by iHeartRadio today. It marked the second time in 6 years that Schemmel lost his job as a Rockies announcer. Quote here in the story from Jerry Schemmel, I wasn't completely shocked by the phone call as I knew other layoffs were happening in Denver, but a little surprised because I was making only 25% of the salary I was making when they let me go the first time. All right. I get it. iHeart is a conglomerate. I happen to have some friends that have been laid off by iHeart in my time.
You're working with one.
I know. And this one though, like, what are we doing? Jerry Schemmel is, Annie, for guys that do that job. I think you and I can both sit here and say that Jerry Schemmel is, number one, as good as it gets, as professional as it gets, as smooth as it gets, as nice of a gentleman to deal with as it gets in the broadcasting world. And he's apparently not going to be calling Rockies games on the radio anymore.
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I've had a few friends get the bad news over there.
Yeah, it's been a rough week at iHeart. And again, like our old boss is the PD over there. And again, I will speak for both of us on this. We adore the man. Okay, he is he is the gold standard. But also, these aren't his calls.
No.
This is a
corporate level deal.
Yeah, this it's what iHeart does. So remember, he had it and then he was off. Then he came back to the booth when Mike Rice left, and now apparently he's back out. A couple more quotes from Jerry I want to read in this story. He said, "It seems incredibly unfair. I gave my heart and soul to those broadcasts and felt like I was completely prepared every night and hopefully sounded okay." First off, number one, he was completely prepared every single night. And number two, he always sounded great. He's Jerry Schemmel, a longtime voice of the Nuggets. Quite honestly, I think a lot of people in this town still associate him with the Nuggets because he was so classic as the Nuggets announcer. He had the gig. Sort of he and Kaz shared it for a while. And then, Jerry left to go do some other things. And Kaz moved into the seat full time. And then he came back. He was coaching baseball over at Metro.
He was over,
State.
Metro for a while.
I mean, Jerry Schemmel has had an insane life. He has survived a plane crash. He's been through things.
Done some great long bike rides for charity, like
former
Ironman type stuff.
Former commissioner of the Continental Basketball Association.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
he's got stories to tell.
He does.
You could go write his book if he chose.
Here's but here's the quotes. He said, "But I know life is unfair. It's unfair for the others who got laid off, both in Denver and across the country. Like I tell people in my motivational speaking, when you get knocked down, you got to get back up, which I will do." So that's Jerry Schemmel apparently out. As far as we know, Corrigan still on the broadcast. Jack Corrigan still on the broadcast. I'm assuming they'll put somebody else in the seat. I think.
Maybe.
I don't know.
We'll
Maybe.
see.
I don't know exactly. But that's just it. You got Schemmel sitting here saying I made 25% of my old salary. And they're booting me out. Maybe they don't put anybody in there.
They may not.
Maybe it's just a Corrigan solo show for 9 innings.
Or it could be a rotate. Some of the players that rotate on TV could slide over to the booth if they need to.
Sure.
Now, it is something I always get asked this question. The Rockies have a say. The Broncos have a say. iHeart makes the decisions. So
okay.
Some teams literally tell you this is who our guy is. But I know from the contracts there in the past until they change, the teams obviously have a heavy opinion in things.
Sure.
And can veto somebody, but iHeart has the final say who's doing the broadcast.
Okay. Well, in the meantime, that news absolutely sucks. There's no two ways around it. The guy, again, we're talking about one of the most professional play-by-play guys that this town has ever known. And that organization, and when I say that organization, I mean both the ball club and that conglomerate kicking him out the door. It's crap.
Should we switch gears to some good news?
You got good news for me?
Well, while we're in this vein, Eric Johnson announcing today.
That's true.
He'll be joining ESPN as game analyst. Congratulations to EJ. There's our new friend. That guy enjoyed us.
We had EJ on the show the other night.
I think a week ago.
Yeah, and he's going to sit next to Connor, and then suddenly it's just like, you know what? He was right. He was too big for that booth.
He was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No room in there for EJ.
Also showed just a mild interest in radio, which now we know why.
I'll tell you this, though. I thought he was great. I thought he was good in our crosstalk. He wasn't stiff ex-athlete guy. He was just like, nope, I'm comfortable in my own skin. I'm going to do this. And, again, I'm sure that ESPN had caught wind of that, and they're adding somebody really, really good to their coverage, which ESPN, they need better NHL analysts.
Yeah, I almost wish he could have, and I think Spring said this. I'm stealing it from Spring, but once I heard him say it, I was like, he's right. Would have been fun to have him with Bissonnette on the TNT table. You were telling Berto that the other night, weren't you, after we had him on?
He would be a good desk guy. But hey, you know what? He's going to jump in. He's going to do games, and I think that's very, very cool. Good news for Eric Johnson right there. So there you go, little broadcaster talk.
There it is.
Here on the
All
show.
the things. It's not just players, although we've had Bronco things happening and signing guys, IR guys. You know what's amazing? Here it is. Nate Kreckman said it. He kept saying it all summer. I can't say that you jinxed him because it's the NFL, but you had promised the Broncos could not continue a third straight year of injury luck at the offensive line. And I realize Peart had a rough start to things.
Sure.
But I don't care. He goes on IR for those that missed it, had some kind of knee injury.
So let me give you the full list of transactions for the day. So the Broncos signed Calvin Throckmorton, promoted him from the practice squad. So Throckmorton could start at left guard this week, or it could be Palczewski. We don't know what's going to happen right there. Throckmorton is a guard by trade.
There you go.
And
that does help.
Have an awesome name. The Broncos signed special teamer J.T. Gray. He was on Baltimore's practice squad. J.T. Gray played for the Rizman in New Orleans. He was an all-pro special teamer. He was apparently toiling on the Baltimore practice squad, and now J.T. Gray is on the Broncos active roster. So clearly Denver is trying to do something about their dreadful special teams coverage, which is a good idea. The Broncos signed 2 dudes to their practice squad, offensive lineman Carson Barnhart out of Michigan and defensive end Garrett Nelson out of Nebraska. And then 3 names were put on IR. Matt Peart, the previously mentioned Matt Peart, Thayer Thomas, wide receiver out of NC State.
I don't remember him.
He was on the practice squad, apparently. And somebody named Garrett Wallow.
Yeah, he was the linebacker that kept calling up, who also was supposed to be a special teams ace. He's been elevated. You know what's funny about it? Not funny, but I think he was out of elevations. I think they were going to have to sign him. So bad luck for him. Feel bad for the young man. Now he's on IR because apparently he got hurt.
That's too bad.
But he was about to, I believe they were going to have to sign him because I think he was at elevations.
I have probably the most important question that I can ask about the JT Gray acquisition.
Please.
What will he have to do to surpass JT Comfer as the greatest Denver JT ever?
Can't happen on special teams. Can't happen. You know what he'd have to do?
I mean, Andy, what if he blasts a dude, ball coughed up, scoop and score on his own on a kickoff to win a game in the fourth quarter?
Here's what I'm going to tell you. I just came up with this. I'm proud of myself. I've never thought of something so fast.
Okay.
In order for him to even enter the JT conversation, he's going to have to run a dude down, coming from the other side of the field, guys within the 5-yard line about to put up the old touchdown return.
Okay.
Peanut punch it out.
Don Beebe it.
Grabs the ball. Other way, 6. A 12-point swing. We've never seen a 12-point swing. That's about to happen. He scores the touchdown. Boom. Now he's in at least the conversation.
So essentially, this guy will have to run like 200 yards on a single play.
Not run out of breath.
Actually,
avoid people.
Yeah. It might probably be even more than 200 yards by the time that he was done. So, like, whatever the next gen
175.
tracking.
Yeah, it depends on how, if he gets a straight shot one way or the other. But yeah, you're probably right.
That'd be pretty good right there.
And again, not lose his lungs the whole time.
Yeah, the special teams issues, they're a thing with this team. And it's not really working out for the Rizman. Here's what's funny is Nick Kosmider pointed out in his piece today in The Athletic that Darren Rizzi was a part of the committee that helped the league adopt the dynamic kickoff rules. And here he is.
Sucking at it.
His unit's terrible. Yeah, the kickoff return rate is up 80%. Like, it's cool. I like the new kickoff. It's a good play, but the Broncos are really, really bad at it.
Why, though?
Broncos opponents have an average starting field position of their own 32, which ranks Denver last in the league. So they're the worst kickoff coverage team in the league. The Rams are number 1. Theirs is the 24. So you're talking about an 8-yard difference.
Dude,
that's substantial.
That's important. That's almost a free first down.
That's substantial. Absolutely. Now, here's the thing. If I'm an NFL special teams coordinator and I'm watching my, little segment of football grow more and more irrelevant by the health and safety standards and rules that they're passing in the league, I would have also adopted for new kickoff rules. I need to stay gainfully employed. We've had a whole conversation about staying gainfully employed here. Actually, really going all the way back to crosstalk today here on this show. So, hey, job security above all else. I get that for the Riz man, but he's going to have to start being better at this job.
All right. You've I don't know. I've talked to enough people now.
Okay.
Let me ask you something. Did the NFL really adopt this new kickoff rule for health and safety stuff? And I didn't ever think about this till you pointed it out to me about how easy. You said this after the Broncos-Colts game.
Yeah.
So you've had this thought percolating in my mind for a bit, okay? Did they do this truly for health and safety, which I'm sure the numbers say yes, they did. But you know what also it's done? Makes scoring a hell of a lot easier. You pointed it out.
Yeah.
In so many cases, it gets, and you don't have a ton of, and let's be honest about it, with so many young quarterbacks having to play in the league sooner than ever, you've got young quarterbacks they can't go 80 yards in this league oftentimes. Going 75 is no great challenge. You've changed this for, quote, health and safety, and yet now it feels like more and more teams are finding a way. It's at the 30. It's at the 35. You really screwed up. It's at the 40. And as you pointed out, if you're just competent enough to get a couple first downs, you're in field goal range for the modern kicker.
So clearly, like they went to the more generous touchback rules several years back because they wanted fewer returns because the play was so dangerous. Then what they figured out is, we're making our sport boring. Well, we can't have that, okay? Sure, brain safety all day, but no. We will sacrifice neurological health in the order to make our game more entertaining. We don't need people changing the channel. So again, they got to this place on the dynamic kickoff, and returns are way, way up this year. But, well, here's the thing. Average starting field position is a hell of a lot better if you're playing the Broncos. Other teams, they can actually cover this thing. The other part of it that's weird with the Broncos is like the knuckle, the dirty kick that everyone's employing around the league. Can Will Lutz not do that? What is happening?
I don't know.
Why is the ball not bouncing around and creating more time for the coverage to get down there? That's what I'm seeing around the league right now.
Yeah, everyone has found a way to get somebody to receive a ball around the 5 or so.
Yeah.
And then get hemmed in by their coverage.
Yeah.
At times. Look, this thing's been a problem since we're in year 2 of this thing.
Yeah.
They had problems with it last year, but not to this effect. Now, last year, Chandra was like, the heck with it. We'll just kick it out.
Sure, because it was the 30-yard line,
right.
and the average
like,
return
it's 5
was
yards, so what?
It was like 20. No, it was literally like 1.2 yards. It was like 28 whatever was the average on the return. So every team in the league was just like, okay, well, why mess around and why risk injury? Just take the touchback. This year when they pushed it up to the 35, it was like, okay.
That's a whole first down.
The 5 yards is meaningful, and again, kickers have gotten better at it, except apparently Will Lutz. I don't know.
I can't wait till we talk to Chad Brown at 4 o'clock because I'm going to ask him, why does a special teams guy need his guy? Like, I get it when, so-and-so wide receiver knows. Like when Josh McDaniels signed Jabbar Gaffney. Well, he knows the route tree, right? So there's my guy.
There's something I forgot about.
I know, but it's the first one I could think of. but why does Rizzi need this corner?
JT Gray?
You know what I mean? Like, what, is he going to cover all the kicks by himself? No, guys, seriously, the hole's over there. Let's go cover that. I mean, what are we doing?
McDaniel's got his own long snapper.
Well.
Old Lonnie Paxton.
Well.
Hey.
How'd that work out?
Something you said earlier about young quarterbacks struggling to move the ball. I want to ask you a question about young quarterbacks when we come back, specifically the quarterback class of 2024, of which our own Bo Nix is a member. Because I watched a few of those guys play last night on Monday night, and I'm noticing something with this class. I got a question about those 6 quarterbacks, really 7, I guess, if you include Spencer Rattler, and I'll ask it when we come back. Guys, I love perusing these auctions that are up for bidding at Roller Auction. Right now, they have got a model home furniture and decorations auction, which you can bid on right now at roller.bid. And there's some phenomenal prices available for some of these home goods. My goodness, I'm looking at these dressers right now. You could just outfit your bedroom under $100, no problem whatsoever. Go to roller.bid and check out this model home furniture auction, which is available to bid right now at Roller Auction. And make sure you sign up to bid at roller.bid/altitude and get on the email list at roller.bid/altitude. Why should you do such a thing? Well, because we give away tickets to a lucky listener that signs up right there. Our next giveaway, Nuggets Heat tickets on November 5th, plus a signed Jokic photo. Hook yourself up. Go to roller.bid/altitude and get signed up and check out these auctions up for bid at Roller Auction. We get another keyword coming up at 4:20 on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Plus, we'll do power rankings today at 4:20. Kick off the Avalanche season with the all-new Altitude Plus, now redesigned and packed with powerful new features. Enjoy a free 7-day trial with promo code AV7FREE. Claim the code at altitudeplus.com, then download the app and start streaming today. Andy, the quarterback class of 2024. Number 1, Caleb Williams, Chicago. Number 2, Jaden Daniels, Washington. Number 3, Drake May, New England. Number 8, Michael Penix, Atlanta. Number 10, J.J. McCarthy, Minnesota. Number 12, Bo Nix, Denver. 6 quarterbacks taken in the top 12 picks. I feel like we've mentioned that a time or two before here on this show. Serious question. Is it going to be that none of those guys are going to be a bust? Again,
sure.
Follow me on this, all right? I'm not saying that everyone's going to be an all-pro.
Right.
Okay, I mean, I think there are a couple of guys in there that I right now would lean and say I think they got a great chance of being all-pro. But do any of them scream El Bustola to you right now?
I'm not positive on J.J. McCarthy, but that would be it. And it's just limited sample size.
I was going to say, the guy's played a game and a half.
I know, and he's had some struggles, and you should expect that he would.
He had that comeback against Chicago.
Where he did not look. He looked
really
saw
good.
all the things right there that would make you say, yeah, that guy's worth investing in.
And then he struggled like a guy playing his first NFL football, and then he got hurt. So he's probably the biggest incomplete grade on there, but I'll also say he has a excellent coach to be working with, excellent play caller in Kevin O'Connell. Like, I will say this, I love the likelihood of any quarterback to work out playing for that guy because I think he's super smart.
No, I'm with you, and I think the coach isn't going anywhere. He's not going to get the Cam Ward situation, I wouldn't think. Now, I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't be so bold. They've got big expectations in Minnesota, but they've been really good there.
Yeah.
No, I don't think anyone's going to be a disaster.
Like Penix, I mean, they got shut out a few weeks ago, and then last night he looked terrific.
Yeah, but again,
against a pretty good defense.
Quarterbacks are not going to always look, sharp. Just look at who Penix is playing. Josh Allen's a league MVP and had a rough night. Threw some picks that he wants back.
There was there's been some great analysis today that I dug into on Buffalo and their issues, and one of their biggest problems is, and Andy, we talk about it here, they don't have any playmakers.
No, none at all.
None.
ESPN spent the whole morning discussing
the run game is really good, and Khalil Shakir is a really good slot receiver. They're outside guys, like downfield threat. He hit that one to Joshua Palmer early in the game last night and didn't do anything the rest of the game. But let's get back to this quarterback class, okay? Ben Johnson is solving the Caleb Williams problem in real time.
He is. Now, Caleb still needs to be accurate on some throws, but you're right. He played a better game last night than we've seen in a while.
Yep. He really did. He was, again, and he's making plays with his legs, and he's doing smarter things. Does he still hang on to the football? Sure, absolutely. But Ben is putting him in places where it works. Jaden Daniels had a bad fumble last night in the rain, but we already know how good that guy is. Drake May, that guy rules. Look, he is impressive as hell.
He is turning some heads.
He really is.
He is becoming the talk of the NFL very quickly.
And by the way, I mean, look at who he's throwing the ball to. Outside of Stephon Diggs, can you name any of those guys?
Well, but as much as we all hate Josh McDaniels here and every other team that's had him as a head coach, the guy knows how to coach a little offense in New England.
Penix played really well last night. His arm is impressive. He has no mobility, but his arm is super impressive. Gave Drake London a hell of a game last night, so that was good to see. Yeah, Bijan's killing it too, but like Penix can play. Bo Nix is definitively a starting NFL quarterback. There's no doubt about that. I don't think anyone's arguing, besides Sean Payton, that he could be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. But Bo Nix running the Sean Payton system, not taking negative plays, not killing his team, playing to the strengths of what they can do. Perfectly cromulent NFL quarterback, not a bust in the slightest bit. And then J.J. McCarthy is probably the biggest incomplete in there. Hell, I would even argue And I'm not saying that this guy has got a future of, making Dak Prescott money or anything like that. Spencer Rattler's not awful.
Now, I've had a lot of people say, again, for just
Big time
we're talking
arm.
about a starting quarterback.
Yeah, big time arm.
He's got a little something there. He has absolutely nothing around him in New Orleans.
Like there's no, as far as I can tell, there's no Jake Locker.
No.
There's no Blaine Gabbert.
Who was the other kid that ended up coming here? The Florida State one? You probably even forgot he came.
Oh, Christian Ponder.
Ponder. Do you
Thank
even remember? He signed late with the Broncos, I want to say the Super Bowl year.
I think he got a ring.
I think he did too.
I think they gave him a ring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't remember watching a lick of practice with him, but he was here.
He was here. Yeah.
He got signed when Manning was down for a bit.
Right.
To the practice squad, anyway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That happened. I probably know his wife, Sam Ponder, better than Christian and any highlights he's had.
I don't see any of those guys in this quarterback class.
No, but you know what? What's interesting to me when I watch things, and I think we got a pretty good example here in Denver. I've seen a pretty good example, at times in Atlanta. And even Washington's shown it. If NFL coordinators wouldn't have been so damn stubborn to force some of these guys that have come before this class to play a true pro style, stand back there, we're not going to do what makes you comfortable so you can just get some confidence to play in the league. I wonder how many guys would not have washed out.
Right.
What's interesting is when you talk about a Bo Nix, from what I've heard, the reports I've heard, Josh McDaniels has admitted to people, I've thrown away my 400 level, play calling sheet that I had for Tom Brady, and he's actually sat down, worked with Drake May. He's teaching him how to be a pro quarterback while not making things too complicated. Something he should have done with Kyle Orton here. Something he should have done with some of the other quarterbacks that he's had in other stops. But you're seeing results with Drake May.
Yeah.
To the point where even that long release people were complaining about pre-draft, I think is shortened up a bit. He's got a great arm.
that
You
ball
were
gets
talking
out.
about that. He was your favorite guy a year ago.
He was.
You loved him.
Yep. That was my favorite quarterback in that draft.
You had said that. I'm here to back that up. So, yeah, it's amazing. And again, Caleb's getting fixed, and even Penix. It's just, but all these guys, who's Penix's play caller? Who is the offense? Who's the OC in Atlanta? I can't remember. But again,
Zach Robinson.
Okay, there you go. He knows a little bit about quarterback play. He's helped some quarterbacks. Isn't he the guy that? He's the guy that's was Josh Allen's personal coach, wasn't he?
He's probably going to take the Okie State job.
Spring, what was the thing? Why do you know everything about the Robinson brothers?
Who's the other Robinson brother?
I just remember you explaining this all to me one time. Maybe it's just your obsession with Zach Robinson. I don't know.
Is it Zach Robinson, or did you know Jordan Palmer? Is it the Palmer brothers you were obsessed with?
Well, it's just because Zach Robinson's been in the news because he's a former Okie State dude, and Gundy got fired.
Mm-hmm.
He's probably going to take that job. He's from Colorado.
Yeah. Anyway.
All right.
Some good Zach Robinson talk. Yeah, Chatfield.
But he knows.
Chatfield zone for you right there. Okay.
Just saying, it's so funny to watch Tennessee pull the ultimate bonehead move. They were talking about, again, I couldn't agree more. We were having this discussion early on. The one thing Bo Nix is going to have above all these guys. We'll see how they all slot out by the time the careers are done. And maybe they'll slot exactly the way they were drafted. I feel like at minimum, Bo's going to jump J.J. McCarthy. But again, we'll see how the other guys go. But they've all seemed to have some pretty stable situations. Atlanta's stabilizing again, right?
Yeah. Chicago was a mess,
but is now stable.
Seems as though they've stabilized
New England
things.
is stable.
Yep.
And of course, now I don't know. You never know who's the OC that was the old USC coach, Texas Tech coach for Washington. Coached the Cardinals.
Oh, Kingsbury.
Yeah, with the Psycho House.
Yeah.
I don't know if he'll get up and leave.
It was Parasite. That was the movie.
Yeah. But right now, or American, what is it? American Psycho? I don't know. Right now, I feel like all these guys have good coaches and they're being brought along. Cam Ward, they better figure that part out of it. Because, look, why did you bring Brian Callahan back if you weren't going to stick with him? And what a shock, by the way. I don't know if you noticed, Mike McCoy announced today that Bill is left too. So,
yeah.
Get rid of the son, the father ain't hanging around.
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, that's a little bit of an awkward situation.
And you can think whatever you want to about the Callahans.
Yeah.
Pretty good offensive line coach.
Yeah,
so.
certainly was the case. I mean, again, Sean Payton looked at that quarterback class before he knew he was getting Bo, and I'm sure he liked Bo Nix. But Sean Payton got one look at that group of quarterbacks, and he was just like, I'll pay $85 million in dead money. No problem. That's a pretty ringing endorsement of that class, is it not?
It is. It also has a little something to say about Russ and the high knees.
It absolutely does. There's no
Although he
denying
wasn't there
it.
for the high knees, I guess.
It is absolutely. But again, when you're willing to take on the biggest dead money hit in the history of the NFL for an ownership group that just paid $4.5 billion that wants to win immediately, it says something about that group of quarterbacks, I would say. It's the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We got another keyword for you at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock. But Chad Brown joins the show to talk Broncos, Buffs, quarterback play, and everything else coming up next. All right, we're going here. Hour number 2 of the show. We got another keyword for an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday coming up at 20 minutes after 4 o'clock, plus NFL Power Rankings. The Power Rankings, Andy, to call them drunk this week wouldn't even be accurate. Like, they're the naked guy on PCP that they're chasing down on the street in cops right now. Like, they're
Mark Sanchez?
They're
wow. Well,
he was clothed the entire time based on the video that I saw. Just wandering around with a stab wound.
Yeah, holding his gut.
Ugh. Anyway.
I got heartburn. No, you don't.
Joining us right now, NFL and college football analyst and a guy that stays out of those alleys when he's out on the road. It's our friend Chad Brown with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Hi, Chad. How you doing?
I am fantastic, my friends, and yes, I stay out of those dark alleys when I'm traveling for football.
That's
with
a good
your
move.
chest intact. It's great.
It's very smart of you. Chad, let's talk about this Denver defense a little bit. Offensive issues, absolutely, but right now, like if you had to point to a specific area of the Bronco defense and say that's the strength, like that's the thing. What is it? Is it the front? Is it the secondary? Is it the pass rush? Is it the coverage? Is it stopping the run? Why is this group so friggin' good?
Man, I think that's a really good question. I kind of want to weasel out a little bit and say it's the complementary nature of all those spots working together.
Seriously, Chad, they're good at everything.
Yeah. Now, early in the season, we saw the inside linebackers be exposed a bit, and I still think that's an issue. The Jets' first drive of the second half, they ran the ball right down the middle of the Broncos' defense. Now, once the ball got near the red zone, they tightened up as they have done all season long, but that's a concern because there's going to be teams that are going to be far better than the Jets and far more capable of going play action off the repeated run attempts. So I would say maybe that's the weakest spot, but to identify the strength, well, is the secondary helping the pass rush or is the pass rush helping the secondary? I think they're working in concert together as you are supposed to do. And, you know, speaking of concerts, I went to see Paul McCartney on Saturday night and they put up a hologram of John Lennon. And so maybe who's John Lennon and who's Paul McCartney, the rush or the coverage? I don't know, but they work really well together.
Yeah, that they absolutely do. And yeah, I guess, what is it? Surtain is John and Benito is Paul, I guess is the combination. Then the real question is who's Ringo? But we'll
Singleton.
Well put right there. But here's another question about that secondary, Chad. What is the most fair way to evaluate Riley Moss, the guy that has to play on the other side of Patrick Surtain, the guy that has to be, again, opposite of John Lennon? Like, what is the way to properly evaluate a guy that has to do that job?
Well, you expect the opposing team to get some catches on him because he's going to be targeted. So it can't be a comparison to Pat Surtain with, 4 targets, 2 catches for 6 yards. That would be unfair because the amount of times the teams are going after him. The most difficult position in football, I think, is quarterback. But maybe the second most difficult position is to be a cornerback on the opposite side of a shutdown cornerback, where teams decide we're going to attack you. And you know that week in and week out. Yet you have to go back to the huddle and after someone's gotten a first down on you, or maybe a 20-yard reception on you, and you still got to hang your head, not low, but high. You can never get down on yourself because the second you get down on yourself, you're really going to get attacked. So I like the play, and there's certainly things that I see can be improved on probably as time goes on. But more so than anything, I like Riley Moss's mental toughness because that is a gauntlet to go through every single week. You are going to be attacked. You are going to be game planned, not against like, how do we stop this guy, but how do we take advantage of this guy? That's a difficult spot to be in, yet he shows up every week. He's game. He gives us his best effort, and clearly he's not the same as Pat Surtain, but he's good enough for this Broncos defense to be where they are.
All right. I set Chad up for a question that we'll ask later because I saw him up in Boulder. He was doing some signings for Surfside up in Boulder when I saw him, and he told me he was going to Paul McCartney because he said, when a great comes to town, you go and see him. I don't care about the genre of music. So that was great. I'm glad you had a good time. Nate ended up going as well. All right. My first question, though, Bronco related to you, is you're the coach. Chad Brown, you're the coach of this team. You know your defense is getting it done. I don't have to tell you, as a member of a lot of great defenses, sooner or later this offense has to be more efficient picking up first downs if you're not going to wear out by the time we get to December because you've been on the field too much. So what is the first thing you would ask them to change? What's the first thing you try to get right or get going so this offense can be a little more consistent week to week?
I know this is not a popular opinion coming off of last week, but I thought Sean Payton played that really, really well. I think he recognized the Jets were loading up to stop the run. I think he recognized he had some issues at left guard and didn't want to put his quarterback and his offense or potentially his defense in a bad spot with a strip sack or a tip ball that ends up being an interception. So he was fine just to find a way to eke out a win. And rather than it being a coaching performance that Sean Payton would hang up on his wall as one of the greatest of all time, he went the opposite way. He went the Hippocratic Oath. He did no harm. I think we can all quibble about the pass call that ended up being in a safety, but for the most part, did no harm. He tried to find a way to win the game. So that's dealing with this week. Looking into the future, I suppose if you're going to give your defense some rest, you got to go full Bill Cowher. You got to run the football so your defense can get some rest. Even if your offense isn't explosive, even if they can't sustain drives, at least from a time clock perspective, we can chew up some clock. The defense can come to the sideline. We as a coaching staff have 3 minutes to talk to them before they're forced to go back on the field. If you go 3 and out and you pass the ball 3 times, literally that's like 30 seconds of clock time. The defense barely has time to grab a drink before they're up on third down, waiting for the punt team to go out there and do their thing. So your time sitting on the bench, the time for the coach to come over and advance to pull out the whiteboard or talk about adjustments or show somebody the Microsoft tablet on the sideline. Here's what they're doing. You can't do that unless you consistently sprinkle in the run game. I believe this offense can get going. I thought we've seen the last 2 weeks a bit more of an emergence from Evan Ingram. That's going to present some more possibilities and opportunities for this offense. I think things will get better. I've got some concerns now, even more about the left guard situation, but I think they came in confident that Matt Pert could do it, and they didn't have any answers on the play sheet. Now, this week, you've had a whole week before you play the Giants on what are we going to do if Throckmorton can't be the guy. Are we going to slide protection? Are we going to keep a back end? What are we going to do structurally with the offensive line, but also what are we going to do with the play calling to make life easier for this guy? Because I don't think the play calling necessarily helped Matt Pert in the first half of that ball game. So I'm not sure if I directly answered your question. I threw out a bunch of stuff at you. And I think sometimes as a coach, that's what you got to do. Let's throw a bunch of things on the wall and see literally what sticks.
Chad Brown with us on the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Yeah, no, Chad, I think I essentially agreed with your point there. Like, I didn't think Sean had a good play calling day. I thought he had a very good game management day and coached that game in the way that he had to be able to win it. I want to bring you in, though, on a conversation Andy and I were having yesterday, and you kind of alluded to it right there. Bo Nix is better at tempo. Bo Nix is better hurrying to the line and just going. And yet, like, you played on the defensive side of the ball. How does a coach find the balance of that, of like, okay, how do I hurry this up, but how do I make sure I don't kill my defense at the same time? How do I be a quarterback-friendly coach, but also make sure that I'm not just destroying the strength of my football team, which is my defense?
You can't be slavish to everything. You've got to make difficult choices. And again, going back to my time with the Pittsburgh Steelers and Bill Cowher, he recognized the defense was the strength of the football team. So we won a lot of games, 21-17, 17-14, 13-10. We won a lot of games like that. And to Andy's point earlier, it can wear a defense down. It can be stressful because recognizing we don't have the opportunity to make one single mistake. If somebody slips, we could lose this football game. If somebody has a bad footing moment there. But I think Sean Payton's got to recognize where the strength of this team is and play to that and structure the game to that. And there may be opportunities here and there to go up tempo with Bo Nix, but I see this as opposed to a offense that is going for the jugular with every single drive of the game. They're going to pick their spots. We want to play the game plan to the defense to make sure those guys get the proper rest and run the ball and give them time to rest on the sideline. But here late in the second quarter, and we get the ball to start the third quarter, well, yeah, let's go down and try to score. Let's get a double up situation here. But not every drive is let's burn up the play sheet and find all the best plays we can do. No, let's find the plays that will chew up clock and give our defense a chance to be what they are, the best in the NFL.
All right, again, like I'm football stupid. Explain this to me, because I'll be honest with you, Chad. Nate and I have had a lot of chance to talk to a lot of different guys, defensive, offensive, whatever. The special team stuff, I'm not going to tell you I've ever sat down with a dude and grinded out the finer details of playing special teams.
Of kick coverage?
Yeah, kick coverage and all that. Now, again, who was our guy? We had one of the long snappers on a couple years ago, and he just talked about the muscle memory and how
Casey Kreider.
Yeah, Kreider was claiming he could hit the cap of a bottle and spin it off because that's how accurate and how down he had his snap motion, all that. So I get these guys, there's more to it than meets the eye, right? Who's the guy they signed off Baltimore? Why does
JT Gray?
Why does Rizzy need JT Gray to make his system work? I understand everyone's got their guys in their system, but this team sucks at covering kicks. And is one guy really going to make a difference? If so, educate me how.
Yeah. I think if you, as a team, bring in a guy, I've always called them special team aces. When you have a guy on the roster whose job is that, who's not really trying to be a tight end, but kind of has to cover kicks because that's part of the job. No, whose job is a special teams dude. And he's hoping to be in the Pro Bowl every year. Of course, the Pro Bowl isn't what it once was, and who knows if they're even going to be Pro Bowl games this year. But you know what I mean. Somebody who thinks of themselves as one of the best special team aces in the game. Just like a great quarterback or a great defensive end can rise the tide of the defense, a great special teams guy who makes that his living without any apologies can be that guy. Not only does he become the coach's guy and he gets put into those critical spots on punt coverage and kickoff coverage and all those things, he brings out the best in everyone else. He raises the competitive level. He raises the fieriness and the importance of the job. And I know special teams is often lost on people, but as a guy, gosh, my first 4 years in Pittsburgh, even when I made the Pro Bowl, I was on punt coverage. So I've been a special teams guy my entire life. At University of Colorado, Coach Mack coached punt coverage. He was the coach for that. And it was 4 starting linebackers on punt coverage because Coach Mack got to pick who he wanted out there. And we were usually in the top 2 or 3 in the nation at it. So if you give it the importance, if you make it an important thing, and the general manager is willing to go out and get a guy for you, then I think that can be the step forward that this special teams unit needs.
All right. Do you mind if I ask him a question I set him up for? I talked to him about this at CU because Coach Barnett, his OC, brings it up all the time. But you talked about the linebacker play, so I feel like it fits. I tried to explain this to Nate one day because I called Coach Barnett and said, just explain the terms to me, and he did. But I almost needed a whiteboard. You told me you could break it down a little bit easier for everybody on radio. Run fits. Coach Barnett is upset with the run fits up at CU, and it sounds like at times that could be a problem with the Broncos and the backers in the run game. Tell me how can you explain it in as 101 possible, a run fit? What does that mean?
Okay, well, again, I talked earlier about the ineffectiveness of the inside linebackers early in the season for the Broncos. And the Buffs, great win by the Buffs, but Abu Sama had 177 yards rushing for Iowa State. So they still got their own run fit issues. So every defender is assigned a gap, and you need to stay in that gap in order for all the fits to be correct. Now, once the play gets through the offensive line, and now it's getting back into the linebackers and secondary, there's no longer really gaps, but there's leverage. And what we mean by that is if I am playing inside linebacker, I need to know which direction I'm trying to force this runner to. Ideally, I'd love to make the tackle, but I need to force him to my teammate, because if we play as a team, we're going to be far better than an individual trying to make a single play. So everybody's got a responsibility up front. somebody's out of their gap. Now the play's gone into the linebacker area or into the secondary. Now we're dealing with the leverage, understanding of which way I need to knock this guy or force this guy if I can't make the tackle. Almost every single big running play in football is because either somebody missed a tackle or somebody didn't play with leverage. An example would be if you're playing cornerback, your responsibility is either to force the ball out of bounds, who's the greatest tackler in the history of football, the sideline, or to force it back inside to your safety. If you lose leverage and you give up the sideline and you didn't force this guy out of bounds, how can the safety make the tackle? We've all seen on these bubble screens that everyone runs in all levels of football. That guy catches the ball, he may dip in, but ideally he needs to dip back out because he's only got one or two defenders to deal with out there, as opposed to if he cuts back in, now he's got 9 guys coming at him. It's a bit of a math problem if you're the guy who likes to cut in because there's big, mean guys coming from the inside. So your ability as a defense to leverage people, even if you miss the tackle, to force them to your teammate is how you reduce big plays and slow, prolific rushing attacks down. And yes, it's difficult over radio to break all that down, but gap responsibility, knowing where I'm supposed to be in between these offensive linemen, and then once it breaks the line of scrimmage, understanding who my help is, who am I supposed to knock this ball to if I can't make the tackle.
Stay in your lane, as they like to say.
Then
Chad,
why is Singleton's always chasing somebody that's way outside the lane? Drives me crazy.
Chad, last thing. A guy that won 13 games last year, that won 2 playoff games last year, is out of a job in college football this week. Undoubtedly a bad start for Penn State, but what are we doing in college football anymore? What is happening in this sport at this given moment in the weirdest time in the history of the sport? How is James Franklin out of a job?
Well, the inability to win games against ranked opponents.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the frustration just obviously boiled over. And it wasn't just for this year. It goes back to last year. The teams they beat in the playoffs weren't teams anybody's, going to say is a blue blood in college football. So even that, they kind of greased the sleds there. And as soon as they came against somebody good, they crumbled. So Penn State had this issue for a long time during James Franklin's tenure. And I think college football with the NIL speeds up this process for Coach Mack to go 1-10 at CU and then get a contract extension.
Right.
Those days are gone forever, college football fans, because if the NIL dollars and the booster dollars dry up, you do not have a competitive program. And people don't give money to teams that disappoint them, that break their hearts on Saturday. They can't get it done against a ranked opponent. So I think the folks at Penn State recognize the lay of the land in college football. I'm not saying it's right. I'm not saying I like it, but this is the lay of the land. And the Penn State money machine would dry up if James Franklin was kept there, because people would think we're always going to be good, but never great.
But here's the problem.
Give up their dollars for greatness.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but here's a problem, because Nate brought this up, and this is a breakdown. You paid him to go away. $15 per minute, $913 per hour, $21,917 per day. That's $153,000, almost $154,000 a week, and $666,666 a month to not coach football. And how the hell do you justify that in a broke education? These are still attached to school.
Job in America is being a fired
Fired
college
head
football
coach.
coach.
It's
man.
unbelievable.
I agree. The buyouts for Jimbo Fisher and now for James Franklin, and who else is it going to be this year? It's going to be somebody else.
Bill Belichick.
It always is in college football. So
what about our guy at Michigan State?
Yeah. And and they already had to get rid of Mel Tucker, and he got a lot of his money as well. So yeah, I hear you. It feels insane and it feels unsustainable, but it just speaks to the amount of money involved in this sport. As a guy who travels almost every week and goes to the biggest stadiums in the country, I got Tennessee, Alabama this week.
Ooh, gold-plated.
We park about 6 blocks away from the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
There will be 100,000 plus people in Bryant-Denny Stadium this weekend.
Yep.
85,000 of them will have multiple items of Alabama gear on. And they will buy food and they will do parking. And this experience is going to cost them $400 or $500 just for the game itself, plus all the accessories, plus the hotels and the restaurants and everything. There's so much money. We are so thirsty for football. It feels like the money well is never going to run dry for these programs that are forced or feel forced to make these moves. I know on paper it doesn't always make financial sense, but when I see all those people every single weekend, I go, yes,
well,
it completely makes sense.
And Chad, even without all the T-shirts and all the tickets, the television dollars itself make it a profitable entity. It's incredible. Chad Brown, everybody. Chad, excellent stuff. By the way, enjoy lovely Tuscaloosa this week, man.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it'll be a good one. I got Alabama in this one though. LSU coming up later this next month. That's going to be a really good one. Looking forward to that one. I'm on that call as well.
By the way, 80,000 of those fans have Alabama tattoos.
There you go.
They have children named Roll Tide. Chad Brown, thanks, buddy. Chad Brown, Westwood 1. Great to have, as always, power rankings. We're doing it next. Why wait to find a genie in a lamp and wish for riches when you can play Mega Millions jackpot $600 million? Take that, college football. So get your lucky numbers ready. Pick up a ticket today and get ready to grant your own wishes. The Colorado Lottery knows we all have wishes for what we would do if we won. Travel the world. Get your dream home. Well, whatever your wishes are, however big they are, Mega Millions jackpot, big enough to grant them all. Andy, what fall break vacation could you take with that kind of money with $600 million?
Well, I guess after I bought out James Franklin to ease the burden on Penn State, which I wouldn't do, where would you go? You know what? I'm still getting the yacht. You and I like a boat.
We do.
One point, we got to be on a boat with a helipad. I'm helipadding to the boat, already in a tropical destination.
Put
what do
me
you
in
think
the
of
boat.
that?
Yeah, you know
a
what?
Bond yacht.
What about a boat on Mars?
Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to buy the boat, build a football field on said mega yacht, and get them to play a game for me right there.
Drawings every Tuesday and Friday. Pick 6 numbers, $5 a ticket, $600 million, folks. Choose your lucky numbers or do a quick pick. Have your numbers picked for you. The jackpot keeps growing until someone wins. It's Mega Millions. The jackpot, $600 million from the Colorado Lottery. Yeah, it is power ranking time here on a Tuesday afternoon. That is when I peruse the assorted NFL power rankings and figure out what does everybody think of those Denver Broncos. We'll dive into it in just a moment. But first, you need your 420 keyword, Andy. Your keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We got a great giveaway going on right here. By the way, if you don't win on Avalanche Ticket Tuesday, there's a second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. /AvsTix. Tix with an X.
X.
AvsTix. Concessions are awesome this year at Ball Arena. $5 items at Section 112 at the Grab and Go Social at Section 319. Dogs, popcorn, candy chips, all the good stuff. $5. Also $10 domestic draft beer at select locations and plenty of new vendors this year out there at Ball Arena. So get out to a game. Your keyword this hour, text it in to 303-504-0925. That's 303-504-0925. Your keyword this hour, stick.
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 Or a good tackle.
Text
Stick.
Stick. Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925.
How come they still call it a hockey stick? They're not really made of wood anymore, right? They're all carbon fiber and all that.
Do you want to call it a hockey carbon fiber?
A CB?
Let's just go with stick. That'll be just fine. So text stick to 303-504-0925.
Name a stick not made of wood.
25. A tackle. Although you're laying the wood on a tackle.
Well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, sticks are in every sport. You got a stick in baseball, that's your bat. You got a stick in basketball, a sticky defender. You stick with a guy. Stick, Andy. You ready for power rankings?
Stick and stay.
Let's stick with the format and get to the power rankings here. Week 7 power rankings. These power rankings are weird, man. They're all over the map. Are you ready for this today?
I can't wait because I was curious the moment that game got done how this would all shake out.
Uh-huh. Yeah,
because the highlights kind of ignored that game for good reason.
What were they going to show?
Right.
Look, Josh Reynolds had an 11-yard catch.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Ditched his old team.
Yeah. Basically a touchdown to Adkins, and that was it. Even the safety that happened wasn't cool. It was a holding in the end zone safety.
Yeah.
Safeties themselves are cool plays, except the Broncos had the lamest one possible.
Safeties are so rare they can be fun.
Yeah.
Except when it's a dumb holding call.
Right. Then it's stupid.
Stick.
303-504-0925. Text stick along with your first and last name, and you can win Avalanche tickets. ESPN, Andy, heard of him? New employer of Eric Johnson. ESPN last week said the Broncos were the 10th best team in the NFL. After they go out and score 13 points while allowing 11 to the New York Jets in London, they're still the 10th best team in the NFL, according to ESPN. Number 10.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess fair enough.
10
You didn't
spot.
lose.
You didn't lose.
You didn't lose.
10 spot.
Yeah.
Score 13, stay at 10.
You tried to lose.
Yeah.
But you didn't.
NFL.com.
Yep.
The league has their own website. NFL.com. Last week, they said the Broncos were the 10th best team in the NFL. After a 13-11 victory over the New York Jets at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium on the slippery turf, well, the Broncos fall one spot to number 11.
This one goes to 11.
These go to 11.
You lose, and you go down.
Well,
according to NFL.com.
Look, dude. You barely won against a winless team.
You did.
So the one place fall.
Yep.
I'm not going to be mad at you.
TheAthletic.com, a website
dedicated to athletics.
To athletics. Written by a bunch of people that aren't all that athletic.
Well, yes.
TheAthletic.com last week said the Broncos were the 10th best team in the NFL. Had them at number 10. 13-11, and you beat the Jets. You move up 3 spots to 7.
7.
Yeah.
Whoa.
7.
A lot of contact, man.
By the way, that's the Week 7 power rankings. As recently as Week 4, the Broncos were 17th in the Athletics rankings. Now they're 7th. It's quite the juxtaposition, if you will.
Yeah. Who's writing those? We need to find out from Nick. Do you know?
I'm not sure. I believe it's one of those things they credit to the athletic staff. I think they vote on it. Actually, it's like a AP poll. CBS Sports, Dion.
I'm not doing nothing with CBS. Next question.
Mm-hmm. Last week, Pete Prisco at CBS had the Broncos ranked at number 10. 10 was popular last week.
10 was kind of the deal.
Yeah, they liked Denver at 10 after they beat Philadelphia. After they beat the Jets, Andy, the Broncos skyrocket 4 spots to number 6. 6.
Okay.
Says CBS.
They don't care.
The Sacer.
Aesthetics be damned.
Yeah.
Is that Pete Prisco writing
It
those?
sure is.
Well, then aesthetics be damned indeed.
Double P's.
Yeah.
He says Denver is the 6th best team in the NFL.
And he won't hear otherwise.
Now listen to this, and maybe this is an example of the world correcting itself. The Ringer.
Of course.
TheRinger.com last week had the Broncos down at 13.
Right? How did they have? What did he have him 2 weeks ago? He begrudgingly put him pretty high 2 weeks ago, right?
He's had him high all year. The funny part is the Broncos keep winning.
He keeps dropping.
They keep dropping him. Ringer says they're the 14th best team in the NFL now.
All right.
They plummet 1 spot to 14.
One slot slide. What are you going to do?
The old 1 spot slide. Yeah, so they drop. Second drop on the board. Both NFL.com and The Ringer dropped the Broncos after this victory. Pro Football Talk, it's a website which writes words about pro football. I guess they have shows where they talk about it too. They said Broncos were 10 last week. They went on the road against the Jets, and the Broncos launch upwards 3 spots to number 7. 7.
John Elway's number.
Second 7 on the list. Now, USA Today, a newspaper from the USA Today, they had him at 10 last week. Broncos launch 4 spots to 6, says USA Today.
Okay.
And
they're
finally,
liking the defense.
Our friend Frank Schwab.
Frankie.
Yahoo Sports.
Schwabi.
Yahoo was the highest ranking on the board last week at 6. They beat the Jets by a grand total of 2 points. And the Broncos fire up 1 spot to number 5.
Cotton Schwab doing it again.
We're talking top 5, baby.
Yeah.
For the Denver Broncos, says Yahoo Sports. Listen to this, okay? Your average ranking this week is 8. So we're talking single digits for Denver. Moved up 2 spots on average from number 10 a week ago. We had 5 risers, 2 drops, 1 stick. Stick is your keyword at 303-504-0925 on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. Stick plus your first and last name. Text it into 303-504-0925 to win Avalanche tickets right now. Biggest risers on the board, CBS and USA Today at +4. Biggest drops, NFL and The Ringer, both -1. The only stick on the board was ESPN at 10. 5 of the 8 rankings have the Broncos in single digits, and there is a 9-spot range. Yahoo has the Broncos at 5. The Ringer has the Broncos at 14.
There it is.
There it is, everybody. That is your Week 7 power rankings. The Broncos, on average, the 8th best team in the NFL. A defense is carrying a heavy load right now, Andy.
It is.
It's a really good defense.
Trying to think. See, the thing about playing that early game is you get to watch the other teams. And then we had 2 Monday Nighters, of which I took in a little of both last night because the Avs played so early.
Honestly, what I took that is the rankers watched that game and were just like, this defense is
otherworldly.
This is special. And
just ridiculous.
By the way, it is. And I got some numbers that we're going to dive into coming up at 5:20 today here on the show. We have got some stuff on the Broncos' offensive issues and a lot of stuff on how good this defense is. Jeff Legwold is freshly back from England. We'll talk to him next on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Jeff Legwold, freshly back from Tottenham Hotspur. He is with us here on a Tuesday afternoon. Jeff Legwold brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, let's start with transactions. The Broncos had many a transaction today, most notably Matt Peart goes to IR. What happened there? And Darren Rizzi brings in the arm out of the bullpen. JT Gray is here to fix the special teams. Tell us what's happening.
Yeah, Nate, my understanding is, like a lot of times, in the 12 hours or so after a game, a player will often have something cropped up maybe he didn't feel when the adrenaline was flowing, but my understanding was that Matt Peart notified the medical staff, hey, my knee is, had some swelling, and he said he had some pain, and they sent him for an MRI when they got back to Denver and discovered that it's a serious enough injury that he's going to IR, for the near future. So that means they'll be on their third guard now on the left side, and that is a significant position there. You're down pretty far on the internal part of the line for a team that's spent much of the time in three wide here, over the last month or so. So it's a big deal. I'll be intrigued to see how they intend to do it. Calvin Throckmorton was on their practice squad, and they moved him to the active roster, and he has started games before in the NFL, for the Ravens, and it's been with the Broncos now. So I don't know if they'll move Palczewski in there, which is the other reserve guard. He worked most of the time on the right side in camp. So it'll be one of those two guys. And again, that can impact a lot of your offense if you can't control the interior.
What about the gunner they assigned? I mean, is this going to help the special teams? Chad Brown said if you got one guy that's elite at the special teams, it can change things. Is that what you're expecting here?
Well, he's definitely got history with Sean Payton and is a proven player. I want to see him on the practice field and see him move around a little bit because, a couple of years ago, he was far too good to be on somebody's practice squad. And, it's not like the Ravens are lighting it up right now in terms of roster depth, and they did not have him on the active roster either. And in his prime, he was one of the league's best special teams players, and the Broncos certainly need help. You can't give up kickoff returns at 72 and 31 at key portions of the game, especially now when that field position you're almost in field goal range if you have any sort of kickoff return.
Yeah, it really is the case, and it's kind of wild. You look at that game. I mean, Jeff, so many different ways the defense bailed the Broncos out on Sunday in London. Like, the 3-and-outs offensively were a massive issue. Did you realize the Jets started 5 drives at their own 42 or better and never scored a touchdown in that game? Like, that, when you talk about one unit winning that game, it's phenomenal the way they did it. And again, I got to give Sean Payton credit for the way that he managed that game and leaned into his defense to win it. I ask you this question, Jeff Legwold, and I asked it of Andy earlier. Is there a unit in the NFL, anybody's offense, defense, special teams, anything, that you would rank above the Denver defense right now?
Not at this moment. I mean, the Colts game is the Colts game. They can't hide from, I think there were 3 plays in that game of 40 yards, at least 40 yards that the Colts put up. So you can't hide from that. But for a team that's played 2 home games, which is really where defenses get the juice because the noise is on their side, then to be doing what they're doing, with 4 road games already on the docket is impressive. And look, one team leads the NFL in 3rd down conversion, 4th down conversion, and red zone. I mean, that's ridiculous to lead in all 3. To have 30 sacks after 6 games is ridiculous. And, Sunday wasn't the first game where they've bailed the Broncos out when a team keeps starting, great field position, they've done it all previously this year as well. And my oddest number from the game that just struck me was, depending how you count, a lot of Justin Fields is, was it a called run? Was it a scramble? But by my count, he had 22 dropbacks. He was sacked on 9 of them. I mean, I'm not sure we've ever seen in the modern era quite that ratio of being thrown on the ground to drop back ratio. But they're on a heater right now. And, I got to believe Vance Joseph is getting the attention of team owners because not only are they doing this, they've been really innovative in how they've done it. I mean, there was one 4-man rush in London Sunday where 2 of the rushers are DBs. I mean, they are just creating illusions and changes and things that make NFL quarterbacks have to pause. And if you pause very long, they're going to get you.
By the way, Jeff, along those lines, like if you look at the next gen stuff, it'll tell you that the Broncos are blitzing more than anybody else in the NFL, which you're defining as bringing more than 4 rushers. But like with this defense, it's their base is almost to bring 5 because, and I think they can do it because their secondary is so friggin' good. But like they will gladly rush Benito and Cooper on the exact same play and then rush the 3 up front that are the 3 down linemen, and they have the 6 back in coverage, but also like because your secondary is so good, like you call that a blitz again technically because it's more than 4, and yet I would say that's basically the base of what VJ is doing.
And even they've got what I would consider 4-man blitzes that aren't counted.
Yeah,
where it's 1 defensive lineman, a linebacker, and 2 DBs. I mean, to me, that's a blitz. You've given the quarterback all kinds of out-of-the-box things to look at. But, they're just their talent level right now in the fits. They've done the personnel part of this equation. They've fit guys to what they're doing. I mean, there's several rushes where Benito will come out of his stance. He influences the protection, and then like Sunday, he drops into a spy role. In case Justin Fields runs. I mean, that's all really, their simulated pressures are inventive. And, what they did in Philly was nowhere the same as what they did in London against the Jets. I mean, just their week-to-week ability to, watch the birdie, which helmet is the pebble under, I mean, they are just doing things that are innovative and really difficult for quarterbacks. And they can do that because they're deeper in the secondary than most teams could even think about. And just their usage of McMillan and Jahdae Barron in these nickel and dime roles. They've got Barron in on some specific nickel snaps. And when they're in the dime, I mean, they are just horrible to deal with if you're the quarterback.
All right, this is probably a better question for Friday, but I'm going to ask it to you today anyway. What do you think is any guess on Dre Greenlaw for the week? You think it would look like a Malcolm Roach where if you see him at least practice a bit, maybe next week's the week? What do you think's going on there? Is it still the great mystery?
I mean, until I see him, even doing more work off to the side, Andy, I can't give you a great answer. I mean, Roach, you could stand out there and see Malcolm Roach was making progress. If they could be working Greenlaw, inside when we're out there to keep it all under wraps, and that he is doing well, but I don't have a good answer for you. I have not seen the progression to the outside doing stuff with trainers like they often do before a guy returns to practice.
Jeff Legwold is with us, ESPN.com. Jeff, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW Local 68. Start with a job, end with a career. Jeff, let's talk about the offense here for a moment, which, wasn't great on the road there in London. I was looking at some of the snap count stuff. Dobbins 30 snaps. This is of 60 offensive snaps. Dobbins 30, Harvey 17. McLaughlin had 6 and an ill-fated screen pass out there. I'm looking at the tight ends. Engram 28 snaps. Adkins 23. Troutman 23. Again, the receivers, Cortland Sutton is up at 80%, and everybody else is kind of all over the map. Like, could Sean Payton really benefit from just paring down the personnel groupings and just finding what works with any consistency?
I have, climbed that hill many times this year. That is my opinion. I have asked him multiple times about that exact thing, and he has always answered me the same way, and that's that he believes the constant changes is difficult for a defense to handle. But I think, when you have a 12-year quarterback, a 13-year quarterback, many Pro Bowls, much experience, I think it's a much different equation he had in New Orleans, and it probably was very challenging for a defense. But I think this Bronco group, I'm a big believer in coaching the team you have.
With a second-year quarterback.
And I don't think there's any way this group can find a rhythm with that amount of change. Look, I know you got players you believe in, are talented, and you want to get them snaps, but I think this group would benefit by just sticking with, maybe a little closer to a 70% snap count for a lot of those guys. And then that 30% is where you can have some impact in situational substitutions. But, snap after snap, it looks like a line change, coming over the boards. I mean, it's just, I know for a fact I've not covered a team. I think it's even more than last year, and I've been going through it a little by little with even some last year's game video to make sure I'm not just, I don't often remember things the way I should. But no, I've been going through it, and this is the most, I think, of any team I've ever covered, and I think it's the last 3 games it's been the most this season.
It's wild the amount of different personnel groupings they're using. And he talks about the constant changes being difficult for defenses. Nothing is difficult for defenses right now. 2 of their last 8 quarters have been good. Outside of that, this has been rough. Jeff Legwold, everybody, ESPN. Hey, Leggy, man, great job in London. Your coverage was terrific. You were great on the show. The stuff on ESPN.com was awesome. I know that's not the easiest circumstances under which to do your job as a beat reporter, but you crushed it. So well done, man.
I appreciate you guys. Thanks for giving me a venue.
All right. That's the great Jeff Legwold with us right there on a Tuesday afternoon. We have the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL, including many different Bronco transactions to hit you with when we come back on Altitude Sports Radio. Time for the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL on a Transaction Tuesday. Let's dive into it. Mark Springer.
All right, we got Broncos news to kick off the high 5. Many transactions, but this is probably the most significant of the day. Now, starting left guard, Matt Peart has been placed on IR. According to Mike Kliss, he suffered a knee injury on the 3rd play of the game against the Jets, although Peart was able to play every offensive snap the rest of the game.
He held on.
Hey, whoa.
Thank you.
Hey-o. Where's my boy?
Holding.
Thank you.
Number 76.
He also jumped, I think he had a false start in there, too.
He had all sorts of things
He
going
sure
on.
did.
He got flat-backed on a twister.
1 game, 3 penalties, and now he's done for the year.
Poor
Hey-
guy.
Hey, you know what, though? Still pays.
Well, we don't know if he's done for the year, but could
Yeah,
be.
Yeah, it's still a good paying gig.
Yeah.
What else happened today, Spring?
I think the next most significant move was that the Broncos have signed special teams specialist JT Gray, who had played 7 seasons with the New Orleans Saints under Sean Payton and Darren Rizzi, but he was signed off of the Ravens practice squad.
All right, now hold on. You want to dig it out? Because the people are calling for it. The long time Kreckman and Lindahl and even longer time Kreckman and Company listeners want to know, can Mark Springer find the open to his JT Gray and ace? We've had texts.
I cannot
We've had
edit
tweets.
in JT that quickly.
John Gray, questionable ace. JT Gray, most likely not an ace. Although he was a 3-time All-Pro. He was a second-team All-Pro last year as a special teamer for the Saints, and then he was on the Ravens practice squad.
Yeah, that's why Jeff told us if you missed the interview and just got in your car, Jeff said he wants to see this guy. Now, he's got connections with both Peyton and Rizzi. He's been a special team stud a long time. Both Chad Brown and Jeff Legwald said this guy should make a difference, but Jeff is curious where the health is at because, as we all know, Baltimore is one of the most depleted, injury-depleted teams in the league.
Yeah, so he...
So what's the deal, guy? Why aren't you playing?
Great question. He's on the Broncos now. By the way, JT, Juantavius Tavon Gray.
What was JT Comfer?
Timothy.
Oh. Checks
Accurate.
I actually don't remember what it was, but
James Thomas.
everybody
Could be Timothy.
kept calling him Timothy for a while there. 877 goals now.
Yeah.
Call JT Comfer. JT Realmuto. He was once considered by the Rockies, except they, didn't make the acquisition.
Was there
and now he's on the Phillies.
JT O'Sullivan? Wasn't he a quarterback somewhere?
That sounds right
Let's
to
roll
me.
with it. Who knows? We don't need to know.
JT O'Sullivan, isn't he he's the YouTuber now.
Is he?
I think he does the YouTube videos on the QB breakdowns.
He's basically the new Orlovsky.
I've watched some of his stuff. It's
That's
pretty good,
right.
actually.
Did it a year ago.
Mm-hmm.
You got JT the Brick?
Sure. You want?
You certainly do.
That's about it for JTs.
Julius Thomas?
Well,
he was kind of a JT.
Yeah.
All right. So anyway,
Was there a JT on Home Improvement?
That was JTT, Jonathan Taylor
There you
Thomas. Yes.
Sure.
Mm-hmm. Continue, Spring.
High five. That was quality JT content.
Thank you.
Hey, Jerry Jones was talking today. He was announcing that the East-West Shrine Bowl will be played at the Ford Center on January 27th, 2026. Couldn't find audio of this, so just pretend this is Jerry talking, all right? Now, he's talking about the Cowboys.
Okay.
And he said, quote, "It just reminded me that we are still in it." He's talking about the loss to the Panthers, but they play the Commanders. They're still in it. Quote, I see much parity, and then you factor in that these teams get compromised with injury, and we can have and may have. But if we should get some good go of it here over the next weeks ahead with our injury situation and return of injury, and we can get some wins, end quote, before adding how he's encouraged. He is how encouraged he is for his team's prospects given the stellar play from Dak Prescott. He says that they are still in the hunt.
So right now, this is the third highest scoring team in the league at 29.7 points per game. Their defense is horrible. But by scoring offense, they're number 3 in the league right now. They will be here to play the Broncos in 2 weeks. Andy, I know the Giants have a really good defensive front. I don't see the Giants coming in and beating the Denver defense. Again, outside of if Brian Burns and that defensive front for the Giants do their thing and create a couple of turnovers and wreak havoc and all of that, I think this could be an interesting football game. But I don't see the Jackson Dart-led Giants being able to hang with Denver's defense. The Dallas game is the one in 2 weeks that I think is a very intriguing football game because the Broncos offense is going to have to legit score points, I think, to win that game.
Yeah, I'll give you this in that scenario. I am worried about jet lag. And remember, the Broncos were one stupid play away from letting at least the Jets have a field goal attempt.
The situation sets up very much in the Giants' favor.
But when you say Jackson Dart coming in, remember, Jackson Dart did not look as good on the road as he has at his 2 home games, which is the huge.
Right.
So I'm with you on that. There's no reason. It may be an ugly game. It may not be the butt whooping we all lust for, but it should still be a win. I'm with you. The Broncos offense may actually have to toe some part of their weight when the Dallas Cowboys come in.
I mean, Dak's having a great year. George Pickens is a revelation right now for them as a receiver. And they get a tight end, Jake Ferguson, that just like the guy who's scoring 1 billion touchdowns. That game is really interesting to me. That to me is a game where I firmly believe the Broncos are going to have to play really good on the offensive side of the ball to win.
I think you could need 21 to 24 points if you want to get that one.
I absolutely agree with you, and we'll see if they can do it. Go ahead, Spring.
High five.
All right, the Ravens fell to 1-5, and only a handful of teams have ever made the playoffs after starting 1-5.
That is a big hole, man.
The 1970 Bengals, the 2015 Chiefs, the 2018 Colts, and the Washington football team in 2020. So the
weren't the 2011 Broncos 1-4?
Yes.
Yes.
And they made the switch to Tebow.
Yes, and they made the playoffs.
So Ravens are on a bye week, and then they host the Bears. Then quick turnaround, they're at the Dolphins for Thursday night football. At the Vikings, at the Browns, versus the Jets, versus the Bengals. After that, okay, he's up a little bit. John Harbaugh yesterday, here he is.
Once again, and a lot of work, and going into a bye week now. Our focus going forward and what we can accomplish for the next 11 games and try to earn our way into the playoffs, which obviously, as pointed out last night, has not been done very often with the record we have, but we still believe we can do it. And really all the focus goes to really 2 things: the bye week and working through every aspect and issue that we can, find every way we can be at our best going forward with the players we have.
So I'll say this for him, Andy. He's in the right division.
Right, that division sucks.
Right now, the Steelers are in first at 4-1. They have as many wins as the rest of the division combined. But, Baltimore has a friendly schedule because of the division that they play in the rest of the way. They got a bye coming up. They got to get Lamar Jackson back. But it's going to, I think, make a tremendous difference. 1-5 is a very big hole, okay? But you've got 11 games to go this season. There is time to turn it around. I'm still not buying the Steelers. I'm not buying Aaron Rodgers and his average depth of target, which is like 4 yards beyond the line of scrimmage. I'm just not there with that Steelers team right now. They could win the division again because the Ravens are in such a deep hole, but I'd say they're in the right division to do it, Andy.
Yeah, and the Ravens still have both Steeler games in front of them.
Yep.
So they could take 2 from the Steelers that way, and then maybe it changes it.
Good call.
I'm not ready to say they're ready to be resurrected because, Lamar was kind of having a weird year before he got hurt. And I don't know what's going on with Derrick Henry. Like, everything that was so good got weird on him real quick. But I wouldn't count him out. Now, the thing you know what I think could get interesting? What could get interesting for them is this Chiefs resurrection. And maybe it's the Ravens and Chiefs battling to try to be – now, for all we know, the Chiefs could come back and start taking the division again. But it might be ultimately the Chiefs and their resurgent that gets in the way of the Ravens and both those teams making the playoffs, but we'll see.
I'm not fully buying the Chiefs yet.
I know you're not, but you've made some pretty bold statements.
I think that Detroit defense is battered and
okay, we'll see. They're starting to feel like their old selves, and it's not even Halloween.
Travis Kelce is his old self, though. He's not putting up those numbers every week. They are getting Rashee Rice back. I'll give him that. And Mahomes is playing well. There's no doubt.
Well,
Mahomes
they found
is
their
playing
running
well.
game.
They've got that going for them. I mean, a little bit with Kareem Hunt. Let's not go overboard.
Okay,
on
but
that
Pacheco
run game.
looked pretty good the other night too. He looked fast and he looked angry.
Yeah, I'm not
Hey,
there
let's go
yet.
ahead. I love that you're doubting him. I love it. I hope you're right. I don't want to be right. I'm just telling you, they feel too New England Patriot to me.
Yeah,
so
I'm
and they still got both games at the Broncos. They've got another. Did they play the Raiders yet? Was that the second game of the year for them?
Yes.
Well, they still got a matchup with the Chargers, who are charging with their injuries. We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now again, I don't know that they're going to be. I don't know that they're going to love playing this Bronco defense, especially here in Denver.
That's what I'm saying.
But Denver's at least got to get the Denver game. Do that.
This Denver defense is going to keep every game winnable for you the rest of this season.
I'm with you.
That's all that matters. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. All right, Thursday night football. Of course, on Thursday night, you can hear that right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It is the Bengals hosting the Steelers. It is only the second time in NFL history that two 40-plus-year-old quarterbacks have gone head-to-head. Tom Brady and Drew Brees did it in the 2020 season. So it's 40-year-old Joe Flacco versus 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers. Steelers defensive end Cam Hayward deemed this the Icy Hot Bowl.
That's good.
That's a good.
I like that.
That's a good name.
No love for Flexall 454. Our guy Chopper Travellini.
Tiger Balm. Anybody?
Aaron Rodgers today commented on the old guy matchup.
Great for all the old guys, you know. I know that when I watch other sports, maybe it's because I'm the older guy, but I tend to pull for the older guys to win championships. I've been friends with Steph for a long time. Steph is one of the older guys in the NBA now. So anytime the Warriors are playing, I'm always pulling for Steph to ball out for them to win. But it's great. I mean, I've known Joe for a long time. He's been great coming to my charity event. He's been a great ambassador for the league. He's had a great career, and it's fun that we're both still playing.
You know, I was texting with a fellow 45-year-old the other night during the Avalanche game, actually, and they kept going on and on. I don't know if John Buccigross mentioned that Brent Burns is 40 years old or not. I don't know if you caught that at all on the broadcast.
Heard it a couple times.
But it did kind of strike us as a couple of dudes from the class of 98 that the old athletes are now still younger than us. That was a realization right there. For most of my life, the old athletes have been older than me. Like Tom Brady was always older than me.
Yeah.
Now they're younger than me.
What struck me is everybody's kids are coming to play now too. And
That
I'm like,
too.
I rooted for your dad. Now here
Right.
you are, and you're 20-something. So
Exactly.
That's what's gotten me going lately. By the way, we could have played a spicy cut. Did you hear what Tomlin said? Tomlin took a shot at the Cincinnati front or at the Cleveland
front office. He was ripping Andrew Berry.
Basically just saying, hey, Andrew Berry must be smarter than the rest of us. But basically he said, because again, there was the word last year when the Steelers played the Colts.
Yeah.
Don't hurt A-Rod. I don't want to face Flacco. So he's got some kind of mad respect for Flacco still.
I love it, man. I love this is how it should be. Let's in division.
Yeah,
coaches should be ripping other.
Well,
GMs.
you know what it is. He's the fantasy owners that's hacked off. The Browns aren't playing anybody against the game he needs to win.
One more quick report here out of Tennessee with Brian Callahan now fired. Cam Ward has given himself. He was asked to give himself a grade. He gave himself an F. Here's my question: what's lower, F or ass? Which one is actually worse? Because he's described himself both ways.
I think they're both occupying the same level of the house.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Yeah, yeah,
yeah.
And I think Callahan probably agrees with him. So look, man, it's not all on Cam Ward. You got to have a better plan. You got to develop these guys. You got to coach these guys better.
If your kid failed a test, would you like it if the teacher just wrote "you ass" on it?
Yeah. Do you realize the last 3 number 1 picks have had their coach fired in season, their play caller fired in season? Cam Ward last year, Caleb Williams, and before that, who was the number 1 pick the year before. Anyway, we're on a 3-year stretch. This is not how you develop young QBs, period.
No, it does not appear to be. Hey, we got another keyword for you for Avalanche tickets for the Bruins game on Saturday. We'll give that to you coming up here in just a moment. But when we come back, let's talk about how good this defense is. Let's talk about what this offense needs to do next. Bronco talk when we return on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 is the station for all Denver sports. And Kreckman and Lindahl. More Nate and Andy next.
Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. How's your energy level been lately? How about your sleep? Are you dealing with brain fog, depression, maybe poor production in the gym, or at least not the way that you're used to seeing it? It's not just getting old. You could be having a problem with your testosterone levels. And if this is the case, head on over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and let them help you out. You could be even dealing with some sexual side effects of this as well, as like a low sex drive. So no need to suffer through this. No need to just say, oh, I'm getting old. This is how it is now. It doesn't have to be that way. You can go over to the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic and you can talk to them about what you've been feeling and what you've been dealing with. They'll draw your blood, have your results in 30 minutes, and you'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider who will review your results with you, discuss your options, and then you can make the decision with their medical team whether to start on testosterone or not. The cost of your first appointment is $99, which does include that medical consult, the T and the PSA test. But if you sign up for testosterone treatment the day of your appointment, that visit is free. Find all the locations of the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com or call them 720-440-7900.
Altitude Sports Radio and Mr. Rooter Plumbing are proud to present the High School Student of the Week.
Brecken Maines of Dakota Ridge High School, senior class president, varsity baseball player, superfan and voice of Dakota Ridge football. Brecken Maines does it all and always with heart. A true role model on campus and off. Congratulations, Brecken.
Mr. Rooter Plumbing, proudly rooting for high school students and athletes.
Hey, if you're a journeyman electrician in the state of Colorado, I'm sure you're proud of what you do. And you're probably ready to make more money. Be a part of a winning team. Call my friends over at the IBEW Local 68. Guys, you can earn at least $46 an hour plus over $20 an hour in benefits. It's time for you to get paid what you're worth. Call my friends at International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers Local 68 or go online at IBEW68.com to learn more.
It's football season, Denver. Host your next tailgate party on the back of a tough new Ram truck during the Drive into Fall event at Johnson Auto Plaza. Make that game-winning drive to Brighton, where nobody has more tailgates to choose from than the truck fanatics at Johnson Auto Plaza. The Johnsons have been serving Colorado for over 30 years, and over that time, I've watched them grow into one of the best dealerships in the state. And they did it the right way, working hard to have what people want and then treating people fairly. Shopping at Johnson Auto Plaza is easy. Hundreds of vehicles, friendly, knowledgeable sales staff, and a smooth, quick process that'll have you in and out in no time. That's the power of the plaza. Johnson Auto Plaza. Selection, service, and savings all in one place. Exit here for all tailgates. Johnson Auto Plaza, north of E470 on Highway 85, johnsonautoplaza.com, and also in Laramie.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Kreckman and Lindahl, presented by Colorado Off-Road. Colorado grown, Colorado owned, Colorado Off-Road. Online at cooffroad.com. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Time for another keyword on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. We're giving away tickets to the Bruins game coming up on Saturday. By the way, new fan-friendly concessions this year at Ball Arena, all kinds of $5 items. That's right. You don't got to take out a loan just to eat at the game. Hot dogs, popcorn, candy, chips, fries, pretzels, and fountain soda. You can get that Section 112, Section 319, and the Colorado Social Grab and Go. $5 items out at Ball Arena this year. Plus new vendors, all local restaurants, Redeemer Pizza, Nola Jane's, Big Belly Barbecue, Mexico City. Get the fried tacos. Unbelievable. Illegal Burger and Jake's Baby D's. It's all out there at Ball Arena this year. You want to win tickets to the Bruins game on Saturday on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday? Well, you have to text in this hour's keyword, Captain.
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 Ride, Captain, ride.
Captain.
303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text Captain.
Captain.
Along with your first and last name to 303-504-0925 right now, and you are entered to win tickets for the Bruins game on Saturday.
Boston. Middlestat returns for his revenge. They're just facing all their former guys. Casey Middlestat, Bo Byram. Sure, there's some other dudes on the other team. Oh, yeah, Rantanen against Dallas.
Against Dallas, yeah.
Charlie Coyle, Miles Wood, Thursday.
Columbus.
Playing for the BJs, huh? All right. So let's do this, Andy.
What are we doing?
You want defense or do you want offense first? What do you want to talk about?
You take your pick. What are you most spicy for?
It's Broncos defense rules.
Okay, let's go offense. You've told me that. Let's go offense.
There's more you need to hear, though, about how good this defense
I'm
is.
aware how good they are.
I don't know if you are.
I think I am.
Let me tell you how friggin' good they are. Do you know how many sacks they have the last two games?
15?
14. 14 sacks over the last two games. They had 5 in Philly. They had 9 against the Jets. Did you realize right now, 14 sacks the last two games, over the balance of the year, 22 teams in the NFL, 22 of them have 14 or fewer sacks total.
Yeah. We've played 6 games?
Yeah.
Yeah.
4-2. They are that friggin' good right now. This is the best third down defense in the league. This is the best fourth down defense in the league. This is the best red zone defense in the NFL. This team is absolutely bottling up the run, as they did on Sunday against the Jets. Justin Fields didn't do anything. Breece Hall barely did anything in that game. Nobody can get a passing game going. How about Surtain, again, just erasing another player? Garrett Wilson, 3 catches, 13 yards.
Yeah.
The leading receiver was our old buddy Josh Reynolds, who had 3 catches for 25 yards on Sunday.
Half of them on one, didn't he?
Yeah. He had,
Like
he
11
had,
or-
he had an 11-yard reception. That was the long play of the game. The Broncos did not allow an explosive play in that game. 11 yards was the long play of the day, 82 total yards for the Jets. It's incredible what these guys are doing. I want to talk a minute about Riley Moss. And we had a conversation with Chad Brown about this earlier in the show, Andy. Riley Moss is a guy that is going to be a lightning rod because he's going to get beaten, right?
Sure.
He's going to give up plays because the other guys are on scholarship too, and he's playing across from a Hall of Famer.
He gets more chances to break up a pass than anybody else.
But listen to some of the numbers on Riley Moss. Right now, opposing quarterbacks, Kosminer had this, are completing only 48.6% of their passes when targeting Moss. He has a sub 50% completion rate against him. It was at 65% last year, meaning he's only getting better. They're producing an 82 passer rating when targeting him. That was a drop from 95.4 last season. Even 95.4 is not bad. An 82 passer rating against is phenomenal with what he is able to do. Now, Vance Joseph had some comments about Riley last week where he was just like, look, there's still some things that he can do better. He sometimes can be overly aggressive. Sometimes he plays the fade a little tough and he can get beat over the top. Obviously, we saw Jalen Hurts get him to Devontae Smith in that way. But right now, like, he is playing A-plus level corner. He just happens to be playing across from A++ Patrick Surtain. And this is a dude that right now, like, I'm telling Broncos fans, okay, complain about Riley Moss all you want to. If there was any lesser player out there across from Surtain, you'd have a way bigger problem with that guy.
I would add on to that. You better enjoy it because I'm not sure they're going to be able to afford him when his contract comes up. So you better enjoy it while you got it.
I mean, just look at the litany of guys that were across from Champ Bailey over the years.
Yeah, and again, I believe it's part of the reason why they drafted Jahdae Barron. I know everyone keeps scratching their head about the pick. I think they know if Riley Moss, and remember, he's got one more year on his deal because he was a second-round pick, third-round pick.
Third-round pick.
You've probably got one more year of him hanging out in town, and I don't know if you're going to be able to afford him because you're going to be getting near. If Bo earns it, you may have to pay him, and then Riley Moss probably goes away.
The run defense for the Broncos right now over the last 3 games has given up 3.3 yards per carry, second best mark in the NFL over that stretch. We talked about Jonathan Taylor and Omarion Hampton had good games against this defense. The last 3 weeks, nobody's been able to run the ball on Denver. Now, again, like you got some tough games coming up. We know that that's going to be the case. Like Scadaboo's a fun player.
But you got Malcolm Roach back, and that helps. That's really huge.
And that's huge.
Now, it'd be great if you got Dre Greenlaw back.
That would also certainly help things. But this defense is, and we're going to get into the offense stuff here in just a minute, Andy, but like this defense keeps you in every single game that you play.
Look, it makes me feel better because it was one of the takes that you and I, a lot of us had. We weren't unique to it. I said the only reason why I'll entertain the Super Bowl talk is I do think that's how good this defense is.
Yeah.
The numbers are saying that they are. However, let's take a look at the other sides of the ball.
There's problems right now on the Broncos offense. And
on the special teams too.
There's problems with the advanced numbers when you look at what they're doing. There's problems with the old counting stats, or I heard somebody the other day call them boomer stats, which I thought was kind of funny. But the Broncos' offensive issues, we saw it the other day, okay? They had 4 possessions in the second half that produced a trio of 3-and-outs and a safety. That was all in a row. It got so bad to the point they got to a 3rd down and 10, and Sean Payton said, I'm just going to give the ball to Adam Prentice. I don't care.
Yeah.
Just straight up.
Tried to fool him.
I mean,
didn't we also get an Evan Ingram jet sweep?
Sure did. He actually got 7 yards on that.
He did
play.
all right on it, but I did have to kind of laugh.
It wasn't Scangarello quality.
Yeah, it was better than when Noah Fant did it, but
yeah. The running backs only averaged 2.6 yards per carry the other day, and the Jets they were not afraid to say we will load up the box on you, and we don't believe your quarterback can beat us, and it almost worked. It was good. Bo Nix in the second half of that game was 4 for 10 for 47 yards.
You realize he went 20 minutes of game time because it wasn't until the 10-minute mark of the fourth quarter that he finally accrued a passing yard?
Heinous.
Cannot have that.
Yeah, no, he didn't play well the other day. And he's having his problems. The Broncos currently are tied for 3rd in the NFL with 30 punts.
Oof.
That's a lot of Crawshaw.
Yeah, the guy we were worried about has been the least of our problems.
He's been pretty good. Yeah, he's not perfect, but he's been pretty good. The Broncos only have 14 explosive plays. Only 6 teams in the NFL have fewer than that. Their average 3rd down distance is 7.6 yards to go. That is 30th in the entire NFL. At times, it feels like it's a flashback to the Russell Wilson offense of just constantly being in 3rd and long. Now, here's the good news on Bo Nix, okay? And I was just digging through again just this season's passing stats in the NFL. And Andy, I'm here to tell you, Bo's not doing very well. By success rate, he's 26th in the NFL. Which is not good. His passer rating currently ranks in at 24th. His QBR, which is on a scale of 0 to 100, is also 24th at 43.5. He's not having a good year as an NFL quarterback. Now, here's the good news, though. Even amongst all of those issues, he has only been sacked this year, and I want to make sure I get this number correct. Bo Nix has only been sacked 6 times. 6. Which is it's there. Let's see. I'm looking at quarterbacks with less. I mean, amongst guys that are, let's see. Daniel Jones has only been sacked 5 times. That's pretty much it amongst guys that have started every game. So he's not taking the negative plays. Like Bo is, he's managing the game as Sean Payton needs him to do. He's not, he doesn't have a ton of turnover-worthy plays. He's not throwing a bunch of picks or anything else like that. He's avoiding the negative stuff. He's not hitting the deep balls. He's not hitting the explosives. And one of the things that I've really noticed, and I would say this even goes back as far as like the Cincinnati game, their offense is starting to become pretty predictable.
Well, that's the problem. That's part of the problem. Look, I am going to push back. I know it's not technically a negative play. You missing the big shots is a negative play. Mm-hmm. This team needs a big play. It's amazing what the big play does. And I'm talking about something 20 yards or more. Just it gets a rhythm going. Right. It feels like it gets their confidence up. It makes Sean comfortable going to tempo.
It makes drives easier. Yes. You need chunks.
They're like a lot of offenses. You're not going to go 15 plays all the time. You're just not. So he's got to start hitting those. He can't miss the shots when the receivers are open. And we're going to get the text. The receivers aren't doing him any favors either. Listen, that throw the other day was nowhere near anybody. Again, all I ask Bo to do, I don't understand why he feels the need to run himself into the throw up the pocket when last year he had just fine success standing still and throwing the football. I don't know why this has changed, and I don't know why they haven't been able to change it. It just baffles my mind.
He sucked out the deep ball last year too.
Yeah, I get it, but he at least hit a few standing still. Mm-hmm. I've not seen him complete one of these where he runs into the throw. I don't understand why he thinks that's the way to go. There's yet to be success on it. He missed the one in Indy. He did one. I think he missed one in Philly.
The crow hop,
Yeah. You don't need to do it, dude.
Throws it like an outfielder.
You didn't do that when you hit Mims on the long one against the Browns last year. You didn't do that when you nailed Franklin on the long one against the Bills last year. Where did this line of thinking come from? I don't get it.
He doesn't have a special arm. That's not to say that he can't zip it every now and then.
Yeah.
But like it was so funny. I think you were on the hall, and it was the play yesterday where Josh Allen hit Joshua Palmer for, 43 yards or whatever.
Allen?
It was early on in the game. But like you saw that highlight. Flick of the wrist.
Yes.
Now again, I realize that guy is the gold standard. He's a freak. I get that part of it, but to still be able to be accurate and not have to put the entire body into the throw, it's meaningful. When you don't have to redline, you can be a more accurate thrower of the football. And right now, like when the shots are there, he's not hitting them. And honestly, Andy, like I got a feeling that at times with this offense, Sean is just calling them to try and loosen things up. I don't even know if he believes that the play is going to get hit. I think he hopes it does. But I don't even know if he necessarily believes it. I think, again, every now and then he just wants him to have to think about, okay, they could be going play action. We can't just be crashing the line of scrimmage.
Yeah, I'm with you, and you need to show it. I'd like to see a little more from Pat Bryant in the coming weeks because, again, I think that he's the kind of receiver right in the wheelhouse here. I hope the Evan Ingram thing is ramping itself up, and we're going to be talking a lot of good Evan Ingram things in the coming weeks. I think, we'll see how Throckmorton or Palczewski or whoever gets the assignment for those that missed it. Pert goes on IR today. He had a knee injury. Apparently, according to Mike Kliss, he wrote an over-exuberant tweet about how apparently Pert hurt it on the third play of the game and played through it, which, again, you know what? Tip of the cap to you. But they've got to figure this out. I don't know how much this is going to affect the running to the left side. He can't start favoring the right side too much because as Chad Brown told us and Jeff Legwold told us, and you pointed out, the Jets were like, we're stacking the box. We're not going to let you run. And until you throw us out of this defense, we're not going to do anything about it. This is, again, where I would like to see other, teams are going to really lock in on Cortland Sutton, too. Someone else is going to have to make some plays.
So I want to dig into, and shout out to Parker Gabriel of the Post, who always tweets this out every week. I appreciate him for doing this work. He always tweets out the snap count numbers. Against the Jets on Sunday in London, the Broncos ran 60 offensive plays, okay? So 60 total, the 5 across the front, and Bo, they played all 60 snaps. Cortland Sutton played 48 of the 60 for 80%. Like, yeah, that's probably how much he should be out there. That's good. But beyond that, it just it gets so wonky.
Yep, too choppy.
Yeah. Pat Bryant, 35 snaps. Troy Franklin, 35 snaps.
How about Mims?
Marvin Mims, 21 snaps. He was out there 35% of the time.
Yet he had one of the bigger plays of the game.
He was effective when he was out there. Let's see. Trent Sherfield played 14 snaps.
How about Ingram?
So let's get to the tight ends. Ingram, 28 snaps. So he was out there for 47% of the plays. Nate Adkins, 23 snaps. Adam Troutman, 23 snaps. Both of them at 38%.
That's a weird number for a guy you signed to be the joker and the answer to a lot of problems, I thought.
And I thought he played well. I thought Ingram really played well the other day.
I'd like to see more of him. I mean, again, he's starting to look like the guy you thought you signed.
Right.
And
4 of his 5 catches went for first downs in that game.
see, to be honest with you, he's made enough plays the other day. It shocks me for you to give me that snap count. It felt like he was out there more.
The thing that Jeff Legwold pointed out last hour when we talked to him about this, the lack of a willingness to find what works, because Sean Payton believes that constant personnel changes make it difficult for the defense. Which, I don't think that's untrue, but I also think it's making it difficult for your offense.
Yeah, including your quarterback.
And again, the fourth quarter against the Eagles was great. The first quarter against the Jets was quite good. Other than that, 6 of the last 8 quarters you've played, you haven't done anything.
No, and it felt like I was worried you were going to lose the game against the Jets, and it felt like you were destined to lose the game against the Eagles.
Right now, your 3 best skill position players are Cortland Sutton, J.K. Dobbins, and Evan Engram. I believe that to be the case with where this team is at right now. Sutton is playing 80% of the snaps. That's what he played the other day. Okay, that's great. But Dobbins is only out there 50% of the time. You got R.J. Harvey for 17 snaps. You got Jaleel McLaughlin for 6 snaps. Let's lean into J.K. Dobbins for a while. He's looking good. And you know what? I don't know if he's going to stay healthy all the way.
Right.
I have no idea. But right now, this offense needs to find its footing and find something it can consistently be good at. And the constant hockey line changes, I think, are making it and I think they're making it tough on a young quarterback. It might have worked great with Drew Brees, but
Drew had already went through 5 years before he got to Sean.
But Bo Nix is a long way from there.
Yeah. You got to accept it.
Right.
And do more. It is funny because we talked to Chad Brown. Hit the podcast if you missed it. We're on Spotify, iTunes, the whole deal. Or go watch it on YouTube. But when we talked to Chad Brown, he said for a defense, you do want to run the football. I asked him, how can this offense, because again, the offense doesn't have to turn into the 2013 Bronco offense where they put up 30, 40 points a game, whatever. They need to be able to at least keep getting first downs to not wear this defense out by the time you get to December, because you're going to lean on these guys for the playoffs. It's clear. As Nate said, they're probably the best unit in the league. I can't think of an offense I'd take over them right now. But if you're going to pull that off, they've got to start converting third downs, and you got to waste some time. Even, you know what I'd like? Again, here's how I think you could still eat some time and play tempo. It goes back to what you said. Keep the personnel groupings in there. Get the play call in there. If you don't sub, they can't sub.
Right.
Get to the line. If you're at the line, they're not going to sub. If they try to sub, you snap the ball. Get you cheap 5 yards. But just you're going to have to live with some groupings in there, and not like Jeff Legwold described it last hour as a hockey line change. That's a lot of people to be shifting in. And again, to your point with the snap numbers, how does anybody get in a rhythm with Bo when one guy's in there 20 plays, the other guy's in, it just, I don't know. But I don't know that it's going to happen either. So I don't know how much this is going to change.
You can still get in this hour to win tickets to the Avs-Bruins game coming up here on Saturday. You got to text the keyword CAPTAIN.
Captain.
To 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text CAPTAIN along with your first and last name, and you are entered to win tickets for Saturday. It's an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday. And don't forget, guys, we got a second chance drawing at altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. So we got one more pair available for you to be able to win on our website, altitudesportsradio.com/AvsTix. ticks. Andy, did you know 13-11 was not a scoregami?
You know who tweeted that out? Did you see?
I did not.
Sean Payton's daughter asked the very question, is that a scoregami?
It is not. I will share with you when we come back the illustrious history of 13-11 games, because it's actually the second one the Broncos have ever played. We'll share that with you next.
Moser. I guess I'm mad because I thought we were beyond all of this. You aren't competing against a team that's given up plenty of points, can't run the damn football. You can't complete a pass downfield, and you're letting that team stick around because of special teams blunders and turnovers. The fact that we're going to week 7 and we have to worry about the stupid Giants, that infuriates me, man. That offense, man, they better work this out, and they better do it in a hurry.
Wake up with Brett Kane at 6 a.m. Then it's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane at 7. Altitude Sports Radio, 92.5.
Jake, these Broncos fans are really getting after it today.
Orange Cash Scratch!
What's that one fan so excited about, Trent?
Orange Cash Scratch!
Ah, the new Denver Broncos Orange Cash Scratch from the Colorado Lottery. You can win up to $100,000 and make any day game day.
Now he's on the field!
And so is security.
Let's go Broncos! Orange Cash Scratch!
Must be 18 to play. Prize equally 68.5% of sales. Overall odds of winning $100,000 top prize or 1 in 420,000. See coloradolottery.com for details.
Football season in full swing, and when your team wins, pull out a tasty victory cigar. Moser here, and right now at participating smoker-friendly locations, they've got Punch cigars at $3 off per stick. That is unheard of. Punch, known for quality and a wide variety of flavor characteristics, are great cigars, and they're $3 off. But it's only for Smoke and Rewards loyalty customers, so take advantage right now. Sign up in-store or go to sfsmokeandrewards.com. That's sfsmokeandrewards.com. Hurry up, this offer ends on Halloween.
You already know that I'm a medical doctor and an attorney. Does it make a difference? Consider this. In medicine, you go to a specialist for the best care. And in law, you should as well. At Ramos Law, I bring my experience as an emergency medicine physician into the courtroom. We speak the language of doctors and the language of law. That means better understanding, better advocacy, and better results. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
You could save thousands of dollars on the products your business uses the most with the Home Depot's new Pro Extra Preferred Pricing. Registering is free and easy. Just have your tax ID or business or contractor's license ready. But don't wait. The current preferred pricing benefit will end on November 15th. Visit your local Pro Desk to register now and unlock the deepest
We'll announce our winner on an Avalanche Ticket Tuesday before we get out of here. Kreckman and Lindahl, Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Andy, 13-11. Not scoreagami. Actually, the third game of its kind in NFL history. The last 13-11 game was Detroit winning at Philly 13-11 back in 1986.
Really?
Prior to that, the first ever 13-11 game, it involved the Broncos. Where were you? January 2nd, 1983.
January 2nd, 1983, I was at Quitman Street in Denver. I don't even remember what we were doing.
Okay.
1983, I'd be 9 years old.
Sounds like it would have been the final game of the 82 campaign.
Super Bowl?
The Broncos would lose 13-11 to the Seattle Seahawks that day at the Seattle Kingdome. The Broncos coached by Dan Reeves, the Seahawks coached by Mike McCormick.
Really?
Broncos lose that day 13-11. Here's what was fun about it, okay? How did the Broncos score 11 points that day? So the Jets, they went the 3 field goal and a safety route to add up to 11 on Sunday in London. On this particular day, Andy, the Broncos went with the touchdown 2 safety combo to get to 11. Yes. That is right. Here were your safeties that day. Not your safeties, but how the safeties
position,
went down.
but the scoring.
Theodis Brown of the Seahawks was tackled in the end zone by Greg Boyd. You remember Greg Boyd?
I can't say that I do.
Okay, well, here's a more familiar name then for you. In the fourth quarter, the great Barney Chavis would sack Dave Krieg in the end zone to make it an 11-6 game in the fourth quarter. However, Dave Krieg would hit Roger Carr for a 19-yard game-winning touchdown, and the Seahawks would come back to win it 13-11.
See, I remember Dave Krieg.
Mm-hmm.
I remember Kurt Warner, the running back.
There you go.
I've talked about that. I don't remember this coach you're talking about.
McCormick?
Remember some other... Yeah, they had some other salty guy. Who replaced him? I think I remember the guy after McCormick.
Broncos touchdown that day was scored by Mark Herman.
I remember him.
6-yard carry, Rich Carlis with the PAT.
Was Herman the quarterback?
13-11.
I think that might have been a quarterback run-in.
It would have been, yes.
Yeah.
Mark Herman, 18-32.
What happened to Steve DeBerg?
$188 that day.
Was DeBerg hurt?
Must have been.
Was the end of the year, you said. So
it was. Sammy Winder, leading rusher that day.
Why wouldn't he be? What were the numbers?
13 carries for 67 yards.
That's a very Sammy Winder day.
Sure is. And your leading receiver that day for the Denver Broncos, that would have been James Wright, 3 catches for 64 yards.
Yeah.
Steve Watson chipped in with 4 catches for 40 yards.
Watson.
January 2nd, 1983, 13-11, but the Broncos would lose that day to fall to 2-7. Was that replacement player year?
I don't think so, but it might have been. Were there 2? I don't think so. I think 86. I thought 86 was replacement year.
Okay. They were only 2-7, so.
Well, then who knows? You might be right.
Yeah.
I don't know. They had all sorts of labor strife in the 80s, didn't they?
Exactly. They
that
really did.
Could have been too.
Mm-hmm.
But I recognize all those other names. I just don't, and I don't know who that receiver was. Who'd you say the third guy was? The right?
James
His numbers
Wright.
were wrong.
They were on the wrong side of 13
Chuck
to
Knox,
11.
thank you. Yeah, Chuck Knox took over for that coach you're mentioning.
Can I play a piece of audio for you that was the other thing that I hated the most about that game
By
on
all
Sunday?
means, yeah, I like that. You kind of gave us this preview.
So, do you remember the Garrett Wilson fumble that wasn't from Sunday?
Sure.
Justin Fields hitting Garrett Wilson. This was late third quarter. Ruled catch fumble recovered by the Broncos on the field. It was then reviewed. What did they decide? Why was that not a catch and a fumble? Here was Walt Anderson's explanation on NFL Network.
After the 2 feet, that third step has to be completed. If the ball comes out simultaneous with the foot coming down, which is what it does here, by rule, that's incomplete. That third step has to first occur with control, then it would have been a fumble. With it coming out, as you see it, simultaneous with that third step, incomplete was the correct call.
Wow, it's about as close as you can get right there.
So because the ball came out simultaneously to the third step, it's not a completed catch, thus it's incomplete.
See, I'm with you. This is where I want to kick trash cans and scream at NFL officials, because last I checked, a catch is 2 feet, right?
2 steps and a football act.
But if you fumble it, there has to be a third step, or it's not. It doesn't make any sense. You're contradicting each other.
What are we doing?
You don't require 3 steps for it to be a catch.
What?
2 feet inbounds is a catch. And now it's a football move, and you turn up. Shut up.
So
shut up.
Surtain knocked it out, forced the fumble, only it wasn't a forced fumble. It was just a pass breakup. Other shame of that was Jonathan Cooper, like he had a hand on it in the air, but then he couldn't catch it. And then it would hit the ground. Thus, it became an incomplete pass because it was an incompletion and not a catch fumble. What?
Yeah.
What are we doing here?
I don't know.
Come on, NFL.
I mean, can we just keep some of the game like we would play on the playground? Are kids arguing this in the playground these days? Well, I don't know. That wasn't a third step. You didn't fumble that.
My third step was simultaneous. Thus, I did not complete the act of catching the football. I can't have fumbled.
Do kids volunteer to be refs on the playground so that we can officiate this? I mean, come on, dude. That is so stupid, and you're not kidding. It's just another one of these. This goes back to, I didn't understand the other day. Who was it last week where we did the jump? Someone jumped and put the ball over the goal line, but then somebody else reached up and smacked the ball away.
Is it Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence. Last I checked, I've been told my entire sport fan of football life that the minute the ball crosses the plane of the goal, the tip of the nose over the very first part of the white,
touchdown.
We've got a touchdown and everything else ceases to exist.
Yeah.
Yet the other night, that wasn't the case, even though the ball was like all the way over the goal line, but you're still allowed to slap and that's somehow a fumble? What?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't get it. What have we done to this sport? What have we done to sports, period, right now? My God.
Oh, we've made it to where you need super slow-mo replay for the sake of television to break down and officiate a game.
Because everybody will whine and complain and moan if a call is just the slightest bit askew.
It's the dumbest crap ever, man. It really is.
How was that not a catch? He caught the ball. If Surtain doesn't hit it, he's caught the ball already. It's completed. He has possession of the ball.
But somehow Franklin's was a fumble.
Yeah. I guess. He must have
got the sneaky third step
after the third step. Brewers and Dodgers will play game 2 tonight. Blake Snell, all-timer last night. He went Don Larson, faced the minimum 24 batters through 8 innings. I just want to point out a quick thing.